The digitalization of the universe has been completed, and the Pangia continent is currently being generated. The data of the intelligent civilization is about to be sent to the safe zone of the Pangia continent. The ninth era officially begins. A voice comes from the void, and then I am horrified to discover that the Earth is gone. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the vast Earth disappeared somewhere, leaving me alone in the universe. In that moment, I completely collapsed, as if the whole world had left with the Earth, leaving only me behind. If only I had known, I wouldn't have opened the alternate space. That thing sounds pretty high-end in name, but actually it's not very useful. Since 10 years ago, after the meteorite fell from the sky, some people have evolved weak superpowers, and no one knows why this world has undergone such a change. But as a superpower dragon country, the social order is relatively stable, and there have not been too many changes in the private life. Recently, I discovered that I have awakened a superpower in a different space, which is simply the ability to create a small space that can only accommodate oneself. And in this small space, I can observe the outside environment, but the outside world is unaware of my presence. And currently I can stay inside for 2 to 3 hours. No matter how long the time is, it will eventually lead to coma due to mental exhaustion. So besides being convenient for playing hide and seek, I don't know what other use this ability has. At this moment, as I was studying the alternate space, accompanied by the series of inexplicable words that came to my ears, I found myself alone in the universe. This scene, not only is not tragic, but rather has a kind of bizarre sense of comedy. Has the Earth exploded or something? What should I do about my eating, drinking, and excreting? How can I survive? I feel like my brain has had a stroke. All the brain cortex has turned into mush, etc. What is that? I squinted my eyes and saw a city wrapped in soap bubbles. There were a total of 17 of them. These cities seem to have been deliberately chosen by the gods, not disappearing with the Earth. They are shining with a golden light, flying rapidly in a certain direction, like shooting stars across the sky, reminiscent of the previous message that the intelligent civilization is about to head to the safe zone of the Pango continent. I quickly shouted loudly, "Take me with you. I am also a member of the human race." But obviously, the gods did not pay attention to me. Only that cold voice, probably every 10 minutes, will appear once, adjusting the biological colonies, and reconstructing the weather system of Pango continent. At this moment, I am quite regretful. If I had not hidden in a different space, it is obvious that I would have disappeared along with the Earth, or perhaps flown away with those 17 cities. But no matter what, there are still human compatriots to huddle together for warmth. But now, hiding in the alternate space, I, the legendary god, clearly do not consider myself as part of human civilization. After discovering this incident, I wanted to release the alternate space, but I was worried that there might be no air in the universe, which would cause me to die on the spot. So I can only support it hard in the alien space, and I don't know how long it has passed. The cold voice said again, "The branches of various civilizations have reached their designated positions and the safe zone is now open. Please be aware, the time flow speed in the safe zone is only 1% of the Pangu continent. Major civilizations can cancel the safe zone on their own and actively explore the Pangu continent. Once cancelled, the safe zone cannot be restored and will face external risks. Please adapt to environmental changes as soon as possible." The ninth era, the selection of civilization, officially begins. At the moment of despair, I simply analyzed this passage, and God's purpose may be to select the strongest civilization of the so-called ninth epoch. But no matter how strong a race is, encountering such a thing will inevitably lead to chaos. So the kind-hearted gods have set the concept of a safety zone. If a civilization has completed internal integration, it can voluntarily revoke the safety zone and officially advance towards the Pango continent. Of course, it's also possible to never undo it and stay hidden in the safe zone. But the price is that the rate of time passing is only 1% of the Pango continent. Other civilizations have developed in Pango continent for 100 years, but you have only developed in the safe zone for 1 year. So it is obviously impossible to pass the screening of God, which is tantamount to self-extermination. But what does it have to do with me? Am I a fucking person and a civilization? Lu Yuan's entire body was bad. Next, he saw the so-called Pango continent slowly appearing in the universe. It is like a vast and unimaginable scroll of ink, stretching endlessly towards the cosmic space, from the blue ocean to the golden coast, from the emerald oasis to the yellow desert, from the snow-capped mountains to the flat grassland, from the pale blue lakes to the great plateau. This piece of continent was really too big, completely an infinitely extended version of Earth's continent. Lu Yuan was shocked at the magnificent and magical scene. Faint ripples appeared in space, and in a moment's effort, the Pango continent jumped to the current space, replacing the original Earth. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that with the appearance of the Pango continent, he was only tens of thousands of meters above the ground. A thrill of excitement ran through his mind. Am I still saved? He held out a finger and passed the very tip of it out into the alien space. Affected by gravity, this small section of fingers, which was stretched out, began to fall freely. Since the foreign space and his body are connected together, the finger free fall at the same time, along with the foreign space where the soap bubble also brought down. About 3 minutes later, with a soft pop, Lu Yuan successfully landed on a patch of weeds. He took a few deep breaths to calm his nervousness. Looking up close, Pangia seems a little different again. Way ancient mountain range, between the sea of pale clouds, the green-gray jungle was like a long dragon, stretching to the end of the earth. Ahead, a waterfall poured down from the cliffs, stirring up a spray of water. Between the haze, you can see the white vapor interspersed between the green hills and green moss, and in your ears is the sound of the crisp water flowing. Many of the trees in the mountain range are 300 to 500 meters tall, exuding a silent atmosphere that no one should approach. There was a faint growl of a wild animal. The trees are too tall. Lu Yuan was sweating profusely, feeling like an incorrigible mole cricket that had inadvertently entered the garden of the gods, where any random bug could crush him alive. Needless to think also know that the Pangia continent is bound to be full of crisis. Otherwise there is no need to set up the so-called safe zone. That icy voice still echoed in his ears. Possible remains of civilization are being analyzed, looking for the right place to sow the seeds of transcendence. The sound would come every few minutes, but it was already irrelevant to Lu Yuan. He was really at a loss for words. Even if he manages to land on the ground, it will only be reduced from the hell difficulty of 10 deaths to the nightmare difficulty of 9 deaths. The ability of alien space can indeed avoid a lot of risks, but as an ordinary person, he has to sleep and eat, has to maintain the spirit, has to recreation and rest. Alien space is not omnipotent. From this moment on, he would have to be self-sufficient, hunt and gather for himself, do everything himself, and you can't get sick. If you get sick, you'll get karma. How can I live? His mind was pure white. I don't even have a pocket knife. I don't have a lighter. And the only thing I have on my entire body is a cell phone with a 66% battery? A civilization milestone system is being generated. Warning, missing civilization branch found. Race, human. God found me? Is this talking to me? Hurry up and get me back to Earth. The 18th branch of human civilization is being added. Current population total, 1. Added successfully. Civilization number, 7812 HSKKJ18. Please remember your civilization number. After a while, the icy voice added, congratulations to your civilization for the soul milestone. First Pathfinder of the 9th era. Reached condition, the first of all civilizations to leave the safe zone. History is always made by life, and a world without life is just a wasteland. Today, it is up to you to take the first step in exploring the Pangia continent. A small step for you as an individual and a big step for the 9th era. With trepidation and bewilderment, you step into that thick unknown. Perhaps you will die tomorrow, yet you represent the 9th era, the courage to pioneer. Lu Yuan looked blankly at the clear blue sky, and only after a long time did he react to the fact that the gods had really treated him as a civilization. Isn't he the first trailblazer of all time? He ran in the first minute that Pangia had just been generated. Normal civilizations are hiding in safe zones. Lu Yuan let out a bitter laugh. What a fucking black humor. With his knowledge of the human race, it would be impossible for the human race to reach a consensus and revoke the safe zone without a 10-year tug-of-war. A bolder estimate. Within 20 years, the withdrawal of the security zone would have been a miracle on Earth, counting the rate of time passing at 1 to 100. 1 year for those human civilizations. 100 years had already passed in Pangia continent. 10 years of human civilization is 1,000 years for the Pangia continent. Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall the story of the man with the rotten axe. When Wang Qi, a Jin man, went up the mountain to chop wood, he came across 2 old men playing chess, so he stopped to watch. After watching the game, Wang Qi found that the handle of his axe had rotted, and when he went home, he found that hundreds of years had passed, and his neighbors were no longer alive. That is, time in the safe zone just passes by a year, and here I am 100 years later, and I'm dead. A short century is just a fleeting moment for a civilization. The more time the civilization has to develop, the better, but for the individual, it is unbearable. Not to mention monsters and such. Just this huge mental pressure was already going to crush Lu Yuan. However, just then, the icy voice added, your civilization, awarded the only milestone reward, the Pathfinder's Eye. The ability will allow you to read information on most items, awarded to a random person in the civilization. Your civilization, rewarded with the only milestone point, 5,000 points. This feature is not yet enabled. Only to hear that icy voice again, is randomly selecting one person from the 18th branch of human civilization to be bestowed with the Pathfinder's Eye. Well, With only one person in the 18th branch, there's not really much to choose from. In an instant, a light from nowhere hit Lu Yuan's right eye. Unspeakable burning sensations surged through his heart, intense pain like a steel needle turning over in his head, and a rustling murmur in his ears. It was as if the brain had stopped functioning, all thoughts and ideas turning into a chaos, with only a bit of clear bright light hanging high in the sky, maintaining Lu Yuan's personal consciousness. A few moments later, Lu Yuan woke up from the grass in a sweaty state and checked his body for injuries. Again, he found himself with an additional ability called Pathfinder's Eye. It's an amazing feeling. His heart beat faster, his entire body was soaked with sweat, and he subconsciously glanced at the ground. An uninteresting weed, non-toxic, bears grass seeds that are indigestible at your level of digestion. So if you want to experience the annoyance of constipation, you can eat some of it. An uninteresting weed with roots rich in polysaccharides that might be used to bring a small amount of energy in water. An uninteresting weed containing licorice saponins with small amounts of has detoxifying, anti-inflammatory, antitussive, anti-tumor, anti-ulcer, and antibacterial effects. He was confused by the amount of information coming back from his right eye. He also looked at his right hand with the Pathfinder's Eye. The right hand of an uninteresting person seems to have a bit of tendinitis from years and years of traditional craftsmanship. Lu Yuan was a bit embarrassed and observed his left hand again. The uninteresting man observed his left hand again, this time without tendinitis. I have to admit, this ability is very powerful, worthy of the unique milestone bonus. The god had sent him to hell with a stick, but also seemed to have lifted his hand a little, causing Lu Yuan to not know whether to cry or laugh. With this ability, will I be able to survive? At least, finding food won't be a problem. The uninterested man's pulse quickened and he seemed excited. But what's with this inexplicably spiteful tone? Lu Yuan took a few deep breaths to calm himself down a little. As for the so-called civilization milestone, it could be an accident, a bug. Perhaps God did not anticipate that someone would actually bypass the safe zone mechanism and come directly to the Pango continent. Normal civilization, surely, is looking around at its surroundings and hiding in a safe zone. No one can get out until the safe zone is revoked. It can also be recognized that God doesn't care. God just sprinkled some cookie crumbs in his garden and didn't care which mole moved the food. You have the ability to get into the garden early. That's what you do. But no matter what, this little reward was indeed Lu Yuan's hope of surviving. Lu Yuan revealed a resolute look, a determined light emanating from his eyes. I just have to find enough milestones to stack hard enough to become a Superman. One heal for 100,000 miles. And then I'll trek 1 billion miles. Maybe even find a safe zone where the Earthlings are. And go back to being emperor. But the next second his face twisted and he bounced high off the ground in terror. For there was a large python, the thickness of a bucket and all brown in color, rushing out of a large river not far away, with a body length of over 12 meters. The fishy wind that greeted him made Lu Yuan's scalp numb. Seeing the fresh and tasty food, the python opened its bloody mouth like a dump truck and viciously attacked. A small powerful snake that seems to want to transform you into feces, and the current you is definitely no match for it. Just a short moment from death. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated as he saw the two large fangs and broke out into a cold sweat in a hurry. In the nick of time, he used his ability, Other Space. Wow! A large amount of weed was collapsed. The python pounced. Its poor intellect couldn't understand why that fattening food had suddenly disappeared. The forked red tongue gulped at the air for over an hour before strutting away from the place. Lu Yuan's whole body clothes were soaked with sweat. Luckily it didn't keep a watchful eye on it. Otherwise I would have been dead. Make sure the python is gone before you deactivate the alien space. From the ground, he picked up a brown snake scale, the size of a palm, hard as steel, a scale that fell off a snake. The edge part is still sharp. Seems like a good weapon. Lu Yuan pondered over the scales for a few seconds, picked up a thick branch from the ground, picked up a stone, and knocked the snake scales into the branch with a thud. A few more wraps were made, using vines that were everywhere. Make a simple axe. A tool suspected to be an axe implies that the user entered the Stone Age. Lu Yuan felt the sense of security brought by the axe and took a few deep breaths to calm his nervousness. He still hasn't slowed down until now. Earth has inexplicably disappeared, leaving only 17 cities spread across the vast, boundless continent of Pangia. Trying to find these human cities is like looking for a needle in a haystack. What should I do when I'm alone? Can an interdimensional ability and a blind bullshit eye turn the tide? This kind of inexplicable situation, even if the most elite special military personnel encountered it, they would surely have their heads spinning and then fall into deep despair. After all, human beings are creatures that live in groups, separated from the general environment. Not to mention food, disease and other problems. Loneliness alone can torture a person to death. Of course, the current Lu Yuan hadn't felt loneliness yet. He was just a little stiff in the head, like a rusty gear, and hadn't had time to feel loneliness yet. Cautiously, he walked down to the river and watched for a while. Very common mountain spring water has a low probability of getting sick after drinking it directly, but it is better to boil it before drinking it. The water is crystal clear. Cupping it with both hands and taking a sip, it was ice cold and had a feeling of pure natural sweetness. Lu Yuan was wary of the appearance of wild animals and cried out in his heart, "Milestone! God! Give me milestone rewards! I'm the first to drink the river water of Pangia." Unfortunately, after half a day of waiting, the voice of God did not appear. The so-called milestones cannot be reached by drinking a mouthful of water or eating a mouthful of meat in Pango continent. It has to be some kind of monumental moment of significance, a step forward on a historical level. Lu Yuan's plan fell through. Somewhat chagrined, by the river he saw his own reflection, a disheveled man, radiating bewilderment. Then he saw his right eye again. This is the eye of the Pathfinder, an extremely great creation, which, unfortunately, was installed in a decadent man. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be amused by this strange statement, judging everything else as uninteresting, ordinary and decadent, but saying that he was extremely great. Why are you so self-absorbed? If I turn out to be some creature's turd, aren't you an extremely great turd? The man is less disheveled. Lu Yuan no longer paid attention to the Pathfinder's eye and comforted himself in his heart. There were at least 17 other human cities that existed in the Pango continent, and the city of Yunhai, where he had settled, was also here. He would be able to see his compatriots and his parents if he did everything he could to find these cities. Yes, he is not without hope. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's hope. Lu Yuan regained a bit of confidence, then began to think about the next question. What should we do now? Flames, finding food, shelter. Lu Yuan struggled to squeeze the knowledge out of his mind. Unfortunately, Bei has been golden from the jungle for years. Master Tay also retired from the world. Without these two powerhouses, a wilderness survival show he hasn't seen in years. Not to mention that he had just encountered a large python, and that thing was simply not something he could defeat. Very many dangers had to be circumvented to get through the first night. Lu Yuan picked up some dry branches and plucked a few edible wild vegetables. From starving to gathering wild vegetables, this is the first step towards the civilized world. Congratulations on triggering the super milestone, picking wild vegetables, reward, and becoming a Dala Golden Immortal. Well, the divine prompting didn't ring true, and the above is purely his own ramblings, because he was still very nervous. Think about it, the whole earth had left him, alone in the bewildering unknown, and the grass was extremely full of flying insects, all kinds of mosquitoes and locusts flying around, and tons of bugs of different colors hanging from the leaves, the bigger ones as thick as the tip of a finger, smaller bugs, even thousands. Edible bugs that are high in protein but have a risk of salmonella infection and taste like chicken when roasted. A poisonous long centipede with a total of 90 long legs. A sting won't kill you, but it will swell up into a big bag. There really are a lot of legs. Looking at the centipede, Lu Yuan felt that his spirit value was dropping by leaps and bounds and could only mutter to himself as he wrapped his body tightly with his clothes and walked towards the drier pile of rocks. Steep, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yuan noticed a glimmer of bright light from the distance. What is it? Holding his breath, he took his own serpent-scaled axe and cautiously probed 50 or so meters. On top of a pile of rocks, a rotted-out van was found. The tires on the car's chassis have disappeared. Its surface was covered with vine-like plants, and the body seemed to have been struck by some force and twisted askew. The only thing that was intact were the two large headlights, just bright enough to be the product of the sun reflected off of them. What's with the one car? It is suspected to be the 8th era, a remnant of a certain civilization. Your civilization is so advanced that you actually came across the remains of a civilization so quickly. His right eyeball was, quite literally, on fire. Lu Yuan let out an O from his mouth, stating, "My civilization only has one person. What's the point of being developed?" Cutting through a few vines, he looked inside the car a few times and found a broken skeleton inside, the empty eye sockets facing him. Probably too much time had passed and almost all the flesh and blood had been broken down by the bacteria, but there wasn't much of an odor, just some bugs crawling around in the car. It was the first time Lu Yuan had come into contact with a dead person, and he couldn't help but be tied up. And the remains were genuine aliens, with a slightly protruding chin, kind of like a dog's mouth, and a somewhat short and stocky figure, maybe only about 1 meter 4? Definitely not human anyway, but a civilization with technology. What a big fucking step for mankind. He was creeped out and subconsciously tried to move away from the skeleton, but what was left of his sanity told him that the aliens or whatever didn't matter at all, and that he needed this piece of shit car. Not far away is the quiet primeval forest, which may survive even more horrible demons and monsters. And the river was infested with pythons that could eat him in one bite. The grass was not safe either. There were just too many bugs to be poisoned without being stung. That's why he needed the car. To get through the first night, with a slight layer of defense, he would be able to wake up from his dream in time to activate the alien space to protect himself. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan hardened his heart and cleared the skeletal remains from the car. Finding a small, sunken pit, he hastily buried it with stones and made a few more offerings. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth, I am your corpse collector. You cannot resent me. Lu Yuan is actually an atheist. But the scene that happened today, how can I put it? It shook his three views a bit. If God was willing to send him home, he became a devotee of God immediately, right away, without hesitation, and was even willing to lick God's thighs with his tongue and fracture them. But if God ignores him, then it's just embarrassing. God, don't make me beg. In the next instant, a cold prompt echoed in his ears. The 18th branch of the human civilization you are a part of has discovered the remains of the civilization of the 8th era. Congratulations on receiving the only milestone, the first explorer of the 9th age. Unlock condition, first to discover the remains of a civilization. Remnants, is once eulogized prosperous life missing pages of the dream. Is civilization in the long river of history left the last mark? Today, it is up to you to take the first step in exploring the relics of exploration, and the future of the 9th era may be at your feet. Your civilization receives the milestone reward, the Explorer's Eye, allowing you to gain insight into the ruins of the civilization as well as possible treasures, awarded to one random person. Your civilization receives the only milestone point reward, 5,000 points. This feature is not yet enabled. Lu Yuan froze. God is really black humor. A white light from nowhere hit Lu Yuan's left eye with precision, searing unimaginable heat surging into the soul and bringing huge amounts of information. Because the torture he suffered today was too much, he didn't bother to struggle and simply passed out. By the time Lu Yuan woke up from his coma, the sun was setting and it was already evening. A few mosquito-like insects were lying on his hands enjoying a fine buffet. He dispatched the bugs with a mixture of joy and annoyance. The only milestone now is really easy to trigger, but it would put people in a coma and be too much trouble. It's a good thing I'm sitting in a car or I'd be afraid some wild animal would pick up the body. Come to think of it, it was true. A normal civilization would send a team of pioneers to the Pangia continent to explore information. And even if someone was unconscious, there was a team to take care of them. Unlike him, there is only one person in the district. Both of his eyes were now titanium dog eyes. Lu Yuan used the Seeker's Eye that he had just obtained. At once, a layer of colorful light appeared in the middle of the field of vision. The Seeker's Eye has a certain ability to see through, and each type of light represents a different attribute. The color red represents risk, green represents the remains of civilization, and the color gold represents treasure. The Explorer's Eye consumed much more mental energy than the Pathfinder's Eye, and Lu Yuan, who was already in a less than wonderful state, was soon blinded by a sense of vertigo. To a shock, the entire ground bloomed with a green halo. It means that there is at least one city-level civilization remains, buried in the soil. Lu Yuan looked at the depths of the earth, the exaggerated green trace. It's really over the top, full of greens and the occasional gold and red. This one little car that is currently in place is just one of 9 in the relics. Lu Yuan was excited for a moment, then thought sadly, but what does it have to do with me? Am I supposed to dig up this city with my hands? If there was a bowl of aromatic beef ramen and a great civilization ruins placed in front of him at the same time, let him choose one of the two, then he'll definitely go for the beef ramen, because he really has a relic of civilization. Lu Yuan remembered the downstairs beef ramen, 16 yuan a bowl. The soup is delicious. The noodles are strong and elastic, coupled with tender beef and fresh vegetables. Just think of it, straight drooling. No, can't think anymore. It was getting late and I was thankful to find this car and not be able to walk around. Lu Yuan had only eaten breakfast and his stomach croaked with hunger, and without the starvation talent of starving 9 times in 3 days, he could only use those 2 eyes to scan around like a machine gun, sweeping up a bunch of edible weeds, as well as bugs. God, for the sake of giving 2 abilities, I am your devotee today. I won't scold you again today. For today only. Can you give me 100 more abilities and some food tomorrow? Lu Yuan muttered to himself and dragged his tired body to start building a fire. Water, fire, shelter, and food, the 4 elements of survival. You can't have one without the other. Shelter, barely found a broken down car, make do, and drilling wood for fire and all that is a real pain in the ass. Difficult as hell for someone like him who has absolutely no hand manipulation skills. So Lu Yuan could only sacrifice his cell phone. He licked his dry lips, and his arm powered up with 2 pops, smashing the cell phone screen hard with his snakescale axe. New Warwick 888 cell phone. Pawn. Remove the built-in battery. He had read somewhere in the news that cell phone batteries now basically use lithium batteries, and when lithium batteries are damaged, Certain components will react chemically with the air, can produce high temperatures and flames. Therefore, in an emergency, you can remove your cell phone battery and crack it as an emergency fire starter. You unethical journalists. You must never lie to me when it matters. Boom, with a soft sound. The flame, symbolizing light and heat, appeared in this dark and cruel world. Looking at the bright flames, Lu Yuan had mixed emotions and rubbed his hands, not knowing whether he was lamenting the cell phone or pitying his future life. A piece of rusty tin found from the car was sanded with an axe for a while to grind off the rust visible to the naked eye. Went to the river and got some water. Again, take the grass roots, as well as the wild greens, and put them in the tin and cook them. That's dinner for today. Not very tasty, with a hint of indescribable bitterness. Lu Yuan didn't dare to eat more. Casually boiled it and chewed it down dry. He remembered the protagonist of a certain novel, who ate too much grass, developed severe constipation, and then died alive from shit. The sun is setting and the night is getting darker. Lu Yuan sat crouched alone in the forest, his thoughts raging like a tidal wave. The feeling of loneliness slowly came up as the inner peace grew. The most blessed thing is that she was given a transfer of $300 this morning to fulfill her little wish. The thing I regret most is not giving a little more. A $300 or $200 dress is indeed too cheap. Giving a couple thousand is more like it. This is actually just a small thing. Not even a water molecule in the long river of waves of history. Pango continent. How many civilizations are buried? How many bitter stories? But for Lu Yuan, who was eating grass roots, it was the biggest thing of all. Obviously one should think of something more worthwhile to think about. He has to plan for the future. Look for more possible milestone rewards. Look for treasures left behind by the gods. Look for medicines and weapons in the ruins of civilization, in order to maximize his chances of survival. But he was just rambling now, completely out of control. If today never happened, maybe he'd still be at home playing games? Or maybe he was out on a blind date? There have been beautiful matchmaking girls that have been put in front of me. It's only when you lose it that you regret it. If God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say to that girl, next time you go on a blind date, can you not? Don't eat so much garlic. Hey, accept reality. The speed of the sun going down is faster than expected. As a child growing up in the city, Lu Yuan is the first time to feel the darkness of no fingers in sight. Once out of the range of the campfire's shroud, the darkness was as thick as mercury and not at all visible, and overhead was a clearly visible starry sky, the stars like bright pearls dotting the firmament, a pale green moon, rising slowly from the east. This one night was extraordinarily quiet, not even the chirping of insects. Lu Yuan sat in his car, covering the windows with weeds and branches, and drifted off to sleep. Good night to me today. By the time Lu Yuan woke up from his stupor, the sun had already risen from the east. He tried to sleep back out of habit. Sleep a little longer and be quiet. I told you to stop. A slap to the face. A handful of blood. It was only then that I realized I was sleeping in a broken down car and the itch I just had was a mosquito bite. Damn. What happened yesterday was actually not a dream. Reason told me that I had to act while I still had some strength. But sensibility doesn't want to move anymore. Lu Yuan cursed for a while and even viciously whacked himself twice. Only then did a little of the courage that belongs to mankind find its way back, allowing reason to prevail again. I have to look for the treasure. God, if it's shipped, I won't scold you today. Don't be insensitive. Only after making up his mind did Lu Yuan take his snake-scale axe, bury the embers in the fire, and walk slowly along the valley. Since he was on top of the ruins of a civilization, and since God had given him a pair of awesome eyes, he was able to find quite a lot of junk. Within a short time, one metal can was picked up. The image on the surface has been smoothed out by the gravel, so at least it's not leaking and can be used as a cup. Picked up. Another automobile one? An overturned car with a tattered notebook inside. Unfortunately, the notebook had been weathered and all the paper was covered with mold, making it impossible to read the contents, and even his Pathfinder eyes couldn't read the information. Picked up one of those toothbrush-like things that might work? Lu Yuan grinned. I think I remember charcoal as toothpaste. Pick up one of the trash cans. Very large and thick, almost a meter-high brown trash can, crawling with mold and bugs. Lu Yuan realized that the bottom of the trash can had broken through a large slit and could only regretfully leave it where it was. It's broken. Unfortunately, one dangerous creature found. It looks like a leopard with money stripes all over its body and sharp claws and teeth, but unlike the leopard, it has a sharp one horn on its head. When this guy saw Lu Yuan, an intimidating sound vaguely escaped from his throat. Lu Yuan spread his hands wide and pretended that he was majestic as he threw the can he had just picked up. There was a pop, and the can fell to the ground. The leopard was so frightened that it probably felt that the enemy was not easy to bully and fled in a huff. If you dare to come over, I'll eat leopard meat today. Lu Yuan was actually panicking. A loud threat came out of his mouth. But then again, it felt as if his horrible upright ape genes were reviving. He was also thinking of waiting for the other side to pounce, using the different space as a back to the old six. I did not expect the other side actually directly run away. Lu Yuan vaguely realized that his mindset was not quite the same as in the past, which might be a swinging mindset, dead or not. There is also the possibility of adaptation to the environment that he must hunt. If this little difficulty could not be overcome, he would have no choice but to die. Discover insect nests as well as unknown insects *10,000. It looked like a swarm of bees, only much larger, each the size of a ping-pong ball, buzzing and flying. The biggest one, the insect, was actually a meter tall. In the face of swarming creatures, Lu Yuan really didn't dare to mess with them and could only avoid them from afar. This unknown civilization was at least hundreds, if not thousands, of years away from extinction, and not even one complete body could be found. Nature has reoccupied the former city. Plants are growing unchecked, concrete pavements are bulging in chunks, and houses have almost completely collapsed. The only part of the artifact that is held up to this point, especially the plastic stuff, which degrades slowly and retains the maximum amount. Then there's glass, ceramics and the like, which last almost forever as long as they don't weather. If the human race goes extinct, it will be the same scene hundreds of years from now, right? How many of mankind's 17 cities will remain in the end? Found. One giant cannibal flower, branches and leaves with spikes spread out for a kilometer, while the purple main pole was as tall as a 100-meter-tall building. A flower like a poppy blooming brilliantly. Cannibalistic flowers with extraordinary powers, whose red fruits are rich in nutrients necessary for human growth. Unfortunately, with mediocre hands, you are far from being its match, and once you get close, you will be reduced to a corpse at its feet in the second hour. Lu Yuan muttered. No wonder this place has a large golden and red halo. Originally a cannibal flower. Each fruit is the size of a soccer ball. That smell is too good. It was sort of like a fruity aroma of grapes mixed with mango, making Lu Yuan gulp hard. He could have sworn that he had never smelled such a sweet scent before, so much so that every cell in his body quivered slightly, craving its sustenance. A bird of prey happened to pass by and was tempted by the fruit. Whoosh! A fuchsia vine sprang forward like lightning, grabbing the bird of prey and yanking it down. The pocket-shaped flowers quickly merged together and enveloped the bird of prey. The bird wailed just that much and then was silent. Lu Yuan shivered and began to pray. God, if you let it drop a fruit, I'll be your fanatic today, please, God. After waiting for a long time, no fruit fell. The remnants of his sanity made Lu Yuan leave with a heavy step. Fuck you God, don't even give me that. Picked up red wild fruits *42, each roughly the size of a peanut. Slightly nutritious uninteresting fruit, not poisonous, but that flavor. Dogs won't eat it. Dogs don't eat. I eat. Lu Yuan also really wiped them clean and carefully ate them. How can I say this flavor is very fishy, a little bit like fishy grass. Lu Yuan ate one, and almost spit out the stomach acid. Actually, when you're hungry, the flavor doesn't matter anymore. Besides, isn't it done if you don't chew it? I just swallow it. He was full of wanting to find something to fill his stomach. Why did the starving people in ancient times go and eat themselves alive by eating quinine clay? Because starvation to the extreme does lower the intellect. As the sun rose, Lu Yuan estimated that he hadn't eaten any proper food for 24 hours. If we can't find any more that we can eat, we'll have to go back to eating grass roots and bugs. But grass roots are not rich in energy, and bugs don't really have a lot of calories, and his physical state will be getting worse, so he might as well get some good ones while he has a bit of strength. With this determination, Lu Yuan once again gathered his courage and walked forward a few kilometers. In the deepest part of the canyon, he saw a large area of collapsed houses, where a green as well as a golden glow meant that there was a great deal of treasure buried here. City ruins found. Lu Yuan's mood got agitated and his footsteps quickened. He casually dug into the ground and directly dug out a string of gold necklaces. Even foreign civilizations actually treat gold as a luxury. The necklace was quite exquisite, carved like a rose, and weighed at least 500 grams. Come back for this stuff. Later, Lu Yuan casually threw the gold necklace on the ground. He could not afford the extra weight of 1 pound. It was hard as hell to find decent food in this broken wall, even if it was vacuum packed in a can. After a few hundred years, the food inside had rotted. What's more, the area occasionally flashed with red light, and it wasn't without any risk. So he wandered around for half a day and simply picked the biggest, most complete house. A thick layer of reinforced concrete spared it from a huge disaster, and its shape is a thick round one. Lu Yuan always felt that this was a shelter. Maybe there was really food inside, or even living intelligent creatures? When the time comes for everyone to share their feelings and talk about their suffering? As for whether the local natives will eat him? Forget it. Whatever, let's just have a good meal. A heavy mechanical door that can still be opened even without electricity. The code is 887-2134. Lu Yuan was astonished. Were these eyes so awesome? So far, he still doesn't understand the true principle of the Pathfinder's eye. The buttons of that unknown civilization are not, naturally, Arabic numerals, but those buttons should be consecutive, and a little groping is enough to try them out. After Lu Yuan entered the string of numbers, there was a soft click, and the spring of the mechanical lock cylinder loosened. It sounded very rusty and reluctant to pop open. With a gentle tug, the metal door made a sharp creaking sound. An air of decay greeted him, decaying pillars and beams, ancient walls, relics of a civilization that has aged. How much prosperity, hurry has gone, time is too shallow, how many watch, things or people hurt. There's just something about this ancient atmosphere. However, just as Lu Yuan was sighing, a black lightning bolt met him head-on and rushed towards his head. Fuck me. A chill ran up from his tailbone to his ceiling. Lu Yuan pupils slightly dilated. After all, he has not completely lost his mind, or to prevent a hand-open door to kill. The moment he realized that something was wrong, he immediately activated the ability of other space. The black, strange creature missed and fell to the ground with a pop. Lu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and hid in the alien space, fixing his eyes on what was actually a basketball-sized spider. The 8 compound eyes emitted a scarlet glow, and the sharp fangs were vaguely tinged with green venom. What was even more trembling was that its back was engraved with 2 eyeball-like odd patterns, and just glancing at it made one vaguely feel a sense of vertigo, making one's heart beat at a rapidly accelerating rate. Just you dog dare to bully me. If it was Lu Yuan a day ago, he would have been scared half to death when he encountered this thing, and would have waited until this spider left completely before leaving the alien space. But now he was in a state of starvation, having searched for food without finding any. That horrible hunger made his eyes glow green, and no matter what he looked at, it was like he was viewing a chicken leg. I have to go back and eat bugs anyway. This spider is a bug too. Big and tasty. He immediately made his choice. The moment the spider tried to return to the house, Lu Yuan viciously swung his snake-scale axe. Pop! The sudden rush of an axe from the alien space was almost impossible to defend against, smashing into the eye of the big spider with lightning speed. Dang! Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. The feeling of this axe was like chopping into a piece of iron ingot, shocking his tiger's mouth and numbing his arm muscles. But no matter what, the eyes were always the weak point of defense, and with one axe, the fishy juice splashed everywhere. The creature is still alive. It's alive, and it wants to fight back. Those 6 spider legs made a staging motion. Lu Yuan's veins popped on his forehead as he flew up and pressed the giant spider unusually ferociously with his size advantage. The cold, raw feel of the chitin made his scalp tingle. Squeak! A sharp growl appeared in the spider's mouth. Lu Yuan had a premonition that as long as he was stung by the spider in turn, he would be poisoned to death. Never a time to back down. Die for me. Swinging the axe again, it cut into the spider's head. The snake-scaled axe made an extremely crisp click, and the wood was about to break. The spider is still struggling. It was unimaginable how this basketball-sized monster could have such enormous strength. Lu Yuan's originally clean face was already in a red warm state at this moment, and the blood vessels of the whole body were rippling, and the dead opponent pressed at the same time, and then the third axe, fourth axe. Because of the excessive force used, the piece of snake scale flew out of the wood. Die! Die! Lu Yuan roared and simply plunged the wooden handle viciously through the location of the wound, plunging deeper and deeper. This time, the spider was on the ground and did not move. Lu Yuan breathed heavily and wiped his cold sweat after coming to his senses, somewhat skeptical of life. Did I just lose my mind? What am I doing messing with this thing? Did I just want to eat this thing? Can spiders be eaten? Charcoal grill it. It shouldn't be poisonous. I remember a delicacy called grilled black widows. Just thinking like this, Lu Yuan looked at the big spider a little differently. The mood was instantly joyous and could be described as a frown. Estimate the weight again. It might weigh 10 pounds. Removing the shell and guts, there should be 5 pounds of meat as well, right? Lu Yuan's heart suddenly beat faster. The twist of fate was so swift that in this instant it was almost as if his whole body was smoking with excitement. Is this a spider? It's clearly a chicken leg. It's a source of happiness. Absolutely edible. It was only when an icy statement came out of nowhere that he stopped congratulating himself. God's black humor is at it again. Your civilization. Reaching the only milestone, the first hunter of the 9th era. Unlock condition, first civilization to kill a higher transcendent being. Congratulations on killing the relic guardian. High transcendent being, purgatory demon spider. In the vastness of the universe, countless civilizations compete for survival. And in the vastness of space and time, trillions of beings compete for dominance. In the nearly infinite space and time, there are always some higher beings that stand out. so powerful that they can hunt a civilization. But the roles of hunter and prey are always reversed. Congratulations, first hunter of the 9th era. What the hell? Lu Yuan was confused. This spider could destroy a civilization? Did I kill you with a hacking attack? What bragging rights? It was only immediately after that he cried and laughed, realizing that God seemed to have bugged out again. It was only the second day since the opening of the Pangia continent. This spider is in a juvenile state. And then how to develop a few dozens of hundreds of years, or to give birth to a large number of pups, to be considered capable of destroying the war power of a civilization. As a result, his old Lu, who was not a martial artist, stormed into the ruins the next day and slaughtered it. If this spider had any intelligence, it would have cursed Lu Yuan loudly. Why did you appear in this place? It definitely shouldn't be. Shouldn't I be allowed to develop for a while? I'm really convinced by this old 6. You receive the only milestone reward, storage space, allows you to create an on-the-go space in which the flow of time almost stops, capable of perfectly preserving your loot. The size of the storage space is in accordance with your personal capabilities. Your civilization receives the only milestone point reward, 5,000 points. This feature is not yet enabled. You give me an ability to fight. Lu Yuan shouted up to the sky. He did see that the god doesn't seem to give combat abilities. It gives you a bit of secondary abilities at best. Of course, whether it was the Pathfinder's Eye, Explorer's Eye, or Storage Space, they were all very powerful abilities, especially for a civilization, and their preciousness was self-evident. It is self-evident, but for Lu Yuan, a bowl of beef noodles for a change? Well, definitely don't change it. He now had a spider to eat, and it was foolish to switch, but if the 3 abilities were exchanged so that God would send him back to Earth, he would definitely exchange them. Immediately afterward, another familiar bright light hit Lu Yuan's mind with precision, as if there was a large amount of knowledge that was hardwired into his soul. It burns and is very uncomfortable. Lu Yuan was unwilling to pass out in a place like this, and simply endured death in a burst of pain that penetrated deep into his soul. It had been 2 hours before he gradually slowed down and realized that he had gained an additional ability, storage space. He could consume his mental energy and open up a carry-on space. This space, it was different from his heterospatial ability. His alien space can hold living creatures. The storage space cannot hold any sentient beings. However, the passage of time in the storage space is virtually 0, allowing for long-lasting freshness. According to my current strength, I can open up about 1 cubic meters of space? Lu Yuan compared. 1 cubic meter is not too big, the volume of a ton of water. The good thing is that the space that can be opened up grows with strength. Not bad at all. Pick up the spider corpse and head for the room. To his dismay, this was actually a data center? Outside were several offices with machines set up like computers. In the middle of the machine room, it was densely packed with supercomputer mainframe-like things, probably several hundred of them. The bottom floor is filled with archives. Archival documents made from acid-free paper are deciphering the civilization's texts. Will take some time to decipher. A glass door blocked the way. Knocked on it. It was thick. It is feared that it is impossible to enter without forcibly breaking these doors and windows. Anyone? Hello? Anyone? There are no survivors. And no food. Even less other creatures remain. Only a few crawling bugs. Lu Yuan let out a low sigh as an image emerged in his mind. Thousands of years later, a huge army of alien civilizations had found this relic and fought against thousands and thousands of giant spiders. Finally obtaining this valuable data center, the commander was ecstatic. Yes, isn't data and documentation, for a civilization, the most important property? The most important treasures in the relics are these. But for me, where these computers are of some use, they are not of no use at all. Still, this data center is a good place to be, or at least safer than sleeping out in the wild. Lu Yuan consoled himself and dragged his tired body back to yesterday's camping place. It took a tub of charcoal caught in an iron box and some firewood picked up to extinguish the fire. Bring the charcoal back to this data center, raise the fire, and dissect the spider in a fiery mood. It was afternoon after this trip. Lu Yuan always felt like a primitive man, with extremely low productivity, living a life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset, and thinking only about filling his stomach. The past was like a wonderful dream, shattered one by one, and he had to adapt to a whole new life. He actually kind of missed it, but didn't even dare to think about it, so he can only do his job calmly. It seems to be a shocking waste of an inferno demon spider that was just born only a day ago to be sneak attacked to death like this without any martial virtues. If it can grow for a few years, it might be able to provide excellent transcendent seeds. Let it grow for a few years and I'll be killed instantly. I guess. That Pathfinder's I very kindly reminded. Except for the venom glands and internal organs, all the other parts should be safe to eat. The eyeball-like pattern on its back, when stripped off in its entirety, possesses a subtle psychic deterrent effect. Lu Yuan observed for a while. The small sacs with red flashing light should be the venom glands. Taking the snake's scales, he dissected them off carefully and held them in a metal box. The venom glands of the purgatory demon spider contain a ferocious neurotoxin whose toxicity is definitely not something you can resist. The toxin is soluble in organic solvents and will be destroyed at a temperature of 300 degrees Celsius. Great stuff! Pulled out the guts and stuff again. Knock a couple of long legs off and charcoal grill them over a flame. As he waited, he was in a mood of some bitterness and immense anticipation. There was a crackling sound, and the long legs soon gave off an odd odor, which, to be honest, smelled a bit like baked rubber, mixed with a strong meaty aroma. Lu Yuan hardened his head, cracked the spider's leg with a stone, and took a bite of the spider's meat that was emitting boiling heat. Instantly, the lifted heart dropped. Why is it so much like beef? Probably because of the strong muscle fibers. It really tastes like beef, and with a marvelous sense of charring on the outside and tenderness on the inside. Biting into it, the crunchy texture combines perfectly with the tender meat, as if a feast of deliciousness blossoms in your mouth. Even without the seasoning, Lu Yuan ate with relish and simply couldn't stop at all. As for the rubbery-like odor, it's actually from the insect's shell being scorched by the flames and has nothing to do with the meat inside. It tastes better when you peel the shells first and then grill them. A spider's leg was actually the size of a loach. Lu Yuan ate 2 legs and suddenly realized that he actually couldn't eat anymore. It was as if there was a warm current rushing through his stomach. The energy contained in the blood and flesh of transcendent beings was much higher than ordinary beings, and it was normal to get full quickly. A spider can eat for at least 3 days. Lu Yuan suddenly felt happy. At least at this moment he had solved his initial worries. Eat up. So cool. Happiness does not lie in having a lot, but in being satisfied even with very little. The coolness lies in the lethargy with a hint of posing and no bullshit worries whatsoever. What a blind date. Job. Leader. All shit. God. For the sake of having a full stomach today, I'm your loyal follower. I won't scold you today. Lu Yuan looked towards the gray sky and spoke tartly. I'll be your super fanatic if you can give me a beautiful wife. I'm begging you for just one beautiful wife. Lu Yuan felt that since he had made the request, he might as well go a little overboard, and hastily added the conditions. That wife better be the one who is a heavenly god who descends from the heavens, who has infinite battle power, who can beat all the monsters, and who is in love with her love brain. Rumble. The sky was filled with dark clouds and a golden lightning bolt struck down, splitting a large tree in half. Could it be that God is expressing his anger? Why do you need a love brain's wife when you're a mere mortal? What do you mean? Love brain? Lu Yuan yelled. If my wife is too powerful, what if she brings me some green? A wife with a love brain doesn't have that worry. Boom! There was more and more lightning in the sky. The clouds were thick, and in the twinkling of an eye it was raining heavily, and the sound of the clattering rain seemed to be the crying of the sky. Lu Yuan, who had eaten his fill, hid in the house, crossed his legs and looked at the scene outside the window. God, do you have a human-like mind? Or do you just rule? There are some things he doesn't even dare to think about. Like what friends and family? Mom's cooking dinner. The pink cap. Miss Holster man. Once he went to think about it, he was in danger of falling into the depths of despair, so he simply swung here to finish the job. The cold god, apparently, doesn't care about the inner drama of mole crickets. Lightning streaked through the air one by one, and the rain got heavier and heavier, tinkling against the windows. Splendid rain, like the colorful life in the primitive forest. A drop of rainflowers, a stream, will eventually merge into the river, and then run into the sea. Is there an ocean in Pangia continent? Yesterday I was in space and I think I saw a big lake. Lu Yuan thought in amazement, and then remembered something fiercely, and hastily took a few containers to accept the rainwater, boiled an easy open can of water and sipped it beautifully. How nice it would be to have some goji berries. He was somewhat glad that he had found shelter from the elements. Otherwise he'd be hiding in that crappy car today, cold and wet, and maybe all the flames that had so easily risen would be doused. In the dim firelight, Lu Yuan carefully planned what to do next. Venom glands can be used to make poisons. I have to keep them. The hooks on the spider's feet, about as thick as a toothpick, can be used to make needles? Well, I've got this outfit that's going to break sooner or later, and with needles, I can sew my own clothes. As for those spider entrails, used to catch fish? Lu Yuan's eyes glowed. Right, with so much trash in the city, we can make a few simple fishing traps. We'll go fishing tomorrow and have some good food. Immediately, from the end of the universe, the icy tone once again sounded. Open the attribute system of all living creatures. After having the data observation ability, the upper organisms can observe the attributes of the lower organisms. Lu Yuan returned to his senses and observed himself. Pathfinder's eye, an uninteresting human who is using the Pathfinder's eye after he's had enough to eat. Lu Yuan always felt that the eyes were a bit narcissistic. However, what followed was really more information that wasn't there before. Shape, gas, God, transcendence level 1. Innate abilities, alien space, Pathfinder's eye, explorer's eye, storage space. Comment, this person is so mediocre that he hasn't even set foot on the path of transcendence. Yet he possesses the innate ability of 4. It is truly rare in the world. And the world is the only one of its kind. Could it be that he is God's own son? I don't know if I'm blowing it or mocking it. Lu Yuan pondered for half a day and didn't find the addition system. Apparently, each creature has its own attribute panel, not unique to him. What exactly is the so-called form? Energy and spirit is also ambiguous and unspecified. He rubbed his temples and said in his heart, these 3 attributes are obviously related to the transcendent rank. My transcendent rank is level 1, which should be the rank that comes with being an innate transcendent. But how can I raise the transcendent level? Scratch your head and you can't come up with a plan. This is something that perhaps only the power of a civilization can do. Only a great civilization, gathering all its talents and coming up with various theories, can derive the appropriate knowledge from the transcendental beings already there. One person's power is too small, and it's likely that they won't be able to climb the transcendent ranks on their own. 18th branch of human civilization. Current number, 1. Well, it's really black humor. But Lu Yuan did not despair. There just happens to be a remnant of civilization under my feet. My Pathfinder eye is able to read a lot of information. It is deciphering the words of this civilization. And once it does, I will be able to learn the transcendent powers of this civilization. He instantly felt as if his situation wasn't so bad, and looked toward the glass door with fiery eyes. Never mind. Let's sleep today and start tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan enjoyed a spider's leg, then peeled off the eyeball-shaped pattern on the spider's back in its entirety and glued it to the top of his shirt. Started a life of picking up trash. Excavating the remains of civilization is certainly important. But the work of deciphering the text, which has not yet been completed, is useless even if it is urgent. Getting a steady source of food is one of the more important things. Strolling through the overgrown wilderness, Lu Yuan patiently searched the place. The so-called ruins, a piece of time crushed traces, a piece of history through the wilderness. Yesterday's traces placed in today's vaguely visible. Crustal changes brought sand and gravel that buried most of the city, and even the bones found were scattered. Normally, bones decompose after 20 years in the soil, and the only bodies that can be mummified are those in a dry environment. So far, Lu Yuan did not know what the members of this civilization looked like in life. Within a short time, one of the complete organizers was picked up along a glimmer of gold. It was about a cubic meter in volume and had a lid that contained a stinking pile of what was suspected to be clothing residue. No breakage. Nice container. Picked up a vine 10 meters in length. Very strong and can be used as a rope. Not bad. Lu Yuan shook the rope a few times and wrapped it around his arm. Pick up an axe? It probably weighs a heavy 7 or 8 kilograms. Even though this thing was rusted. With this weight, the killing power would be enough to surpass the snakescale axe that Lu Yuan had made himself. It's at least an SR grade weapon. Surprised, Lu Yuan took the axe and swung it hard into the air a few times. Now that's a snake-scale axe that can be eliminated. In one of the collapsed houses, another toolbox was picked up, 2 intact glassware items, and 3 plastic buckets. The tools in the toolbox were all rusted, but there was a sharpening stone in there, and with a little sharpening, the scissors and such could still be used. Lu Yuan was satisfied with today's great harvest. A large and a small. 2 skeletons were found. Smaller ones might still be babies? Pinned down and protected by the big skeleton. It was just that the disaster happened so fast that they had no chance of surviving. Love and affection are not unique to humans. Lu Yuan, without joy or sorrow, spent some effort to bury the 2 skeletons and made 2 more slight offerings. Why? He didn't know himself. Maybe to make the mood better? Finally, he also encountered a one-eyed wild wolf, which was showing its teeth and growling at Lu Yuan, pretending to look like he was very powerful. However, Lu Yuan quickly discerned its clues. Discordant gray wolf, a wild animal with a very wide distribution. This is an elderly wolf that was driven out by the pack due to senility, and because of disease and starvation. It has long been weak in the legs and feet, so it is not expected to live for a few days. Shape, gas, God, transcendental level, 0, capability, none. You don't want to eat me, do you? Lu Yuan stepped forward with his axe, the knot in his throat shrugging as he quietly swallowed. With such a big wolf and so much meat, isn't it possible to eat for half a month? This 3-dimensional attributes, but also not good. A few axe chopped Yua, realizing that Lu Yuan did not fear him. The old wolf took a few steps back and growled in color. Ow, don't you come over here. Probably because his body was too weak. The old wolf almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Only then did Lu Yuan realize that its blinded left eye was all covered in yellow pus, and there were vaguely worms wriggling around. This kind of wound infection was fatal for wild animals. Its fur was grayish-white, dirty, and sticky with mud and water. A wolf this big was actually trembling slightly. It is in fear of its own death. For some reason, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of compassion. At least at the moment he was full, in good health, with a few days' worth of food stored, and in good spirits. This old wolf certainly has no future. So, Lu Yuan hesitated. He did hesitate, as he did to give money to those near the station who claimed they couldn't afford a ticket. Still, he threw a portion of the spider's entrails. The entrails were meant to be used as bait, but now that the wolves had eaten them, it was only possible to make the fish eat less. It's yours. No thanks necessary. The blood and flesh of the transcendental creatures is enough to fill you up. Don't blame me for coming after you again. I'm dying to eat, you know? The old wolf smelled a strong fishy odor and came forward very alertly, sniffing with an appetite and drool dripping directly onto the ground. However, with outsiders present, it didn't drop its guard and kept staring at Lu Yuan, refusing to lower its head. I'm off. Enjoy. For some reason, after feeding this sick wolf, Lu Yuan's mood actually improved a lot. Compassion, perhaps, is an emotion unique to intelligent life. Even if he himself was not in a wonderful condition, he could just as well pity an old wolf who was even less than himself. Then next he went back to his shelter and took an organizer he had picked up and converted it into a fishing trap. It's easy to make a trap. Just make a not so small hole in the suitcase and put in bait and drop the suitcase into the water. When the fish smell the odor, they will follow the broken holes and burrow into the luggage. After drilling in, they don't always come out. After all, creatures like fish are kind of sprightly and stupid, so how could they possibly know it was a trap? However, to be on the safe side, Lu Yuan made another plastic tube in the shape of a and inserted it into the hole. This makes it much more difficult for fish to escape, having to go through the tube. After just such preparations, it was already afternoon. Lu Yuan's back ached, deeply lamenting his low productivity, and after doing some random physical labor, the day passed. He carried the fishing trap majestically, tied it with vines, filled it with water and sank it. I hope tomorrow is a big day. When he went back, he found that the one old wolf had departed, and the spider entrails thrown on the ground had disappeared. Dude, good luck, and good luck to myself. This was Lu Yuan's third day in this world. 3 days were short, and 3 days were long. So long that he seemed to be adjusting a bit to life now. His life was too full to think about the mess. He had to learn to accept reality. God transformed his 2 eyes, gave him the ability of storage space. Perhaps there is really a small chance. Alone on the road to transcendence. He wants to live longer. Had a pretty sloppy day, so I won't scold you. God. As the sun set, Lu Yuan sat by the fire, eating spider legs. Today's mental state was quite good, so he expended a large amount of mental energy in an attempt to open up a storage space that he could carry with him. Close your eyes and activate the storage space. In the middle of the gray-black void, it was as if there was purple thunder vibrating. With an infusion of spiritual power, the space was like a layer of water being peeled right back. Such a simple and crude approach made Lu Yuan's heart skip a beat. How come it feels like my heterospatial ability is more subtle than storage space? Of course, the storage space was still different from the alien space. After opening it, this space existed for a long time, and only consumed mental energy when accessing things. And there's basically zero time passing inside, so you don't have to worry about items spoiling. 1 cubic meter. And that's enough for now. A large refrigerator has a volume of just 500 liters, or cubic meters. 1 cubic meter. That's really quite a lot. Lu Yuan stored the rest of his spider meat in it, consuming not much mental energy. It was quite convenient. Opening up a storage space consumed quite a bit of mental power, and he felt a bit tired, so he drifted off to sleep. Once again, a new day has begun. Instead of a lazy bed, there were 2 dark circles under his eyes. Lu Yuan took the axe and couldn't wait to head in the direction of where the fishing traps were at dawn. After all, it was a matter of sustainability for him. It's urgent. If the fishing trap was a big success, it meant that he would be able to solve his food problem once and for all. Along the way, we also played the old traditional craft of picking up some trash. It's impossible not to pick up trash. He loves the craft. Another double pickup of a car. Inside were 6 cans, 12 bottles, and 3 broken semiconductor instruments, possibly cell phones or radios. Take it all away and stuff it in the storage space. There was also a book bag containing rotting organic matter as well as a number of flowery bugs. Ordinary level supplies. Lu Yuan dumped out the contents of his book bag and carried it on his back, shrugging his shoulders twice. It felt a bit small, but it was still usable. Immediately after that, luck exploded and a faint golden color was actually spotted in the grass. Hurriedly, he went over and dug into the soil a few times with his axe, and unearthed a square iron box. What the hell? A brown glass bottle was placed in the metal box. It seemed to be made of some kind of special material, very delicate. The plastic film at the mouth of the bottle was not torn off, and there were dozens of small blue pills built in. Lu Yuan's titanium alloy, right? I gave the message. A drug with trace amounts of transcendental elements within it, capable of treating most bacterial infections by way of strengthening the immune system. It's long past its shelf life, but because of the rigorous packaging, it might still work well. Ha ha ha, out of stock. It's at least an SSR level treasure. Lu Yuan's heart burst with ecstasy. Could it be that feeding the wolves and doing good deeds yesterday has led to an explosion of his own character? Lu Yuan, holding the small bottle of medicine, couldn't help but feel happy and whistled a few times. The people are really, really happy today. Disease, when viewed in terms of long-term survival, is more difficult to deal with than food shortages. He'll make it through a few days even if he doesn't catch any fish. Like any sugar-rich grass roots, wild fruits of the forest, various insects, there's always something to look for. But once you get sick, especially with dysentery and diarrhea, it can be hard to be in such a hellhole. This unknown civilization that can develop this immune system-enhancing medicine is indeed a bit stronger than humans. Good luck came in pairs. When he came to the location of the fishing trap, flop, flop, the large box could be seen vibrating slightly. Almost certain there are fish in there, just not sure how many. Lu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was pounding, and the smile on his face was almost overflowing. But not wanting to make a mistake, he looked around cautiously. River kills abounded in nature, and there might be a crocodile lurking somewhere, trying to pull him down. Unpleasant to look at. He found a wolf hidden in the grass. The one I was looking at him dripping. It's that old wolf we met yesterday. It's you. Wouldn't try to sneak up on me, would you? What a white-eyed wolf. Lu Yuan was nonchalant and cursed at the grass. Seemingly knowing that Lu Yuan had discovered him, the old wolf slowly walked out from the grass and wagged his big dirty tail. Lu Yuan frowned, feeling that this guy didn't seem to have any hostile intentions, so he opened the lid of the fishing box on his own. Nice guy. He couldn't help but laugh. Big and small, a dozen fish, are coming alive. The biggest one was a full 30 centimeters long and weighed 5 or 6 pounds, so I don't know how it got in there. Are spider entrails such a bestseller? Luckily, I still have some left, so I can use them next time. Lu Yuan was in a good mood and casually picked up the smallest fish and threw it to the old wolf that kept sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. When the old wolf saw that one fish, he tensed his body and stared at Lu Yuan. His wagging tail stopped. It seems a bit incredulous. Why in heaven's name would there be such a nice person? You must be plotting, right? With my years of experience in the world, are you trying to eat my meat? If you jump into the pot yourself, I still think that the pus in your eyes is polluting a pot. Lu Yuan scolded without a good mood, focusing on the work in his hand. Although the old wolf still had a wary look, his mouth was too big for his body, and his harumphs flowed out all at once. Sniffing at the one fish, taking advantage of Lu Yuan's inattention, he quietly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing without much chewing, and swallowed it in one mouthful. At this moment, Lu Yuan put all the fish into his storage space. Another large fish was dissected on the spot, gutted and put back in the box, even threw some guts into the water. It's called nesting. I hope tomorrow is another bumper crop. Anglers never Air Force. The old wolf was shocked to see Lu Yuan actually throw the fish's entrails into the water, and with his 2 paws digging into the stone, he barked ow ow ow, looking a bit anxious. How can you waste food? Give me some, please. Now you've given me only a small fish. Not enough for the wolf to stuff his teeth. So, Lu Yuan threw a big white and tender swim bladder. Take it. The old wolf gave up his reserve, and in one swift darting motion, he took the swim bladder into his mouth. That athletic stance is vaguely indicative of its youthful majesty. There was a loud pop, and the swim bladder was chewed through like a balloon, gumming up its entire face. The old wolf looked horrified and let out an ow, as his butt caught his tail, nearly paralyzed with fear. That big half of a swim bladder, hanging in your mouth, flying in the wind. It's probably wondering if its mouth exploded. Is it going to die today? Creatures like wolves may have the practice of leaving their packs before they die, so the stupid wolf lay motionless on the ground, quietly awaiting his death perhaps, a species wisdom, or perhaps, an open-mindedness, who knows? After a long time, the old wolf realized that nothing seemed to have happened to him at all, so he picked himself up again and ate the swim bladder that was stuck to his mouth. Delicious. The dirty wolf's face showed the joy of I'm actually alive without any embarrassment. As Lu Yuan looked on, he couldn't help but comment in his heart, a wolf that's a bit stupid, has some heart. but is eager to survive. But how nice to be alive. Am I not struggling to survive? Struggling to live? The old wolf wagged his tail once more. It's all begging already. Dignity and all that. So why don't you give some more? How about letting me eat my heart out? Lu Yuan was amused by this guy. Let's put it this way. I have a bottle of small blue pills here. I don't know if it works or not. Let's take you as an experiment first. You can't blame me for your death. You're lucky if you live. It's not that I have a good heart, but I don't know if it's any good. He unwrapped the little bottle that he had picked up and took out a blue pill, breaking it in half. Half a small pill was mixed amongst the fish's entrails for the old wolf to consume. The old wolf looks like a hungry ghost. Do not bother to distinguish. Ow ow ow, 2 bites finished. After doing this, Lu Yuan was ready to go back early to take care of these big fish. The whole heart cheers at the thought of fish with a crispy, juicy crust. You'd go crazy if you didn't have a hobby when you're out and about. And that old wolf followed Lu Yuan unhurriedly, keeping a safe distance. When Lu Yuan turned around to alert it, the old wolf wagged his tail every now and then to show that he really didn't mean any harm. It's in a terrible position. Age and physical decline. With another wound in his eye and a dark wound in his leg, it was difficult to hunt prey. The only way to get so much as a bite was to follow this strange humanoid creature. It knows it's in a tough spot. The desire for survival makes it subconsciously seek this glimpse of life. Uluru. Uluru. Let's have another bite. I want another bite. One last bite, please. Lu Yuan was mentally a little wary. If this guy launched a backstabbing attack or called out to his companions, he simply couldn't take it. Wolves are pack creatures, after all. But seeing its gradually dogged expression, Lu Yuan always felt that he had triggered a taming plot from the ancient times. How did primitive man domesticate the wolf? Was it such an opportunity? He remembered a novel called Wolf Totem. This book uses all its writing to try to describe the wolf as an animal that never gives in and has supreme dignity, preferring to die rather than stoop to the level of man. And then to take the unyielding dignity of the wolf and elevate it above ethnicity. Well, that's a very river Gothic conclusion indeed. But the reality is, this guy has only been fed twice, and he's already wanting contempt. It's not unusual when you think about it. If wolves really never give in, where did creatures like dogs come from? Lu Yuan thought about it again and again, and did not choose to drive away this wolf that was following him. He's so lonely he's been talking to himself for 3 whole days. In fact, there were many times when he didn't bother to talk, but had to talk to myself, because there is an unspeakable numbness that is creeping into the mind bit by bit. This kind of numb feelings, how to say it, is like walking into a dead end, cannot help but give up on themselves, feel that they cannot live at all. The future is a bumpy, as if there is a thick darkness surrounded by the body, choke throat. Unimaginable decadence and panic surged to the mind like a tidal wave. Even though Lu Yuan had already tried his best to control his emotions, but human willpower was too limited compared to the bewildering cruel reality. He was so lonely. No one can understand this mountainous, oceanic loneliness. What is the solution to the problem? The only thing, sister. Lu Yuan thought that if a soft and cute girl fell from the sky, perhaps there would be no such loneliness. But the girl only exists in the fantasy. Nowadays, a dog becomes the optimal choice. At least you can have someone to talk to and find a little something to do for yourself. Ugh, that's it. If you want to be a dog, I'll give you a chance. He did not banish this one wolf that followed him. After returning to the familiar shelter, Lu Yuan placed all the loot and raised the flame. Crackle! The roaring fire was cozy. The reinforced concrete house also brings enough security. Lu Yuan didn't close the door. The wolf prowled outside the door, not daring to come in. Cut off the head of the fish with an axe and start making fish soup. Fillet this big fish again and put it on the iron plate to roast the fish. It was pure wild food, and the rich aroma of the fish gradually spread out. Now the old wolf got anxious and barked low outside the door, a little shrill in that voice, begging all the time for a bite to eat. It didn't dare to enter this shelter either, but just kept wagging its tail in a pitiful manner. Lu Yuan ignored it for the time being. Creatures like wolves have a hierarchy, and wolves of high rank have privileges, like the right to mate, the right to eat food first, the right to teach their subordinates a lesson, and so on. He, as the OP, has to feed himself before he can give this guy a handout. Otherwise the ranks will be reversed and you will have to suffer later. There are many dogs that guard their food, disobey, bark at people, and even bite, as a result of reversed hierarchies. These dogs have made themselves leaders and have made humans their little brothers. Lu Yuan's life was only once, and in this environment, a rank reversal could be fatal, so he couldn't help but be careful. Soon, gurgling water bubbles appeared in the middle of the tin box, and the fish soup slowly took on a milky white color, emitting a rich fragrance. With a few slices of wild greens, it's even more colorful. As for the grilled fish, it was also cooked, and its outer skin had been carefully grilled. giving it an attractive charred yellow color, slightly glistening with oil, making it look particularly enticing. Lu Yuan's nose took a light sniff, and with a tear with his teeth, the fish revealed its tender and juicy interior, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. That fish is even more flavorful and delicate, with a full-bodied texture that is both crispy and tender from the grill. The wild game is full of flavor, but it's missing a little bit of seasoning. It's a bit fishy. Lu Yuan sighed in a small voice. Tomorrow, go look in the ruins. As long as there is salt, a ruin this big doesn't even have salt. Plants that get rid of fishy things should be able to be found as well. And then began to condemn his own insatiable behavior. Eating a spider leg the other day was satisfying to the point of joy and happiness. I had grilled and poached fish today, and I can't get enough of the flavor. Humans are such an insatiable creature, and the pursuit of a better life is perhaps the driving force behind human progress. What would he want if he found the seasoning? Can't think anymore. Only after he finished enjoying himself did Lu Yuan put the leftovers into a box. 2 more fish were specially cooked and served to the old wolf, who kept drooling. The guy was smart enough to seemingly acquiesce to his low status, not arguing or grabbing, barking twice at first, and then staying behind the door and watching silently. It sniffed the tub of warmth and glanced at Lu Yuan, as if it was a little confused. That one, single eye, squinted twice. Is this something a wolf could eat? Why does it feel like a tub of slop? This wolf wants to eat good, tasty food. Eat it or not as you wish. If not, get lost. Lu Yuan laughed coldly. There are so many animals under the sky. Would I still not be able to find a pet? It struggled for half a day, but eventually gave in and tried a few licks. In the next second, that one eye revealed a shocked look. Ow, what is it? The flavor is actually not bad. So he wolfed it down, and in no time at all he had dazzled the tub of slop with a happy belch. Cool. God knows what makes a wolf so expressive, and it's easier to satisfy than Lu Yuan. That drooping tail, it's wagging again. You're a human, aren't you? Touch me or get out. It was still a bit wary, and kept sniffing Lu Yuan's hand as he leaned over, and Lu Yuan's movements, as gentle as possible, mumbled, don't bite me. If you bite me, you'll only be able to stew dog meat. Eventually, managed to jack its furry head, which, to be honest, was a bit prickly and smelly. It endured. Default. Wait, your salty hands, can you stop touching? The old wolf with that one eye was a little surprised at how being jacked off felt okay. So it's getting more and more enjoyable and dogmatic. Just so, the arrival of an old wolf made Lu Yuan feel the fun of life. Even if the guy is anything but eating and shitting, it's not like he's not useful at all. At least it was a living being, and it was fun to tune it up. Lu Yuan felt like a normal human being. In just 1 week, Lu Yuan not only jerked its head, but also touched the fur on its butt. The tail was really solid, like a hard stubbled palm leaf, not very comfortable to jerk. Only the fur on his belly, which was barely soft, incidentally helped it catch a few lice. Gently knocked with the fingernail, lice issued a click sound, especially decompression. Ow! The old wolf barked menacingly as his nose wrinkled up with a less than accommodating look on his face. Come on, I'm a wolf. Do you boys know the inviolability of wolves? And you touch. How else do you feel? I'm going to be a white wolf today. Ow, 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 ow. The old wolf sat up a bit and made a threatening noise in his throat. Lu Yuan slapped its doggy head more fiercely and pulled out a small fish. Kneel down. When the old wolf saw little fish, he immediately squatted and sat on the ground with a pleasing look on his face. Why did domesticating animals not get a civilization milestone? Lu Yuan looked at the old wolf lying on the ground and rolling around and threw the small dried fish over. The old wolf's tongue lolled out and he swallowed the small dried fish. This guy saw that Lu Yuan didn't have any more fish in his hand and pretended to be arrogant and disdainful. Domestication of animals, in theory, is definitely considered a major turning point in civilization, right? Why no milestones? When he saw the other party's transcendent level, 0 column, Lu Yuan immediately understood. It looks like one has to domesticate transcendent beings in order to have civilization milestones. Otherwise, other civilizations would have already completed the process of domesticating animals. Where would it be my turn? So Lu Yuan said in a good-natured manner, you're really useless. Why aren't you a transcendent being? Dude's missing a milestone. Ow. With a pleasing look, the old wolf gently bit Lu Yuan's pants leg. It's such a cozy life, wagging your tail and begging for a bite to eat. How could this wolf attack the great master? Lu Yuan grunted coldly, again thinking that it really pond odor. The guy's fur was sticky with urine and feces as well as pustular secretions, so he was yanked hard and given a bath in the river. The guy struggled frantically, letting out shrill cries like he was killing a pig. Ow, 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 owing a beating again. Are you being punched and kicked by Lu Yuan? The old wolf showed a lifeless expression. completely losing his dignity as he lay in the river and was left to be ravaged. Gradually, it experienced the joy of playing in the water, had been washed still lying in the water. Very comfortable. The one-eyed creature looked at Lu Yuan, its bloody mouth half opened. Woof woof? Why don't you have a massage? Hurry up and give the master a massage. Master waited anxiously. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Committed a crime, didn't you? Struggling while washing and now playing with the water like crazy. The old wolf was actually quite thin when his fluffy fur got wet, and the deep scars on his back represented the battles that had taken place. The blinded eye was obviously from a battle. People rely on their clothes, wolves rely on their fur. After the bath and cleaning up the pus, the old wolf was all of a sudden majestic. Bird dogging, even those two deflated eggs were bulging. You stay here in the sun for a bit while I check the fishing traps. It drooped its tongue and excitedly watched Lu Yuan's fishing bonanza. Its poor brain capacity couldn't comprehend why there was a constant stream of fish in this box. Ow ow ow. Woof. Lord Kinky, can we wolves learn this trick? If you guys can learn that, you're real werewolves. I was able to tell that its health was improving by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it was because the little blue pills did work, or perhaps it was because the nutrition had gotten an overall boost, and the old wolf's health had risen several notches. The eye that was blind and the pus was fading, or at least there were no maggots crawling around. An older, discordant gray wolf, who has developed a close relationship with you, treats you as a superior. With your careful breeding, perhaps it will live a few more years. Shape, gas, god, transcendental level, 0, capability, none. It seems to have some boost in the lower range of attribute values. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, it screamed furiously a few times and fled like the wind. Lu Yuan fixed his eyes on a giant crocodile of nearly 10 meters that was quietly approaching. Hurriedly, he activated the other dimension to protect himself. The old wolf's bones were aging, his muscles were deteriorating, and even a few of his teeth had fallen out. And the only thing that was good about him was the survival instincts he had honed after years of being at the bottom of the jungle. As soon as it encountered a powerful enemy, before Lu Yuan could react, it howled and fled. Highlight a blank-eyed attribute. The good thing is, being forewarned has helped a lot. After an hour, when the crocodile left, Lu Yuan exited the alien space and searched for the wolf lying smugly in the grass. Happy working together, buddy. Ow. Under the leadership of Old Wolf, after another week or so of simple investigation, Lu Yuan roughly figured out the distribution of forces in a 50-kilometer radius. The strongest boss-level creature was undoubtedly the giant cannibal flower, at 100 meters tall, with tens of thousands of vine forks and a massive 10,000 tons. It is at the top of the native food chain. When Lu Yuan scouted it, he only detected a series of. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that the Pathfinders I couldn't detect the attribute panel at all. It would be nice to have a bite of the fruit. In addition to the cannibal flower being the strongest boss, tens of kilometers around, there were also 5 mini-boss level transcendent beings coiled around the king snake, scorpion, donkey head monster, fire lizard, and poisonous bee emperor. These names were made up by Lu Yuan in a messy way. Like what a king snake, the diameter alone is 1 meter, as thick as a water tank, at 20 to 30 meters long. The tonnage may be heavier than several elephants. The queen bee is an oversized bee more than a meter long, flying like a drone and commanding hundreds of thousands of swarms. This swarm of bees, it seems, formed a companion relationship with the cannibal flower booze, and the donkey-headed monster is a rotting, unidentified monster, with bones showing in some places, resting in one spot, not moving. Around the donkey, a grayish miasma permeated the area. Corrupted creature. Even if you kill it you won't get any loot. Don't let it notice you're there. Attributes? As for the scorpion, it was a large scorpion with a back densely filled with smaller scorpions. And the fire lizard, a fire-breathing lizard as big as an elephant. Anyway, Lu Yuan certainly wouldn't rashly mess with these inexplicable things is all. Alas, I clearly killed this territory, the most promising hell demon spider. Yet I was bullied by the minions. It's not a good time to be at the bottom of the jungle. Investigating the perimeter was a very hard thing to do, but this week or so hadn't forgotten his job, and Lu Yuan had still diligently picked up a lot of garbage. The first major piece of trash, Lu Yuan found a large group of crops suspected to be potatoes and pumpkins. The tubers and fruits of these plants contain a lot of carbohydrates and are excellent staple foods. There is also a bread tree-like plant whose fruit also has a lot of starch and is simply ready-made flour. In this way, his long-term food problems were largely satisfied. And even the supreme goal of dietary balance was accomplished. Lu Yuan seriously doubted that he had found a former supermarket. After the house collapsed, various plants were exposed to sunlight and grew unchecked to create this botanical garden. The vitality of plants is really so enviable that they can grow when given some sunlight. whereas humans need so many things and still don't live well. Sometimes, Lu Yuan would stand on top of the high ruins and fantasize about the glorious civilization that once existed. Are the streets of a foreign civilization as lively as those in human cities? Are there neon lights? Are the citizens of a different civilization as fraught with conflicting disputes as humans? Does the other world have novels, anime and other entertainment products? Prosperity is only the embellishment of decay. When prosperity passes away, only the decay of the eternal legacy, little by little to cover up the former glory. Where will I be in 100 years? Where will the entire human race be in 1,000 years? As time passed, even with the company of the old wolf, Lu Yuan was still getting more and more lonely, which became his current biggest trouble. Lonely times. Sing, undoubtedly the best in the world. Poetically inspired, Lu Yuan sang a song, Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Fragile and proud. That used to be my look. 2. Boiling with angst. Where are you going? Enigmatic and silent. Are you really listening to the story? Lu Yuan suddenly a little breathless. The old wolf stared at him. Ow 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 barked twice. Why do you not sing? Forget the word after that. He laughed. Loudly. There was really a lot of garbage in this supermarket. Besides the botanical gardens outside, Lu Yuan also found a whole lot of bottles and cans, and even found the seasoning he had been longing for. Salt, about as much as a box. Something like salt would only clump together even if it got damp. It didn't affect the real use, and he naturally laughed very happily at the treasures left behind by the alien civilization. And then there's the fact that Lu Yuan finally found a picture of the locals. Its individuals average about 1 meter 5 in height, walk upright, have relatively short fur, wear clothing, and have a head shaped somewhat like a corgi, with 2 bright eyes and ears that stand high and are not considered ugly. The family photos of a dozen or so foreigners bloomed with bright smiles at Lu Yuan, and that's all there is to this photo. Lies that disappeared, drifted away like clouds of smoke. What they were called, what stories they had, all reduced to the dust of history. As if Lu Yuan had been stimulated by something, he began to work out like crazy, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and a 10-kilometer run every day. He was too lonely, and since he had found a steady source of food, his thoughts had in turn become more and more complicated. He witnessed death and decay and became the graveyard keeper of an alien civilization, a wolf that can't soothe a lonely soul. The only thing that matters is exercise, cultivation, becomes Superman. As it turned out, a week later, the Superman program came to an end when his knees started to hurt. An uninteresting human being who overworked and developed a dark knee injury. Shape, gas, God, transcendental level, 1. Comments, still so mediocre. Don't learn from Saitama-sensei. You really don't have that talent. Find something else. Lu Yuan was speechless. Can't you say something encouraging after all this? But it's also true that without a superb training method, it's not bad to have a little bit of improvement with regular physical training means. The road to transcendence is difficult. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly heard a ow 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 sharp howl, hastily out of the door, staring at the dog dumbfounded to find a special cowhide thing. That old wolf actually searched for a female and started mating. Who the fuck is this? Your date? Lu Yuan crouched down and glanced at the new wolf's crotch for a few moments. No balls? Really she-wolf? Hey. The new wolf seemed to have a bit of an eyebrow, with a square head throughout and a good color of fur. It's a beautiful young wolf. Come over here and jerk me off twice. Lu Yuan let out a strange cry from his mouth. The she-wolf refused his call, looking a little wary. The old greaser-old wolf walked up and stuck out his scarlet tongue, asking Lu Yuan for fish. You're really an old cow eating young grass, and you don't mind the shame. Lu Yuan hemmed and hawed and casually threw over a boiled potato. The she-wolf sniffed and raised her lofty wolf head. That looked rather disdainful. Another look at the old wolf. Old thing. That free food place you were talking about. This is it? The old wolf wailed miserably, blaming Lu Yuan for not giving face and quietly eating the potatoes. He just loves potatoes. They taste old and meaty. Around the she-wolf again, licking each other's asses. Lu Yuan looked at the old wolf licking ass behavior. The heart is quite a bit helpless. You this guy do not do well. But when the licking dog, so want to mate, could only throw over a small fish that had just been caught. The she-wolf looked at Lu Yuan with great suspicion, then glanced back at the old wolf and ate contentedly. Ow, is that it? Not enough to stuff your teeth. Lu Yuan touched another small fish. Touch out 2 more small fish. Another oversized walleye was touched. Give in to the master. The she-wolf froze, her mouth opening and closing, those eyes simply confused. The fluffy tail wagged gurgling. It let out a wang-wang as gently as it could. Lu Yuan's goosebumps rose. The wolves here had become sperms, right? Or is this actually a fox? Taking advantage of this, the old wolf rushes forward and presses the she-wolf's buttocks. That evil, impetuous tongue lolled out in a treacherous manner. Soon both asses were glued together and the great harmony of life began. What are you doing? Lu Yuan chortled loudly, feeling his eyes being spiced up and practically on the verge of shedding abominable and bitter tears. The mind was even more bludgeoned by 10,000 points. Why can there be such a bare-bones money deal in this hellhole? Is it the twisted nature of wolves? Or is it the loss of morality? The bottom line is that it's still using my money. Where's the police? Take these two bitchy girls away. Lu Yuan silently returned to his room and wiped the corners of his eyes, sad and indescribably depressed. There was a time when he was a handsome boy. Not only have I received love letters from female classmates, but also from the parents of classmates. Unfortunately, back then, he was addicted to playing games. No interest in things like relationships, again, mainly because of the tons of oddballs I've encountered on blind dates. If God gave me another chance, I would either have a shot at a traditional craft now? Oh woo. The she-wolf couldn't seem to take it and moaned loudly from the outside. The voice was extremely sharp, penetrating one's eardrums and reaching one's mind. Lu Yuan couldn't help but poke his head out and look at that old and majestic posture, and cracked. From today onwards, you're only worthy of eating potatoes. Please note that the great Pathfinder's eye has deciphered the writing system of the meta-civilization. You can now read about that civilization. A message suddenly came to his mind. A mental fluctuation from the Pathfinder's eye. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, no longer paying attention to the wolf that was in the middle of the great harmony of life. And with a small jog, he ran into the data center and read the text file that was made of acid-free paper, placed a day earlier. The Pathfinder's eye only showed, a text file made from acid-free paper requires a certain amount of deciphering time before its text can be deciphered. But now, the textual content really shows up. Central Records Repository C. Performance List, coup de goût. 1 late arrival and 1 early departure this month. Performance B. Cold enough, not willing to work overtime. Performance reduced by 1 rating. Performance B. Novelty berries, 3 hours a day on the toilet. Performance C. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and spat. So people from other worlds also like to go to work and touch fish. Cowbone is likewise the end of the otherworldly universe. Why? This guy, Novelty Berry, has been squatting in the bathroom for 3 hours a day and hasn't been fired. So this is the end of the universe. Well, most of the archives, in fact, still make a little bit of sense. Papers like whatever biology, physics, chemistry, economics, etc., make up the vast majority of the archive. A true gem of a civilization was in front of him, and Lu Yuan expressed his admiration, yet he could not understand it at all and felt like an illiterate. Oh yeah, and politics, sort of barely readable. Meta-civilization. 6th branch, Mayor of Berry City, Megan Hitch, presides over an executive meeting of the government and delivers an important speech. The main content of this conference covers the maintenance and upkeep of industrial equipment, trade-in of consumer goods, and reuse of renewable items. Study the promotion of large-scale equipment renewal and trade-in of consumer goods, recycling, and the building of a government based on the rule of law. Focus on the current mainline, clear objectives and tasks, realize the law, clear direction, learn methods, increase wisdom, especially focus on solving the problems of social stability, the masses' urgent difficulties, worries and expectations, in order to achieve the expected purpose, and achieve obvious results. Familiarity greets you, and with a political report like this one, you don't want to read it after the first line. Lu Yuan had always believed that those who wrote materials were true talents. Why don't you go write online when you can write so many words on a 10,000 word piece of content that seems like only 100 words are valid? He patiently read the article carefully. What this government work report means is that the 6th branch of the meta-civilization, the city of Berry, came to the Pangia continent in the beginning with a dilemma of resources, and it was difficult to replenish a lot of supplies. That's why it's important to enforce controls and find ways to recycle some important items. Things like rubber, metals, coal, oil, all use a little bit less. Lu Yuan couldn't help but worry. Would humans encounter the same problem? Obviously, it will. There are only 17 major cities where humans teleported to Pangia. How many reserve resources can a city have? It would be nice to be food self-sufficient, coal and all that. When it runs out, it doesn't. From this perspective, God, in fact, encourages civilizations to leave the safe zone earlier. Will the same choices occur for humans? Humans will be hiding in the safe zone for how much time? Next essay, does God exist? Our city. When will we revoke the safety zone on the potential hazards of hiding in the safety zone for too long? Author, Karetsan. Who the hell is it? It summoned 13 cities of my civilization into the Pangia continent, each with a population of about 10 million. We are known as the 6th branch of the meta-civilization. the culture of each city is slightly different, and there is only one city in a country. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. Earth seemed to have 17 cities while the meta-civilization had 13. Its voice, since it appeared 50 years ago, has not been heard since. It is more like a bystander. Except for the initial setup, it just quietly observes the changes in the Pango continent. We, the meta-civilization, have stayed in the safe zone for a full 50 years, and the outside world is already a full 5,000 years old. We have, on several occasions, tried to revoke the safety zone, but in the end it was vetoed. Will it give us more time? What is the final end that awaits us in the end? The author of this paper, Kesba, has written this paper with a worried attitude, and he appealed to the people, not to be greedy for comfort, and to head for the Pango continent as soon as possible. It's a very normal appeal that doesn't always work. Next post. When will the Medan civilization revoke the safe zone on the opportunity cost of hiding in the safe zone for too long? A question mark flooded Lu Yuan's mind. He looked at it and it was indeed two different articles, just published at different times. You guys take the same article and water down the word count? Does your leadership know? After a brief look, the content has not changed much, from 50 years to 60 years. Well, 10 years have passed and the meta-civilization still hasn't left the safe zone. Normal. Next post. When will the Medan civilization revoke the security zone? We, the meta-civilization, have been in the safe zone for 70 years, and the outside world has changed a lot. The expert called for the withdrawal of the security zone as soon as possible and a move towards Pangia. Only in Pango continent are there more resources. How can you develop when you're nestled in a safe zone with no resources? Isn't it too easy to eat the iron rice bowl of your experts? There's not even a subheading for this one. Lu Yuan snorted. Next post. When will the sixth branch of the meta-civilization advance to the Pango continent? What? Next post. A study of the importance of Pangia to the meta-civilization. Gradually, Lu Yuan lost that mocking smile on his face, instead producing a feeling of heart-stopping. This one article is like a death notice announcing the death of a civilization. It is not the individual who dies. Death is civilization. Does anyone care? Someone cares, but the multitudes don't care. A multitude of people who have chosen to be comfortable. 300 years. In the 50th decade, experts have been calling for the lifting of the security zone. Still, in the third 100 years, the meta-civilization did not advance to the Pangia continent. That's 300 years in the safe zone. Put in the Pango continent, it's already 30,000 years. The earliest civilizations to leave the safe zone, and those that have yet to do so, have opened up a gap of nearly 30,000 years. It's an impassable rift in time. No matter how smart you are, no matter how amazing you are, how can you make up for a 30,000 year development gap? What was even more terrifying to the meta-civilization was that the environment of the Pango continent was becoming progressively worse as time passed quickly. The frequency of unfathomable and horrific catastrophes is rapidly increasing. From the past frequency of observation of once a decade, it has been increased to once a year. Do we have time? Lu Yuan held his breath as he continued to read on. What do you mean? Incomprehensible disaster? The reference is to some supersized malignant paranormal phenomenon. For example, a certain area is surrounded by a black fog, and all the creatures inside have undergone a horrible mutation. Red raindrops fall from the sky and turn all the creatures into pus. A large number of corpses come back from the dead and attack the living creatures indiscriminately, and so on. These inexplicable catastrophes occur more frequently the later they get. Eventually, the Pango continent became a desert where no one existed. We even observed the fall of the city in the sky. Powerful civilizations in the outside world commonly build movable sky cities to escape such disasters. But it's amazing that a super civilization like this has a day to fall. Are we in time to build a sky city? Thera, how much time is left? Civilizations hiding in safe zones are really not affected by these super disasters. But is hiding in a safe zone for a long time really a one-time thing? What awaits our end? What is it? Lu Yuan took a deep breath. If the god who created the Pango continent really existed, would it allow these lousy civilizations to survive? The authors of the paper expressed their concern without giving any valid advice. Dealing with problems is harder than asking them. If we can get out of our safe zone, we might be able to get the legacy of that city in the sky. That city is a short 17,000 kilometers from our safe zone. He could only worry. Whether or not to abolish the security zone is a difficult and complex political issue. A common dilemma to be faced by all citizens, and one that is determined by the depths of a civilization. When civilization chooses to be comfortable, well, you can only be comfortable. Lu Yuan's mood was pretty heavy as he read this. After all, from the previous performance appraisal form and human resources form, human nature is common. Do the 17 branches of human civilization really have enough courage to revoke the safety zone and enter the Pango continent? Lu Yuan was skeptical about this. To put it bluntly, everyone is the same. He remembers a famous quote, "Trust in the wisdom of posterity." And so, posterity trusts in the wisdom of those who come after them. And the result is that generation after generation, the traps that should have been walked through are still walked through in their entirety. And it's simply laughable. But after worrying for a while, he could only kindly laugh. He had stayed in the Pango continent for nearly 15 days, and the 1 to 100 speed of time passing, when placed in the safe zone, was just a short hour. People don't have the same sorrows and joys, and he may be karma tomorrow, so who is he to care about such civilized matters? Get a life. I am the 18th civilization of mankind, already a great civilization that has left the safe zone. Next, he looked for a very useful article. What exactly do the three attributes of form, chi, and God represent? Author, Maha enough. Lu Yuan concentrated and read carefully. In today's data-driven universe, most beings have the three attributes of form, chi, and God. Understanding the true meaning of the three attributes can help us blaze the path of transcendence in the future. After counting, we believe that the percentage of the meta-civilization that is born innately with superpowers is about 1 in 10. The percentage of people who develop the ability to observe is about 1 in 100. 000. With the help of these observational power users, we get the basic information of the three attributes of form, chi and God. The probability of giving birth to an observation ability is 1 in 100. 000? Lu Yuan was slightly startled. Your own Pathfinder's eye may be a superior observation ability. This was because it could not only observe attribute panels, but also read information about items, and even decipher the writing of other civilizations. It's a really powerful ability. No wonder it calls itself the Great Power. The reward for the only milestone is pretty powerful when you think about it. Getting back to the point, this one paper argues, the attribute form is a general term for the tangible things in the body, such as blood, muscles, internal organs, skin, and so on, all of which are part of form. Shape often represents strength and fitness. The term chi refers to a general term for invisible things. A person's blood, muscles, internal organs, and other substances are virtually identical in the seconds before they die, and in the seconds after they die. So why do people die? What are the changes that cause people to die? The experts of meta-civilization believe that it is the chi that has disappeared. Loss of gas, the loss of the metabolism, warming the internal organs, defense against external evil, transformation of nutrition and other functions. Chi is also an important factor in the perception of the outside world. Most of the living things in the world have the presence of chi, and a lot of perceptual abilities are realized through the effect of chi. The attribute of God is the most complex, with form and chi being the basis of God, and God being the master of form and chi. In the most common language, God is the I, the soul. Without the existence of I, everything is meaningless. Lu Yuan compared his own and Old Wolf's attributes. His own three attributes were basically around 5 points, which was considered a more balanced type. Old Wolf's chi attribute was higher, and his God attribute was lower, less than 2 points. It looks quite reasonable. Old Wolf danger perception ability, indeed much higher than me. Is it because it has a higher chi? Ow ow ow, ow ow. The old wolf came running over to spill his guts after doing something bad. After the date, it was simply awesome. A wolf that is exhausted after accomplishing something sacred, even though it is old, it still enjoys that young flesh. He's got his wolf pride back and is showing off his great reproductive powers to you. It's hard for people to break up. Go go go. Busy with business. Lu Yuan was looking at it with great vigor, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to this dog. He organized the files and headed to the next cabinet, going through them one by one, mostly scientific and technical papers, with some geographic-level articles, army data, etc. The sixth branch of the meta-civilization. After 300 years of safe zone development, supernatural powers have spread to the civilian population, with 90% of the population possessing abilities. One of the strongest powerhouses in the army, with a transcendental level of 3 and various attributes around 18 points. Lu Yuan didn't know how strong the transcendent rank, level 3 really was. He also didn't know how golden the 18 points of attributes were, because the data on the paper was all about muscle cell activity and such, and he couldn't even read it. Maybe against those mini-bosses? Maybe even against the big regional boss, the cannibal flower? If I had the strength of level 3, hey, would have long ago walked horizontally in the Pango continent. Lu Yuan profoundly understood that now was the most valuable period of opening up the land, no matter whether it was the only milestone or the transcendent beings that had not yet grown up, as well as all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. They could be picked up anywhere, But as long as another 10 years passed and those transcendent beings with superb potential grew up, Lu Yuan would no longer be a match. In another 100 years, a civilization will leave the safe zone and enter the Pango continent, and there will be a direct competitive relationship. The only milestone might not even get it. The thought of this created a sense of crisis, and he grasped for time, searching through the countless files for valid information. He had to step onto the path of transcendence as soon as possible in order to have the courage to break into the Pango continent. To brave the heavens in your current mortal form is to get killed. This search is for another week. Lu Yuan was anxious and busy, disguised as a schoolteacher, studying the papers here carefully. The high school entrance exams were never this serious. Unlike the school bully Lu Yuan, the school slag old wolf changes his girlfriend every day. After all, he was once the Wolf King, and his level of picking up girls was not diminished. That pink tongue is very flexible and licky. And show off your strong financial resources. There is always a gold-worshipping wolf who will take the bait. From this perspective, is it true that schoolboys are far happier than schoolboys? That one eyebrow-raising she-wolf, having eaten her free lunch, began to linger and refused to leave. 2. Occasionally, there were a few smart female wolves that seemed to know that Lu Yuan was the boss, deliberately lying at his feet and gently biting his shoes, looking like they wanted to be favored. Scholars, incomparably annoyed, Lu Yuan naturally stroked their bodies without any hesitation. The belly is soft and silky, and the back of the spine is still clean. Knees and wrists half around the group. Golden lotus 3 inches narrow, in the middle of a love affair, revealing what comes. In front of the forgotten, the back is also forgotten. Wolves that have not given birth to children are really gifted with beautiful body shape, gentle temperament, soft fur, and then counting the number. There are actually 7 to 11 throwers. The wolves sometimes brought in game, like some kind of hare, weasel, skunk, or whatever, to help improve his diet. The old wolf even brought in a grouse today. Cluck da. The mountain chicken stared at Lu Yuan with a deathly expression. It's a pity it's a rooster. If it was a hen, I'd keep it to lay eggs. Lu Yuan numbly bled the mountain chicken, plucked the hair, wrapped it in leaves, buried it in the soil, and made an earthy flavored cold chicken. While waiting, smelling that smell of meat was simply appetizing. Damn, how long has it been since I've had KFC? After half an hour, Lu Yuan shaved the cold chicken out of the soil. The crispy chicken skin and tender chicken meat were perfectly blended, and the flavor was overflowing when he took a bite. At the same time, it brought tears of bitterness to his eyes. It's so fragrant. Ow! The wolves couldn't wait, each wagging their tails and their harumphing. Lu Yuan wanted to keep the chickens to himself, so he threw them some yolk pie. Well, it's a new food he's developed using eggs, starch, and meat froth. It was meant to be bread, but alas, there was no yeast and it turned into a hardened pile of failure that could only be used to feed the wolves. But these guys actually really like custard pie? Actually fighting each other. Lu Yuan enjoyed the scene of them fighting for food, and he suspected in his mind that the wolves were actually dogs. Their ancestors may actually be the legacy of the meta-civilization. After the extinction of the meta-civilization, their ancestors wandered the Pangia continent and, over time, became wolves. Now that he has met a man, the wolf has become a dog again. When I die, the dog will once again morph into a wolf. So much for the so-called reincarnation. After enjoying the mountain chicken, Lu Yuan threw the chicken bones, and there was a clatter as all the bones were snatched away. Then they lay sprawled on the ground, lazily basking in the sun. Simple happiness. Lu Yuan grew up in the city and didn't have a dog. He just had a hatred for the dog shit he saw everywhere. But now that I think about it, pets do warm the hearts of people and they can easily feel happy. It's no wonder so many older women and men treat their dogs like children, dress them in clothes and pants, and talk to them in a broken voice. Because people, really, don't feel happiness easily. It was also on this day, in a mediocre archive, that Lu Yuan finally found what he was looking for. A paper called Transcendental Origins. Author, Sane Hook. We want to know, what is the origin of the extraordinary ability? And what are its exact principles? The current number of naturally awakened clairvoyants in our city is about 1,050,000, and they are generally uncultivable. There are only a small number of abilities that can be cultivated, i.e., they can enhance attributes. There is also an ability that can not only be cultivated, but also taught to each other, and we call this type of rare ability transcendent fire. When God created the Pango continent, there was a hint of spreading transcendental fire. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that for every branch of civilization, there will be at least one transcendent spark in existence. How to spread the transcendental fire to more clansmen, so that all can learn the method of cultivation, is the top priority for the initial development of every civilization. The only way we can cultivate enough talent to revoke the safe zone and officially move towards the Pango continent is to raise everyone's strength. Unfortunately, we comprehend this matter too late. It took us a whole 100 years to accomplish this step, and the Pango continent has already passed 10,000 years of time. Other civilizations? How many years did it take? Transcendental fire. It seems that God really said the words spread the fire of the supernatural. Every civilization has at least one transcendent spark power user. But what about me? What about me? I have 4 powers, but I don't have the transcendental flame. God, I'm also a civilization. Why is it that the 18th human civilization doesn't have a transcendent fire? He felt like it was too hard for him, having been alone and depressed, forcing his patience to read here, just wanting to step onto the path of transcendence. It turns out that what can be easily done by a fellow human being is a moat for him or her. This turned out to be nothing short of a pot of cold water thrown over himself. Next, the report describes the general principles of the ability of transcendental fire. The scientists of the meta-civilization divided the energy of the world into 2 parts. The first is the energy of the physical world. Like what kinetic energy, potential energy, internal energy, etc. all belong to physical energy. The second is the energy of the world of the mind and the source of all kinds of psychic powers. The physical world, where the convergence of mass can form stars, is a constant source of light. The world of the mind, where the convergence of thoughts can form a transcendental fire. As long as a person is alive, he or she is constantly generating psychic energy, which feeds his or her own fire. The stronger the fire, the stronger the individual is physically. This is the origin of the practice. Of course, the psychic energy one generates on one's own is limited and often needs to be replenished by outside resources in order to accelerate the rate of cultivation. A civilization that didn't leave the safe zone had very poor resources, making it difficult to produce very strong experts. In addition, everyone has a difference in cultivation qualifications. Some people have very poor qualifications. Even if they supplement more external energy, they can only absorb a tiny bit. Some people have outstanding natural talent. Even if there is no external energy supplement, the fire can still grow rapidly. The ability of transcendent spark is also occasionally found in wild monsters, which can often stand out and evolve to an extremely powerful level. Lu Yuan stared blankly and froze for a long time, finally realizing why the Pathfinders claimed that it was a waste after he killed the Inferno demon spider. Because that spider had been killed alive by itself before it could cultivate the transcendent fire. If God gives me another chance, I still have to beat it to death. Lu Yuan looked up to the sky and his entire body shook like sifting chaff. He deeply lamented the impermanence of fate. He even remembered that in high school, he once had a crush on a girl. Because of the lack of courage, did not launch the pursuit. It was only after finally graduating from college and a chance connection that the girl said, "Actually, I actually liked you then, too. If you miss it, you miss it." Of course, the above is purely Lu Yuan's fantasy. There are girls with crushes. Casual connections don't exist. And "I like you too" is even more of a mental patient's own delusion. It's not a crime to live alone in this hellhole and fantasize about it to make up for life's regrets. However, reading the second half of the paper renewed his true hope of stepping onto the path of transcendence. Because it is written in the paper that if you hunt a monster with the ability of transcendental fire and use its fire, you can relight your own path to transcendence. He is not without hope. Big Boss Cannibal Flower. Definitely can't pick it. That thing is too strong. The vines extend for several kilometers. Before I even get close I get dragged through. There's no way to do anything about it. You can only pick one of several mini-bosses. Lu Yuan took out a hand-drawn simple map, on which he drew the terrain he had scouted during this time. So which is the easiest transcendental creature to kill? Which monster, most likely, possesses the transcendent fire? After much deliberation, Lu Yuan focused his attention on the fire lizard. A fiery red, lizard-like, 4-legged monster, about 3 meters tall, 8 meters long, over a dozen tons in weight, and extremely lanky looking. The detection values are all? The number one reason for choosing a fire lizard. The creature is solitary and lives alone in a dry canyon. Most of the other transcendental creatures live in groups and have a large number of minions under them. Hades is easy to see, but the devil is hard to deal with. Lu Yuan really couldn't afford to provoke a large number of wild monsters, and solitary creatures are a little easier to deal with. Secondly, the environment in the canyon was relatively complex and rocky, making it easy to escape even if you couldn't beat them. That canyon was closest to his current location and slightly easier to access. Third, this guy breathes fire. Since it breathes fire, isn't there a higher probability that it has extraordinary fire? As Lu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but pull himself together and slap the table hard. Then it's decided that it's you. The Fire Lizard Crusade program, starting today, officially begins. Ow! Several wolves were at his side, unsure of why their master was hyper, but they growled in unison, like the lapdogs who bragged about walking the horses. Lu Yuan wanted to hunt the fire lizard quickly so that he could embark on the path of transcendence. However, it was really difficult to fight against a transcendent monster with a mortal body. He was alone, even though there was a civilization ruin under his feet, but he couldn't pick up guns, ammo, and other hot weapons. Even if you can pick up a tank cannon, it's long gone after all these years. You only live once and you must be well prepared. Thinking about it, the best way, naturally, is to dig a trap. The trap could fit at least an elephant and must be at least 3 to 4 meters deep. This mound alone is not a small amount of work. You also have to lay out spears, netting, and other miscellaneous things at the bottom of the trap. These things can be found in the ruins of cities, but it still takes a lot of work to sharpen the steel. Even a trap is still not safe. The opponent is a proper transcendent being, so he took out his long-cherished spider venom glands. It's a neurotoxin left over from the High Ruin Guardian Hellspawn. Even if the spider's biological age was only 1 day, the words Guardian of the High Relic carried a lot of weight. I hope I can poison. Directly, Lu Yuan muttered. And the most troublesome point, what should we do if the fire lizard does not have the ability of extraordinary fire? Without the transcendental fire, even if you kill a fire lizard, it's no different from fighting for nothing. Taking a huge risk on something that has the potential to be unprofitable really makes you feel that sinking feeling of pressure. But he had no choice. The hard and boring work wore down his will and destroyed his nerves, and when there was no one to talk to, no one to consult, the bitterness of it was naturally unrecognized. Sometimes Lu Yuan just wanted to lie down until the end of time, but the thought that he had a hope of returning to his homeland only made him pat himself on the back and force himself to get up and get to work. Just so, 2 months of preparation had slipped by, and just today was the 100th day of his stay. Loneliness is like lice on a wolf, crawling all over his head without realizing it. Scratching one and then another one crawls out, trying to escape but realizing the world is full of lice and there is nowhere to escape to. The good thing was, there were wolves to keep them company, and they were still able to force a smile and pretend they were normal. It was on this day that Lu Yuan was very lucky to catch a big wild blackfish weighing 50 pounds with his fishing net. It means the final bait is ready, and his 100 days, converted to safe zone time, was actually just 1 short day. 100 days. I seem to be slowly adapting to life here. And again I feel like this is a dream. In my mind, the idea arose that as soon as I died, I would wake up from the dream. Oh mankind, what has happened to your day? Have you accepted this harsh reality? Lu Yuan mixed in with the wolves and lazily lay on the ground, nostalgic for the old days. He hadn't shaved or cut his hair in a long time, and that scruffy look was no different from a savage. Marshmallow me, if I lose today, I'll turn into a pile of lizard defense. Not only do we have to get the victory, but we also have to pray that the fire lizard really does have transcendent fire. Only then will I be able to embark on the path of transcendence and step into the distance. Sometimes I wonder what the point of stepping into the distance is. Can I really search for my fellow humans? How am I supposed to search when I don't even know which direction they are in? The wolves couldn't understand what he was chanting at all and played with each other. The old wolf was nibbling on an unknown weed on the ground. There were also several female wolves that were pregnant, their bellies visibly bulging, and soon they would be giving birth to pups. This is a community of hope. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and felt that he couldn't continue to be so bereft. He carried the 50 pounds of large fish he had just caught onto the top of a converted cart, and picked up his own backpack full of weapons, and walked slowly off into the distance. And the old wolf, with a couple of she-wolves, followed in lockstep, and occasionally, with his claws, he plowed through the big black fish. Old buddy, why don't you let us enjoy such a big fish? My wives are pregnant. They need nutritional supplements very much. You can't touch that. That's what I'm going to offer to the King of Hell. After more than 2 hours of walking like this, the dry canyon where the fire lizards were located arrived. At the edge of the canyon, he dug a large, deep pit, in which he stuck a sharp steel spear and a netting made of vines. 2 boulders weighing 300 pounds were even suspended from a wooden mast at the edge of the mound. These boulders were carried from afar by Lu Yuan's best efforts and the strength of a few wolves. The strongest human being is not the body, but the intellect. With his strength, how it is impossible to lift 300 pounds of boulders to a height of 10 meters in the air, but with the help of pulleys as a tool, you can save a lot of force. A moving pulley saves half the force. If you use 2 moving pulleys, you can save 3/4 of the force. With 3 moving pulleys, you can save 7/8 of the force, but that's as far as it goes, limited by the manufacturing process as well as the level of materials. He was never able to lift a bigger boulder. This is almost here, the opponent I want to challenge, Lu Yuan muttered, looking into the distance. Ow! The old wolf suddenly bit Lu Yuan's pants leg, his eyes sharpening, signaling that he could not move forward any further. Lu Yuan tugged a few times, trying to break free. Ow! The old wolf bit quite tightly and hissed ferociously at Lu Yuan, expressing the great danger that existed ahead. The fire lizard, that huge as an abyssal aura, stimulated the nerves of every wolf, making them tense. Even the she-wolves were on the prowl, their fur standing on end. It was the absolute crushing of the superior over the inferior. No creature with a modicum of intelligence would dare to take a step beyond that. Oh old fellow, you don't understand. You can eat and sleep and eat, and stay at home every day to have children. But I can't. Lu Yuan pointed to his temple. I have to find some hope for myself. Seeking transcendent power is my only quest. If I can't seek it, I can't go home, and I'll go crazy if I keep harboring it. In a light tone, he described the state of mind at the moment. The old wolf lifted his head and looked to his master. It realizes that its master is not the same as when they first met. The first time they met, Lu Yuan actually had little murderous spirit, and at first glance, he was a harmless type, like a sheep eating grass. That's why it dared to follow from afar. At that time, the old wolf was really at the end of his rope, so what could he do without begging? And at this moment, Lu Yuan's face was thin and looked a little haggard. A cold light emanated from his eyes. That's a disregard for life. Not even valuing your own life that much. His skin was tan all over from the sun. His hands were calloused, and scars were distributed on the backs of his hands like scratches from a pocket knife. This is the result of long labor. If it met the current Lu Yuan, it would definitely not dare to follow the begging. I actually want to lie flat every day. Lie down like you guys and do nothing. The thoughts grew with each passing day, evolving from thinking about it for a while every day when I woke up to thinking about it every hour. Every few minutes. I don't think life is fun anymore. It would be a good way to end one's absurd life if one could simply plunge a dagger into one's heart. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, his cold eyes reflecting the dark sunlight. So, no matter what, I'm going to challenge it once, for myself. The wolf and the man had a stare down. The old wolf was still fierce, the wrinkles on his nose wrinkled high, with a look of "Are you looking for death?" Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was expressionless. In less than a minute, the old wolf sensed his master's strong will and obediently loosened his mouth. Lu Yuan stroked the wolf's head inside. He couldn't remember when he began to enjoy talking to himself alone, nor did he know when he began to perceive that he was losing his vitality. With regard to his life force, this passing of vitality is not on a physical level, but on a spiritual level. He started not caring about his appearance, not bothering to brush his teeth and wash his face, not caring about what food he actually ate today. At first he wanted a good bite, but now he didn't care so much. Even his own life didn't matter that much, as if there was nothing that could trigger his passion. It was only the company of the old wolf and a few she-wolves that gave him small comfort. Without them, he'd probably have gone crazy a long time ago. It's been 100 days. Ah, it's time to tidy up your grooming. Even if you do go to hell, you won't be so ugly. Lu Yuan took out a pair of scissors, cut his hair short, and shaved off his beard. He shaved as delicately as a going-away ceremony. In his eyes, the world is full of lice called loneliness, which cannot be avoided or escaped. His entire body had long been covered in lice, and only two of his eyes were still barely bright. I had wanted to recite a poem to add some atmosphere, but in the end, I lost interest. Lu Yuan took out another bottle of animal oil from his storage space, which was filled with precious spider venom glands. He used a sharp knife to pick up the spider's poisonous glands, along with the whole thing, and shoved it along the fish's mouth and into its abdomen. Then with this bottle of oil, the tip of each spear was wiped completely. After this was done, there was no more work to be done. Gone. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, pushed the car, and slowly stepped into the fire lizard's territory. The old wolf prowled anxiously outside the canyon. It just looked from a distance and didn't dare to come in, not even to howl. The car was modified by Lu Yuan himself, with large tires, made from scrap rubber, and was able to pass on slightly bumpier roads. It's rusted in a lot of places though, and the bearings are still a bit deformed, so there's no way it's going to run fast. The trail has kind of been trodden many times, and there are no particularly high rockfalls. Lu Yuan saw the clouds in the sky. They were fish-scale clouds high above the sky, meaning that it might rain today? God was as blackly humorous as ever, and if he died, he would still pretend to cry and mourn so many times. Inside the secluded canyon, the sunlight shines on the waxy stone jellies, refracting wilted specks, and the big fish, lying still on the cart. The eyes aren't dented yet, they're pretty fresh. The tires scuffed across the rocks and made a clacking sound. Lu Yuan's back began to sweat, sweat dripping down his spine. He felt his whole body, that is, the sleeping cells are slowly awakening. He felt the existence of qi. That is a kind of cold and murderous aura, is a symbol of powerful life. Cold death is chasing away the lice called loneliness. I'm in fear of death. Lu Yuan thought in his mind. If you win, then don't die. The breeze carried a hint of a hot, fishy odor, the strong body odor of a fire lizard. Lu Yuan didn't dare to move forward, and he left the cart where it was. It's upwind here. It must be able to smell the fish. His body shuddered slightly. Come on. I know you won't be poisoned easily. Let's have a real dragon fight. Lu Yuan hid behind a large rock in the distance and waited quietly. His nerves were slightly tense, but not too tense, just feeling the leap of his heart and long-lost passion, like a dead tree recovering little by little. This surge of adrenaline gave him the amazing feeling of I'm actually alive. There's something strange. It's not offensive. In fact, a long time ago, not that long, 100 days ago, Lu Yuan did not understand what kind of brain circuits the group of people in extreme sports had. He always wondered if those guys at the top of the tall building, jumping around, weren't a little big sick in the head. Seems to understand a bit now. When we continue to strive forward, but keep falling back, until we touch the eternal night, and then we realize the meaning of living. Hey, man, don't you want some of the free food? Lu Yuan called out loudly. It's free. Come on, eat. The fire lizard seemed to be asleep. It had been waiting for more than an hour before its huge body slowly burrowed out of the cave. Lu Yuan's mood became tense all of a sudden. With its fiery red skin and thick scale armor, it was like a heavy tank, a powerful being that could crush itself into meat foam with just a slight scrape. He actually had to fight such a creature. It's still a one-shot. 100 days ago, lying in bed, I must not have been able to imagine who I am today. Come on, come on. The fire lizard, ultimately unintelligent, came up with a bite and swallowed the black fish, returning to the middle of the cave with a waddle. The effects of the spider toxin, which he had tried before, could easily poison over large fish weighing dozens of pounds, but whether it works for transcendental beings is an open question. The stomach acid and the heat in the fire lizard's body would likely destroy the toxicity of the spider toxin, and if the poison bait plan didn't work, he'd have to settle for a trap to settle the fight. Are you asleep? Or are you dead? You're not going to die so simply, are you? While Lu Yuan waited, he frowned and worried about another possibility. According to the information of the meta-civilization, creatures with the ability of extraordinary fire will form a layer of supernatural phenomenon on the surface of their bodies like phosphorus fire after death. The more powerful the transcendental fire, the longer it takes to dissipate, but basically no more than an hour. If the fire lizard died violently, Lu Yuan would have to head to the location where the corpse was at the first opportunity and use the might left behind by its fire to ignite his own fire. Of course, the premise is that this fire lizard really has the ability of transcendent fire, otherwise it is all for nothing. It's so powerful. It must have something I want. Lu Yuan muttered to himself with firm determination. I won't misjudge. His rough right hand grasped a metal spear. 3 months of labor. His palm, already all calloused. It may be that the legs are slightly tingly from sitting in a squat for too long. Exclusively, he heard a terrifying roar. The entire ground trembled slightly, and the rocks rolled down in a small earthquake. That 10-ton behemoth is struggling frantically in the cavern. The most exciting moment of all came when the spider toxin actually killed the fire lizard. Lu Yuan's heartbeat rapidly accelerated as he squinted his eyes toward the distance, and he vaguely saw the robust body in the middle of the cave. The fiery red scales looked hideous in the setting sun. However, in the next instant, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. The Pathfinder's eye gives a line of information, a strong lizard-like transcendent being that appears to have been poisoned with some kind of strong toxin. But it's clear that the toxin can't kill it. Do you really want to challenge it? Maybe tomorrow you'll disappear into the world of men. I can only challenge it because I'm about to lose the attribute of being human. My passion is being lost day by day, and the difficulties I have to face in the future are as vast as the universe. It's just a little bit difficult. I'm going to find the courage that belongs to humans now, Lu Yuan said aloud to himself. He stormed up from behind the rock and roared, come on, come and eat your grandpa. Incidentally, he flew up and kicked the cart down. Perhaps because of the long-term friction, the last section of gravel road is quite smooth. The car along the downhill road rolled into the cave. Bam seems to hit something. The fire lizard was already in extreme agony with pain in its abdomen, and after being stabbed by the cart for so long, it instantly became enraged and shifted its hatred. The head poked out from the hole. Blood-red eyes and pieces of vertical scales bloomed with a strong killing intent, and its sky-high anger could be felt from a long distance away. Come and eat your grandpa, idiot. Lu Yuan turned around and began the fastest run of his life. He had to lure the lizard into the trap, even without looking back. I could hear the howling wind and rain. In that searing run, Lu Yuan developed an unspeakable fear. When a mole faced the wrath of a god, his entire body was trembling. Even his sweaty hairs were standing on end. This glimmer of fear pulled him out of the numb and cold world and brought him back to that vivid human world. so I'm still afraid of death. Ha ha, come eat me. The setting sun shines on everything. The green leaves on the trees are competing, as if the movie uses high-speed photography to express the awakening of everything. Rapid growth. This scene in front of us. The ordinary valley is full of killing life and death moments. Each step of the fire lizard could step out over a dozen meters, emitting a murderous aura that was full of violence and ferocity. And Lu Yuan suddenly had this long familiar conviction in his heart: his life would begin anew with this hunt. His speed was no match for the fire lizards, and he deliberately ran along the path where a large number of rocks were located. Boom boom boom. The stones seemed like foam blocks, smashed apart by the giant beast behind them. Damn, how strong is this guy? In just a few minutes, Lu Yuan was already sweating profusely, not because of the blazing heat of the sun in the sky. The strenuous exercise had caused the muscles of his entire body, lactic acid, to pile up dramatically, generating a horrible sense of exhaustion. His lungs were even tingling beyond measure from the intense breathing. Ow ow. The old wolf's voice howled in the distance. It was simply anxious to see its master being hunted down, and it didn't dare to come in. That fire lizard is just too strong. It can beat a wolf into pulp with a single slap. Lu Yuan concentrated all his mental energy, picked up human courage, and competed with the poison fire lizard for speed. The behemoth's speed exceeded his expectations and had already reached his back, making a flying lunge. Still haven't reached their destination. There's still a full 400 meters to go, which would take even a world-class athlete 40 seconds. And exhausted, he needed at least a minute and a half. The darkening sunset stretched the shadows of both sides to an impossibly long diagonal. Lu Yuan saw the shadow of the giant beast, which had long since enveloped itself, like a devil's claw reaching out from hell towards his flesh. The sound of wind and raindrops intermingled with the afterglow of the setting sun to form a cruel cold frost. Dying? Lu Yuan felt a little sad. He had done his best. His legs were like lead. He didn't run as fast as he did in the beginning. He didn't hold any grudges. He just felt a bit of resentment towards his own strength. But he was reluctant to unleash the other dimension, because once the isospace is unleashed, the behemoth will likely revert back to its lair to recuperate from the intense toxins. By the time the fire lizards got out of their toxin rut and slowed down, Lu Yuan would not have the next chance. After all, he only had one spider venom gland. Without the poison, he really didn't stand a chance. Come on, come and eat your grandpa. Roar! The killing machine is on its way. The fire lizard lunged forward. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth. His rough fingers picked up the steel spear and braced it hard towards the ground, jumping several meters to the side with the help of this counter-thrust. Gusty winds swept by. With a flying swoop, the fire lizard landed where he had just been. Because of the huge inertia, its huge body rolled a dozen meters forward, knocking away several boulders. Lu Yuan was hit on the head by some debris, and blood flowed down from his eyes. He got up from the ground as fast as he could and continued to dart towards his destination. But that's as far as it goes. The fire lizard also climbed up once more. 400 meters is still an insurmountable moat. He was able to successfully dodge once. It was already a fluke. In the case of a huge speed gap between the two sides, cannot hope to dodge a second time. There are limits to human endeavor. Is this as far as it goes? The sun was slowly going down. The wind and rain were beginning to pick up, and the black humor of the heavens was watching the earth, just as it had watched the deaths of countless heroes and heroines, and it was always neutral. Just then, Lu Yuan heard a wolf howl. That wolf howl was extremely loud, as if it was a provocation as well as a curse. He saw the old wolf. Ow 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 ow. The old wolf finally stepped over that line of demarcation and launched a vicious mental snarl at the fire lizard. The she-wolves hid behind them as well, growling frantically. Ow 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 ow. The growl added up to a real provocation. The old wolf was a very smart wolf. It knew where the traps were, and it also knew that Lu Yuan's speed made it impossible to lure the fire lizard into the trap. So, it tries to pick up the last leg of the journey. It's all old bones and it needs to run. Don't you die. I'll hide first. Lu Yuan's nose soured and he took on the old wolf's goodwill and activated the other space. A thin ripple of water protected him in. The fire lizard realized that the abomination in front of him was gone, and heard, not far away, an even more hateful wolf howl. This damn mole cricket actually dared to provoke himself. It rushed forward angrily, trying to slap the damned and weak things. The old wolf turned his head and ran. It was actually so scared that it was shitting itself all the way to the edge. But luckily it wasn't far from the trap, and after running for some distance it reached the edge of the trap. It was a little hesitant, really not sure if it could jump over the trap with its old bones. The fire lizard whistled, like a dump truck rushing towards the old wolf. Lu Yuan's entire heart was gripped as his eyes blinked and he heard a miserable wolf howl. He saw the old wolf get knocked over a dozen meters and fly straight into the bushes. The fire lizard fell into the trap with a bang. Several boulders, hanging from wooden poles, crackled into the trap and smashed it over the head. Bingo? Lu Yuan immediately deactivated the foreign space and rushed forward with his spear. The huge beast was still struggling in the trap, and several sharp spears pierced into its abdomen, crimson blood spurting out. Roar! A wounded and poisoned lizard-like transcendent being with what appears to be a more serious abdominal wound. But note that it is still alive and the wound is slowly congealing. You still can't kill it. Lu Yuan took another look at the old wolf that had been knocked away, lying motionless in the bushes. Old wolf. At this moment, he was already in a state of extreme rage, his whole body trembling as anger bubbled up from his chest. I still haven't won. Still haven't. But all his means were exhausted and there was nothing he could do. Sometime later, the fire lizard broke free of the vine netting and crawled out of the trap. And wherever he crawled, he was no match. A huge sense of despair wrapped around Lu Yuan, as if the weight of the entire world had pressed down on his spine. He racked his brain, but couldn't come up with anything. The next moment, he saw the spear clutched tightly in his hand. It was a spear made of steel, ground up. The raindrops in the sky became heavier and a white mist covered everything around them. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. People, they can only rely on themselves. Life is less than 30 years. Lu Yuan recited softly, like a dream and like an illusion. And those who were born at one time, will there be those who will not perish? There was a thunderclap in the sky that illuminated the human world. He gripped his spear tightly and leapt into the middle of the trap. Borrow your fire. This jump was directly onto the massive body of the fire lizard. Lu Yuan let out a growl like that of a wild beast in his throat, and his sharp spear, transforming into a residual shadow, viciously stabbed towards the eyeball area of the fire lizard. A burning and hot liquid splashed onto Lu Yuan. The fire lizard lost its mind and struggled. Roar! The entire midden trap collapsed, and gravel sprayed Lu Yuan's face like loose bullets. Immediately after that, in the next instant, a ball of flame like a cloudburst shot up into the sky. The searing heat vaporized so much water vapor that everything around them became misty. This is the fire lizard's skill. Fire breathing. Scorching heat enveloped everything in the trap, and the roaring flames turned the stone into red lava that fell in clumps. A thin curtain of light appeared on the surface of the scale armor on the fire lizard's body. This curtain of light was able to keep it from being burned by the heat. Fire breathing, a move used only against powerful enemies. I didn't expect to use it. This skill requires a lot of energy, as well as fuel in the body to support it, and the number of times it can be used is limited. Its massive body trembled slightly, after turning the mole in front of him into ashes with a single bite. The fire lizard felt its weakness and it had to hide back in its burrow and heal its injuries. Luckily, I didn't get sprayed directly. Lu Yuan was anxious and fearful, and the massive secretion of adrenaline put him in a state of extreme excitement, the blood in his veins almost boiling. After using the eye poke stunt, he ducked into the alien space at the first opportunity, but he didn't take much damage. Looking again at his left arm, he was sprayed with a handful of searing fuel that was hot and painful. Just one more night second and he would have been ignited and cauterized to death. A special type of fuel oil which, when ignited, has a temperature of about 3000 degrees Celsius. So dangerous. Lu Yuan immediately took off his clothes and wiped these fuels clean. Thoughts raced through his mind. I poked one of its eyes out. The spears are coated with toxins, and with the eyes closer to the head, the toxins spread faster. Why don't I just figure out a way to poke its other eye out too? The enraged fire lizard, having sprayed its fuel reserves dry, slowly ran out of steam. The moment it was about to climb out of the mound, Lu Yuan once again lifted the foreign space and grabbed one of the scales on its body to stabilize itself. Your grandfather is here. This step, it's dangerous, but it had to be done. Without climbing onto the fire lizard, Lu Yuan simply couldn't hurt the behemoth or catch up with the running behemoth. The fire lizard sensed the foreign object appearing on its body and once again struggled frantically, bouncing high and trying to shake Lu Yuan down. Boom! Its huge body crashed into the stone next to it. Lu Yuan struggled to support himself, and under the violent bumps, his internal organs were simply shaken out. The old wolf's voice rose high again. Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed and suddenly realized that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have reversed, and the body of the fire lizard was pressing towards him. He realized in his heart that this was a death roll. The fire lizard wanted to use its weight to crush him alive. Otherworldly space. Snap! The fire lizard's back pressed into the ground, splashing a great deal of water. The space between the two sides directly overlapped, and Lu Yuan could vaguely see that the giant beast's flesh and blood and writhing entrails were like a dense mass of red sinews squeezed outside a soap bubble. If one had to describe this phenomenon, it could only be explained as follows. Lu Yuan and the fire lizard belonged to two sides of a piece of paper, and no matter how much the fire lizard wreaked havoc, it would not be able to affect the other side of the paper. However, one had to admit that Lu Yuan's heterospatial ability had its limits. Multiple activations in a short period of time would have to consume more mental energy. And the isospace isn't instantly able to be activated. It takes about a second to activate. The worse the mental state, the longer it takes to activate. In addition, except for his physical body, which could enter and exit freely, the entry and exit of other items would jeopardize the integrity of the alien space. It is not feasible to project spears outward from within the alien space. It has to be disarmed first, then projected. Otherwise, once the spear touched the boundary of the alien space, the entire alien space would shatter, and he himself would also receive a very serious mental shock. So every time when the old six, to launch a sneak attack, have to first lift the foreign space, and then launched the attack, it stopped. It tired me. Having come this far, Lu Yuan was unwilling to give up, and after lifting the foreign space, he immediately grabbed the scales and tried to climb onto the fire lizard's back. His entire skin was red, the veins on his arms rippled like a wild beast gone berserk, and the scales of the fire lizard were quite rough. The rain in the sky, getting heavier and heavier. The fire lizard, who was already panting like a cow, realized that his opponent was sticking to him like craft, roared angrily, and furiously bounced up from the ground, trying to fling Lu Yuan away. Come on, I'll see how long you can stay up. Lu Yuan used the spear in his hand and set it up hard in the middle of the two scales. He roared loudly and angrily, though he too was close to exhaustion and wondered how long he could stay up. Whenever the fire lizard launched a death roll and tried to crush him with its huge body, Lu Yuan immediately activated his other space to avoid it. After the fire lizard calmed down, he had to deactivate the foreign space and provoke the other party to make them exercise vigorously. Make sure you hold on tight, Lu Yuan told himself, as he did, that as long as he was thrown out, or pressed by his opponent, he would never have another chance. This slowly evolved into a long war of attrition, with heavy rain pouring down like tears from the sky, moisturizing the earth. The moonlight was hidden in the dark clouds, hazy, and the voluminous fire lizard encountered a foe like velvet candy, swaying from side to side, tumbling over in death, and nearly exhausting all means. How could it not expect to meet an opponent who, like Little John, could not be killed? On several occasions, the fire lizard seemed to run out of steam and didn't move a muscle. Lu Yuan wanted to climb up to the neck and use his spear to give the other eye a hard shot, but then he realized that the other party had once again regained his strength and struggled frantically once more. So, he could only reactivate the alien space to protect himself, and with the prolonged and strenuous exercise, the spider toxin slowly invaded the fire lizard's nervous system, and the loss of a large amount of blood continued to take away the behemoth's life force. It moved, indeed, slower. As the adrenaline dries up on both sides, the competition is all about willpower. The heavy rain slowly stopped. Lu Yuan's whole body was on fire, and he didn't know what part of him was injured, and the frequent use of the alien space had almost reached its limit, and the vision began to become blurred. Without the evasive ability of the alien space, it wouldn't take a second for the fire lizard to kill him. To live or die, that is the question. Whether it was the arms, or the legs and feet, they were like lead, not wanting to move at all. The world is really cruel. Why are transcendent beings so powerful? Do we still need to keep going? Is it really possible to beat the opposition? Sanity was really disoriented, and in a trance he saw the vapors of his family, the familiar faces smiling at him. So Lu Yuan couldn't help but think, if he died, maybe this damn nightmare would be over. Then he turned his head again and saw the old wolf. The old wolf's two front legs, picking at the ground, crawled slowly through the bushes, with only one wolf's head exposed. Individual eyes shone with a green ethereal light in the moonlight. This was a wolf filled with the desire to survive, just as Lu Yuan had seen it at the beginning. Even though it was injured, it still begged for life. Old brother, you're not even dead yet. I can't die either. When we go back, we will definitely treat you to a good meal. Lu Yuan took out a piece of spider jerky from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth to dry chew. The spider jerky contained a full amount of energy, but the inventory was small, and it was only at this critical moment that he was willing to take it out and use it. His eyes were red and tired. His whole brain was about to explode. His lungs felt like they had steel needles in them, and his heart was already beating at 200 beats per minute. The red-hot skin made him look like a boiled monkey. After slightly replenishing some energy, Lu Yuan withdrew from the alien space and took his spear and stabbed it towards the fire lizard's eyeball once again. Kill! The fire lizard had long been panting like a cow, and when it saw the sudden appearance of its enemy, it violently stretched out its front claws with the intention of slapping that mole off its head. Pop! Lu Yuan staggered as if he had been run over by a car after being hit. Even his bones rattled, but as he flew in mid-air, he forcefully used his other space to protect himself once again. In the next second, the alien space lifted itself, and Lu Yuan fell to the ground, muddy water soaking his clothes. An unnatural blush rose to his face. Black spots appeared before his eyes, and sweat dampened his eyes. It was the first time he had pressed his limits so much, and an unspeakable pain arose within his body. 100 days ago, he would never have imagined that he would actually be able to single-handedly take on such a transcendent monster. There are countless reasons to escape, and only one reason to choose not to. Your opponent is dying too. Yes, this fire lizard is really dying. Otherwise he would have been slapped into a pulp long ago if he had been slapped a little. Now, he's just a little wounded. It didn't matter where exactly he was hurt. It was now time for the real duel. So Lu Yuan tenaciously climbed up. The fire lizard climbed up as well, his whole body trembling, that one single eye glaring deathly at Lu Yuan, almost unsteady on its feet. It wants to breathe fire. However, the fuel had run out and there was no more spray at all. Whoosh! A dozen meters away, Lu Yuan projected his spear from afar, trying to hit his opponent's eyes. The spear had a rope tied to the back of it, and could be retrieved immediately after it was thrown. Once the fire lizard gave chase, he scattered his legs and fled. The 10 or so meters that separated them was just as much of a rift for a fire lizard that had been poisoned, bled heavily, and exercised for an unknown amount of time. Lu Yuan was already extremely tired and was only relying on one breath to hold on bitterly. His eyes were red and he was on the verge of breaking down physically and mentally. The fire lizard backed off and turned around, trying to escape. It trembled and began to fear this tiny foe. Can you escape? Lu Yuan rose to the occasion, recalling a story he had read long ago. Humans, in ancient times, often relied on their strong physical abilities and willpower to simmer their prey to death. By running, humans can run their prey alive, and by staying awake for days and nights, they can forcefully tame eagles. Lu Yuan just runs and throws tirelessly. Run, throw. These two actions, which continued until dawn. That one behemoth was covered in dried blood and lay prostrate on the ground, not moving a muscle. With the first rays of dawn's sunlight shining on Lu Yuan's cracked lips, he then felt that his two heavy arms did not belong to him at all, and his two legs were almost off the hook. On this dark night, he overcame much. Victory over the enemy. Victory over yourself. Victory over those damn lies called loneliness. A whole new life has been won. Winning it all. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Lu Yuan let out a loud laugh and plunged his spear hard into the middle of the gravel. Even with no strength left at all, he made a gesture of greeting the sun with his hands. Painful. Unspeakably painful. Nothing in the universe is unconquerable. In his ears was a long-lost icy voice. Congratulations on obtaining your only milestone, Cross-Realm Hunter. You are the first intelligent being in the 9th era to cross 5 transcendent levels and hunt transcendent beings alone. Milestones, somewhat unexpectedly and rightfully so. God, never just the icing on the cake, not the snow. Is there a milestone for crossing 5 levels? Is there one for crossing 10 levels? 100 levels? 2? Looks like there's going to be some busy times in the future. I'm going to challenge the great Luo Golden Immortals. Lu Yuan's mind rambled. After laughing out loud, having been extremely tired and really delirious, the whole mind was so empty that it was completely inaudible. Even what reward God had given him. Reward, eternal body. He just crawled slowly in the direction of the dots of red glowing fire. That little bit of flame was the transcendent fire that had escaped from the lizard's corpse. Fire lizards, they really do have transcendental fire. No surprise. Instead, I feel that this is what I deserve. He must take advantage of the last of his willpower and use this fire to step onto the path of true transcendence. Pango Continent, Safe Zone. The 100 days of Lu Yuan's hardship and suffering were just a short day for the 17 human cities in the safety zone. What can happen in a day? Enough for social pandemonium. First of all, everyone got to experience a real wandering city tour. The Earth suddenly disappears, leaving 17 cities, alone in the middle of cosmic space. Gravity actually disappeared in that instant. Under the influence of a mysterious force, these cities flew in a big circle in space, and then sat on a corner of the Pango continent. Such a bizarre paranormal phenomenon naturally triggered huge panic among the masses. The internet is down. The power is down. Even the water is down. A portion of the crowd chose to hide in their homes and do nothing. Some people have also started looting supermarkets. Rice, fruits and vegetables were all looted. Others feel that humanity will soon be extinct and want to have a good time before they die. So they secretly pry open the door to their landlady's room. In the face of disaster, everyone's choices are different. There are even young men and women who are passionately confessing their love for each other. And the Civil Affairs Bureau is suddenly filled with registration lines. Even the civil servants on duty at the Civil Affairs Bureau were confused. These staff members had just wanted to run away. Why did a large number of young people still want to register for marriage? Does the country still exist? Is there any point in registering? Without power, the computer won't start and the database won't connect. But somehow, perhaps because of duty, or perhaps a bit of foolishness, the staff member, still sitting in his seat, issued marriage licenses to all the young people, and then recorded the registrants' identifying information with a pen and paper. Congratulations to all of you, and a candy for everyone. Please return to your homes and wait for government notification. Yunhai Municipal Government. Comprehensively safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of the people in all aspects. The Ministry of Public Security has struck hard against all kinds of crimes. The following is an emergency announcement to be broadcast. All veterans are called to assemble at all street offices. An announcement plays below. One by one, the loudspeakers went off in the corners of the city. It was a great war. A war between the light and the darkness of humanity. And a great test of civilization. There are many civilizations that suddenly collapse into a state of apocalyptic ecstasy, paralyzing production overnight, never to rise again. By the time the remnants of the population regain order, decades may have passed. But there are also many civilizations that are just chaotic for a while, or even just a little bit of a riot. It seemed to be nighttime on Pangia now, and the sun was rising again, and the day was passing. The temperature was 25 degrees Celsius, which was quite comfortable. Yunhai City is the capital city of a province in the Great Eastern Kingdom, with a land area of about 12,000 square kilometers within the security zone, and a total population of roughly 10 million. Suffering from this huge change, the major departments of the Yunhai municipal government were first paralyzed for a few hours, and then acted at an extremely fast speed. All satellite networks are disconnected. There's really no contact with Earth. Rescue efforts from the quake are underway, and the number of casualties is not high. The current death toll is 7, with more than 100 people still buried. Sheriff's Department reports heavy-handed crackdown on more than 500 criminals. What can be confirmed is that we have indeed lost contact with Earth. The entire Yunhai city, situated in a corner of the Pangia continent, relies on a large lake the size of Poyan Lake. The restoration of the power grid is still ongoing, and it will take about 3 more hours to restore power in the city, and about 1 to 2 days to restore power in remote areas. But we don't have a lot of coal reserves in our power plants, and we consume it in about 10 days. Let's save it for now. We won't be able to use as much electricity after the plant stops. Several grain silos, large logistics centers, have been successfully controlled. If you follow the wartime rationing system and economize a little bit, the food ration that supplies 10 million people can last about a year. When will communications within the city be restored? The lowest level of network communication has been restored. For faster communications, more power is needed. Message after message converged on the government offices. A heavy pressure weighs on the mind of every attendee. This emergency meeting is called the Yunhai City Survival Conference. In addition to officials from the city government, representatives from the military district, professors from the university, and prominent people from all walks of life attended the meeting. As a first-tier city, Yunhai City's industrial capacity is still quite good, and many industrial chains, including electric car factories and chip factories, are part of it. But the factories were all paralyzed overnight. Everyone's face hangs a confused mood. The thought of the outside world of the unknown Pangia continent, and what civilization screening, safe zone and other keywords, simply make people confused. After all, not everyone is familiar with the network novels can quickly accept the set. After all, not everyone is familiar with network novels, can quickly accept the set. It's simply inexplicable. The middle-aged man sitting on the podium was named Li Chunhong, the hand of Yunhai City. He gently knocked the table and said in a serious tone, "Comrades, whether it is acceptable or not, we have come to the new world. Earth has really disappeared. We have to accept the harsh reality as soon as possible. The most important thing at the moment is to safeguard people's livelihood work, calm the people's panic and bring order back to society." Looking at the silent crowd, Li Chunhong paused for a while and added, "We can't provide much power, but we have to give some on a regular basis every day. The food rationing system, too, must be enforced. Only then can order be restored as soon as possible. The restoration of internet communication is the most important thing right now, so that everyone can at least get online, text and watch the latest news. Only by allowing information to flow will there be less panic among the population. Crack down on hoarding, vandalism and other crimes. And that Pangia. We also need to do something to investigate what's going on. Until the facts are confirmed, the people are called upon never to vote indiscriminately to revoke the security zone." As Yunhai City entered the Pangia continent, a mysterious button confirmation of safe zone revocation appeared in every citizen's mind. As long as more than 50% of the vote is cast, then the safe zone will be permanently revoked and the city will officially head towards Pangia. The advent of voting rights has delighted the netizens. Is this true democracy? Doesn't matter. What matters is happiness. Soon enough, some of them hit the confirm evacuate safe zone button in their heads. Self-media outlets that are concerned about all the chaos in the world have begun to fabricate stories even though WeChat, Shake It or whatever have all disappeared. These guys are still posting articles they wrote on their cell phones in online forums that have just opened up. Evidence of the existence of the gods has appeared, and the faithless, in the end, are eliminated. What happened this time can only be described as a miracle. So some of the little hacks got so excited that they thought they were under God's protection if they converted to him. Shit. Then go to another city. What's the point of sticking around our Yunhai city? We represent the great summer civilization. You hurry to another city and convert to God. Cerebral palsy stuff. Netizens are not spoiled, especially now that there is nothing to do but be a spammer when even short videos are gone. So the two sides passionately exchanged words. 404 not found. Sorry, the content you are reading has been deleted by the administrator. The United States, by contacting aliens without authorization, has lifted a rock and smashed it into its own foot. The United States is solely responsible for this. The account has been banned by the administrators for violating community rules. It must be an alien conspiracy. Don't vote to leave the safe zone, or it will mean that humanity will participate in a game of civilizational obsolescence and have to shrink the poison ring. Actually, we're fictional protagonists. Hurry up and revoke the safety zone. When will you send the army to attack Little Day? I want to join the army to attack the small days. All sorts of strange and bizarre comments filled the government's new forum, once again proving that journalism is indeed a famously bad major. And the staff of the government's communications department was also confused. Since the forum was opened, there were hundreds of posts clattering up every second, and they couldn't even be deleted. And how does it feel that folk are reacting a bit and strangely? Acting like you don't know the gravity of the situation? The thread that was going to attack the Little Day has had thousands of replies. What a situation. It made him a little afraid to delete it. Unlike the civic response, the top brass of the 17 human cities, on the contrary, communicated with each other and shared information with each other at an unprecedented rate. The more you know, the more you don't know. There is a real possibility of human extinction. Mr. Lee, this is the meteorite that fell from the sky and has been placed in my research center for 10 whole years. Since 10 years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky and started the supernatural era. It was only from that day that a large number of superpowered people were born. But in reality, these meteorites are not ordinary meteorites, but technological creations. Governments, coincidentally, have chosen to hide the truth. Nowadays, the experts at the Institute have enough reason to suspect that these meteorites are connected to the Pango continent to some degree. The hand of Yunhai City, Li Chunhong, was simply busy, but he still found some time to come to the Paranormal Research Institute. The chief director of the Paranormal Research Institute, named Zhang Hui, is 42 years old and has been researching paranormal phenomena since 10 years ago, when supernaturals appeared on Earth. The composition of this metal sphere is actually quite ordinary, just iron, aluminum, copper, rhenium, and a portion of titanium. But the manufacturing process is quite specific and may be utilizing paranormal phenomena that we cannot currently understand. This one meteorite looks like a large, round, spherical iron ball, about 1 meter in diameter, with a mass of about 2 tons. Its surface is also inlaid with crystal-like structures that look like a screen-like piece. On the metal ball, there are 20 screens. Next to the crystal screen, there are some button-like things. Li Chunhong said somewhat meaningfully, "Do you mean that it was this meteorite that brought our city to the Pango continent?" "I don't know for now," Professor Zhang explained. The meteorites that fell from the sky, more than 300 in total, were scattered all over the world, and there were only 17 cities that traversed them. So there's not enough evidence to think that these extraterrestrial creations are a sufficient condition to allow us to cross over. However, it appears to be a civilization contact device that can help us contact other branches of human civilization. Zhang Hui pressed a few buttons on the large iron ball. The crystal-like screen actually showed a video call. The writing in it is also amazing, and not in Chinese, yet it is readable, meaning it could be some sort of supernatural effect that humans fail to understand. Detecting your civilization. First branch of human civilization. The civilization you are requesting a call from is the 6th branch of human civilization. Drop. Contact successful. Oh my god. Professor Zhang. Oh my god. You guys have been teleported here too. Appearing on the screen was Rice, the famous supernatural professor, Mr. Edward. This blonde old man squeezed out a smile. According to the proverbs of your great Eastern Kingdom, we can really share the same blessings and disasters. Your city over there, is there chaos? Zhang Hui's eyebrows jumped, and he could vaguely hear the sound of a gunfight in the other side's video. It's chaos. Total chaos. It's a good thing we have the army to protect us. Otherwise the looters would have rushed to our homes, Professor Zhang said in a hurry. Alas, it seems everyone is the same. But isn't gun control on your side? The old blonde sighed. It's gun control, but we don't control axes. Li Chunhong, who was standing on the side, almost couldn't tense up with inexplicable joy. After worrying all day, the best news I've heard is that my fellow humans are actually more messed up than I am. Even more amazingly, he gloats a bit. The world really is more than rotten. Ahem. Contact the other cities. Li Chunhong cleared his throat heavily and took another sip of water, trying to keep a straight face. Because of time constraints, most of the city leaders participated in this meeting by teleconference. There were 2 other cities that actually couldn't be contacted, probably because they don't even know how to use this alien creation. Exactly. After a few casual pleasantries, the meeting officially began. Gentlemen, ladies, hold your horses. First of all, let's find out what's really happening in our world. Professor Edward from the United States of America was in front of the screen, delivering the latest research results. It's not really research results, is it? But a little bit of sharing. Since 10 years ago, superpowered people have appeared on Earth, and the origin of superpowers has been unknown to us, and research has been slow. It wasn't until today that the Pango continent actually appeared and gave us a little peek into a corner. God can certainly follow a name change? He spent a whole decade planning this supernatural event that pulled the entire civilization of the universe into Pangia. Then next, an image played on the big screen. It's a video taken from space during wandering cities. In our cities, the crust is commonly 20 to 40 kilometers thick. These crusts are brought from the Earth. That is to say, this unknown and powerful being has taken our city, along with its crust, and dug it hard out of the surface of the Earth, setting it very skillfully into the continent of Pangia. As for the area of the Pango continent, it's impossible to count it for the time being. The part taken from space has exceeded 1 billion square kilometers. The images of this space romp are really extremely shocking. What kind of great power can strip the Earth of its crust? The most critical thing is that the humans living on the city only produced a slight tremor, and the casualties were not many. Only some broken and dangerous houses collapsed. The others were basically undamaged, and even the road surface was intact. If anything, terms like universe and dimension are just too far away from everyday life for people to generate concrete concepts. The awful fact that the crust of the Earth had been dug out and set whole on the continent of Pangia for a time threw the room into a state of shock. Professor Edward, where did the Earth go? Unfortunately, I don't know. Earth could be in another dimension, or it could just be gone. You guys should know what I mean, right? We are unfortunate or fortunate. There are a lot of relatives left behind on Earth, but we have to accept reality and look on the bright side. Maybe Earth still exists? The group lapsed into silence. This internationally renowned professor, after pondering for a moment, added, "Then I'll say more about the distribution of our 17 cities. From the previous space footage, the distribution distance of each city is over 10,000 kilometers. Friends, take care of yourselves. We can't help each other. At best we can share a little information, but the city can only be run by itself." This professor is kinda internationalist. Li Chunhong sighed when he heard this. Yunhai City sighed. How to say? Although there was some confusion at first, at least social order is slowly regaining stability. In the midst of unfathomable panic, what the people are demanding is simple. The first is that there is a mouthful to eat and not starve to death alive. The second is to know the approximate truth. The most panic-inducing thing in the world is the unknown. It's less panic-inducing if you just turn the unknown into the known. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, by and large the people still cooperate. But what about other cities? On Professor Edward's side, the sound of gunfire could be faintly heard. There is a mass shooting going on in New Vietnam, where he is from. There are also some cities with a more religious atmosphere where doomsday orgies such as smash and grab looting are taking place. There are still some cities that are going down and up, doubling down on their usual grievances today. This is indeed the ultimate test of nationhood as well as civilization. But there was nothing that could be done. Yunhai City could only mind its own business. Professor Edward continued. The so-called safe zone, located at the edge of the city and about 50 kilometers above the city, we can see a thin curtain of light that protects us. This curtain of light is like a shield. No substance other than electromagnetic waves can penetrate this curtain of light. Professor Zhang Hui from Yunhai City pressed a certain button and interjected. Let me add that most substances are actually able to cross the safety zone in the form of molecules. For example, water, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and so on. The water in the lake, too, can enter the safe zone. Edward froze for a moment. Indeed, but just how big a molecule can cross the security zone will have to be tested again. And the rate of time passing on the Pangia continent is 100 times faster than inside the safe zone. Only with a referendum and the revocation of the safety zone will this curtain of light disappear. And at the same time, the percentage of time passing will be normal. 100 times the ratio of time flow resulted in observing the outside world from the safe zone being like watching a fast-forwarded movie. Plants grew wildly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, birds flew beyond the speed of sound, faster than intercontinental missiles, and a single insect acted like a missile. We observed a lot of ordinary plants and animals on the continent of Pangia, but a small number of transcendental species have also been observed. Hearing this, Li Chunhong and Professor Zhang Hui looked at each other. In the middle of the room, a colonel from the military asked, "Professor Zhang, how is this passage of time controlled again?" Professor Zhang let out a bitter smile. "This problem is really beyond the comprehension of current science. The only way I can answer this is in terms of science fiction. I once read a novel called The Three Bodies, and there's a concept in there called a safety statement, which is a low light speed black hole. Civilizations in low light speed black holes, where the speed of light is reduced, pass time at a different rate than the outside world. They protect themselves from threats by giving up on development, all at the mercy of God. But is the safety statement really safe? Maybe not exactly. When the universe is destroyed, the civilization in the security statement will be destroyed as usual. We should be in the middle of a similar dilemma." Li Chunhong understood and gently nodded, vocalizing, "What are the risks of Pangu continent? Everyone, can you share?" This time, each participating civilization expressed its own views and participated in the discussion. Sharing information is the only thing they can do together anymore. Several photos appeared on the screen. In one of the photographs, an overshadowing dark cloud was photographed, resembling a rotting black human head with empty eyes staring silently into the security zone. It wasn't really a dark cloud or a human head, but an unknown paranormal phenomenon. It appeared in the 15th branch of civilization, near Bui Sao Paulo. It seems to be spreading, coloring the surrounding air gray-black along with it, with a total area of more than 120 square kilometers, due to the ratio of time outside the safe zone, which is 100 times that of Earth. It watched over Pangia for about 12 days and then left. 12 days translates to hours. I'd like to ask if any of the cities brought nukes? Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo is the capital of a major South American country, and even the president has been teleported here. Although it is the capital, it is limited to the power of the country and does not have a strong military capability. That question, though, went unanswered. Did we bring it? Li Chunhong whispered. No, we only have some conventional weapons. Coastal cities, where to deploy nukes, a colonel said with a black face. If you dig up uranium from Pangia, can you make it? Atomic bombs are not difficult to construct. We still have some industrial capacity in Yunhai City, but not right now. No electricity and no centrifuges. The crowd was silent and somewhat anxious. There's also a photo of a dandelion-like mass. The city's professor spoke. This mysterious dandelion is also contagious. Fish and birds in the outside world, once stuck with the white hairs, will be contaminated and grow the same amount of white hairs, along with zombie characteristics. Beings-like monsters can be dealt with by hot weapons instead. But what about all this contagious stuff? Unsolvable, at least as far as we can see. My friends, true democracy has finally emerged. If it's true that a city has had its safe zone revoked due to a referendum, please also share the information. We would also like to know if these wandering monsters will attack. The faces of the people in the conference room are not very good, because the crowd is a rabble, and a lot of lezzies are voting frantically to revoke the safe zone. This group of people will only know regret when they are dead to the world. The question of who God really is unspokenly ignored. After all, everyone here is in the upper echelons and knows, deep down, that religion is nothing more than a tool for domination. What's more, God doesn't show any inclination. God is not an anthropomorphic being, it is the law by which the world operates. Really debating with scripture? Hey, that's something you're only supposed to do in front of a reporter. Real closed-door talks never talk about that. Next, Professor Zhang Hui from Yunhai City came on stage and gave another message. Zhang Hui cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. Since entering the Pango continent, the meteorites owned by each city have opened up some new functions. The circular creation may have been gifted by God, or it may have been a creation of a certain higher civilization in the previous epochs of the Pango continent, crashed on our planet for reasons unknown. One of the screens, which suddenly lit up a couple of hours ago, had a large amount of information on it, and all you had to do was press these buttons in turn to see this piece of information. Civilization Assistive Management Device, unable to detect the network, is restarting. Please wait. Time error. Proofreading is being done at current time, Pango continent, 9th era. The passage was not in any human language, yet it seemed to work directly on the soul and was able to be read. Civilization Assisted Management Device? The 9th age of Pangia? Numerous leaders have fallen into deep thought, but there is no denying that there is a lot of information in it. Only the text on the screen continued. Current civilization, human civilization, branch star dot. Exploring the 9th era. Civilization milestones that can be displayed. Please wait. 1. End urban chaos and become a stable civilization. 2. Asterisk and $%. 3. Withdrawal of the safe zone. Step towards Pangia. Unknown factors affect. Database corruption. Cannot be explored. Please explore. Behind the screen was a series of garbled codes. Professor Zhang, what is a civilization milestone? Someone asked. It is not yet clear. It may be one of the more important things. This metal orb just shows these conditions, but it doesn't show much. Just a measly 2. Is the metal ball a gift from God? Zhang Hui stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose. I can't be sure. It may be a gift from God, but it could also be a creation of some prehistoric civilization that just landed on Earth 10 years early for some reason. For as delicate as the manufacturing process was, the thing was in the realm of the humanly conceivable, and certain features appeared to be damaged. The God who created the Pangia continent is unimaginably powerful. Would God really create something that was broken in the first place? Another person said in a low voice. Have all of the first 8 epics been extinguished? Unfortunately, I don't know. Professor Zhang stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose and gently shook his head. On this panel, there are also some auxiliary functions where you can look at your city. He signaled a staff member to press a few buttons near the crystal screen. The first branch of human civilization is being detected in a 500-kilometer radius. Total population, 10. 987. 121. Persons with innate abilities, 10. 000. This number was rising at a rate of around 1,000 per hour, meaning that the number of superpowered people was rapidly increasing after entering the Pangia continent, and was already approaching 1/10 of the total population. Number of transcendental sparks, 3. Abundance, 131. Level of technology, unknown. Number of population agreeing to abolish the security zone, %. Civilization level, 1. Verdict, a mediocre civilization not yet out of its infancy. The scalps of all the leaders in the room went numb. In Yunhai City, there were already lazy people who had quietly put their votes in, even by karma. Not only Yunhai City, but Professor Edward of New Vietnam City, couldn't help but exclaim a sentence. New Vietnam actually has a % of people that want to revoke the safe zone. The leadership of each city is uncharacteristically somewhat confused. These people are crazy. What a level of rabble-rouser. The good thing is, everyone's vote can be changed at any time. Once the opinion machine is turned on, it might turn the situation around. Once again, the conference room fell silent. The existence of this metal orb had both good and bad points. Who knows how this thing, in fact, spies on human civilization, even more so than humans themselves. Defense is not an option, even if it does seem like a good thing. But what if, say, it was some powerful civilization that dropped in with malicious intent? Maybe, as soon as the humans left the safe zone, the other side killed them. Professor Zhang, does the metal orb possess an artificial intelligence? Perhaps, but with our current level of technology, we can't tell if it exists or not, nor can we tell the harm. I also ask you to decide if you want to destroy it. It's easy enough to destroy it. Transporting it to the light curtain in the safe zone should destroy it. The people attending the meeting were caught in a dilemma. This large orb was indeed a crystallization of wisdom far above the current technology of mankind. And even deciphering just a few words would be enough for all of mankind to progress a great step forward. Also, it looks like this thing doubles as a contact function between human cities. On the contrary, they can use their own constructed signal towers to make contact, and at a distance of 10,000 kilometers, they can still communicate by radio. But what about with other alien civilizations? Pangia continent, but there are a lot of alien races. There are simply too many questions and too little information, leading to a momentary inability to make a choice. Let's keep it for now. When we want to leave the safe zone, then we'll choose this issue. Li Chunhong rubbed his temples and said slowly, my thoughts are the same. At least now is not the time to destroy it. Another high-ranking member of the military nodded in agreement. There's nothing in particular, so we'll leave. There are still a lot of affairs in Yunhai City. All the work hard everyone. Just as the crowd was about to adjourn, they found that the crystal screen in the center of the large orb actually jumped out a few more lines of text. Discovery of the 8th era civilization, the meta civilization. This civilization has initiated a contact request to the human civilization. Is it in contact? The appearance of this image was really out of everyone's expectation. What's the point of having a meta civilization all of a sudden? Li Chunhong, who had already walked to the door, looked at Zhang Hui and said in confusion, Professor Zhang, has this image ever popped up before? The meta civilization, is it some branch of humanity? The civilization of the 8th era? Professor Zhang, on the other hand, was violently staggered, and a shocked and bewildered emotion appeared on his face. This intelligent man with an IQ of 160, The bewilderment of his whole life seemed to be concentrated on this day. Alien civilization contacted us? Wait, Professor Edward, are you guys still online? Who is Meta Civilization? Is it even possible to change the name? Who is Meta Civilization? In the end, after a series of serious consultations, all of the executives in the room said that they were not Meta Civilization, then agreed to contact. Even if they don't agree, surely there are other branches of humanity that do. Won't they be missing a piece of information for nothing? Connecting is adjusting the time flow. Contact with aliens is so worth waiting for. Li Chunhong felt his blood pressure was spiking. He took a few deep breaths, took out the blood pressure pills he had with him and took one. More and more bizarre things happened. The face of a human male appeared in the screen, covered in blood stains, as if he had experienced a bloody battle. The man muttered, "What is this thing? Civilization support manager. Humans, can you reach humans? Hello, contact humans. Civilization numbers 7812 HSKKJ1 through 7812 HSKKJ17. Get me contact, now." Now it wasn't just the experts, scholars, and government officials from Yunhai City, but people from the other 16 cities were also staring at the screen dumbfounded. And even though a lot of them couldn't understand Chinese, they at least knew that this seemed like a fucking human being. The human surroundings appear to be a bomb shelter. It's very dark and dirty, and there's some feces-like stuff everywhere. The human uttered the Chinese once more. How come the screen doesn't light up? Holy shit, it's so hard to find a baby. Damn, it stinks. Damn fire lizards, shitting directly in the house. What hygienic habits? Professor Zhang Hui's eyes were glazed over. This guy, who was he? Citizens of the Meta Civilization? Still speak Chinese? The Great Eastern Kingdom. When did it unify the Pango continent? The conference room was also in an uproar, and everyone was baffled. Professor Zhang, is someone playing a prank? Feeling that his blood pressure was spiking, Li Chunhong stiffened and kindly prompted, "Is there a possibility that someone hacked this thing? Let me confirm." Zhang Hui was sweating profusely. But this machine is an alien relic, communicating through some supernatural method, not electromagnetic waves. If someone could really hack this thing, they would absolutely have to find a way to offer up this absolute genius. The human was still muttering to himself. Why doesn't the screen light up? Is it broken? Click, click, click. The suspected human creature, with one hand outstretched, was fumbling with buttons, causing the signal to be intermittent and the screen to suddenly turn off and on again. The screen doesn't even light up. I thought it was some great treasure. I didn't realize it was a piece of crap. He kept speaking human language. Is the time shown here? It's kinda useful. At least I don't have to keep track of the time every day. It's just that I don't recognize these numbers. Looks like I'll have to do some serious studying. Ugh, 100 days of this. And the only electronic junk I've picked up that still starts is actually only good as a clock. It's not too bad though. The joy of picking up trash, like fishing, is in the serendipitous search and catch. Holding out too much expectation is often a disappointment. 17 city executives, frozen in shock by this guy, have no idea what's going on. What is he talking about? What 100 days of picking up trash? A few more smart staff members seemed to think of something and looked at each other, but it was a little too unbelievable to think about. Then next, the humanoid creature turned around and started digging. Not long after, actually from the depths of the ground, dug out a fiery red crystal stone, the size of a fist, blooming with bright light. That fire lizard is so powerful. It's really good to have treasure. Ha ha, this time it's really developed. The humanoid creature beamed with joy. With this thing, can cultivate my transcendent fire faster. Transcendental fire. This keyword made all the listeners prick up their ears, because on the screen just now, there is also a transcendent spark prompt. Yunhai City seems to have 3 transcendent sparks, but no one knows exactly what transcendental fire means. Professor Zhang Hui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and privately asked his assistant, Xiaobo, have you detected any unknown electromagnetic waves? Are there any hackers? Professor Zhang, there is no such thing as electromagnetic waves. The picture is real, 1,000 times real. There can't be a hacker. In the paranormal laboratory, a young doctoral student in charge of communications had incredulity written all over his face. The speed of playback of that instrument's picture is 100 times faster than what we have here. We're just using technical means to slow down the picture. He is indeed from the Pango continent? The situation was so bizarre that it completely exceeded their expectations. How about a big-headed alien? Or an octopus man or a lizard man? How come there's a human and he speaks Chinese? They literally checked 100 times, even confirming with their naked eyes that the image playing on that crystal screen was a human being. Could it be that his screen there is actually broken? Zhang Hui thought of a possibility. The two sides have actually contacted each other. but there doesn't seem to be any feedback from his side. That's why this guy keeps talking to himself. Professor, we've traced the creature's facial recognition data, and it seems to be someone from our great eastern country. Just happens to be in Yunhai City, U-Town neighborhood, named Lu Yuan, 24 years old, working as a programmer at New Century Technology Network Limited. The atmosphere in the office got even weirder when he got this conclusion. Yunhai City's hand, Li Chunhong, took a blood pressure lowering pill. Don't voice it out yet. Keep it strictly confidential. Just think of him as an alien. On the large screen directly in front of him, the young male, grimacing, is pushing this one large iron ball while muttering to himself, "Let's bask in the sun. It's solar powered anyway, and a quick charge might be able to make contact. It's so heavy, it can't be pushed at all." The metal ball was at least several tons in mass. Where could one person move it? Several wolf-like creatures were running happily around the orb, howling woo woo woo. They looked extremely excited, and their saliva kept flowing on the ground, as if they were asking for something. Some whispers finally appeared in the communication conversations of the 17 cities. That's a wild animal from the Pangia continent, isn't it? There are no such wolves on Earth. He domesticated this wolf? Discordian grey wolves are much bigger and stronger, and do have subtle differences from wolves on Earth. 17 cities with coyote-infested areas that actually don't exist except for zoos. It can't be. The safe zone hasn't been cancelled yet. Is he human? How did he get out? Yes, the safety zone is impenetrable. Unless the guy turns himself into an electromagnetic wave, or into a water molecule. But this is also impossible because there are limits to superpowers, and the ability to completely change one's own matter as such would be impossible in current supernatural theory. Professor Zhang, can you try to communicate with him? Just then, a military representative spoke up. I'm trying. Hello, Mr. Midas Civilization. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? The staff kept trying to communicate with the other party while pressing various buttons. But that machine on the other side, it seems like it really only has a send function, not a receive function. After half a dozen calls, the other didn't move. Ha ha, I thought of a good way to carry it. On the screen, the young man broke into a smile and held out a hand. The screen turned pure black. After a long time, when the picture reappeared, the instrument had been moved out into the sunlight. And I don't know how he did it. The crowd in the conference room, their pupils dilated. They actually saw a lizard creature the size of a small mountain. The lizard creature was clad in fiery red scale armor and had several spears in its abdomen. The blood that flowed from it had dried up and it seemed, probably, dead. Was this giant creature his prey? How? There were so many questions that for a moment it was as if the crowd's minds were stuck. All sorts of reveries, all sorts of speculations, popping up one by one like soap bubbles. Let's get some sun and charge it up first. Try again when it's fully charged to see if you can contact a human. The suspicious humanoid creature, standing in front of the screen, turned it off with a click. Don't close. We still have to see it. A young scholar, under the emotion, unconsciously shouted out, "You've already contacted don't turn it off." But the young man couldn't hear it at all, and the image eventually disappeared. Only everyone was left staring at each other in place. Somewhere in the Pangia continent, the intense headache was like a steel needle, stirring frantically in the mind. Every muscle in the body was like thousands and thousands of ants biting frantically. Lu Yuan awoke from his slumber and felt his intense weakness. The bright sun hung in the sky, next to the mountain-sized carcass of the fire lizard, and a couple of she-wolves were not far away, licking him incessantly with their tongues. It didn't eat the owner. It's pretty good. The sun was in the sky and the time was 12 o'clock noon. About 7 hours of sleep since passing out? It's impossible to sleep all day, right? You guys have been watching over me. Thank you so much. This is what it's like to have a body deficit. This fight really hurt the energy. Lu Yuan clearly wanted to move a couple of times, but he realized that his body was not at his command. And when his brain issued a command, his body had to delay it for a long time. All the cells in my body are sending a signal. I don't want to move. I want to go on strike. Just lie down. Lie down until the end of time. The brain lets out a relentless roar. I want to pick up the trash. Adrenaline. Come on. Transcendental fire. Give it a shot. And what's that eternal body? Lend me some energy. Even though his entire body was in unbearable pain and exhausted to the extreme. But when he thought that there were still great trophies waiting to be harvested, the urge to pick up garbage finally overcame his body's instincts. Lu Yuan stretched out one of his hands, took out the spider jerky from the storage space, and took a heavy bite. Chewed it twice and swallowed it straight down. A few more gulps of cold water. At once, a fiery energy erupted from the stomach, and this energy traveled along the blood vessels, moisturizing every cell in the body. He had been resting for half an hour before his trance-like mental state had recovered a little and his muscles were less sore. Phew, seems to have come to life. 2 soft breaths were let out, and his lungs burned, as if he had inhaled gasoline, and it was not very comfortable. Ow, ow, the old wolf limped and crawled to the spot. Lu Yuan glanced at it. An elderly discordant gray wolf with 2 broken ribs. If it's a wild animal with such serious injuries, I'm afraid it will only starve to death alive. Such a good dog. You shouldn't leave it alone, right? Lie down and don't move. Lu Yuan commanded it menacingly. The old wolf seemed to know that his bones were broken, and obediently lay on his side. That pink tongue drooped, his chest fluttered, his breathing was a little heavy, and there were a few voices. From his storage space, Lu Yuan took out another large basin of clear water. He took a couple of gulps of his own to moisten his dry lips, then it was distributed to the wolves. The wolves were all a little thirsty, and quickly divided the tub of fresh water cleanly. Lu Yuan was still a little worried about the old wolf, and crouched down to check for a while. This guy's mental state is not that bad. That one eye looks like it doesn't matter. For a while, it shouldn't die. Lu Yuan remembers the saying that a broken tendon takes 100 days to move the bone. In the case of a minor fracture, as long as you don't move it around, the bone will slowly heal itself. However, if severe displacement has occurred and the bone has caused damage to the surrounding tissues, this is not a condition that will heal itself, or at least the bone will have to be displaced back and put back together to slowly recover. But he didn't have enough medical technology to confirm the old wolf's condition, and in the end, he could only give up the idea of messing around with himself for the time being. Oh you my life, old buddy, when we get back, I'll check the canon of the meta-civilization and go to the rubble heap to find some medical supplies to help you with your broken bones. Don't worry, it won't leave you alone. The old wolf lay on the ground and made a grunting sound. He's just a little tired, eyes closed, basking in the sun, and treating pain like a cloud. Wild animals are like weeds everywhere on the side of the road, and their greatest strength is that they are good at enduring. If a human's bones were broken, they would certainly hum so much, but wild animals often don't say a word, enduring in silence, waiting to recover, or ushering in their eventual death. And those wives-of-its, with a dumbfounded look at the corpse of the fire lizard. At first, they were cautious, fearing that the fire lizard would suddenly rise up and swallow them. A certain she-wolf, boldly scratching with her paw, immediately retracted again. Then, another bite with his teeth. The skin is too thick to bite through. Eventually realized that this fire lizard was actually really killed. How did it die? Ah? He turned his head to look at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of awe. In the past, they only regarded Lu Yuan as a rich prince, and only the old wolf regarded Lu Yuan as his master. But now, they are just awe. The flesh and blood of transcendent beings had a great attraction to ordinary beings. However, this time, if Lu Yuan didn't give it of his own accord, they didn't dare to come forward at all. This is a fierce man who can kill a fire lizard single-handedly, so beware of the wolf's life. It was indeed a sign of treating Lu Yuan as the alpha wolf, and they hoped that after Lu Yuan had eaten them, it would be their turn. And at this moment, Lu Yuan was in a state of exuberance as he slowly recovered a bit of vitality after eating the spider meat. He had a smile on his face, because he felt the jumping transcendental fire in his head. And, eternal body, the milestone of God, that's 2 abilities at once, developed. There is no need to explain the transcendent fire, an ability that can be cultivated to constantly improve 3-dimensional attributes and break through the limits of human beings. It's useless to have more skills if you don't have enough attributes. A spear went over and couldn't even break the monster's defense. As for the eternal body, it is even more powerful. Eternal body significantly increases one's lifespan, gains the ability to regenerate a small number of limbs, keeps one's ability value at its peak for a long time, and does not age before the end of one's lifespan comes. God's milestone rewards are really powerful. It is hard to imagine just the gold content of dramatically increasing one's life expectancy without aging. Also, there is limb regeneration. I said, why is the whole body incredibly difficult to bear? It turns out to be the regeneration of the cause. Of course, the eternal body wasn't really eternal life. It was just a lifespan enhancement. Maybe there really is such a thing as a big birthday in Pango continent, and you immediately die violently when your big birthday comes? However, Lu Yuan had a vague feeling that a certain milestone that was extremely difficult to obtain might reward an ability at the level of immortality. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? One can't be insatiable. Maybe I'll die tomorrow because of an accident. While resting, his seeker's eye saw a rich golden color in the cave and struggled to get up from the ground. The lizard's lair. Could there be some kind of treasure? You guys go ahead and check it out. Quickly, he dispatched 2 she-wolves forward to scout. The fire lizard's feces made the she-wolf nervous to get close at all. Lu Yuan cursed in his heart, unproductive thing, and could only feel his way over carefully, bit by bit. The cave was so large that it was possible to see, from outside the cave, the reinforced concrete construction inside, with blackened siding, covered in grayish moss, and the occasional rusty rebar exposed, and the smell of passing time greeted him. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. This appears to be a air raid shelter dug out by the meta-civilization? Most of the supplies had been eroded by the light of day, and things like cars and machines had been reduced to metal junk by the fire lizards. So this bomb shelter turned into a filthy monster lair. Lu Yuan crouched down, and although he was exhausted, the garbage man's heart was leaping for joy. Picked up a scrap metal door. I don't know what kind of alloy it is. It looks very solid and has not rusted yet. It's just too heavy, so I'll put it away for now and pick it up later when I'm free. Picked up stinking, dirty cloth in over 100 bundles? The material used to make them is somewhat like the meltblown cloth used to make masks. Chemical fibers that are rolled together in rolls each 2 meters wide. It's just that a lot of the cloth is contaminated with fire lizard feces. Lu Yuan wasn't sure if these could be cleaned. If you can find clean cloth, you can also make dresses and pants, which is quite rewarding. If it doesn't wash, ugh, it'll just have to count. Lu Yuan covered his nose and shook his head at the chemical fibers. It's not that he's picky, but wearing smelly clothes can have a serious impact on your mental state. No one in their right mind would wear clothes that smell like feces, right? It's important to be in the right mood when you're out and about. Pick up tons of gold, silver, and all sorts of messy metals. Particularly conspicuous are the gold bricks. Big gold nuggets. The golden bricks were stacked haphazardly like building bricks, blinding Lu Yuan's eyes. He even thinks it's a vault now, and the silver has become rusted by the light of day. It is only gold, which still retains its beautiful golden color. Does this fire lizard love shiny things? A habit of the legendary gargoyles? Lu Yuan carried it. Each brick might be 10 kilograms. These things could add up to several dozen tons of weight, and at a gold price of $700 a gram. He's now picking up billions of dollars at once? But where there's a little use, there's no use at all. Another dozen or so shiny rocks and metals were picked up, each weighing several tons. Ingot bitten by a fire lizard. Or do you want to take a bite? Aluminum licked by fire lizards. It was almost confirmed that this fire lizard possessed a giant dragon habit. A spammer that just exploded another spammer's gold. If the fire lizard possessed a spirit in heaven, it would have roared furiously. Did you hunt me down just to snatch away the trash I've accumulated for hundreds of years? Why would a garbage man need to be difficult for a garbage man? Crap. I seem to be having problems with my head. Lu Yuan was excited to the extreme. Getting tens of tons of metal garbage. All so excited that he was about to lie down on it. He didn't understand his own perverted mind. It was obvious that it was a bunch of useless stuff, but he just hated to take it all in and move it all away. As the saying goes, the warrior who slays the dragon will eventually become the evil dragon, and he's now evolving towards a true evil dragon. Lu Yuan, calm down. Find something useful and take it back to improve your life. Fluorite, a fluorine-containing ore. It emits a weak light when subjected to friction, heat, ultraviolet light, etc., and is an industrial raw material often used to extract the element fluorine. This stuff, is it not possible to use it as toothpaste? He remembered that the toothpaste seemed to have fluoride in it. Apatite, a phosphorus-containing ore, will slowly release energy and produce a weak glow when heated. This thing is truly useless. Calcium uranium mica, which fluoresces a light yellow-green color under ultraviolet light, is highly radioactive. Are you sure you want to live with this for a long time? Very small chance of benign mutation. All types of cancer probability increased by more than 1000%. Lu Yuan shivered and subconsciously moved away from the green stone, continuing to grope towards the deepest part of the cavern. Lu Yuan also found a large iron ball-like object, one of which was buried in the earth and glittered with silver light, and on the iron ball there was a crystal-like screen. It looks as if is unusual? Its surface was coated with fire lizard fuel and some traces of spit as it dried. The Pathfinder's eye explains, it may be a civilization-assisted management device developed by a powerful civilization, which can be used to detect the civilization's various human resources data, and at the same time, it also carries a certain remote contact function. Whether the civilization has good or bad intentions remains a mystery. However, because of the fire lizard's prolonged play, this civilization management device seems to be partially damaged. So maybe there is still a small portion of its functions that can be used normally. Current energy reserves are woefully inadequate and can be recharged by solar power. Lu Yuan was startled. The muscles on his face twitched twice, and he rubbed his eyes somewhat incredulously. Immediately after, a burst of ecstasy in his heart. What kind of good luck is this? He actually picked up the relics of a higher civilization? Is it possible to be able to contact human civilization with this thing? Even if you can't go back in the flesh, a phone call would be nice. That heart of a wanderer trembled all at once. Lu Yuan pressed the button of the machine. and the indicator light beside it lit up, blinking. A strange electronic sound emanated from the large orb, a zippy sound, as if the speakers were broken. I wonder if there is an AI. Holding on to the idea of trying, Lu Yuan yelled out to the large orb, "Human civilization. Can you contact humans? Hello? Hurry up and contact the humans. What is the numbering of the humans coming from? 7812 HSKKJ1 through 7812 HSKKJ17. This should be the right number." Lu Yuan entered a series of numbers through a button on the surface of the large orb, on a secondary screen that could light up. The secondary screen has a splash screen, but after waiting for a long time, that main screen didn't light up. This big machine seems to be dead, not responding at all. Lu Yuan was greatly disappointed, sighing for half a day, wanting to move it out to put it in the sun, but the result was that it was hard to move. The gap between the power of the fire lizards and him was just too great. But that disappointment lasted only a short minute. After all, in the current environment, one couldn't expect to just pick up a more advanced contact device and be able to contact a human civilization that was an unknown number of kilometers away. Forget it. No expectations. No disappointments. If there's no such machine on the human side, there's no way I can get in touch with it. Is there? It's like making a phone call. If there's no cell phone on the human side, it's useless no matter how I dial the number. He consoled himself, but deep down he actually couldn't stop being disappointed. It's just that he has encountered too many helpless facts. And it's not as bad as this one or two. Optimism was soon renewed. After all, 2 abilities alone were enough to satisfy him this time. Lu Yuan gently breathed a sigh of relief and followed the golden light emitted by the Seeker's Eye and dug heavily on the ground. It kept digging for about half a meter, and directly dug out an SSR-level super loot. A safe-like metal box contained a fiery red crystal that glowed faintly in the darkness. The fiery red spirit crystal, a rare natural wonder that absorbs, purifies, and slowly releases spirit. It can be used to cultivate transcendental fire and accelerate the speed of cultivation. It can also cultivate the rest of the cultivatable abilities. The quality of that crystal stone, when viewed in the Pangia continent, is about B+ grade. I told you, why is this golden light so dense? It turns out that there is a super treasure inside the cave. Lu Yuan's emotions, which had just calmed down, rippled again, so excited that even his body's temperature rose quite a bit. He hugged the fire-red crystal and studied it for half a day. This palm-sized crystal was the biggest loot he had ever found. A natural curiosity. Combine that with the surroundings inside the bomb shelter, metal doors and all, and he brainstormed a great big show. This used to be a high-level warehouse. The scientists of the meta-civilization not only studied the red spirit crystal, but also mutated monsters such as fire lizards. As a result, after a catastrophe, the meta-civilization became extinct, but the lizards survived and have grown until now. Now, this treasure has fallen into my hands. Moreover, I also possess the transcendent fire, just in time to cultivate it. This feeling is just like someone sending a pillow when you fall asleep, and suddenly winning the lottery when you are short of money, highlighting a refreshing feeling. He glanced around a few more times, and there was no more of that golden glow, indicating that the treasure here had already been unearthed by him. The fire lizard's feces was everywhere, smothering his nose. Lu Yuan cursed the guy for not being hygienic, and took another look at the big iron ball, the civilization management device, which he was still a bit reluctant to abandon. The instrument is broken, but maybe at some point in the future, one learns the expertise and fixes it? The opportunity to be able to contact human civilization, really don't want to give it up easily. What's more, the timer of the big iron ball seems to be good, even for a clockwork purpose. How can I carry it out? He had the bright idea to touch the large iron ball directly with his hand and stuffed it into the storage space. Any inanimate matter that is touched with the hand can be stuffed directly into the storage space. The volume is just right and the storage space is stuffed right to the brim. After leaving the cave, and strutting around, he took this large iron ball out of the storage space and placed it on the ground, letting it quietly bask in the sun. So many superpowers, so many ways. Another glance up at the large lizard's body revealed that there were already flies scurrying around the wound. These flies rushed up in a swarm, sucked up the poisoned blood, and then were poisoned to death in a swarm, and the whole ground was littered with corpses, looking extremely miserable. A transcendent being that has lost a great deal of blood and is suffering from neurotoxins. Dead. The body is in the process of slow decomposition, and it is expected that most of the flesh and blood will be worthless after a day. Lu Yuan sighed. There is such a bad thing about using poisons. Along with the whole trophy is contaminated. He wouldn't dare try it. Just how powerful the spider toxin was. We need to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. Now that the remnants of the fire lizard are still around, other creatures are afraid to come near. After a while, maybe the other wildlife will come running. Lu Yuan circled around the corpse, skulking around in a circle. rather feeling like he had no way to start. He thought that this thick layer of scale armor might be a good treasure. Take it back and tan it. You can make leather coats, leather pants, leather shoes, and no more than the leather of a transcendental creature, which should be good for warmth. He lives alone, with only one set of clothes, which sooner or later will break down, and must learn to make his own clothes and shoes, in case there's a winter here. It's good to get some warmth and get through it in peace. As for the lizard meat, well, look again for the non-toxic part of it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan took the axe and chopped vigorously. Truth be told, he was tired now. His stamina deficit was so great that every lift of the axe took every ounce of strength in his body. If he could stay still, he would have done so a long time ago. But as soon as he rests, as soon as he opens and closes his eyes, maybe the lizard is rotting away, or a wild animal has run over. It's too bad that this scene is unacceptable to the garbage man. One can only squeeze out so much strength and force oneself to work. One civilization, that's all. When fighting, you can only rely on yourself. When you work, you also have to do everything by yourself. Force yourself when you're tired. And, of course, the joy of the harvest. Alone, Lu Yuan was quite happy and even hummed a little tune. Starting at the soft belly, axe after axe, the fire lizard's skin was split open in its entirety, exposing the reddish insides. It was a really bloody scene. If it was 100 days ago, Lu Yuan would never have been able to do this job. At that time, he was a city man who had never killed a chicken, and he was scared to death to kill a fish. That was killing a life. Scared the shit out of me. But now he's long used to the scene, not killing indiscriminately, but from nature, obtaining the nutrients that would allow them to live. That was how the Pangia continent operated. The law of survival of the fittest. Controlling his emotions and retaining a point of reverence for everything in the world were the laws of survival that Lu Yuan had learned during his 100 days in the natural world. The strong smell of blood attracted the wolves, who wandered anxiously to the side, barking a few times now and then. Ow vu 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 vu. I really want to eat it. When can we start eating? They were urging the head wolf Lu Yuan to hurry up and eat his fill so that they could enjoy themselves. However, these entrails were not edible. The seekers I gave the message, meat contaminated with neurotoxin. And looking at the swarms of poison flies, one could see the consequences. Of course, in the process of peeling the skin, Lu Yuan still found some useful parts. For example, a certain gland is filled with something reddish, like a stone. Unique fuel crystals, the fuel of fire lizards, solidified by aging, a flammable product that reaches temperatures of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius when ignited. Because of the unique heart-only elements it contains, coupled with the accumulation of old oil over the years, the energy density is so high that a small peanut meter-sized one can burn for a day. It can be used to make long-lasting lamps or to kill the enemy. This thing is so dangerous and like it's kind of useful. As a qualified garbage man, Lu Yuan hardened his heart and snapped these stones from among the glands, one by one. It's like squeezing a blackhead. It's kind of gross. Again, seems like a bit of a relief. The small ones were only the size of a quail's egg, and the big ones were as big as a fist, totaling more than 300 in a plastic bucket. Keep it in the storage space. It shouldn't spontaneously combust. His storage space, with almost zero internal time flow, basically does not undergo chemical reactions. Discover the fire lizard **2. These two crampons are located on each side of the spine, have excellent elasticity, and are 8 meters long, almost like rubber bands. Found hamstrings *4. Each leg has a hamstring of about 2 meters. You can take it back to make bows and arrows and crossbows. Then Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the meat on the back of the fire lizard was not contaminated by much venom. And after identification, it basically came to the category of being edible. This can be really good news. And they were all big chunks of tenderloin, red and marbled like snowflakes, filling one's appetite at first glance. Lu Yuan was so energized that he carefully sliced a few large pieces down and stuffed them into his storage space. All of a sudden, the storage space was stuffed. This bit of meat alone weighs nearly a ton. Lu Yuan deeply lamented that the storage space was too small. It's not stuffed at all. Gotta power up soon. With the transcendent fire seed, he was able to open up a larger space as long as his attributes were upgraded. Finally thinking of something else, he cut a few slices of tenderloin and fed them to the old wolf lying on the ground. The first slice is for you, old buddy. This time you can really earn a lot. All of a sudden I have hope. The road to transcendence. The road to home. From the future is not bright. To the future is boundless. This king is the first one to get 99% of the loot. The old wolf, being the second most meritorious, gets 1% of the loot. Seeing that his master had not given up on him, the old wolf was teary-eyed and somewhat grateful. And with a flick of his tongue, he devoured the tenderloin. It's so fragrant. In the wolf's mindset, Injury is often equated with death. Now there is still a bite to eat. That one eye, full of tears. Woof woof woof. In the next second, the old wolf lay on the ground and barked furiously. Give me more. You kid, haven't had enough yet. Why are you leaving? Thy wife and daughter. I will feed them, but thou shalt not eat more. I fear thou shalt eat and die, alas. Lu Yuan again fed the she-wolf that was alive and anxious next to him, practically on the verge of splattering on the ground. After receiving the promise from the head wolf, these guys immediately switched their expressions and wolfed down their food. After you've had your fill, subside, eat more, you can't take the rest of the meat back. Lu Yuan kept cutting off pieces of meat and feeding them, and the female wolves all ate their bellies round and round, and in the end they really couldn't eat anymore, and one by one they lay down on the side of the road, all about to vomit. Even Lu Yuan himself carefully cut off a few slices of meat and swallowed some raw. The flavor of the raw meat was not really good. It had a strong bloody taste and a spicy feel to it, but after eating it, the whole body warmed up, as if a wave of warm air was running through the body. The grade of this lizard meat is much higher than spider meat. Lu Yuan felt the warmth from the fire lizard meat, which was probably more than twice as much as the spider meat. The difference is pretty big. Alas, no matter how high a spider's potential is, it's still just a small spider, and fire lizards have been cultivating for a long time. Right, so potential really doesn't mean anything. He endured the raw taste and felt somewhat full after eating 2 small pieces. The warmth of the heat flow slightly compensated for the huge deficit in physical strength. The flesh and blood of transcendent beings contain unique materialistic elements that are beneficial to the growth, development and even evolution of life. Scientists from the meta-civilization have done extensive research in this area. They believe that even if someone doesn't have any supernatural ability and at the same time has poor qualifications, as long as they consume the blood and flesh of transcendental beings over a long period of time, they can still slowly enhance their physical fitness, and there is a certain probability that they can improve the qualifications of the next generation. To this end, the meta-civilization has also set up a large number of research groups to make the best possible use of mutated creatures. After all, civilizations that hadn't left the safe zone were still relatively resource poor, and mutant creatures were expensive to farm artificially. And the cities of the meta-civilization are also filled with messy propaganda advertisements, like what extraordinary DHA extraordinary protein what only element, etc. As long as tainted with these terms, the price of the goods soared 10 times 100 times, and meta-civilization's wealth gap is actually quite big. With limited resources, the strong are always strong, and the weak are always weak. All in all, more meat is always a good idea. Then next, Lu Yuan spent a daytime to peel off this thick lizard skin hard with an axe. Some portions that can't be carried or cut down have to be strategically abandoned. The skins alone, combined, weigh almost a ton. He looked at the leather piled up into a small mountain and suffered from the storage space being stuffed, so he could only chop the whole skin into a dozen or so pieces and slowly carry it piece by piece. After doing all this, Lu Yuan was exhausted and squatted down on a rock, panting heavily. But now was not a good time to rest. So Lu Yuan could only push himself up and rediscover the wheelbarrow. Carrying the skin of the fire lizard as well as the broken old wolf to the wheelbarrow, he slowly pushed his way back to his camp. As for the big iron ball-like civilization manager, it can only be put here for the time being. I'll get it when I've vacated my storage space. Ow! The she-wolves yelped excitedly. They were always carefree. Lu Yuan howled along with him, his light-hearted voice echoing between the mountains and fields, an inexplicable feeling of exhilaration arising within him. The clouds in the sky rolled like golden waves. The orange and yellow setting sun reflected the lofty mountains in the distance, and the miles of green hills were tinted with a deep red of roses. What kind of ending would justify the upheaval today? Lu Yuan looked at the magnificent twilight scene and realized that his mental state was not the same as before. When he came, he was dead, resentful, and felt like everything in his life had lost its meaning. When he left, he seemed to search for the hope of living, with the expectation of the future. Even if he was tired and looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. But a man can be destroyed, but not defeated. Damn God, I overcame everything. Lu Yuan stretched out a hand and grabbed the sky, pushing the cart. It was nighttime all the way back to the campground. Opening the metal gate, he pushed the cartload of loot into the house, and carefully carried the old wolf down to his special bed. The old wolf opened his eyes and wagged his tail to show he was in good shape. Phew, still comfortable in the lair. Returning to a safe place, Lu Yuan's tightly tensed nerves instantly slackened and suddenly deflated, planting himself on the ground. The adrenaline ran out long ago. He's like an old car that ran out of gas. Even the oil burned off with it. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, paralyzed for a few minutes, feeling exhausted to the core. After killing a lizard and doing so much work, he really didn't even want to move his toes. but he was covered in slimy fluids, sour with sweat and blood, and eventually chose to steal his spirit and went outside the camp to clean himself. After taking a shower, I realized that I had a vaguely low-grade fever, which is not a good sign. When illness came to his door, Lu Yuan's only recourse was to fight it hard with his body and pray that it wasn't anything serious. Pulled out a few more chunks of lizard meat and fed them to the she-wolves. No other wolves were allowed in the shelter except for the older ones. I'll leave you guys to keep watch for the rest of the night. I'm going to go inside and get some sleep. Really need to get a good night's sleep. Probably a dozen hours or so. The she-wolves wagged their tails happily. They are heartened to embrace the new Wolf King. With these guys guarding the outside, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. There's danger they'll call out. Lu Yuan was actually a bit thankful that he still had company, even though these companions couldn't speak, didn't have much intelligence, and were still the bottom of the jungle in the Pango continent. They were nevertheless still dependable in critical moments. He closed the metal door and took a small blue pill. Lying down on a bed thatched with thatch, he drifted off to sleep. This sleep, simply sleep in the dark, clear air upward, turbid air downward, as if from the beginning of Pangu's opening of the heavens and the earth, until the end of the world. Once upon a time, Lu Yuan had a great dream, to sleep until he woke up naturally and count money until his hands cramped. Now, both dreams have really come true. He can sleep as long as he wants and has an inexhaustible supply of gold. If there's a soft girl, it's really a winner in life. Lu Yuan stretched his back and realized that it was already sunrise outside. After looking at the old wolf and realizing that it really didn't have any major problems, Lu Yuan was concerned about himself. His head hurt and his temples kept throbbing as if they had exploded. The temperature may be 39 to 40 degrees Celsius, and the body is indescribably uncomfortable. First he identified his attributes. An uninteresting human who has experienced a bloody battle and is recovering from dark wounds all over his body. Disease state, influenza, early stage. Lu Yuan first felt indifferent, patted his chest and said to himself, "Fortunately, it's just the flu. No big problem." What? Influenza? My life is over. Don't think that flu is a small disease. In ancient times, there is another term for flu, called epidemic. The plague is a type of plague, and it's not uncommon for villages to die off one by one. Shape, gas, God, transcendental level, 1. Transcendent abilities, other space, Pathfinder's eye, Explorer's eye, storage space, transcendent fire, eternal body. Verdict, why does that uninteresting human have 6 abilities? But regardless, that human is still a fledgling rookie with nothing to be proud of. There is a fluctuation in the triple attributes, probably due to illness. Lu Yuan always feels that the attitude of this eye, is it better? More ability? I'll ask you if you're convinced. I have to find a way to heal myself. Otherwise, without care, the disease may get worse. The principle of that little blue pill is to boost immunity. It's good against bacteria, and it should have some effect against viruses as well. So, what else is there to do? Lu Yuan remembered the transcendent fire in his mind. Transcendent fire, an extremely special, cultivatable ability. Since it can source attributes, it can also be used to boost the immune system and fight disease. And this knowledge is documented in the materials of the meta-civilization. Lu Yuan quietly closed his eyes and gradually saw a small leaping red spark hidden in his mind, about the size of a finger, emitting a gentle glow. This is the transcendental fire. When he saw it, Lu Yuan developed a heartfelt sense of intimacy. Once ignited, the transcendental fire will remain with you for the rest of your life, and will only be extinguished at the time of your death, which confirms the saying that when a man dies, the lamp goes out. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and began to visualize his body. The organs that could be sensed were a blur, starting from the beating heart, to the writhing muscles, to the lungs that contracted one by one. The good thing was that he knew that the flu virus attacked mainly the lungs, respiratory tract, and nose, so he took his time, transferring the transcendental fire into those organs. The fire emitted a warm force that nourished this part of the cell in a steady stream. It had been 3 hours before Lu Yuan reopened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his chest. He was sweating profusely all over. The headache was gone, from a high fever to a low one, and the whole thing was 100 times easier straight away. Phew, what an awesome ability. It only took half a day for the flu to recover to a great extent. Put it in the past, it would take a week at any rate. Lu Yuan clenched his fists in surprise. It's no wonder that only civilizations that have popularized the transcendent fire are qualified to explore the Pango continent. Otherwise, a plague goes down and the army is paralyzed. Immediately afterward, he studied the new ability of Eternal Body. This is a passive ability that cannot be used actively, and is the only milestone reward for crossing 5 levels and hunting fire lizards, which serves to dramatically increase lifespan, gain the ability to regenerate limbs, allow ability values to remain at their peak forever, and not age before the end of their lifespan. Human beings, as creatures, strictly observe the principle of use it or lose it. Progress is difficult and requires years and years of training. Regression, on the other hand, is easy, even degrading in just a few days. The so-called 1 day do not practice hands and feet slow, 2 days do not practice half of the work, 3 days do not practice into a layman. Said this use and waste back effect. With the eternal body, the body will remain at its peak for a long time, and as long as it is practiced, there will not be much degradation. With more passive abilities stacked, there is a real possibility of becoming Superman. I have to admit, this is a very powerful ability to save many hours of workout time. In addition, Lu Yuan vaguely wondered if his lifespan had increased a bit. Is the face fixed? He is now 24 years old and still very handsome. I can't tell you how great it would be if the body form was fixed. Even at 1,000 years old, he can still be a pillar of strength. And the girls say they can't stand it. The headaches are gone. The depression is gone. And too much energy always leads to other worries. Maybe, the time of sage mode will also be shortened. My recovery ability is strengthened. So I should. Lu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile, then immediately thought of something else and sadly sighed. But as long as I don't return to Earth, even if I'm 1,000 years old, I'll still only be able to live a life. How miserable it is. Trouble and joy mixed together. Lu Yuan could only sigh in the end as he got the better of the situation. Conflicts are always a normal part of life. Could it be that I'm really an old sex maniac? What's more, Lu Yuan secretly wondered if the ability of eternal body, since it was effective in exercising and practicing, would it also be effective in learning? The brain is part of the body. 2. Knowledge like English and math will be slowly forgotten after a period of non-practice. With an eternal body, you won't forget, will you? At least not as quickly, but not too much. When Lu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly realized that there were still a lot of places that could be tapped into with these auxiliary abilities. It was just that he hadn't thought of it for a while. God, why would you only give auxiliary abilities, and you don't give any of the attacking abilities? As for the transcendental fire, he got it by his ability, and it has nothing to do with the gift of God. For the next few days again, for insurance purposes, except for eating and going to the toilet, Lu Yuan had been lying down peacefully. That battle had left him with a huge loss of energy and a huge deficit of physical strength. This deficit is reflected firstly in the fact that you can't sleep enough, and secondly, your appetite is also low, and you are full after a few bites. The bottom line is there is no desire, no motivation. Fortunately, with the assistance of the extraordinary fire treatment, coupled with the energy-rich fire lizard meat, the body is rapidly recovering. The leisure time was not so boring, reading the articles left behind by the meta-civilization, especially the knowledge about cultivation, sunbathing and drinking hot water. It was quite pleasant. After all, it was the first time he had gotten sick when he came to the Pangia continent, so it couldn't be said that he didn't take it seriously. Until the 7th day, Lu Yuan just couldn't lie down anymore. Fear the flu. The practice officially begins today. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and focused his mind, starting the first cultivation in his life. Gradually, in his own mind, he saw a dark red flame, small and fragile. After a few days of healing, the little flame had not grown in any way, but this little thumb-sized bit was the origin of personal power. The specific function of the transcendental fire is very simple, to constantly enhance the 3 attributes of form, Qi and God. If the fire is strong enough, it is also capable of releasing psychic energy externally, evolving various attack techniques. This is the first ability of civilization, at least that's what the meta-civilization thinks. Transcendental fire may not be the strongest. The world does possess stronger cultivation abilities than transcendental fire, and all sorts of strange and unfathomable abilities. But for a civilization, it is what makes the most sense, because it can spread and popularize the world. Lu Yuan couldn't comment on this kind of statement, because the 18th branch of human civilization had only one person. It didn't matter even if it couldn't spread, and he thought that the other 5 abilities were awesome as well. If you choose one of the 6, of course, I want them all. Hey, Lu Yuan is still a little fastidious. How could any other civilization have piled up this kind of Superman? Thinking about it this way, the gods hadn't been so bad to him, landing him right in the middle of the ruins of a civilization with plenty of trash to pick up, and rewarded him with so many milestones. The call of wild animals came from the forest. The chirping of insects seemed a bit harsh. In the middle of this barbaric world, there was his little piece of paradise, which was indeed an okay result. God, it's a good day to be your devotee. Lu Yuan somewhat happily took out the fiery red crystal. The fire in his mind flickered slightly, sensing the majestic psychic energy contained in the crystals. It was like a silent and odorless air current that flowed around Lu Yuan. The small red flame grew vigorously, like a whale swallowing these energies. This was simply the very best spirit stones in immortal cultivation novels. But it has to be said, this fire-red crystal stone put in the Pangia continent is still rare. It is impossible to popularize all beings. How would humans distribute it? The feeling of practicing was a bit soothing. Closing his eyes and falling into a meditative state, sensing the small flame constantly pulsing, clarity and confusion were entangled together, turning into a chaos, with only a little bit of clear red light hanging high in the sky, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, this was because of the luxurious comfort that came from having fiery red spirit crystals. Without spirit crystals, you can only slowly repair yourself, and you can't see the fire grow 1 point even after a year of repair. In order to accelerate the speed of cultivation, the meta-civilization has also developed some cultivation techniques related to the extraordinary fire. For example, when you meditate, you draw a lotus flower pattern with a small flame, which is called lotus cannon. There is also the observation of transcendental creatures, that is, the cannibal flower image. Yes, when the meta-civilization had not yet become extinct, this cannibal flower was already the most powerful transcendental creature in the native land, and it survived until the 9th epoch. There are also visualizations of the Pisces Pei, visualizations of Tai Chi figures, etc. However, the energy of the fiery red crystals far exceeded all kinds of cultivation techniques, and it was simply a force to be reckoned with, allowing Lu Yuan's fire seed to grow by leaps and bounds. This is like the gap between beads and computers. When you don't have a computer, beadwork is great for dramatically speeding up calculations, and once you have a computer, come on, let's get you started for an hour while I hit the keyboard a few times. But for humans, these techniques are extremely useful. Ugh, why am I thinking about this? After about 2 hours of practicing, a feeling of fullness arose deep inside. Lu Yuan stopped devouring the crystal energy. A look at the properties. Shape, upgraded to. Gas, raised to. God, upgrade to. All attributes went up. And that's just from practicing once. Lu Yuan was overjoyed and looked at the fiery red spirit crystal. The energy was still abundant and could support his cultivation for a long time. Feeling the changes in his stronger physique again. It was hard to feel them for a while. It just seemed like he was getting a little hungry. He couldn't help but sigh. An ability that can be cultivated is indeed bullish. Today has been a great success and the sun is once again heading west. What day is it today? 105 days. Or 106 days. Lu Yuan was on the ground and made 2 strokes. Positively positive. Written all over the ground. Over 3 months down the line, the concept of time slowly became a blur. Lu Yuan frowned, realizing that if he didn't get sick and didn't wander around, he shouldn't die that easily. But how would he fight the long hours of light? Sooner or later, one day, the number of positives would be spread so thickly on the ground that it would be impossible to count them. It would be a bit sad if he, as a human, even forgot his age. Thinking about it, the hourglass and other options, none of them are plausible. He thought of the metal orb. Looks like we still need to move that thing over sooner. That thing is only partially damaged. The timer still works. As soon as he thought of the metal orb, his heart was moved to action, and Lu Yuan vacated the lizard meat in his storage space. He took a full ton of massive tenderloin and soaked it in water for a simple washing, probably because of certain materialistic elements. The flesh and blood of transcendent beings decayed much slower than ordinary food, and with the slow flow of time in his storage space, which possessed the ability to preserve freshness, fresh was always tastier than air-dried. Old wolf, you watch the house and stay put. I'll be right back. Returning once more to Fire Lizard Canyon, I found that only a skeleton remained there. In just 7 days, all the meat and entrails of the fire lizards had been gnawed away by the wildlife. In the end, all that was left was a cloud of flies on the bones. Above the surrounding rocks, there were still traces of battle, and all kinds of blood splattered all over the place. Nature is so cruel. No matter how powerful a king you are in life, you are nothing after death. What toxins and so on, diluted. There is always an animal that can withstand it. Lu Yuan sighed softly and ignored the pile of remains. Instead, he entered the lizard cave and took the large orb and loaded it into the storage space. When he went home, he also wanted to search for some medical supplies to help the old wolf recover from his wounds quickly, or to be able to use them when he got sick himself. But not much luck. Nothing. The medical supplies that remain to this day are really too scarce. All he did was pick up some mushrooms, some herbs, and found another chili pepper-like plant on the side of the road. Hairy ghost umbrella. Probable non-toxic mushroom that tastes like a chicken leg. Salvia miltiariza, the root of which is used as medicine. Contains tanchinone, which is a strong menstrual stimulant and has the effects of removing blood stasis, generating new blood, activating blood circulation and regulating menstruation. A plant suspected to be a chili pepper. Spicy, non-toxic, Nothing animals like to eat. The spiciness is about 4,000 Scoville units. Lu Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face when he saw these finger-sized green-colored fruits. Great stuff. The seasoning for the fried lizard meat is available. Go back and try the metal orb again to see if you can contact the humans. Safe Zone. The first civilized branch of humanity. Yunhai City. Paranormal Research Center. The original information exchange meeting was held for about an hour. Now there was a sudden change and it had to be extended for a while. After the initial shock, a multitude of bright minds came up with some possible explanations. First, the creature is indeed human, except that for some reason, it left the safe zone alone. He happened to find another civilization's civilization management device, also known as the meta-civilization, and couldn't wait to contact US. But the contact on his side was damaged. The screen wouldn't even light up and there was no sound. It caused him to not even realize that contact had been made. Well, what are the slim odds of that happening? Alone, can one really survive? In the Pangu continent? And the ratio of time passing in the outside world, compared to the safe zone, is 100:1. 1 day in the safe zone, 100 days in the outside world. It's tough for even the top special forces to live alone in the primitive forests of Earth for 100 days. Also, why does the meta-civilization also have these metal orbs? Does every civilization have one? But regardless, it does seem to be a kinda reasonable explanation. Yunhai City's hand, Li Chunhong, rubbed his temples in annoyance. He always felt that his nerves had become abnormally thick, and that anything inexplicable had become acceptable, a change in just 1 day. No, the next, perhaps everyone is changing as fast as they can. If you don't change, you won't survive. Oh, and there's a second reason why all civilizations in the outside world are human-looking. The language that everyone is speaking. Maybe it's the language of the planet? Like what? Chinese, English, Arabic, and we just happen to meet a Chinese speaker? It is indeed possible. After all, the reason for the emergence of Pangia is unknown. So many alien civilizations involved in the screening that people have never seen them before. Maybe all civilizations are just parallel worlds to Earth? It turns out that the leaders of major cities are still considering whether to destroy the civilization management devices. Now, after the sudden appearance of images suspected to be human, after careful consideration, they have decided not to destroy them for the time being. After all, there was still the possibility of contact in the future. And any bit of valid information was a huge asset to humanity, capable of directly improving the chances of survival. Because of the chaotic situation in each city, the leaders of each city still had a lot of things to do, and after coming to this conclusion, this meeting ended with a tiger's tail, and the group agreed to share information with each other once again when they had it. But the private undercurrents are affecting much more. As the communication link was disconnected, Professor Zhang Hui said worriedly, "Leaders, the facial recognition data has been checked out, and we can confirm that it's a young man named Lu Yuan in Yunhai City. Should this be made public to the international amount of each branch of civilization? I think it's better not to make it public." An old leader who was over 60 years old, deliberated for a moment and spoke. "Even if he really is someone from our Yunhai City, isn't it a bit too conspicuous to publicize this matter?" Li Chunhong said. "Even if it's not publicized, the other cities will still privately suspect that he's from our Yunhai City, or at least from our Great Eastern Kingdom. And what's wrong with waking up in various cities, 10,000 kilometers away from each other, before we leave the safe zone, when all we can do is make phone calls?" A frown creased the old comrade's face. "You mean, direct disclosure?" Li Chunhong's voice lowered. "This is actually a great political bargaining chip. Information that is of great value. Don't look at the 17 cities, the first information exchange meeting. It's fun and a very harmonious and cordial look. But it is important to realize that information, as a valuable asset, cannot be shared for long without compensation. I developed supernatural technology. You didn't. Do I share it with you for free? Think with your toes and you'll know it's impossible. At the end of the day, it will definitely devolve into a private, one-on-one deal between the two cities. And this Lu Yuan who escaped from the safe zone and entered the Pango continent is a very heavy bargaining chip. At least the other cities can create a sense of mystery about Yunhai City. When the deal is made, the rest of the cities will back down a little. So Yunhai City will be in a long-term favorable position." Towers a lifetime of the old leader fell into silence. He admitted. Li Chunhong said these words some truth. In this situation now, there is really little point in hiding the light, and more value in going public. The words fellow human beings carry some weight, but not enough. It is true that Cloudhaven can only trust other human cities to a limited extent, and not give everything without reservation. I'm sure other cities, too, feel the same way. 17 cities? Already 17 different civilizations, and who knows if there will be competition in the future. Prisoner gaming. Ah. The old leader sighed lowly. What about Lu Yuan's family? Have you inquired? Li Chunhong suddenly thought of something and asked. Make a call and ask. A liaison immediately said. We've just found information on Lu Yuan's relatives. His parents are both doctors at the 3rd hospital of Yunhai City. Quite famous. His sister is a high school student, a senior at Yunhai Experimental Middle School. As for his grandparents and grandparents, they stayed on Earth and didn't teleport over. Here's his parents' number. Should we call them? The number is. I'll call. Li Chunhong picked up his cell phone and paged over. Hello, Hospital 3, Department of Psychiatry. Which one is it for? A middle-aged male's voice came from across the room. This is Yunhai City, Government Office. We're looking for Dr. Lu Changhua. What can I do for you? The middle-aged man paused. Li Chunhong said, Dr. Lu, we have a few questions for you. Is Lu Yuan your son? Yes. He didn't seem to come home yesterday. Did you guys find him? Or did he stay on Earth? The other party looked a little agitated. We sent you an MMS. Do you confirm that the man in the photo is your son? The other man was silent for a moment, his breath coming in sharply as he surveyed the picture for a while. After all, the human in the photo was covered in blood and much slimmer than the son he remembered. He was a little unsure about it all. It should be him. What's going on with him? Where is he in person now? Hold on. I have another question. Has he awakened his powers? I don't know. Never heard him talk about it. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. But they didn't know? The thing about superpowers is that it's really hard for others to know if they don't actively use them themselves. Then he called Lu Yuan's mom again. Finally called his sister. My brother said something about him awakening to other dimension? It's only been a few days, and it hasn't been reported to the government yet. The young girl finally spoke up. Sir, where did my brother go? Did he stay on Earth? Li Chunhong raised his eyebrows, feeling that the stories happening in this world were really bizarre. Lu Yuan has gone to become a diplomat in the meta-civilization. Can you believe it? We will send someone to explain this to you, so please be patient. After hanging up the phone, the crowd talked and discussed, and many of the young experts had very excited expressions. The ability of the other dimension. It's rare. Alien space, according to his sister's description, which means forming a small, separate space and protecting yourself in it. The outside world cannot observe or access this mysterious space. There is a limit to the amount of superpowers that can appear in the human population, mostly physical abilities, including but not limited to mega strength, physical regeneration, clairvoyance, and so on. Only a few will discharge, breathe fire, and glow. As for spatial abilities, people are really extremely rare. In Earth's public information, only 2 of them have appeared in the world, and they are short-range instantaneous transportation, as well as wall penetration. The ability to move through space is the 3rd spatial ability of the entire Earth, and it sounds more advanced than short-range instantaneous transfer and wall penetration. If it's an alien space, how the hell he got out is barely explainable. A researcher patted his head in fear and thought of a possibility. My guess is that while he was using the alien space, God launched this times plan and the Earth suddenly disappeared, causing him to somehow enter the cosmic space. And after the Pango continent appeared, he had to run to the Pango continent to survive. Otherwise, isn't it waiting to die in the universe? Still able to do this? Li Chunhong's face twitched twice. God would make such a mistake? If God is indeed a programmed, rule-based being, this can't be an error. It's a bypass of the mechanism. Supernatural expert. Professor Zhang Hui also got excited and drew 2 circles on the table with his finger, explaining, the Earth is a huge space, including 7 continents, 4 oceans, sea, land and air. And the alien space created by Lu Yuan is another space that doesn't belong to our dimension. So he was directly ignored by God, bypassing the safe zone setting and entering the Pango continent. If this conjecture comes true, he is indeed from our great eastern country, Yunhai City. Not that I'm here to lament. This is too unlucky. It's normal for young people to awaken their superpowers and have a little fun, and play with the whole planet gone. Why does it feel so festive? The guys empathized a bit and got goosebumps. Professor Zhang, you can't say that. Li Chunhong joked with an optimistic mindset. I was hosting the opening ceremony of the Osmanthus Cultural Festival at that time. As a result, the entire city flew. Wouldn't that be festive as well? Another major from the military also said, it was really scary at that time. We were training to throw grenades. I thought the grenades blew up the Earth. Do you know how scary that scene was? The conference room was filled with an air of merriment. Optimism is indeed a good thing. And no matter what the circumstances are, it's always better to be optimistic than pessimistic. Zhang Hui licked his dry lips. What was he doing at that time? That's right. He was clamping off in the toilet. and then the Earth suddenly disappeared. Ahem. I think it's still Lu Yuan's circumstances that are a bit tough. We'll have to find a way to aid some. Think about it, 10 million of them, and they're still too fearful to go out, protected by the safe zone. What is the concept of a person falling into Pangia? Li Chunhong clapped his hands and said, let's do it this way. Find an opportunity to make it public that Lu Yuan is from our side, so that the world can rest assured. Tell them not to risk their identity. It's either some Chinese descendant or someone from our Yunhai city with living parents. If there is no benefit to hiding it, and there is a benefit to disclosure, then there is no need for secrecy. What's more, the machine on Lu Yuan's side, it seems to be broken. It can only send signals but has no way to receive them. So how can we contact him? It would be good to have him send more information as well. Are there any superpowers, such as telepathy, that can be contacted? No, telepathy is usually found between twins. He has a sister who is not a twin, and his sister is currently incapacitated. The speed of the passage of time on his side is 100 times that of ours, and he may die within a few days. If only he could send more footage. Hey, how's he going to survive in a primeval forest thick with monsters? It would be nice if other cities had telecommunicators. People are worried, but they can't do much to help, and Cloudhaven can't even send a message. Between discussions like this, there were a few older leaders who just couldn't stay up. After a day and a night without sleep, both eyes were bloodshot and yawning constantly. Gentlemen, you've been working too long, so take a break for now. We can't help with Lu Yuan. The resumption of production in Yunhai City is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires a lot of hard work. Li Chunhong gently tapped the table with his fingernail. I'll take an early rest as well. Professor Zhang, it'll be hard work for you here, and you'll labor a bit more on international exchanges and whatnot. No problem. Don't worry about it. I just have a lot of young people on duty here. All of them look like they've had a good time. Ha ha, you guys are indeed the most adapted to the new world. The future still depends on you young people. Zhang Hui yawned as soon as these people had left in front of him, and he felt that he should also lie down on the table for a while. It would be good to squint for a few minutes, but his brain was hyperactive. There are too many unknown paranormal phenomena, and the task is too daunting to sleep a wink in this new world. Newton's coffin boards can't hold it down, and any scientist who isn't hyper can just be expelled from the scientific community. First, the first major task, how to feed a population of 10 million. Although Yunhai City has 12,000 square kilometers, the food and drink of a population of 10 million is not covered. There is a serious shortage of arable land for food. In the world of the supernatural, nature has more wonders and possibilities, and if they could find a highly productive plant, everything would be solved. A pressure that had been weighing on their minds. Failure to solve the problem will result in a large number of people starving alive. It's a headache. Zhang Hui pacified his subordinates. We still have a year's worth of grain stored on our side, which is considered good. The other cities, probably, don't have that much grain in stock yet? The next second, another phone rang. Zhang Hui hurriedly picked up and realized it was his own working group calling. What is it? The voice on the phone was urgent. Professor Zhang, the communicator's screen has lit up again. Lu Yuan initiated a communication request. Come on, let's go. Good fire lizard meat, sliced as thin as paper, was placed on an iron plate, slightly fried, and simmered with light yellow grease. The meat, on the other hand, is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, giving off a heady aroma. Sprinkled with a little salt and a handful of mushrooms, the crispy skin and tender meat blend perfectly in your mouth, giving off an incomparable flavor. Another bite of popped chanterelle mushrooms. Delicious. After practicing to the point of hunger, the transcendental food tube is indeed a top-notch enjoyment. Contact human civilization for me. Report a piece. My old buddy. You've been in the sun for so long, the electricity should be fully charged. Lu Yuan enjoyed the delicious grilled meat, then pressed a series of buttons on the metal ball that had been carried over. He's a programmer. Well, he was simply messing around with the screen and typing in the codes of human civilization. A mess. As that machine began to start up again, his heart beat wildly, and though he knew there wasn't much hope, his mind was still overwhelmed with anticipation. What if the dream came true? Give me a chance to make contact and I will be able to pry human civilization apart. For the master. Light up. The screen didn't move, as if it were dead. Humans, do you hear me? Lu Yuan stood in front of the screen and ate a piece of meat. This scene of flesh eating was sent to the meteorite instruments in the various cities, and looking at the fellows, their pupils were dilated and their hearts jumped. How can he just eat the meat of that big lizard? A young doctoral student, his eyes red with envy, couldn't help but make a regretful sound. It's supposed to be used for research. It's been a full decade since Earth entered the age of superpowers. The number of superpowered people did show up a bit, but superpowered people, you can't use them for food. So the government called for superpowered people to donate blood every day. And the number of mutant creatures, extremely rare. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures possessed a high scientific value, such as refining some of the only elements, which were used to treat cancer, asymptotes, and other difficult diseases. For example, it is used in various biological experiments such as cloning and organ regeneration. There's also used to grow specialty bacteria, produce super antibiotics, and more. Even, it can be used to cultivate the seeds of various mutant plants. Maybe the food problem will be solved? It can be said that because of the emergence of mutant organisms, the 21st century is the real biological century. As for the benefits of eating them directly, there are certainly some. The first is that it fills you up quickly with a few pieces of meat. The second is that long-term consumption may improve your health. The third is that the probability of the offspring being superpowered may be increased a bit. But of course this has to be consumed for a long period of time. That's why certain foreign tycoons, who drink the blood of superpowered people every day, are even rumored to have eaten human flesh. Just as the group was envious and discussing his wastefulness, Lu Yuan said on the screen, "I'm tired of eating these things all the time. I wish I could eat white rice." Ugh. The crowd was dumbfounded and didn't know what they should say. Top Versailles. Instead of sympathizing with him now, I think he's showing off. He ate $1 million of our research funding in one bite. This one bite, maybe $10 million? A female doctor. It's almost sad to think of that stingy scene in her research. People are more angry than people. There's no such thing as money anymore. Sister, it's going to be fine. As long as we revoke the safe zone, we'll easily be able to hunt this creature. Easily? It's unlikely that withdrawing the safe zone won't be possible without a decade or 8. Moreover, as we enter the Pangia continent, the probability of mutated creatures appearing in the city will also be elevated. When it is revoked, it cannot be reversed. Just then, the contact went off once more. Human civilization. 6th branch. Initiating communication request. Do you answer? Yes. New Vietnam. The figure of Professor Edward appears in front of the screen. There are shootings all over New Vietnam, but that's limited to civilian neighborhoods. The rich neighborhoods are still pretty well policed. Coupled with the fact that New York City has many internationally recognized universities, the power of research should not be underestimated. This golden-haired old man solemnly asked, "Professor Zhang, I'll get right to the point. Is this guy from your Yunhai city? Did he run to the Pango continent through some method?" "This method? It's important to all of us humans." Zhang Hui paused for a moment and laughed harshly. "I can only answer one question for you. This young man who mistakenly entered the Pango continent is indeed someone from our Yunhai city. The rest is our secret. In your city, do you have telecommunicating psychics?" Professor Edward froze and understood the subtext. He smiled and said, "I am sorry that we have not found such an outstanding person for the time being. Then let's exchange chips. As a sign of good faith, I can prioritize one important piece of news for you. Go ahead." Zhang Hui nodded. The blonde old man explained, "The other party's that one contact device should be damaged partially. The other party's screen can't be displayed, and can't play the sound either. But the kernel is actually working properly. Otherwise there would be no way to transmit the footage. Therefore, we can contact him through other functions, such as a special vibration channel." He paused. "It's a backup special channel that vibrates the metal ball. It may still be able to be used in case the screen is damaged." "Is there still this kind of function?" Zhang Hui's brows wrinkled slightly. "We can demonstrate it to each other." Buzz. The large iron ball that lay in the room vibrated. There was also a drop alarm, which seemed to come from some kind of hardware. After all, it was a creation of an alien civilization without any instruction manuals, and how many functions it actually had could only be fathomed by humans on their own. Now that the New Vietnam side of the city has figured out this feature first, it's not unusual. Edward added, "What do you think, Professor Chang?" Zhang Hui was thinking about the feasibility of this program. Edward added, "As a sign of good faith, you will be the ones to initiate this vibration. After all, that gentleman's passage of time is 100 times greater than ours. So maybe he'll hang up at some point. As for the information we want, without harming your interests, please also trade with each other. What I am giving away now is a free message, and there will be more cooperation in the future. Won't there?" Professor Edward's gesture was not a high one. A method of vibration is just a method, and after a while Yunhai City can figure it out by itself, so it's a good idea to give it away. Smart people know that confrontation is of little benefit at this moment, and that cooperation is the win-win option. What's more, this guy who ran to the Pango continent was from Yunhai City, and no matter which way you look at it, it's a fact that Yunhai City was one step ahead of the others. And Zhang Hui is also silent thinking, New Vietnam City, after all, is full of talent. with excellent laboratory conditions. It is indeed a wise choice for both sides to strengthen their cooperation. Pango continent, meta-civilization. The machine's indicator lights came on, and the time on the electronic watch kept jumping around. But on the crystal screen, there was still no picture coming out. Lu Yuan was a bit chagrined but could do nothing about it and cursed fiercely. Ugh, I knew I shouldn't have had any expectations, but deep down, he's really looking forward to it. The wolves thought he was calling, and ran over to him, wagging their heads and tails, looking very cute. A few of the big wolves even deliberately swung their tails at Lu Yuan's body, like a chicken feather duster was hitting someone. Oh yeah, and Tiny Wolf. It was during the week that Lu Yuan was recuperating that the female wolves finally gave birth to cubs. Each female wolf gave birth to an average of 4 cubs, and all of a sudden there were more than a dozen more live and active cubs. Lu Yuan, as the Wolf King, saw the birth of these little ones and felt the joy of a great harvest of life. Wolf cubs are adorable when they're young, with little arms and short legs, and furry enough that you can't help but want to affection them. This cuteness lies not only in its appearance, but also in its innocent and lively character. Seeing them tear each other apart, Lu Yuan would always miss the scenes of his childhood when he would beat his sister, listening to her screams, and how pleasurable it was to bully her. Woof woof woof. A coyote milkily jumped onto Lu Yuan and acted as a licking dog. Lu Yuan revealed the smile of a kind old grandpa, and couldn't help but pull out a small dried fish and give the licking dog a small treat. Have some. Have some. The coyote pup wagged his tail, his eyes round, and took a bite of the dried fish. Oops, why did I feed it again? Lu Yuan snapped his head, kind of wanting to snap the small dried fish out of the wolf's mouth. When he thought of the wild wolf army after he grew older, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Before the troops and horses move, food and grass go first. The coyote army is certainly formidable, but the shoveler is only one person in the area. His productivity alone would hardly feed an exponentially growing wolf pack. So it's just a matter of hardening your heart and not raising them. Going with the flow is best. We can't let them lose their wildness. Lu Yuan told himself so. More little wolf cubs gathered around, barking woof woof woof, hugging Lu Yuan's thighs, wagging their tails, and their dog faces were incredibly enthusiastic. He felt at once very happy to be surrounded by the leap of youth. Just good of this mouthful of furry feeling. Eat some, everyone. Lu Yuan threw out a handful of small dried fish. Immediately afterward, I regretted it. My plants. Why did I feed them again? Definitely can't encourage their lazy personalities. They must learn to be independent. After all, the Pango continent is not Earth, where the survival of the fittest, death and reincarnation, are the norm here. He can't really afford to feed too many. He's doing just fine feeding himself. You've really gotten me into a lot of trouble, old wolf. From now on, you lead them on hunts. And if you want to go on a meat hunt yourself, don't dawdle all day long. 100 days after the injury, the old wolf's injury still had not completely recovered, and he walked with a limp. It yelped a little aggressively. Ow ow. The old wolf may be expressing that wolves are a matriarchal society, and what does hunting have to do with me? The old wolf? It's none of my business if you. Lu, feed yourself. Lu Yuan kicked him nonchalantly. What a scum wolf. All in all, Lu Yuan made up his mind to reduce the food ration of the wolves in the future. Lose the doggy nature. Lose a lot. Lose the wolf. Lose everything. Woof woof woof. The little wolf cubs gathered around again, and Lu Yuan once again revealed the smile of a kind grandfather and started the next round of mental struggle. He's freaking out. Why is my willpower so weak? Buzz buzz buzz. Exceptionally, that large orb vibrated twice. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he hurriedly ran over to take a look, rejoicing. The humans won't really have contacted me, right? In the next second, surprise turned to disappointment as the screen still didn't light up and no human voice came out. Immediately afterward, the large orb vibrated while emitting a drop sound, a long siren tone. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously felt that this thing was broken. It's not going to explode, is it? After all, a normal person would be alerted to the sound of an alarm and the sight of a large iron ball glowing with heat. He was a little hesitant to turn it off. Yunhai City, Paranormal Institute. The first option that came to mind for the crowd was the famous Morse code. The transmission of information is accomplished by a short dot signal and a long signal dash that is held for a certain period of time. As a result, only the first command was sent and the screen turned a blue color. The other party has disconnected. Do you wish to reinitiate the communication request? And the conference room was in an uproar. He took the communication video and turned it off? Reconnect. Please wait. Is initiating contact with meta-civilization. As a result, the screen didn't relight up even after a long time of contacting, and the other party's contact device really wasn't very good. The main person in charge of the institute, Professor Zheng Hui, slapped his head hard. feeling that on his side, he had done a bad thing with good intentions. It was meant to be a vibration and an alarm to let Lu Yuan know, you have contacted the humans. You're not fighting alone. But think about it, on the one hand, right, the other party most likely does not understand Morse code. You send it in vain. On the other hand, the passage of time between the two sides is not the same. 1 second in the safe zone is equivalent to 100 seconds in Lu Yuan. And there's a limit to how often the vibration signal can be sent out. Something like only once every second or two can be initiated. Therefore, it is equivalent to a very long time. Only sent a vibration to Lu Yuan. The other party cannot be puzzled. And then turn off the instrument? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Professor Zhang Hui gulped and took a deep breath. The good news is that the alarm vibration channel of that one machine on the other side is intact, and is able to receive our signals and initiate the vibration of. The bad news is that the alert channel can send so little information that it causes Lu Yuan to misinterpret it outright. Can we continue to send out alerts? No. You have to have the other party reinitiate contact before you can. This thing is the equivalent of window jitter in QQ. And the other party can't jitter when they're off. Zhang Hui quickly contacted some information specialists from universities to think about how they could get more information through the alarm vibration channel. Professor Zhang, aren't you forcing the issue? The alarm will only be able to emit a dripping sound, which is determined by the physical construction of the person who answered the phone was a famous informatics expert. Professor Shang Xingwen, the bald professor, was a bit baffled. Zhang Hui said over the phone, it's not too much to ask. At least let him know that he managed to connect to the human side. And tell him not to turn off his cell phone. A simpler signal than Morse code? Kind of hard to do. Tell you what, I'm going to go discuss this with my peers for a while and figure it out. In no time, there were a number of experts sitting in the discussion room, eagerly discussing the matter. Built into a metal sphere, the buzzer-like alarm emits two waveforms, a square wave and a triangle wave. These two simple waveforms are commonly used as a way to sound an alarm. But if combined, could they make more complex syllables? These experts were in the vicinity of the large orb, trying it out. Be quick about it. Maybe in a few hours he'll be gone. At that moment, the voice of God was heard again. The item's attribute system has been generated, and transcendental items will be categorized into 8 classes: inferior, average, rare, excellent, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical. After possessing appraisal-related skills, you will be able to appraise the level and corresponding effects of transcendental items. Pangia continent. The mountain wind blew through the clouds, the sun irradiated the earth, and the sound of a gurgling waterfall could be faintly heard in the distance. Lu Yuan was sitting on a big rock, practicing seriously. The rolling of tumbleweeds, the chirping of insects, the howling of wild beasts, the friction between gravel. These sounds were like a ripple of water waves that blurred into Lu Yuan's ears. It's a simple way to cultivate transcendental fire. Suddenly, he heard the voice from God. The attribute system of the item has been generated, and the transcendent items will be categorized into 8 grades: inferior, general, fine, excellent, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical. The quiet, pristine forest didn't react much, and the few wolves around them didn't move much either. God opened the equipment system, but for the animals native to the Pangia continent, nothing has changed. They still live freely. Is it possible that only intelligent beings can hear this voice? The frequency of God's renewal seems to be getting lower and lower. Perhaps it's not far from the true completion of the Pangia continent. For Lu Yuan, it took God more than 3 months to update the equipment system once, but for the lives in the safe zone, God is renewing them almost daily. There were a total of 3 transcendent items in Lu Yuan's hands. After a while of separate identification, there was definitely some extra information. The pattern on the back of a juvenile hell demon spider can inflict mental shock on the enemy. Superior grade, natural curiosity. Crystals of fire red. Fine grade, natural curiosities. Fire lizard leather. General grade, natural curiosities. As for the fuel stone that had been gouged out from the glands of the fire lizard, it actually didn't count as a transcendent item. It didn't even reach the lowest inferior grade. That's not a low standard by the looks of it. It's a pity. If this hell demon spider grows up, this piece of back pattern, it might be able to reach the legendary level or even higher. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan felt that artificially creating a transcendent object was very likely to be a new milestone set by a god. He was instantly filled with action. The conditions for this milestone to be reached are not difficult, and sewing, forging, carpentry, carving, and other means may be possible. It's even at risk of being snatched up by other civilizations because it's so easy. Maybe some civilization hiding in a safe zone just happened to be forging some transcendent item? Or maybe it's almost forged. It is important to realize that as early as 10 years ago, The Earth had already stepped into the supernatural era, and that's when the supernaturals appeared. Some of the mutated plants and animals on Earth also existed, even if the number was very rare, but with the volume of the entire Earth, it was normal for a few treasures to appear. This is true for Earth, and perhaps for other civilizations as well. Lu Yuan now had the advantage of only 100 times the time, a few existing transcendent items readily available on hand, plus the information advantage. He clearly knew that completing milestones would have good rewards that other civilizations didn't necessarily know about. The thought created a sense of urgency in him. It just so happens that the lizard leather has been soaking for days. Let's start tanning it. He walked over and flipped the switch back on that one big iron ball again, and the indicator light jumped back on and the electronic meter lit up. Luckily this time there were no shocks or warnings. In fact, Lu Yuan had wondered if the last vibration and alarm represented some special signal, but then he patted his head and felt that he was really devilish. A straw floating on the water, and really used as a swimming ring? Can humans really send messages? So what if it's a magic barrier? There's no other people here, so let's just think of it as a way to socialize and relax? Ow! The wolves yelled in tandem. Quick! Contact human civilization. Undeterred, Lu Yuan shouted in front of the screen. Humans, whether you can see it or not, I'm only going to demonstrate the legendary milestone once. In fact, Lu Yuan had never tanned leather before, making equipment and all, making it a bit difficult for him. He only knew that if the leather was left in place, it would slowly deteriorate and turn into a dry lumpy substance, by which time the fire lizard's leather would definitely be downgraded from normal grade. I still have to wear my own clothes and pants, so I still have to figure out how to make them more elaborate. As for the tanning of leather, the general process was something he had seen on television a long time ago. Only remember some rough steps. The first step seems to be soaking and degreasing. The purpose is to remove dirt and fat and other perishable things from the fur. Lu Yuan simply did not know what chemicals should be used, and could only look for half a day in the ruins of the meta-civilization, finding a bag of unknown how long ago to produce a barrel of unknown powder. I don't know when it was produced, but it is suspected to be something like laundry detergent. It has deteriorated, though the residual sodium carbonate and sodium silicate still have some degree of stain-removing effect. The bucket of laundry detergent was dumped into the bucket with a splash and a whole lot of lizard leather was dipped into it, stirring every once in a while. This soaking step alone took 2 days. With a small knife, cut away the fat little by little, stretch the leather and dry it in the sun. Fire lizard leather, general grade. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated and his heart jumped. How the fuck is there a minus sign? Is this a downgrade? That's a bit much. God. I'm only one person. Can't you relax your demands a little? But he couldn't help it. There was only so far a man could go with his knowledge and power. Couldn't even pick up the next bag of laundry detergent. Lu Yuan collected his mind and continued working. A fire lizard skin, chopped into more than 20 parts by the axe. Some of the leathers are 3 centimeters thick and some are even 5 to 6 centimeters thick and are really heavy after being soaked in water. Lu Yuan worked hard and was happy. After all, these leathers are his future pants, clothes and shoes. A whole fire lizard set. He was still looking forward to it. And the lizard skin has a total of 3 kinds. The first is the back, buttock scale layer. Extremely hard and strong. It is simply invulnerable to knives and guns. Even after soaking with laundry detergent, it is still hard, harder than wood. The second is the skin of the legs, which is relatively soft and highly flexible. The third is the skin of the abdomen, with short tufts of hair, like a carpet, which is the softest of all. When the soaking is complete, the rows of leather look like rolls of cloth, drying on poles. Initially decontaminated transcendental bio-leather. Current color is average. The tanner must have been a Granger, not even bothering to use a better stain remover. Average. Sun-drying is also a bit rough. It is best to use a dryer for this purpose. 2- sizes after drying in the sun. Lu Yuan kept rubbing his head and sighing. His right eye very kindly gave a hint, also need to be through the tanning agent. In order to further enhance the quality of leather, the most common tanning agent is alum. In the tanning process, alum and the collagen in the leather chemical reaction help to improve the elasticity and durability of the leather, and has the advantages of waterproofing, wrinkle-resistant, antibacterial, etc. Lu Yuan was sad, but could only harden his heart and praised. Thanks to the Pathfinder's eye, or else it would really be at a loss. Either that or you give a better way? Unfortunately, the Pathfinder's eye wasn't an artificial intelligence, and it didn't change in any way with Lu Yuan's praise. There was no way out. Lu Yuan could only slap his head. Alum. I remember where I found it. There, is in that chemical plant ruins belt. There seems to be residue. Come on, old wolf. Let's go pick up a little trash. He led the old wolf in the direction of the city's ruins. Safe zone. Lu Yuan reconnected to the signal again. This is a great thing. However, until a new delivery signal was invented, people didn't dare to mess with the alarm for a while, fearing that Lu Yuan would turn off the contact once again. Due to the difference in the flow of time between the two sides, the work that Lu Yuan had done for several days was placed in the safe zone for just a short period of an hour or so. So much information was transmitted over in an hour that people couldn't read it. So the institute had to add more staff and one person to look at part of the content. At one computer desk, many graduate students, doctoral students, and professors were summoned. With the great shutdown of society and the stagnation of industry and schools, everyone had nothing to do anyway, and this part of the manpower was still easy to draw. It was quite a joy to watch a wilderness survival program with these 100 or so people. I can see that this gentleman is still very much alone. He purposely pointed the camera at his work area. Even if deep down, he didn't believe that the camera could actually transmit the image back, he did it anyway. Sharing personal updates is a way to socialize out of loneliness. A psychologist analyzes it, while taking these notes and jotting them down in a notebook. As the first person to explore the Pangia continent, Lu Yuan's first-hand information was invaluable. Have you noticed that he seems to be stronger than ordinary people? An ordinary person doing so much physical work would have been paralyzed from exhaustion long ago, right? Indeed. Does he have a special ability? Dual ability person? The group was a bit surprised. Innate dual abilities were extremely rare, and in the entire planet, there were only a few of them. That leather is very tough. It's not easy to cut it open with an axe. The density shouldn't be small. Wait, where he is? It seems like a city ruin? Indeed. In one corner of the screen, the ruins of a house collapsing down were captured. Time has left many marks on the house. Peeling siding, rusted steel, collapsed pillars and beams, and fungus growing in the dark corners. The vines spreading unchecked concealed many traces. Time after the destruction of civilization is a sea of ocean, with only the fading leaves, one by one, accumulating on the once wide road. This is the meta-civilization, right? He is from the meta-civilization, and he found this contact. People were shocked and at the same time an inexplicable frisson arose. Why is there a ninth age? What about the first 8 epochs? All that civilization. Where did it go? What is the true purpose of God? These are questions that no one can answer. Eventually, it dissolved into a sigh. It was a long time before anyone in the conference room spoke up once more. The way this leather is tanned. How can I put it? Ugh. It's so rough. It barely works. He should want to make clothes and survive for a long time in Pangia. But it seems like he's going to demonstrate something more important? Put yourself in the shoes of someone who doesn't have enough expertise to be able to tan leather. Even a master leather tanner, alone and without chemical materials, can only do this rough work. 100 times the speed of time passing, like a movie in fast forward. As if it was just a matter of conversation, Lu Yuan returned from the ruins, carrying several large buckets of stuff with gusto and with the joy of a bountiful harvest on his face. Lu Yuan excitedly held a large plastic bucket. Here comes the alum. He took the contents of this large plastic bucket and clattered it into the water. Add some industrial salt and soak for a while. Something like salt has a fatal attraction to wildlife. The old wolf wiggled his butt and scurried over with a sneaky look, trying to eat the salt, but was slapped away by Lu Yuan. Are you kidding? It's industrial salt. It'll kill the wolves. Alas, the material conditions are bad, and that's the way it has to be. Lu Yuan sat on a large rock and recalled the knowledge he had seen from the television. The large bucket in the front, filled with several tons of water, plus a lot of leather, had to be stirred around for a while every now and then to allow the leather to fully react with the chemicals. In the past, with such a heavy workload, he might have been paralyzed with exhaustion. Each piece of leather, after all, weighs a couple 100 pounds. What's more, the physical work of that momentary stirring made his back ache and his legs cramp, and he couldn't help but think of a text called The Wrapped Worker. Lu Yuan magically altered it and recited it with bittersweet joy. 9th era of Pangia continent. 4:15 a.m., before dawn, old Lu, who slept in a broken house, had already been yelled at by wolves to get up. One wolf yelled loudly, "Ow, ow, ow." Then, it shouted again as if giving an order, "Ow, ow, ow. Get to work, damn." Still lying down. Swine. All in all, with the support of transcendent fire and eternal body, as long as the vital energy is not injured, a little bit of fatigue is fine, and the next day will be able to recover. And currently his personal attributes are shape, gas, God, transcendental level, 1. After these 2 weeks of diligent cultivation, his 3-dimensional attributes generally exceeded 6 points, probably because of eating too much lizard meat. The growth rate of the shape attribute was significantly higher, actually exceeding 7 points in reaching. The attribute at the beginning was. Don't underestimate the difference between these two attributes. the difference in muscle between men and women is just 30%, while the difference in strength between men and women is likely to double. Lu Yuan vaguely felt that he might already be one of the strongest humans in the world. The final step of soaking the tanning solution consumed another 2 full days. After drying in the sun, this batch of leather is considered officially tanned. In his eyes, the color of the fire lizard's skin changed once again, from the original fire red, metamorphosed into a brownish red, quite a kind of ancient and atmospheric. On the age of the feeling, that strong smell of fire lizards was also mostly gone, which was in the realm of acceptable. Take a look with the Pathfinder's eye. Extraordinary bioleather that has been tanned in the earthy method, which has been degraded due to the crappy and crude process. Inferior grade, natural curiosities, hidden ability, high temperature resistance, inactivated. When Lu Yuan saw the words inferior grade, he felt bad, hurriedly ran forward, carefully examined. Such a thick stack of leather. All are inferior grade, all downgraded. He stood there dumbfounded and somewhat chagrined. The ups and downs of life can be like that. You must go after some goal, only to realize that goal is like sand, slipping through your fingers. After a long time, he patted his chest and accepted this tragic reality, holding his forehead and sighing. On Earth, the assembly line is worthless, and handicrafts are the luxury. God, what do you know? On Earth, there are XX immortals, things like ramen senpai, yakitori senpai, boiled rice senpai, sushi senpai, and so on can make a lot of money once you have that name. So a publicist wrote an article strongly praising the immortal culture, trying to prove the importance of craftsmanship. However, in Pango continent, in the eyes of God, handmade products just cannot compare to the assembly line. Lu Yuan's leather demotion is the best proof, but no matter how much he lamented, it was impossible to bring quality back. Lu Yuan slowed down for a long time and could only comfort himself. It's fine. Inferior grade is considered the lowest level. As long as I can make gear, as usual, I'll get a milestone reward. Crafting immortal is me. Then next, he summoned up his confidence and carefully prepared his needle and thread. The needles were the spider legs of the hell demon spider, which were extremely sharp and still had no problem penetrating the lizard's leather. Threads is the vine skin of the big boss, the cannibal flower. Lord-level big bosses also have to metabolize. Occasionally there will be withered vines fall on the ground, so it was picked up and recycled by the garbage man who loves life. Just peel off the skin of the vine, roll it into strips, and you'll be able to organize a very long thread. But of course, you can't expect it to be too smooth and flat after all. It's just the oldest, primitive era handicraft there is. Lu Yuan tugged hard, and the line, which was several times thicker than a hairline, simply wouldn't break. This material is pushing it. After the preparation, Lu Yuan started sewing in earnest. He'd never actually done needlework before, and asking him to draw a flower was hard as hell. But threading a needle around and sewing 2 skins together is still a good idea. The whole hands-on process was quite pleasurable. With quite a sense of harvest joy, he started by sewing one of the simplest, and most needed at the moment, a sleeping bag. Yeah, he doesn't have a quilt. It's insecure to keep covering your body with leaves. With a sleeping bag, a nice lazy sleep was something Lu Yuan had been looking forward to for a long time. In order to add comfort, Lu Yuan also picked the softest piece of skin on the fire lizard's stomach. It has tiny fluffy hairs on it and feels very nice and plush like a carpet. He even made a double sleeping bag for future comfort. Big beds, always good. The old wolf heard his happy laughter and scurried over to lie on his sleeping bag and rolled around. You're still a good guy, and you've even reserved a place for me? Dog, this is my comforter. Old Lu flew up and kicked the bitchy servant girl away. The dog thought it was playing with him and came on even stronger. Woof, the little wolf cub rushed over. 2. A dozen little furballs took over the sleeping bag, tearing at each other, the furry bodies like balls of cotton. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to punch them and followed suit, lying down on the sleeping bag. In an instant, a dozen youthful tongues licked. Wet. Lu Yuan revealed a kind smile like an old grandpa's, always feeling like he was receiving some kind of bad service. Oh, the old wolf was off to the side, revealing a jealous wail. Ahem. Back to the point. It took about 3 hours to sew a simple large sleeping bag. Lu Yuan couldn't wait and fixed his eyes on it. Pathfinder's Eye, Fire Lizard Sleeping Bag, a sleeping bag sewn from the leather of inferior transcendental creatures, with superior warmth and quite good comfort. However, the intrinsic supernatural effects have not yet been stimulated to be categorized as man-made transcendental objects. If you want to classify this sleeping bag as a luxury item, you will again find that it is so crudely made that it is simply unappealing. I don't know who is such a wasteful person, actually using the transcendental leather for practicing. What a heavenly loser. I can't believe it doesn't count as a transcendent item. How can this be? Lu Yuan looked at the crooked threads on his sleeping bag and was quite embarrassed. First time, Dish it out a bit. Lu Yuan grew up with poor hands-on skills, such as washing dishes, high probability of breaking a plate and winning a couple doubles. As for carpentry, sewing, and the like, he never even did it. But making transcendental items doesn't seem to have much to do with craftsmanship. The quality is just fine. What's more important is to stimulate the supernatural effects within. This question is important because milestones cannot be reached without motivation. Lu Yuan turned around and in the database, looked for information on the meta-civilization. The related research was so numerous and complex that it made him dizzy. Simply put, every natural supernatural object has its own intrinsic properties. The skin of a fire lizard, for example, has the ability to resist high temperatures. The best proof that the fire lizard didn't burn itself when it spewed fire is that the temperature of the flame, but it was 3000 degrees Celsius. When it's alive, the leather will always be able to activate the heat resistance so it doesn't burn itself to death. But as the behemoth dies, the leather becomes dead, and it becomes very difficult to spark the ability once more. Therefore, the supernatural effects of this layer of leather are hidden. In this inactivated condition, even if it has the ability of high temperature resistance, if it is thrown into a fire, it will still burn directly. Various means must be employed to re-energize the inherent heat resistance attribute. I see. It is because of this difficult point that the expert professors of meta-civilization give 3 methods. The first is physical attunement, forced activation of inner abilities by means of microcurrents and the like. The fire lizard also has neural tissue, and while it's alive, electrical signals are transmitted between neurons that can activate superpowers. Therefore, with microcurrents, or certain chemical signals, it is possible to somewhat mimic the original neurons and regulate the superpowers of the leather. Of course, this method only works on biological materials. It was also too difficult for Lu Yuan, who couldn't get any microcurrents at all. What a cyberpunk approach. The second approach, catalytic attunement, activates intrinsic abilities through materials with multiple attributes, interacting with each other, like high temperature resistance and low temperature resistance. If they are put together, they may affect and activate each other. It's a big learning curve, as complicated as a chemical reaction. The meta-civilization has been groping for more than 300 years, and it is only getting a first glimpse. If Lu Yuan wants to be self-taught, it's very difficult. At the very least, you'll have to learn for decades. The third is spiritual attunement. Life, the true master of the Pangia continent. There are skilled craftsmen who are just talented enough to follow a meditative telepathy and create very powerful supernatural items. Don't ask them why they should. These guys can't tell you why. Just pure talent. After reading this information, Lu Yuan looked at the fire lizard double sleeping bag he had made and was simply petrified. What's with all the doorways? The most important thing is that the lizard skin's ability to resist high temperatures, even if it is activated, is useless. He just wanted to make a sleeping bag. But the evaluation system set by God doesn't care how you explain it. This sleeping bag must be resistant to high temperature. Otherwise it's not a transcendental item. The power of one person is really too small. Don't worry. The difficulty means that other civilizations aren't as easy to accomplish. Lu Yuan wanted God's milestone so badly that he was stumped and racked his brain. Gradually, he focused his eyes on another item. The pattern on the back of a juvenile hell demon spider can inflict mental shock on the enemy. Superior grade, natural curiosity. The pattern was like a pair of horrible, red blood-filled eyeballs, and just staring at it created a strong sense of panic. Its superpowers are naturally activated. It doesn't take that many doors and doors. If this loot is used to make a supernatural item, how can it make a good entry item, right? It's an excellent level natural wonder. Lowering it by 2 grades, it's also considered an entry item. Lu Yuan's breathing heaved. This was a gamble. There is only one natural curiosity of exceptional grade. Once he failed to complete the milestone, he would never be able to get better materials in a short period of time. Therefore, he still held a few cautions. The caliber of craftsmanship these days, it's so crappy. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't rush it. So as intended at the outset, an animal bed was first made for the old wolf. The old wolf liked it a lot, and even the pack of pups liked it. Then start with leather coats, move to leather jackets, then leather pants. As time passed quickly, a whole set of fire lizard suits slowly appeared under his hard work. There are a lot of things that are difficult, I guess, that aren't as difficult as one might think. Lu Yuan has never done needlework, but pushing himself, it seems, to be okay, especially when you concentrate all your attention and focus carefully on the matter. Morning, noon and night. Practice makes perfect. Lu Yuan wasted his sleep and food. Morning, noon and night. In addition to cultivation is work, and even forgot that a metal orb is still open. He remembered the high school entrance exams of Earth's time, the time when thousands of people crossed the wooden bridge. In high school, he didn't really try that hard. Although he goes to bed late and wakes up early every day, he actually just pretends to look like he's working hard and spends a lot of time privately deserting. Such classmates abound. There is a big difference between real effort and fake effort. So he got fairly average grades on his college entrance exams and just went to an average college and lived an average life. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan was a little bit slightly sad. If God could give me the chance to do it again, I would. What will happen to me? Brain and Ertie, all reborn and still not hurrying to fall in love? Lu Yuan? Shouldn't you study hard and get into Tsinghua University? Brain and second brother, learn shit. Douchebag. Born again directly mining Bitcoin. Ethereum. Fall in love. Immigrate to Thailand to ask for 4 wives. Immigrate to Nigeria to ask for 400 wives. I'm so horny right now. I just want to fall in love. What the hell? Lu Yuan's hand was crooked, and he almost stuck the spider's pointed foot into his own flesh. Make no mistake, I'm a pure love party. Sewing did prove to be little gold manual labor. Even if his whims did not delay the craft work, that one line was neat and clean. Lu Yuan was already a skillful weaver. Lu Yuan moved his arms and legs, probably due to the ability of eternal body, which would not regress as long as there was progress, or possibly due to the significant increase in various attributes. All in all, he felt he was progressing at a rapid rate. Over the course of a month or so, he made 5 leather shirts, 5 pairs of pants, 2 leather coats, 10 pairs of underwear, 20 pairs of socks, and 3 pairs of boots, and his hands grew hot. Unfortunately, these things, because they do not activate the inner power, are not transcendental items, not even the lowest inferior. A pair of carefully sewn leather shoes that have a high degree of durability due to their sturdy material. However, they have yet to inspire an intrinsic supernatural effect, and cannot be categorized as an artificial curiosity. Luxury goods. Phew, even the Pathfinders I can't pick out any major faults. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling bullish enough, and finally took out the carefully preserved pattern of the back of the juvenile hell demon spider. Then, picking out the thickest piece of fire lizard leather, he placed it on the ground and gestured a few times. The real challenge. It begins. He wanted to make a leather shield. The toughest part of the fire lizard is the rump, where the leather is strong, tough and thick enough to create a leather shield, but it still took some doing to get the spider's back pattern perfectly integrated into the shield. The spider back pattern is also only the size of a palm. The toughness is not high. If it is scratched a few times by any hard objects, it may be scratched, so sticking it directly on top of the leather shield is not wise. But then again, you have to go head to head with the enemy and show the thing to their eyes in order for it to have a deterrent effect. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to dig a circular groove right in the center of the leather shield. Then take the spider pattern and carefully sew it in. Finally, take another piece of plexiglass and patiently fill in the grooves to protect the spider back pattern. He has plenty of this kind of strike-resistant glass, and all those glass doors in the data center are high-strength strike-resistant glass. Even with his current strength, it wouldn't shatter if he hit it vigorously with a hammer. The good thing is, these plexiglasses don't have a high melting point, and a temperature of about 200 degrees will soften them. Once you've made a hole with a flame, slowly saw with a saw to get a more perfect circle. This is a lot of work, which is easier said than done, especially if he wanted to do his best. It took Lu Yuan a week to painstakingly create the circular shield. It has a diameter of around 70 centimeters, a mass of roughly kilograms, and is able to be held directly in the left hand or hung on the arm. The spider's eyeball pattern in its center can cause mental shock to the enemy. This is too perfect. A man is a teenager until he dies. Lu Yuan held a shield in his left hand and a long branch in his right hand, leaping to attack the pack of wolves. The growth rate of the little wolf cubs was, really, too fast, and they generally grew more than 10 pounds in a month or so. When this group of coyotes saw the shield in Lu Yuan's hand, each of them stared with wide eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. Next, I don't know which of the white wolves led the way, spreading their legs and starting to run away. Woof woof woof. Even the she-wolves were stunned, looking suspiciously at Lu Yuan and then at the shield. Eventually, intense fear overcame trust in his master. Ow 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 ow. The she-wolf barked furiously at him, fleeing as she did so. Only the wily old wolf, circling around his master with a disdainful look on his face. The pattern on the spider's back, which it had studied for a long time, had long been known to be a dead giveaway. Although every time I see it, it's very scary looking, but just don't go to see it not to be done? You guys are still too young. Lu Yuan laughed, then pressed his excitement and used the Pathfinder's eye to appraise the freshly baked shield. Leather shield, a defensive weapon made from a variety of materials, with an eyeball-like pattern in the middle, which has the effect of deterring the enemy's spirit. Because of the rough processing methods, it still does not utilize the full performance of the material, but it always has some performance. Artificial strange objects inferior grade. I've used up all my best treasures and it's still just an inferior grade. Lu Yuan was speechless, but the good thing was that the spider's back pattern, which could be re-stripped down and recycled, was not a waste, not to mention that his minimum goal has been reached. In the next second, that familiar and cold voice echoed in his ears, causing him to go into ecstasy. Congratulations on your unique milestone, Transcendent Artisan. Reach condition, the first of all civilizations to build a transcendent item. Craftsman, synonymous with skillful craftsmanship. Create amazing wonders with superior skills and tireless efforts. You are the leaders of innovation and development, constantly exploring new technologies and techniques to propel civilization into a new supernatural world. Your civilization receives the only milestone rewards, artisan's talent and sewing tools of Daedalus. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. A white light from nowhere hit Lu Yuan's mind with precision, as if a wave of knowledge from the underworld had descended from the sky and infused into his soul, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Even though Lu Yuan was joyful deep down, he had taken first place in the competition of countless civilizations and was the first to create a transcendent item. It's not easy, but this feeling like steel needles in the brain was too unbearable. Your civilization receives the only milestone point reward, 5,000 points. This feature is not yet enabled. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The shattered concrete in front of them was instantly splintered into pieces. A few hours later, Lu Yuan climbed up from the ground sweating profusely, picked up a nearby cup, and gulped a few mouthfuls of water. He's got another ability, and it's passive. Artisan talent, your spatial imagination has increased dramatically, and you are comfortable with the use of any tool. Occasionally, inspiration will break out to find a hint of order in that endless world of the supernatural. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment and picked up the needle and thread in his hand. A sense of familiarity came from the heart, as if he were a 60-year-old sewer who could now sew a flower with ease. This ability, how to say it, is very strange. Suddenly there is an additional talent, from mediocrity to genius, so that he is a little uncomfortable. Besides, it's late, I've run out of material, and now you're here. Never mind, something is better than nothing. And Lu Yuan also found out that the specific rewards of milestones are mostly related to the content. The first Pathfinder to enter the Pangia continent is rewarded with the Pathfinder's Eye. The first to discover the remains of a civilization is rewarded with an eye that can dig for treasure. The first person to make a piece of equipment is rewarded with artisan's talent and something called Daedalus sewing tool. God, as always, is only the icing on the cake, not the snow. I'd like to see the sewing tools of Daedalus. What are they? Lu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked slowly in the direction of the pit. His heart beat wildly at the sight of a large bronze-colored box. When I opened it, there was a red box inside. Open the red box again and it's a light blue box? Open the blue chest again and it's a gold one? Lu Yuan was a bit frantic. Russian nesting dolls, right? Finally he opened 7 or 8 boxes before he found a crystal locket the size of a pencil case. It contained a pair of bronze-colored scissors, a dagger, a ruler-like object, plus 12 needles of varying diameters, and a gold-colored pamphlet. Sewing tools from Daedalus, a mysterious relic left behind by a sewing master named Daedalus in the Cretan civilization of the 7th Age. The master committed a crime against civilization, and before being sentenced to death, he threw the set into outer space, claiming that no one will ever be able to receive my legacy. But as time passes and the alien space has its day to break, this kit was picked up by your good fortune. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the cloudless sky. He didn't know how he was supposed to spit it out, when it was clearly a milestone reward, but to say he picked it up? And so he discovered some unearthly secret. God, in fact, does not produce anything. God is just the mover of nature? Could it be that everything I got was left behind by other civilizations? The main material of this sewing tool is aliha steel and fine gold, and it has a very high durability. A book of Daedalus crafting tips is included inside. Artificial curiosities, excellent grade. Excellence level tools? Excellence level. Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air and was suddenly even more delighted. He guessed in his heart that artisan talent should not be that kind of particularly rare ability. Perhaps there are a few artisanal talents in every civilization. Therefore, God gave an additional set of excellent tools as compensation. Excellent level, which isn't too high, just one level above rare. On top of that, there are the 4 levels of legendary, epic, immortal, and mythic. But with that one crafting tip, the value is pretty good. You know, it's the beginning of the 9th era of the Pangia continent. How many civilizations possess such knowledge? What's more, for Lu Yuan, excellent grade was too much. He had tried his best to make a poor quality equipment, and suddenly an excellent grade equipment came. It was really like manna from heaven. He picked up the scissors with a rather heartfelt warmth, as if it were alive. Lu Yuan couldn't tell what this magical living thing felt like, but in any case, It gave him a sense of touching his arms and fingers. Moreover, it was as if there was a mysterious force that constantly resonated with his soul. Daedalus' scissors, the resonating power of a premier-level equipment. +% to shape and +% to key when you focus on using it. And add attributes? Lu Yuan was shocked. Isn't this the equipment in the game? As for the scissors, there are two abilities on them. Ripper and Flat Cut. Rippers, as the name suggests, can easily cut through most materials. Flat Cut, meaning the cut surface is almost smooth and leaves no burrs. Lu Yuan flipped around and studied it for half a day. But the key is, the scissors are too small, only 10 centimeters long. It's the same kind of scissors that cut fabric and leather, and it's just too small to use as a weapon. Also, the only way to get a resonance bonus is to hold it and use it. It's not like you can just hide it in your pocket and it will have a resonance property bonus. Lu Yuan picked up the dagger again and gave it a slight try. The length of the dagger was about 25 centimeters, and its entire body blossomed with a bronze color. It also has a very good characteristic called Unstoppable, whose sharp edge can cut through most leathers. Daedalus' Skin Cutter, the resonating power of a premier-level equipment. When you use it with focus, shape +%, key +%, God +%. Lu Yuan waved it twice. This thing was quite smooth and could be used as a real weapon. As for the ruler-like thing, it is actually the core of the whole set of tools. Holding it against the leather, you can sense the pulse of supernatural objects. Lu Yuan took the ruler and gently touched the leather shield he had just made, and indeed sensed a mysterious beating sensation like a pulse. Many of the veins were destroyed by his rough production process, resulting in the material's characteristics. Indeed, not all of them were utilized. Lu Yuan had some regrets, but he would make do with what he had. Daedalus' ruler, the resonating power of a premier-level equipment. God +% when you use it with focus. The last thing left was that small booklet-like thing, which was densely filled with small sesame-sized words and all sorts of strange patterns. The Pathfinder's eye gives the following hint, a manual left behind by Daedalus, which contains some knowledge of the application of transcendental materials, as well as the corresponding sewing techniques. But apparently, due to your lack of pre-existing knowledge, you are currently unable to translate the text. Even the great Pathfinder's eye cannot translate what you have no concept of. Just as the paper-proving goldbox conjecture is placed in front of you, you cannot possibly read it. Lu Yuan was joyful and a bit chagrined, and finally sighed tersely. Well, it is indeed awesome and valuable. It's too bad really. For me, only this dagger is useful. What to say? This milestone reward is excellent for serious civilization. The Cretan civilization of the 7th era, a civilization capable of developing superior grade equipment, is definitely 100 times more advanced than human beings in terms of supernatural technology. Especially the resonance power that made the equipment feel like it was alive, completely exceeding Lu Yuan's perception of it. Human scientists are perfectly capable of gaining quite a bit of knowledge through scientific research. Science, on the other hand, is a way of perceiving the world, not dogmatism, and in the world of the supernatural, the scientific method of research is still viable. But for Lu Yuan, the uses were really just like that. He didn't have superpowers in forging, nor did he have a large enough knowledge base to study these things. At best, you can only use the dagger as a weapon. What a waste. He wiggled his ass when he got a cheap shot. Moreover, Lu Yuan suspected that there would be brand new milestone rewards for being the first to forge extraordinary items such as ordinary grade, fine grade, and excellent grade. But for him, it's a long way off. It was impossible for him to consume all the milestones by himself, and he could still think of a way to do it with normal level transcendent items. But the higher level wonders could not be accomplished without sufficient knowledge. Forget it. White Whoring Dagger. Don't want it for nothing. When I dig a few more relics, I might be able to learn this knowledge. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. He was still quite optimistic now. Suffice it to say that he has completely solved the problem of food, clothing and shelter. And then the next step is how to make himself comfortable. Suddenly, he saw the big metal orb, which had been continuously turned on there for almost 2 months, and the red indicator light, still flickering. Knowing that it was a broken iron ball, he still pretended to look like an accomplished master and said with a calm face, "Human, see, this is the milestone reward. I was the first civilization to create a transcendental item, so, God gave a reward. One step ahead. One step ahead. Gods only add flowers to flowers. They don't send charcoal in the snow. A strong civilization must lead step by step." In his mind, it was just a relaxing way to socialize. Whether the signal is delivered or not, it's done when you're happy. During the 5 months Lu Yuan stayed in Pangia continent, he basically solved the 4 major problems of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. For the humans in the safe zone, it was just under 2 short days. Intense environmental changes have altered almost everything about human society, and the complete collapse of the economic system has exacerbated inner-city unrest. Dollars, tokens, euros, yen and other currencies were reduced to scrap paper overnight. All the deposits in the bank cannot be traced. I have a question. The mortgage is not necessary to pay? Yes, all the bank data was lost. Of course you don't have to pay it back. Ha ha, I don't have to pay back last month's ants. But what about those of us who didn't buy a house? Today the landlord informed me to get out of the rented room immediately because the money became waste paper law. Should I take a knife and cut that old thief? Chop that old thief's whole family. The jungle is in a state of emergency. The supermarket has closed down, and the family has only 2 days worth of food left in stock. If we give it to you, we won't have anything to eat ourselves. Does anyone have fever-reducing medicine? First aid. The hospital is closed. The collapse of the economy had a chain reaction. The private economy collapsed and personal safety became the most pressing issue. In response to these livelihoods, the Yunhai municipal government has urgently introduced a series of measures, which have been widely publicized in the form of television, radio, SMS and the internet. The government square of Yunhai City was black with tens of thousands of people. Li Chunhong stood at the highest point, holding a loudspeaker, his face full of anxiety. He got up in a hurry after only 4 hours of sleep. There was just too much going on to even get a full rest. Folks, hold your horses for a moment. Let me explain the latest policy that has been introduced. The first and most important one is to guarantee the right of all citizens to live in their houses. The first house, owned by an individual. No matter how big your house is or how much mortgage you have taken out, it all belongs to the individual. Even though we've disconnected from the earth side, the Yunhai municipal government still guarantees the private property of its residents. But we have to look to the future just the same. And the second house will be sorry. And the extra house, all of it, will go to the collective. In fact, leaders at all levels of the Yunhai municipal government have seriously discussed the fact that all the houses are in public ownership, which can save a lot of trouble. The loopholes are just too big, and the rip-offs in this area alone will take untold months. So there is only a slight compromise, a family that is allowed to keep a house for self-occupation. This part of private property is protected. Comrades, we are in a completely new era, and we must change our mindset. The world is no longer what it once was, and we are no longer on Earth. You should also understand that there are people who don't have a house to live in right now and we have to give them something to fall back on. But it's too much to worry about now. Stabilizing society is the most crucial issue. When tenants live in collectively owned housing and do not have to worry about being evicted, they are able to effectively build a sense of security. Yunhai City has a large foreign population, and most of the tenants are strong and healthy young people who must be stabilized before they can talk about the future. As for the landlord, after all, they still have a big house they live in, so it's barely acceptable. As long as there is a place to live, the young people are still in a stable mood, and it is acceptable to stay in their rented rooms without having to pay rent, even if the area is a little smaller. Li Chunhong couldn't stop tensing up at the sight of the dark, disheveled crowd, staring at him in unison. These 10 million people represent the first branch of humanity, the Daxia civilization. Now may be the moment to decide the fate of the Daxia civilization. After a long time, seeing that the crowd was fairly stable, he once again blurted out over the loudspeaker, "Comrades, the larger supermarkets and grain silos have been forced by the government to take control. Some of the criminals, too, have been arrested and await their punishment by the law. Internet communications are coming back up fast now, and you can call the mayor's hotline for anything in particular. The police have also been put back on duty. On the subject of food, please, with your ID cards, go to the major communities and get a week's worth of rations. It may not be too much food, but it will certainly fill you up. There is also a certain stockpile of powdered milk for babies, and diapers. Parents are able to pick up certain supplies with their child's birth certificate. We have a year's worth of grain in reserve, so we're not worried in the short term, but in the long term we have to be self-sufficient, and resuming production as soon as possible is the key to survival. We urge everyone, on places like balconies, to grow their own vegetables, to add variety to the food." Li Chunhong paused briefly. "All of you must understand that this is the moment to show the national character of our Daxia civilization, and there is no other way for us to do so other than relying on ourselves. There won't be any outside rescue. We must rely on ourselves. Once society is in chaos, only extinction awaits us. Our sons and daughters will always guarantee the rights of the people. They are also our solid backing." A soldier yelled, "All hands, stand at attention. Salute." Wow! A row of soldiers neatly clapped into line. "All of you, to the people at large, distribute food, all for one. Together we will overcome the difficulties." The soldiers saluted the populace and yelled in unison. Immediately afterward, They began to take batches of supplies out of the large van and distribute them to the crowd. After this series of combinations of punches, most of the people are still satisfied in their hearts. At least, shelter and food, the two most important things, are sort of guaranteed. What's more, the image of the soldiers, in front of the masses of the people of the Great Eastern Kingdom, was still relatively positive, and there were not many people who took advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. In a moment, a long line formed in the square, and the people received their respective supplies and went home. Li Chunhong long sigh of relief. A big stone in the heart, temporarily fall down put down. He heard several young staff members, who were muttering in whispers. I don't know about the other cities. How are they doing? Have they stabilized in the end? I guess there's a gunfight going on. With $0 to buy, I've always felt that we have a more reasonable crowd here. Other cities, I guess, can't do what we're doing to stabilize as fast as we can, isn't it? Schadenfreude, perhaps, is human nature. Thinking of other cities, such as New Vietnam, is breaking out $0 purchase activities. Li Chuanhong's mood is inexplicably better. It is indeed a competition of civilizations, and the fundamentals of each city are different, and the policies that can be implemented are bound to be different. If Yunhai City can do it, can other cities? Li Chunhong smiled and said, Comrades, don't be lax, there's a lot of work ahead. Our Yunhai City is just a short-term stabilization. Most people are nestled at home, with no use for their skills. We have to provide more jobs and put people in them as soon as possible. A whole new monetary system will also have to be designed to get the economy back up and running as soon as possible. Talking about ideals and contributions can be short-term but not long-term. After all, we are past the days when bare feet were not afraid to wear shoes. The group sighed. Young people these days are so savvy. Wolf culture? You can have it, but you have to give the wolves meat. What kind of drinking table culture? I'll let you know today what it means to straighten out the workplace. Speaking of momentary contributions, the young people are very willing and enthusiastic, but sooner or later, this enthusiasm will be extinguished if it is completely eaten out of a big pot. So a competent, applicable to the current economic system can enable those who can afford it to have a better life and effectively stimulate productivity. Are city communications restored? Most of the area is connected to the internet except for a few corners. What about electricity? The minimum power supply has been arranged to charge everyone's cell phones and stuff. Well, being able to charge a cell phone is enough for now. Another person called. Mr. Lee, do medical drugs in the hospital need to be controlled in a timely manner? A lot of drugs we can't afford to produce anymore. Li Chunhong was silent for a long time, and now the economy is collapsing. The supplies are limited, equivalent to the government's entire pocket. The pressure is not covered. He sighed. The medicine that needs to be used is still needed. Those who should be saved, we have to save them back, especially the pregnant women and children. That's our future. But unlimited healthcare is something we just can't afford. As soon as you can, you'll discuss a sustainable program that will compress spending. When will the pharmaceutical plant start up? On the other side of the phone, he said, it's hard. The pharmaceutical factory has to have the raw materials to produce it, but the supply of raw materials has been cut off, and it takes time to find substitutes, and it's unlikely that we'll be able to get the raw materials without 3 or 5 years. Li Chunhong rubbed his temples. What can we do? Times are tough. Someone has to be the bad guy. Focus on pregnant women, children. Sign accordingly. I'll sign. The morale of the group, at this point in the discussion, is not very high. In the wave of the times, everyone is wrapped up in the times, not being able to do anything about it, not being able to stop and catch their breath. The only thing they can do is to move forward, defiantly. In addition to all the internal work, the exploration of Pangia and the supernatural world is equally important. Paranormal phenomena are rare during Earth time. However, 2 days into Pangia, paranormal phenomena abounded. Some plants and animals, in particular, undergo natural mutations. These mutated beings are the new hope for human development. There are also a growing number of superpowered people, and even if these are generally not very good, it's always easier and more worthwhile to control superpowered people who want to commit crimes. And what's this extraordinary fire? Again, no one knows what the transcendental flame actually does, and human resources are woefully inadequate to investigate it. Hello. Just then, Li Chunhong received a call from the paranormal laboratory. He remembered the young man who fell in the Pango continent, Lu Yuan, and eased his mind. Any special information? It's been a long time again on Lu Yuan's side, hasn't it? Is he still alive? On the opposite side of the phone came Professor Zhang Wei, shouting in surprise, still alive. He conveyed important information. We are trying to find a way to contact him. Paranormal lab. Lu Yuan passed around over 2 months of footage, most of which consisted of tanning leather and making clothes and pants. At first glance it's quite a novelty, with a wilderness feel to it, and the crowd is still coming up with ideas. What about your side? He's still making pants. This production rush is killing me. What about your side? My side of the video is from 3 days later, and he's already working on his leather coat. His sewing skills are improving fast. Alas, it is indeed tough for a person to live in the Pangia continent and do everything on their own. When you think about it like that, our current situation seems acceptable. At least we don't have to make our own clothes or anything. But after watching more and more videos of sewing all the time, I grew numb. After all, they really don't have any special message. So a lot of the fellows are focusing their attention on those wolves. The coyote pup's growth trajectory over the past month or so is still a bit of a study. How did he domesticate these wolves? An unsolved mystery. It was only at the last minute, when Lu Yuan took out the spider back pattern and started making a shield, that the crowd's attention was refocused. One doctoral student commented, "Does this eyeball-shaped pattern have a special supernatural effect?" I stared at it for a while and developed a sense of panic. I'm getting a little lightheaded too. Where did he get this? As a result, the group made the usual envious comments such as "what a waste, how nice to use it for research, what should I do with it?" and so on. In their heart of hearts, though, many feel that creating a shield is a wise choice. Research my ass in the middle of nowhere. Followed by the very next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the screen with an earth-shattering boom, and the entire ground trembled. The crowd in front of the screen jumped in unison. Lu Yuan rolled around on the ground, hit by a white light with a look of extreme pain. What's going on? When the smoke cleared, the crowd was in front of the screen, wide-eyed. Actually appeared out of thin air in a big brown box? What's that? Magic? As Lu Yuan regained his senses from the ground, with a look of entitlement, he swaggered over to the box, kept opening it, and finally took out a series of tools such as scissors, daggers, and so on, from a small crystal box. Look at them confused, totally confused about what's going on. Wait, this is a supernatural interference phenomenon? A sharp-eyed researcher's voice suddenly amplified. He paused the video, as if he had made some unthinkable discovery. Look at this pair of scissors. You guys, one of his fingers, pointing to where the edge of the scissors were on the screen. Only part of the background on this one image is subtly distorted. The light and shadows of the flowers and plants near the scissors have a tiny refraction as if they have been photoshopped. Zoom in 10 times more. An old professor held his breath and stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose. There is indeed a light distortion. Obviously, the image can't be photoshopped. All of a sudden, the laboratory, which was still quite lively, fell into silence. This old professor felt cold sweat was pouring out of his back one by one. This strange distortion of light is, in academic parlance, a supernatural interference phenomenon. That is, some powerful supernatural rule that interferes with the normal propagation of light. In the laboratory, paranormal interference is usually microscopic. It can only be observed through a microscope. But now, there is actually a macroscopic supernatural interference phenomenon. It could even be argued that all the materials in the lab combined couldn't produce such an obvious macroscopic interference. And look at the dagger. There's also supernatural interference. These researchers feel like they are about to go crazy. That looks ordinary scissors. Daggers, actually are very powerful supernatural props, and falling from the sky? Before they could react, Lu Yuan stood in front of the screen and uttered the classic line. Humans, see, this is the milestone reward. I was the first civilization to create a transcendental item. So, God gave a reward. One step ahead. God will only add flowers to the flowers, not send charcoal in the snow. A strong civilization must lead step by step. This event is really informative. God, who actually gives things away? Everyone was in a daze and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Only a few young people were discussing in whispers. Milestone rewards? Right. Doesn't that screen show several milestones? What ends urban chaos and stabilizes civilization? Professor Zhang. You're here. Professor Zhang Hui, who was sleeping, hurried to the scene with a buttered bread in his mouth. He had only been sleeping next door for 2 hours when he was awakened, his 2 eyes covered with blood. What happened? Look at this. After all, Zhang Hui was an internationally renowned researcher, and just by glancing at the picture, he realized the supernatural interference phenomenon and almost stood unsteadily. The bread in his mouth fell straight to the floor. Immediately afterward, the contact went ding, ding, ding. Human civilization. 6th branch. Communication request. Do we contact? New Vietnam. Human civilization. 7th branch. Incoming communication request. Do we contact? Berry City. Human civilization. 8th branch. Communication request. Do you wish to contact? London City. Confirm contact. Professor Zhang hastily straightened his messy hair, put on his glasses, and smiled. Oh, my God. God. Look what he's gotten. God gifted him with a chest of treasure? Is he the son of God? A suitcase of treasure fell from the sky. Professor Edward's tone was beyond exaggeration. This old man had 2 dark circles under his eyes and his whole face was red. Ahem. Professor Edward. The sons of God are Jesus and Hong Xiuquan. I think that he might be the son of the Jade Emperor. Zhang Hui picked up the bread, blew out the dust, and ate it with satisfaction. Edward pulled over another young man on the screen. Let me introduce you to my assistant named Jacob. My best student. He has telepathic powers. Hello, Professor Chang. Hello Mr. Jacobs. Can you get in touch? Rice, as a superpower on Earth, was able to net talents all over the world, and it was normal for there to be more superpowered people than in Yunhai City. No, Edward shook his head. There's no way for telepathy to work when both parties have never been face to face, but if you can access his accompanying clothing, there might be that slight probability of sensing him. That would require both sides to open the safe zone. It's not possible in the short term. Zhang Hui also shook his head. The safety zone could not be opened at will, otherwise it would jeopardize everyone's lives. For the next few minutes more, the chief scientists of one city after another came online, excitedly discussing the scene that had just happened. Of course, there are a few cities that are not online. If they couldn't even discover the phenomenon of transcendental interference, it would be a matter of course for them to be eliminated by the entire world, and no one would bother to reach out to them. Professor Zhang cleared his throat. Hello everyone. It seems that you all have already watched that video and discovered the transcendental interference phenomenon. Now the first question is, where did that box of stuff come from? Can we also take a page out of getting that box of stuff? A number of bright minds, quickly engaged in a detailed discussion, came up with 2 possibilities. First, that treasure was left behind by the meta-civilization, and Lu Yuan had only done a magic trick and made a joke. As for the lightning and other fancy stuff, it's probably from the meta-civilization as well. The meta-civilization, after all, is a technological civilization, though extinct, and not necessarily much more technologically advanced than humans. Lightning and the like are actually less difficult to create. All it takes is a generator and a Tesla coil to artificially create lightning. But we believe that this is less likely because, from a psychological point of view, Lu Yuan is in a state of extreme isolation. A lot of his behavioral actions, including talking to himself and having a pack of wolves, are designed to alleviate that loneliness. If he knew we could actually observe him, he would have come up here a long time ago to try and communicate with us. And it's unlikely that he would have made a big deal out of showing us a magic trick first. A psychologist analyzed. Motivation. It matters. All human behavior is based on motivation. If Lu Yuan really found out that the metal balls were communicative, there was no way he could hold back. So it's the second one that's more likely, especially associating it with, not too long ago, that one cold sentence, the attribute system of the item has been generated, and the transcendental items will be divided into the 8 grades of inferior, general, rare, superior, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical, coupled with the milestones prompted by the large orb, and Lu Yuan's words. The answer is crying out. God, indeed, takes it upon himself to reward some civilizations for outstanding performance. The more prominent you are, the more you get a lot, and that scissors, dagger, or whatever, is the reward for completing the milestone. To everyone who has, more will be given, that he may be rich, and to everyone who does not have, even what he has will be taken away from him. So it is, Professor Edward, reciting something from the Gospel of Matthew. This discovery could be really important. It means that human beings can actively look for opportunities to trigger so-called milestones to accelerate their development. But what milestones can be accomplished quickly? The crowd looked to the large metal ball, a certain crystal screen display. Exploring the 9th era. Civilization milestones that can be displayed. Please wait. 1. End urban chaos and become a stable civilization. 43%? A series of unidentified gibberish. 3. Revoke the safety zone and move towards Pangia. Unknown factors affecting? Database corrupted. Unable to explore? Please explore on your own. The panel was full of gibberish, as if a mysterious force had wiped out the database, but there were still 2 entries displayed regardless. But how about these 2? None of them can be accomplished by a single person. How's it going on your end? Is the urban chaos over? When Zhang Hui saw the first entry, his heart suddenly beat wildly and he held his breath. Is Cloudhaven going to finish the first one? And I don't know exactly what the criteria for judging will be rewarded or not. Alas, the power hasn't been restored yet. The whole city is looting the malls. The electricians are on complete strike and the roads are blocked. A brown-skinned professor shrugged his shoulders. I'm hiding out at the institute, protected by the military, which is fine. What about your side? People on our side. Ahem. The government is maintaining order. Everyone is having a hard time. Zhang Hui expressionlessly acted as a war neglect bureau. Coincidentally, Li Chunhong pushed his way in and heard their discussion, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. Now this situation. As to so bide their time? Our side, completely collapsed. The consortium came from behind the scenes to the front. Professor Edward of New Vietnam City said, now that I'm serving a few large consortia, there's really nothing I can do about the lives of ordinary people. Our side is also still normal. It's just that a lot of people have jumped to their deaths. At least a few thousand in one day. The 11th civilization, Professor Mitsui of Togain City, said, His Majesty, the Emperor, is stepping in to keep the city safe, and it's working very well. The Mikado is out. Is this a restoration of the dynasty? Zhang Hui wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and felt that this world was too magical. But when you think about it, it seems to be taken for granted. With the world in shambles, the presence of the Emperor is like a parent, or at least a lifesaver on a psychological level. We're kinda normal too. The sacrifices in the temple pacified most of the population. The third civilization branch, Old Delhi, Professor Amir Khan, chuckled. Ha ha, it looks like our Indo-3 civilization will soon be able to complete the civilization milestone of stabilizing the city. For the sake of one's fellow humans, we will share, whether or not we get rewarded for this information. Being said so by them, Zhang Hui was a little nervous in his heart, and he didn't know if this guy was bragging. In short, different civilizations have made different choices. There is order and stability, and there are warlords in power, and there are oligarchies, plutocracy, restoration of kings, and secularism. There's also nothing, a mess that devolves into an apocalyptic orgy. Zhang Hui finally realized why certain cities were not online. The institute is overrun by mobs. Can it still be online? Maybe the experts inside have been raided. Of course, the cities don't perish because of the riots. There are always a few who survive. They might establish a new regime, but it's impossible to resurrect the lost talent. You know, all of the scientists here are the cream of the crop bred by a civilization that only a great planet can nurture. Can a riotous city raise the next generation? It's hard to even restore education. It is also difficult to make up for the cost of the time thus delayed. They'll just have to stay in the safe zone the whole time. Another professor said, Professor Zhang, your Yunhai city, is it also in chaos? I remember that you still maintained good stability during the pandemic. You should be able to finish stabilizing the city soon. Zhang Hui immediately said, human nature is common. A pandemic is nothing compared to the current disaster. What's happening now is so sudden that the people of the city, in a state of panic, confusion is inevitable. The people deeply agree. Especially human nature is common, the sentence simply said to the heart. Everyone is in chaos. You cannot be a harmonious Yunhai city. Zhang Hui cleared his throat. Ahem. Let's change the topic. The order of the city is decided by all the people. It's not something we can easily change. Indeed. Beyond that, a few more possible milestones were discussed. For example, forging transcendent wonders, which was accomplished by Lu Yuan. A known milestone. Wouldn't it also be achievable to come up with supernatural theories, swell the population to 100 million, breed more masters, hunt powerful supernatural beings, etc.? Scientists can have more brains than sci-fi writers. Predictably, most of the milestones are difficult, and it is unlikely that God would set anything too easy. In contrast, maintaining urban stability is a relatively easy milestone to obtain, whether it's sending soldiers to forcibly suppress, or taking out food to pacify. As long as the ruler of the city is willing to pay the cost, there is always a way to get the city to settle down quickly. The international conference opened and ended in a hurry, and everyone had to want to report this important news as soon as possible, so that their city could gain an advantage over the competition. And Li Chunhong, who was listening from the side, asked, Professor Zhang, what other conditions are needed to stabilize the city? We're mostly settled now, aren't we? How come there are no milestone rewards? If water, electricity, and communications are to be stabilized only if they are to be restored to their original levels, that's not going to be possible in the short term. Zhang Hui pondered for a moment. I think that hydropower is not that critical instead. Maybe there are civilizations that are much more rotten than us and don't even have the technology. Could these civilizations not be able to complete the milestones? What state is stable for a civilization? We must be lacking something. This is kinda a difficult question. Food? Are we going to open up enough farmland? Or maybe meat consumption per capita? Birth rate? Life expectancy per capita? Or maybe it's the unemployment rate? There's a lot of unemployment right now. The minimum population born each year, below a few thousand, would go extinct, wouldn't it? The scientists were rich in their associative abilities. However, Li Chunhong always felt that these guys were talking nonsense and did not find the correct answer. Inheritance it. As long as the civilization can be inherited, I think it is even stable. The others are not so important. Inheritance is the most important. A young doctor grunted. Many ancient civilizations once led the world, but without a stable inheritance, they disappeared in the long river of history. There are also many civilizations where the bloodline still exists, but the cultural heritage has been broken. Li Chunhong's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. He thought, subconsciously, that the answer was excellent. So, how do you pass on civilization? In addition to stable food, clothing and shelter, there are education. Without education, where is the next generation? No next generation means civilization is broken. It was true that the education system in Yunhai City had not yet been restored, so it looked like it had to be arranged as soon as possible. When he thought of this, Li Chunhong became anxious and made several consecutive phone calls. What? Arranging for small children to go to school as soon as possible? The secretary's office was stunned. Was this important? In what age do you still go to school? Of course I'm going to school. Aren't all the original teachers still there? Hurry up and get them inaugurated. Only by going to school properly can we free up more manpower to do more. The people look at it and see that the children are able to go to school. Won't they feel more at ease? Seems to make some sense. The secretary was quite speechless, and thought of his own daughter who was celebrating her vacation. And how children are always heartless. And what do they have to do with Pango continent? Monsters, and so on? As it turns out, we haven't even had 2 days of vacation yet, and we're going to be arrested and taken back to school. That's good, and it saves a lot of mindfulness of managing kids. The smile will only move from the child's face. To the adults, when is it expected to be completed? If we have to do it soon, send out notices tonight. We'll be able to go to school tomorrow. It's just that people will be more resentful. Ha ha. A lot of teachers don't want to go to work. After all, there's a lot of panic after what happened. People are inert and want to take advantage of the opportunity to swing for so many days. Holding them accountable is definitely not something they're very willing to do. And with the traffic we have now, it's a little bit harder to pick up and drop off small children. Gasoline is already a controlled substance, and it is important to use a little less of the supplies. As for electric cars, the current grid simply cannot afford the load of electric cars. The only solution is bicycles, tricycles, and more public transportation. But the production of these things, too, will take time, at least a few months. Then go ahead and send out a notice for teachers to check in, take a roll call or whatever, and teach a lesson in safety in the paranormal age, via the internet. Let's just send out the notice now. Distance learning is always okay? There was a moment's hesitation on the other side of the phone. If it's audio only, our current network is still adequate. When does the class officially begin? It's early for classes to officially start. Right now it's just temporary. Li Chunhong always felt that his mind had become active. In young people's parlance, it's called jamming the bugs and getting the milestones first. After arranging these things, Li Chunhong asked to Zhang Hui, "How's the contact with Lu Yuan going?" Every message he sends, we get a lot of knowledge. Especially since he's located in the ruins of a technological civilization that surely has a lot of knowledge that could come in handy for us. Zhang Hui was a bit embarrassed and took a sip of hot water. The last time he used the alarmed communication, it scared him so much that he just shut down his phone. We won't dare use alarmed communications again for a while. Yunhai University has set up an emergency public relations team, and less than half a day is just not enough time. There is a telepath on the new Vietnam side, but the two sides haven't even met and can't make contact. Alas. I also know your difficulties. I'm just worried that Lu Yuan suddenly died, or couldn't think straight and committed suicide in the forest. After all, a day here for us is more than 3 months there for him. It's a torturous day. Li Chunhong was silent for a moment and sent a few text messages in the working group. A text message from the education department was also sent to him in time. The first lesson of the school year for all primary and secondary schools as well as colleges and universities to welcome the new era and look forward to the new future. Teachers, the new era has come. In order to further do a good job in the supernatural era of education, enhance students' safety awareness and self-protection ability, to understand a whole new world, is now in accordance with the ***** notice forwarded to the relevant matters are as follows. Not only students, but also parents can listen to the latest first lesson of the school year. There's also a subtext, don't worry, people, the school, it's going to reopen soon. Well, right away, probably months from now. The classroom teacher will put the information in place and count the number of students. This is actually a test of organizational skills. If most of the classroom teachers are too lazy to notify, or even think that there is no need to go to school nowadays, The first lesson of the school year will naturally be a failure. And there is no way to talk about the so-called inheritance of civilization. But Chun Hongli believes that there is not much of a problem. That's a bit of confidence he still has. The general public is also happy to see it. After all, education is rooted in the genes of the Daxia civilization. How many parents are worried about their chickens? School reopens to fit the lifestyle of all. No matter what the age, there is always learning to be done. Many other children were so depressed that they shouted out in unison, "Baba, Mama, I don't want to go to school." But their objection is invalid. Time passes by. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first lesson of the school year, which consisted of a host and a number of experts, officially began. Without adequate preparation, it's good to play some impromptu speeches, and it doesn't need to be anything deep. It just talks about life in the future, the government's response in the face of various difficulties, plus certain touching stories, and so on. Within a civilization, there are thugs, criminals, and urban heroes, and countless more multitudes, all of whose deeds, gathered together, make a true civilization. I have to admit that this spur-of-the-moment educational session worked surprisingly well. Even many of the parents listened attentively. "Daddy, what are you going to do?" In a residential building, the young little girl asked to a middle-aged man, delivering some fever-reducing medicine to the next-door neighbor. "It's nothing. Mom, what are you doing?" The boy is asking his mother in another apartment building. "I thought we were going to recycle the trash. I'm organizing the supplies I can donate." There are times when life is like a stream and times when it is like a river. Very often, a drop of rain, a stream, will eventually merge into the river, and then, eventually run into the sea. There is no need to do all those great things. Just do your part and do no evil. And that is enough for a civilization. It was until 9 o'clock at night when, out of the blue, a voice rang out over the intercity. This sound arose from all directions and everyone was able to hear it. "Congratulations to your civilization for completing the milestone, a stable civilization. Reach condition, the first 100,000 of all civilizations, to calm the internal chaos and form a stable civilization inheritance. The first branch of human civilization. Current rank, 789. If history is a long river, then civilization represents the strongest mainstream of history. A stable civilization enables history to run to a farther distance. Today, you have calmed the chaos and restarted the civilization, laying a solid foundation for future pioneering." Everyone in the lab had their pupils dilated in surprise. "We've accomplished the milestone." A few of the younger PhDs couldn't help but cheer. The more composed ones also blushed and trembled all over. "Where's the reward? Where's the reward? There can't be no reward for 789th place. Can there?" The voice from that underworld continued. "Milestone reward for your civilization. Which won the 789th place? Medium transcendental plant *1. Low transcendental plant *12. Random plants in the civilization undergo mutation. Your civilization receives a milestone points bonus, 3,300 points. This feature is not yet enabled." Several white rays of light fell from the sky and disappeared into the four corners of the city. Where did that white light come from? I don't know. As if out of thin air. Professor Zhang Hui is already overjoyed. 13 transcendental plants. And what is that medium transcendental plant? What is this concept? Says that maybe many difficulties can be solved. As long as there is a transcendental plant in there that is related to food, it might be able to solve the food problem once and for all. Those few rays of light cut across the sky and disappeared all around the city. Zhang Hui said with immense anxiety, "Mr. Li, we have to hurry up and find these plants. Otherwise this milestone will be taken in vain. Maybe some important plants have been eaten by dogs." Li Chunhong then came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be in a hurry. I'll contact the militia regiment now. We do have a head start. However, how Cloud Sea City is only ranked 789th. It's only the second day into the safe zone. We're still forcing this scene with the information we've been given. And there's still some distance to go before the school actually restarts. So 788 civilizations that fast?" This one ranking was beyond his comprehension. Yunhai City is really fast. The next day to restore order, resume education. In fact, the conditions are still very immature. Did not send students to school at all. But distance learning is also education. Zhang Hui thought for a moment and explained. After all, it's an alien civilization. In the end, no one dares to make a promise. Maybe some civilization just left the safe zone. Or maybe there are civilizations with a far higher level of technology than ours, where there is no chaos at all. It's also possible that they got more information ahead of time as well. Or, perhaps, it's an extremely sparsely populated civilization. The world is a big place, and 789 is a pretty good ranking. Alas, it's true. We can't get carried away or get ahead of ourselves. Li Chunhong nodded. Let's go and see what the so-called transcendental plants are. 13 white balls of light falling from the sky, witnesses galore, plus a vigorous search by the militia corps. These transcendental plants were quickly sought out and carefully protected. Kidding aside, they were the wealth of the entire Yunhai city and could not be lost. The so-called gods seem to have chosen the 13 plants at random, with most of them being original weeds, such as dogwoods, petunias, cowslips, as well as sycamore trees, pine trees and other woody plants. These plants, even if the mutation phenomenon has occurred, do not know what use for a while, can only say that the future is promising. Only 2 plants attracted the highest degree of attention. The first is the rice plant, which is growing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and that one rice grain is like a small green bean, extremely full. Does this rice reproduce? Quick, identify it. This appraisal ability. A young girl stared with big eyes, her whole face suffocating red. After a long time, a sound arose in her ear, as if someone was murmuring softly in her ear, telling her the real answer. There is the ability to reproduce. This rice has a much higher yield and growth rate than normal rice, and a small amount of protein, which is very nutritious. The girl sat dizzily on the stool, almost fainting. Identification. A rather rare, yet useful ability. In the entire Yunhai city, there were only 3 people who had awakened this ability. Every time one used the appraisal, one had to consume a large amount of spiritual energy, so one could only use it once a day, for one person. But this appraisal was definitely worth every penny, and it was a big boost for everyone. Once this kind of rice is popularized, there is a high probability that the problem of food crisis in Yunhai City will be solved. It's been hard work. You have a good rest. Professor Zhang Hui led the people and headed to the next site. The second interesting plant is a large peach tree. Its little emerald green peaches are verdant and emit a tantalizingly fresh aroma. Even more amazingly, the large peach tree appeared to have animal-like aggression. That one branch that strangled a cat alive that was passing by the roadside, trying to eat a peach. The poor cat, whose blood had been drained by the large peach tree, turned into a dry corpse hanging from the tree, looking extremely creepy. This would be the so-called medium mutation plant. Although this peach tree is dangerous, its fruit seems to be extremely nutritious, the exact nature of which remains to be researched. Thus, they worked until dawn. The many researchers were all red-eyed, and the soldiers who searched for plants with them were equally exhausted. The other one, the one who identified the ability, sat in his chair with a pale face. This is an urban white-collar worker who initiated an appraisal of a large peach tree, which was unsuccessful due to lack of spiritual power. It's probably because the peach tree's level is higher than yours that caused your appraisal to fail. It doesn't matter. Have a good rest. Sir, 13 plants, all searched. Please instruct. We will find a way to transplant these plants into the greenhouse as soon as possible, but please keep a little watch over them for a few days, especially this big peach tree. Don't let small children get close to it. That's easy. We'll have someone on duty. It's easy for everyone to guard a tree when they have nothing to do anyway. They were tired but happy at the same time, and their hearty laughter and light conversation echoed along the roadside. Will this peach turn into a peach tree? The one that extends your life by eating one? It's not impossible, but I think the most important use for it is to be used to make medicine. This is optimism about the fate of the future and confidence in future development. Goosefeather snow fell in the sky, and the distant mountains and near trees were covered with snow, as if the whole world was covered with a white blanket, a deep crater in the snow. Without realizing it, the winter of the Pango continent had arrived. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath, which quickly formed a stream of white frost under the bitter cold winter. He was on a high slope, gazing out at the hideous giant plants in the distance. Higher transcendental plants, giant cannibal flower, a giant transcendental plant that has grown for at least 1,000 years, and seems to have thrived to this point through the careful cultivation of the meta-civilization. Years and years of growth have produced multiple evolutions. Its fruit is good for the evolution of life. Because of the current low ambient temperatures, the cannibalistic flower is in a semi-dormant state, and its predatory efforts on outside organisms are being drastically reduced. But you'll still get eaten if you sashay over there. Attributes? Semi-dormant seems like a good time. How can I lean over and get some fruit to eat? Lu Yuan wrapped the leather coat around his body and racked his brain. He didn't know if there was a distinction between the southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere in Pango continent or not, nor did he know how long the winter actually lasted. But he was just secretly glad that he had made this set of warm clothes before the cold front arrived. Otherwise you might have to freeze to death. It's too damn cold. 20 below 0 degrees. 30 below 0? Old wolf, come here. With a strange grin on his face, he put his hand to the old wolf's abdomen. In order to adapt to the environment, the old wolf's fur was now long and quite comfortable to touch. The leather coat on his body was still warm, but the air in the forest was rather humid. causing this cold to carry a penetrating effect. That constant stream of cold air drilling its way down the seams of his clothes into the fur holes one by one. If he didn't have to, he really just wanted to hide in the house and read by the fire. The reason why I ran out was to take advantage of the good time for everything to hibernate and make a big buck. Isn't winter the perfect time to pick up trash, when there are no pesky bugs or poisonous snakes and thorns everywhere? At the thought of picking up garbage, Lu Yuan's entire body was energized. His eyes blossomed, and he accelerated his walking pace. The only sound was the rustle of boots on snow. With a shield in his left hand and a dagger in his right hand, Lu Yuan's bravado grew, rather like a grandeur of conquering nature. Then again, even the pack of wolves he'd raised had started hibernating. Wolves on Earth don't actually hibernate, but the wolves of the Pangia world, in order to fight the harsh environment, evolved the skill of hibernation. These guys go on a feeding frenzy, even nibbling on grass clippings and fattening themselves up before winter arrives. Their fur also grows longer and longer. When the snow came, the wolves pawed a hole in the mud, and the big wolves and the little wolves all crowded together to keep each other warm. Now the snow cover is getting thicker, just enough to serve as a thick blanket for them. Ow! The old wolf followed Lu Yuan and barked. It's wondering what you're doing out here in the middle of winter. It's freezing for the wolves. The old wolf didn't go into hibernation like the other wolves. After all, hibernation is just a means of reducing energy consumption. Now that he's a dog, he has enough food to manage, so naturally he doesn't hibernate. Hey, look ahead! Lu Yuan squinted his eyes and saw a large bulging mountain bag. A huge plant that was 200 meters tall stood on the mountain bag, and on top of the large tree there was a stick that resembled a corn. Medium transcendental plants. Order Gramineae. Family Gramineae. Corn. Giant corn that has been growing for at least 1,000 years has evolved from an herbaceous plant to a woody perennial whose fruits and seeds are rich in nutrients. Lu Yuan had been eyeing this for a long time. But where there are treasures, there must be guardians. It's not like this corn is aggressive like cannibalistic flowers, which would have been eaten by wildlife if they didn't have guardians. On the ruins of the cities of the meta-civilization, apart from the big bosses and mini-bosses, there were naturally some minion-level transcendent creatures. A sleeping giant bear guards the oversized corn in a hole in the tree. Strong discordant grizzly bear, meters tall and weighing nearly a ton. Bear-like creatures, known for their thick skin and strength, slap a wolf to death. The brown bear counts as a transcendent being because it evolved transcendent gifts from its long consumption of corn. Shape, gas, god, ability, monstrous power technique. Short-term dramatic increase in strength. Transcendental level, 1. Look at the exaggerated shape attribute of nearly 20 points. It's really sick. This bear's transcendent level was similar to his own, and Lu Yuan was not willing to fight it head-on to the death. Getting massaged by that bear paw is no joke. You go up and distract it. I'll steal the corn. Lu Yuan turned his head and formulated a battle plan. The old wolf's sharp beastly intuition sensed the danger, and his double strands warred, several times wanting to go first. Look at your wimpy face. It's just a first-level transcendent creature. Lu Yuan patted its butt and urged it forward. The old wolf had a lifeless expression, one eye staring helplessly at him. Brother, I'm level 0. It's not impossible to hunt safely with the same trap methods used against fire lizards. However, Lu Yuan had been indulging in cultivation uncontrollably in recent times, and spending half a month preparing traps just to hunt a stupid bear was really not that necessary, and he had so much fire lizard meat that if he ate a pound a day, he would still be able to eat it for 800 days, and the quality was much higher than first-class bear meat. On the other hand, it was a mother bear with 2 cubs, a brown bear cub and another yellow bear cub. Although natural selection is the norm in this land, Lu Yuan, as a human being, still doesn't want to see Xiongdi and Xiong'er lose their mothers. Steal a little corn while they sleep. That's all. As for his 3-dimensional attributes, there had naturally been a very great improvement in these months of diligent cultivation. Shape, gas, god, transcendental level, 1. Slightly bending his arms and clenching his fists, his biceps bulged with a powerful arc, and his abundant strength filled Lu Yuan with confidence. No one would have thought that 7 months ago, he was just an ordinary man, but 7 months later, he's a little superhero. Whether it's bouncing ability, strength or running speed, all of them have drastically exceeded the limits of human beings. The transcendent rank was still level 1, but according to the meta-civilization, as long as it was cultivated to a certain degree and the transcendent fire underwent a metamorphosis, it could be promoted to level 2. He had a hunch that this stage was not far away. Of course, Lu Yuan realized that his cultivation speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. The first point of the full attribute boost took 2 weeks. Now, the second point of the full attribute boost took 4 weeks. The third point of the full attribute boost took even more 6 weeks. It's normal that the difficulty increases with each point of attribute. the average civilian of the meta-civilization, the time it took to raise a little attribute was measured in a year or even a decade. There are only a handful of geniuses, measured in months. Lu Yuan only used the unit of week when he had the red crystal and the lizard meat. Come to think of it, in the ability of transcendent fire, he was only a middle-aged person, and without the aid of external resources, he was just that kind of mediocre, cultivating his whole life to a level that could not make waves. It's a good thing there are enough external resources to pile on even a loser. The meat of a fire lizard can increase the growth rate of the form attribute, so my form attribute is far higher than the other two. Other transcendent ingredients that should be able to raise the growth rate of Qi and God. We really have to think of a way to find another transcendent ingredient. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan greeted the old wolf to guard the surroundings, and by himself, he gently touched towards the place where the Discordian grizzly bear was sleeping. The startling purr could be heard a long way off. This female bear looks like she's a native bully too, hiding in her lair and sleeping without a heart. Lu Yuan carefully climbed up the corn tree, broke off a few corn cobs, and stuffed them into his storage space. Good guy. From a distance, I don't know. Close up only to find that this corn actually grows incredibly huge. Each one has a length of half a meter. A good dozens of pounds of weight. One corn cob will last him half a month. Roar! The discordant bear sensed the crisis and woke up from its lethargy. When it saw Lu Yuan stealing the corn cobs, it instantly stormed and nimbly climbed to the big tree, wanting to slap the damned thief to death. Woof woof woof! The old wolf was in the distance, barking sheepishly, and I don't know if his voice was broken or what, but it didn't do anything to attract fire. The dog really can't be relied on. With the significant increase in his attributes, Lu Yuan's stance today was not what it used to be, and he was satisfied with more than 20 corn cobs stored in his storage space. With a light leap he jumped onto the snow. Brothers, have a word. I did not rob you. Not at all. Lu Yuan raised his own shield high and terrorized his opponent with an eyeball pattern while taking one step backward. Roar! The big brown bear jumped down from the tree as well, vaguely horrified at the sight of the pattern. Looking back at the corn tree and then at Lu Yuan, its brain wasn't working very well. It always felt that the amount of corn was a little less. Taking another look, Lu Yuan didn't seem to have any corn in his hand. I didn't steal it. I really didn't. Old Lu loudly sophomorized, trying to fool the bear. Roar! The big brown bear became more and more furious. That broad paw slapped the snow. Bears were not that gullible. Pay with your life, boy. When the brown bear was about to attack, the transcendent spark in Lu Yuan's mind jumped slightly, emitting its own aura. The excellence-grade dagger in his hand emitted a dull golden light under the sunlight. Mother bear, if you come any closer, I'm going to have to eat a bear's paw. So don't blame me for not warning you. Once again the big brown bear hesitated, his beastly instincts quite sharp, sensing the sharpness of the dagger, perhaps cutting through his bearskin in one fell swoop. It confronted Lu Yuan. Ah! Ah! Lu Yuan kept yelling, opening his arms, and backing away slowly. The key to confronting a beast is momentum. Let it know that you are not to be messed with. But the range of movement should not be too large, otherwise the beast, once frightened, may immediately attack. Ow! The two little bear cubs emerged from the snow, watching their mother fight with this unidentified oddity, and giggling as they watched from the sidelines. Ebony eyes stared curiously at Lu Yuan. Bear big. Bear 2, come and play with me. Uncle Bald Headstrong will give you delicious drops. Lu Yuan shouted strangely from his mouth. The mother bear became more wary, shielding her two curious cubs with her massive body, and then realized that Lu Yuan's right hand pulled out a fish like magic. The big brown bear's ebony eyes froze. Where did this fish come from? Lu Yuan nodded his head and said majestically, Mother bear, this one's on me. Next time I come back, I'll even treat you. With a wave of his hand, that one big fish made an elegant parabola and dropped it into the big brown bear's mouth with great precision. Well, roar! The big brown bear roared, spitting out the fish in shock and sniffing it, which felt quite fresh. It burst into some joy. Damn! How long has it been since I've eaten fish? Ah, sleepy someone sends a pillow. You're kinda nice. Lu Yuan then pulled out 2 more custard pies and threw them over, with a small amount of bird eggs mixed in, as well as a small amount of fire lizard meat, which had a huge appeal to wild animals. The 2 cubs smelled it and rushed to grab it. Enraged, the big brown bear roared and slapped the 2 children away with his broad paws. Hasn't mommy told you guys that anything a stranger throws at you, you have to give it to mommy first? Another look-up revealed that the damn guy had disappeared. The corn arrived. See, the jungle is not about fighting and killing. The jungle is about people. Today, I play nice with them. You don't have to steal or rob to get corn tomorrow. Lu Yuan taught the old wolf so on the way back. Although the old wolf didn't understand a single word, it still admired its wise and powerful master for actually being able to play that big she-bear in the palm of his hand. Put in the past. The wolves, Wouldn't he even dare to go near that bear? It's better to follow the master. Then next, Lu Yuan came to the territory of the Poison Bee King. The journey of picking up trash is obviously not going to end easily. Mutant corn is here. Have some mutant honey. The flavor of honey cornbread was something Lu Yuan had been looking forward to for a long time. This terrible swarm of bees is a companion to the cannibalistic flower. Carnivorous flowers don't prey on them. As a result of collecting nectar for a long time, bees have evolved in leaps and bounds. Each bee is the size of a fist and has a sharp tail needle that can easily poke through delicate human skin. The strength of that Poison Bee King was even at the level of a mini-boss. Even, a hive has more than one venomous queen bee, maybe like 3 or 5. But winter is still their mortal enemy. Bees, no matter how much they have evolved, are not thermostats, and when winter comes, they all hide in their old hives and cuddle up. That lair was also incredibly large. Perhaps 30 meters in diameter and 20 or so meters in height. It was simply a large house made of beeswax. This swarm of bees is much more difficult to deal with than the big stupid bear. Lu Yuan just approaching. There will be bees buzzing fly out to drive away the surrounding creatures. As soon as Lu Yuan moved away, these bees flew back to hug each other again. How did it detect me? Infrared? There's no way to get closer. It was good to see that the cold was still weakening these bees' ability to fly and sense. Plus the snow was getting thicker and thicker, directly burying part of the hive. There is a way. Lu Yuan took a shovel in his heart and dug a long dark tunnel through the thick layer of snow, all the way to the very bottom of the hive. Holding the Daedalus skin cutter, he poked it at the bottom of the hive. Whoosh! The bronze-colored dagger plunged into the middle of the thick hive like a piece of tofu. Excellent grade weapons are truly awesome. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together and hastily pulled out the dagger, bringing out a handful of wax-colored juice. Tasting it gently on the tip of my tongue, it wasn't honey. It had a fishy flavor of royal jelly. Probably some bee's egg that got daggered. Lu Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks from his storage space, pinched out that bee egg and stuffed it into the old wolf's mouth. The wolf in the cul-de-sac, scowling, tail wagging, happily trying to howl. You go first. I'll get a few eggs back. Each bee egg was the size of a cherry, and he wasn't greedy, using chopsticks to clip a small bottle as he saw fit. Using beeswax again, he carefully sealed back the crack that the dagger had made, slowly moving a few meters away. He continued to stab upwards with his dagger. He was secretly glad that he had this divine weapon. The hardness of this hive was still very high. If he wanted to destroy it, he had to make a huge commotion. Luck is on its way. On the second attempt, there was a yellowish honey that ran down the dagger. Lu Yuan licked the dagger with the tip of his tongue. The sheer taste was like silky satin. Every drop carried a natural sweetness, just the right balance of sweetness and freshness to mesmerize. This honey also carries a mysterious warmth that moisturizes every cell of the body, warming and comforting. This winter has been a real treat. I love winter. Lu Yuan took out a glass jar and quietly picked up a large bucket. The amber-colored honey comes in a clear jar, like a large jewel that honey was thick and sticky and gave off a tantalizingly fresh aroma. Being a man of sustainability, he filled a couple of glass jars, then resealed the wound in the bee's hive with beeswax and retreated, quietly, through the snowy secret passage. Picking up a few more leaves from the ground, he wiped the dagger very carefully. A divine costume that can't be made for 100 years has to be taken care of. Huge corn, nectar brewed by mutant bees. Today's harvest has been huge. The other transcendental plants are so far away that it takes more than 10 kilometers to walk there. In fact, many of the mutated plants have already been hoovered clean by neighboring animals, and those that remain now either have extremely high reproductive capacity and little nutritional value, causing them to be found everywhere. Either they have the ability to defend themselves, or they have some guardians around them, like the big brown bear, guarding their treasures. However, Lu Yuan was still not too satisfied. He still wanted to eat the fruits of the large cannibal flower. That fruit's been tempting him for months now. At the thought of that dragon fruit, which is so general and so full of grace, what with the corn and the honey, it didn't smell good at once. Once winter was over, there would be no more chances, and even if his transcendent level climbed to level 2, or level 3, it would be difficult to beat the cannibal flower head on. Thinking this way, Lu Yuan made up his mind to get a few fruits to taste. The solution he came up with was simple: dig a tunnel. Since the digging of the tunnel had concealed the bees, maybe it could also conceal the cannibal flowers? Anyway, Lu Yuan had the ability to save his life, and it was still more than enough to escape. Old wolf, go back and eat some fish. I'm going to do a big job and not go home today. The old wolf got his orders and left without looking back. He's had his fill of royal jelly and has long since had enough of the freezing temperatures and wants to go back to his lair and lie down. Not bad for a white wolf. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, picked up a shovel and slowly dug tunnels in the middle of the snow. The cannibal flower's territory was a full kilometer. so Lu Yuan would have to dig at least a kilometer of snow tunnels, which was a long way to go. He was patient, and purposely searched for an okay bearing on that one branch that bore dozens of heavy, shiny fruits. Then he waited until it was dark before he started in earnest. Black clouds blocked the full moon in the sky, and the snow got heavier and heavier, with the lowest layer slowly being compacted and becoming harder and harder. Like gravel, Lu Yuan was too frozen to stand, so he exhaled a breath of hot air and ate a bit of honey to warm up his body before picking up a shovel and digging in the snow. He realized that he had indeed become bullish. His willpower was many times stronger than when he first came to the Pangia continent. Is a kilometer of tunnel long? It was very long indeed, and he would have to dig slowly for days, and once the cannibalistic flowers found out, it would be all for naught. So if possible, dig at night, when the temperature is cooler, and during the day, he buried himself in the snow and didn't move a muscle. This huge psychological pressure. If it was my previous self, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, right? But compared to the bewildering, almost endless journey ahead, this is just a small, insignificant difficulty. Sooner or later, I have to leave this place. Lu Yuan suddenly had a thought. No matter whether it's a divine milestone or to enhance my strength, it's all for the sake of returning to my human homeland. Thoughts came to mind. Why go back to your hometown? Isn't it good to stay here? The information left behind by the meta-civilization will allow you to study for the rest of your life. And going back to your hometown, can you go back? Do you know how many levels there are in the transcendent rank? Who stipulated that there are only 10 levels? Maybe it's 100 levels and 1,000. You're a little mole. Can you go back? Lu Yuan immediately developed a faint sense of melancholy. Even if he was strong, he really didn't have enough self-confidence. In the end it was his brain and his dick that made the deafening sound. It had to be home. It was a girl from the next class. Quiet and elegant. One sunny morning, the girl ran and jumped and trotted down the corridor. Pink sweater, slightly bulging breasts, white neck, smiling mouth, just like a happy deer. The pink bubbly girl, who had crashed into Lu Yuan's arms, had left a deep impression on him. Brain and second brother. What was the girl's name again? Of course I remember. Her name was... Lu Yuan was embarrassed. What was it called? Brain and Erty. Can't think of anything. Really want to see the super colorful kind. Go back and you can see the super colorful kind. Lu Yuan immediately strengthened his will. No matter what, he was going to go home. Returning to his roots was the tradition of the Daxia civilization. As a result, there were more distractions in my head, so why don't you hurry up and slow down here? Hurry up and go home. Hurry up now and get on your way home. How much time you've wasted. This terrible distraction occupied Lu Yuan's mind, spreading like ants in a frenzy. Nameless ravings that stretch out in all directions. The veins on the surface of his body rippled up one by one, and his entire body began to be uncontrollable. The transcendent spark in Lu Yuan's mind jumped, immediately sensing that something was wrong with him. He viciously bit the tip of his tongue, and only slightly regained his senses under the stimulus of intense pain. Status, hypothermia, mild. Hay fever, poisoning, Lu Yuan was shocked and hastily activated the other space to protect himself. Pollen poisoning. He breathed heavily, the transcendental fire in his head pulsing, clearing toxins from his lungs as well as his brain. Cannibal Flower deserved to be a regional level boss. Lu Yuan had always thought that the other party only had the ability of Vine, and the attack range was a bit too big. I didn't realize that a small amount of pollen floating in the air would nearly kill me on its own. This is still winter pollen. If it was spring, I would have inhaled even a little bit of it and I would have been eating out of my hand. It took 5 hours for the pollen poisoning debuff to disappear. Phew. Back to work. After the experience, Lu Yuan was more careful. In the snow, digging for an hour, and then hiding in the alien space to rest for a while to clear the pollen. When daylight came, he simply hid in the cave and slept for hours. It was hard labor, with far longer hours than expected because of the pollen. A few days passed, and Lu Yuan heard the old wolf's howl. Ow, ow. Under the moonlight, the wolves howled on the high slopes, wave after wave. It spread far and wide through the quiet jungle. Lu Yuan was buried in the snow and didn't dare to agree. The old wolf didn't dare to intrude into the Cannibal Flower's territory after all, and howled for a while before departing again. White-eyed wolf. Lu Yuan was actually a bit touched in his heart, but he cursed with his mouth, picked up the shovel, and continued digging the tunnel. As it turned out, it came back the next day, still standing on the high slopes and howling like a wolf. This time, it howled for the entire day. On the third day, it came back. The feelings of animals were simple and pure, and the old wolf did treat Lu Yuan as a very important person. Now that Lu Yuan was missing, it was anxious. It was just an ordinary discordant gray wolf, without the ability to break in, and could only howl on the high slopes. If I do die someday, It doesn't seem unacceptable to have a wolf crying and howling for me for so many days. Lu Yuan accelerated the progress in his hands. It wasn't until the 7th day that Lu Yuan finally dug his way to his destination. The branches and leaves of the cannibalistic flowers covered the sky, and with the small amount of snow on the ground, he had to be more careful not to be detected. The thick shape of the tree stood tall, with dragon snake-like lines spreading across its trunk. Occasionally, there were leaves scattered. Each leaf was like a piece of iron, so Lu Yuan specifically picked the places where the fallen leaves were thick to dig. Not long after, he felt a strong aura, which was indeed much stronger than the fire lizard, and no one could explore why a plant had grown to such an extent. But this is still only a corner of the Pangia continent. The meta-civilization is definitely not considered a powerful civilization, and the cannibal flower is not likely to be the most powerful creature in the Pangia continent. The waters of this world are much deeper than one would think. Lu Yuan slowly dug out the layer of snow with his dagger and saw the heavy fruit, like a brilliant gem under the moonlight. The nearest string, hanging high in the air, was about 50 meters high. Strange rich life force fruits, commonly nurtured for more than 300 years. The largest of the fruits, which accompanied the growth and extinction of the meta-civilization, may have gestated for nearly 1,000 years. Countless creatures have turned into dung from the roots of the cannibal flower in order to take this bite. Rare grade, natural curiosity. Usage, direct consumption and perhaps medicinal uses as well. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. The keywords rare grade natural wonders showed that his adventure was worth it. Sinking down, he exhaled a couple of breaths through his mouth, warmed his fingers, which were frozen to carrots, and put them under his cackle box for warmth. In the past few months, he had practiced his skills with darts. The no regression effect brought about by the eternal body was indeed very impressive, and in just a few hours of practicing darts, Lu Yuan was able to control the muscle power techniques. In just 2 days of training, within 50 meters, he was able to hit almost 100 shots. However, real-life combat is always a little different than training. He tried to recall the power techniques he still had back then, using the transcendental fire to warm his body up slowly. It's got to hit. This excellent grade of deadless skinning knife, once thrown into certain corners of the cannibal's flower and stuck in the trunk, means permanent loss. Lu Yuan used a thin rope to tie the bronze-colored dagger, focusing the psychic energy of the transcendent fire to a certain extent on both eyes, as well as the fingers of the right hand, and searching for the target, the mind silently chanted, "Center." Fingers snapped, and like lightning, the dagger was hurled out of the hole and straight toward the direction of the sky. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth. Snap! The dagger hit the root of a particular branch with precision, cutting an opening. Seemingly stimulated by something, that one branch trembled, and a large amount of mucus and venom was secreted from the location of the wound. Lu Yuan gently pulled the rope, and the dagger fell from high in the air and onto the snow. Not bad. Again. The reason why Lu Yuan chose to chop off a branch instead of cutting the fruit directly was because there were just too many leaves at the fruit. He was worried about the rope hooking into those leaves and causing the dagger to never be retracted. On the contrary, there are not many leaves at the roots of the branches. If you can cut down this one big branch, it is equivalent to being able to get all the fruits at once. It's densely packed, 40 or 50 of them. Whoosh! Once again, the dagger was thrown with precision, hitting the root of the branch. The branch trembled once more. Plants are not animals after all. If an animal had been hurt like that, it would have jumped up violently and looked for its enemy. But for plants, there seems to be no stress mechanism to cope with such wounds, nor can they find out exactly where the enemy is, or that this one branch, like the hair, is just an insignificant presence. In half a day's work, the roots of that section of the branch were densely poked with openings by the dagger. These wounds joined together, and the branch's weight-bearing capacity dropped dramatically, and it began to wobble. The mucus secreted by cannibalistic flowers, on the other hand, is frozen hard at low temperatures, and its ability to bind is drastically reduced. Even if he barely recovered, Lu Yuan would be able to use his dagger to redestroy the mucus layer. Finally, after a precise throw, the branch's weight-bearing capacity ability reached a critical point. In addition, the snow also has weight. As the snow on the leaves gradually thickens, clatter a light sound, the whole branch breaks. The branch, as well as a thick snowflake, fell heavily on the ground. There was even a crystal-clear fruit that fell in front of Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, it worked! Lu Yuan's heart beat wildly all of a sudden. But he didn't dare to let his guard down because the cannibal flower was sending out vibrations. Otherworldly space. It did make a bit of a mess this time. The pockets filled with jagged spikes were opening up, and a large number of vines were quivering slightly. Cannibal flower is frantically searching the neighborhood for possible enemies. Lu Yuan first hid in the alien space for 6 hours. Even the gods could not detect the alien space at the first time, and the cannibal flower could not do anything about it. no enemy was found, and the ogre's fury ceased. Then again, in the underground cavern, lying down for the rest of the day. It wasn't until late at night on the second day that Lu Yuan dug the tunnels once more and collected the fruits scattered on the ground. One by one, Lu Yuan was simply thrilled. Rare natural wonders. These fruits feel like hard crystals and are not easy to open. The smaller ones were the size of a pineapple, and the biggest one, the size of a watermelon. The fresh aroma of the nose to drill one by one attracted the saliva-crazy secretion. Hate to immediately open the food. A total of 42 PCS. Lu Yuan didn't dare to mess around here and stuffed them all into the storage space. Gathering up his courage again, he held his breath and transferred a flower skeleton. Likewise, into the storage space. Hallucinogenic pollen that might come in handy later. And so it was. And after getting the fruits as well as the flowers, all purposes were successfully accomplished. It's time to eat big. Lu Yuan dug along the original tunnel again. So many days had passed that many places had collapsed, but the snow after the collapse was always a bit softer, and the digging was fast. A day later, Lu Yuan left the cannibal flowers territory. Filled with joy, I flew home. Magnificence fills the chest. Not only the great bounty, but a marvelous sense of pride. He actually defeated the cannibal flower. This may be the power of wisdom. Ha ha ha, go home and eat the fruit. The old wolf heard Lu Yuan's footsteps a kilometer away and rushed out with a woo woo woo. The guy was so excited that he kept slipping and falling in the snow, eventually bouncing up high. He almost knocked Lu Yuan over. It thought that its master had died and was preparing to inherit Lu Yuan's legacy, but it didn't expect its master to be resurrected once again. And that happiness wasn't feigned. Let's brother and sister have a good meal today, Lu Yuan said with a fluttering brow. The next second he cursed, tongue, get off your dog-licking tongue. 10,000 miles of flying snow, the mountains into a furnace, melting everything into silver, cold wind like a knife, depending on the earth as an anvil, turning everything into a withered. One man and one dog, in the snow, drifted away, leaving only a series of lonely footprints. It's time for dinner. Yunhai City, Center for Paranormal Research. A large group of researchers, gathered in the middle of the cafeteria for a meal, were avidly discussing the latest milestone reward they had received. Mutated rice, as well as the mutated giant peach tree, are given the highest degree of importance if there were Nobel Prizes in the world. The economic effects of this mutated plant could literally create 10 Nobel Prizes in biology. After the appraisal of those several superpowers, that one mutated rice's growth rate is about 2 times that of ordinary rice, and the mu yield is times that of ordinary rice. That's 5 times the grain yield altogether. Once it is popularized in Yunhai City, the food problem can be solved completely. An old professor with gray hair, eating chow mein on his plate while taking a long breath. This result would have been unthinkable in Earth's time. It could definitely change the landscape of human civilization. The grain can not only be fed to livestock, but also brew alcohol, which can spin off an industrial chain. Rice's Secretary of State Kissinger once said, "Whoever controls food controls mankind." This is not a joke. I didn't expect that in the Pangia continent. This kind of mutant rice appeared so easily, and even appeared. For no reason. This fact is really saddening. Of course, food is nothing more than the most basic lifeline. When you look at the supernatural age, what's even more crucial is the big peach tree. Let me put it this way. This big peach tree is 100 times more valuable than rice. After all, rice can be replaced with high-yielding staple grains like corn and sweet potatoes, and there's no way to replace peaches. Just the odor emitted by those peaches has a certain degree of ability. This old professor suddenly couldn't think of a specific adjective, and a cum-old face turned red. Ability? The many young fellows, with their plates in hand, gathered. The little girl with the appraisal ability said softly, "That one biggest peach is an inferior grade natural wonder. The rest of the small peaches, not yet. Inferior level." The faces of the crowd were joyful and a little odd, always feeling that the term was not quite right. It's like the legendary 1,000-year ginseng. Just the slightest odor can fill one with vitality. We had a seriously injured and dying ant. Smelled the peach and found that the ant lived for a long time longer. The old professor stroked his glasses. If I had to describe it, it was as if there was a life force that was absorbed by the ant. The bigger the peach, the higher the life energy it contains. The biggest one is a natural wonder of inferior grade. A medical expert, his eyes glowing. Just the smell alone is like this. Won't the real peach meat become peach? What kind of effect does a higher natural wonder have? I don't know. There's no relevant material yet. What is the exact principle of the peach? The old professor shook his head. I don't know yet, but in the age of the supernatural, anything can indeed happen. We can make it into medicine. A peach can at least refine the active ingredients of a few thousand medicines. Right. And many difficult diseases will be able to be cured. Can this big peach tree reproduce? The ability to identify can't probe all the information, but I don't think it can. The crowd erupted into a lively discussion. And from this perspective, civilization milestones were really too important. Just by accomplishing one milestone, the city of Cloudhaven has solved two big problems, food and, in part, medicine. The other branches of humanity, they haven't completed their milestones yet, have they? I guess there's no. How can they be like us? There is still a great deal of pride in talking about it. The old professor raised his hand, signaling for silence, and added, on the surface of those peaches, a shell-like protective layer appeared. The peach tree seems to have deliberately preserved its fruits, and it's obvious that it doesn't have a very high production capacity, and it can only produce not a lot of fruits in a year, like a dozen or so at the most. So we have to figure out how to maximize that. Humans have a way of picking the peaches whether the mutated peach tree wants to or not, but if you keep the peaches and don't pick them, these fruits seem to grow indefinitely. 100, 1,000 years from now, they will be truly transcendent wonders. In time, one peach will be as effective as 100, 1,000 now. It's a difficult choice. After some fervent discussion, the scientists decided to ladder their picks, leaving at least one peach from each batch for the future underpinning of civilization. The biggest ones, the peaches, are left unpicked, needing to be watched to see just how far they will grow. What if these peaches, it really takes 1,000 years for them to turn into normal level transcendental items? We'll be gone by then, I guess. Alas, human lifespan, it's so limited, a young female doctor said sententiously. The old professor was instead filled with bravado. As long as the Dasha civilization is still there, this experimental subject will still be there. Don't you think it's romantic? This research across 1,000 years? It's kind of an important treasure that we're leaving behind for future generations. It's said to trust the wisdom of those who come after us. But we, as those who came before us, can't consume all of our resources. The crowd hurriedly ate their breakfast and rushed to the middle of the lab. Zhang Hui, the chief director, was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, having been excited all night and not really sleeping much. Good morning, everyone. Don't just study peaches and rice. There are also those weeds, trees, which are also mutated and have research value. Let's do it this way. Let's first divide the research topics and arrange the manpower. Who wants to study that big peach tree? Almost everyone raised their hands. Where's the rice? Half of them raised their hands. Zhang Hui smiled in his heart. Who wouldn't want to research the easiest to produce results? Well, he actually wanted to study peaches. Ahem. Folks, there are no more Nobel Prizes. All of our research belongs to the city of Cloudhaven, collectively. So it's just going to have to be me being the bad guy and just designating the researchers. He picked a few of the more authoritative professors and divided up the major topics, especially the 2 big ones on medicine and food, which are the top priorities at the moment. You all are also quite cooperative. How can I say? Anymore is a transcendental plant. It is better than other cities. No research. After assigning the work, Zhang Hui casually asked again, how is Lu Yuan doing? Are you guys still staring? Lu Yuan hadn't gone completely crazy after all. He was just using that big orb as a clock, and he wasn't thinking about contacting the human civilization day in and day out. He placed the metal ball in the middle of a room full of trash. All the things the camera could capture were gold, silver, and all sorts of miscellaneous junk. Researchers have a hard time coming up with more valid information. In this case, the PhDs all stopped staring, and it was the turn of the less educated master's students to do so. It seems to be winter on his side, with a lot of snow. One young female student, raising her hand, said, judging by the rate of icing, it's at least minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the air is relatively humid. For those in the safe zone, in just 3 days, Lu Yuan had already spent summer, fall, and winter, 3 seasons. How can anyone not be impressed? To be fair, most people are afraid they won't live that long. It's so tough. Luckily he made the leather coat to come. Zhang Hui shook his head inside. Let's hope he can get through the winter in peace. Even if he doesn't have any more information, it's good to be alive. Professor Zhang, he hasn't come home for several days, the girl said weakly, as if she was a bit embarrassed. The wolf dog he has often runs out, as if he has an anxious look on his face. But it didn't get the owner back. Now Lu Yuan still hasn't come back, although it hasn't been long since we were here. But on his side I estimate that he has been missing for a week. Conference room all of a sudden. From the lively into the silence, only can hear the crowd's breathing and rapid heartbeat. Sweat began to break out on Zhang Hui's forehead. What's the concept of going missing at minus 20 degrees Celsius? Frozen into an ice cube. Proper. Not just him, an icy chill grew in the heart of everyone who knew. To think that Lu Yuan could survive after being missing for more than a week in this freezing environment was self-deception. Zhang Hui hurriedly came to the room where the metal ball was. The screen was so motionless that at first glance, I thought it was a garbage room. Gold, silver, steel and other kinds of metal garbage piled together with a large amount of firewood. This dump is really quite luxurious and noble. One has to admit that even in most current human cities, gold and silver are still valuable as long as humans don't feel like they're going to die out tomorrow. Then the value of gold has held up. And this huge amount of gold that Lu Yuan has might be able to crash the price? This image has been motionless for a long time. The schoolgirl was a little nervous about facing so many bigwigs. It's a good thing I can see the flying snow out the window or I would have thought the machine had died. Lu Yuan would come to this room at least several times a day, about 3 times on average. But this week, not once. The crowd fell silent, staring at the screen for a few minutes, and then began a moment of silence. Lu Yuan is credited for Yunhai City getting this milestone reward. Otherwise, even if you can complete the milestone, the ranking will have to drop quite a bit, even getting squeezed out of the top 100,000 with no reward. Just then, a contact request from another civilization rang out at just the right time. Professor? Connect it. Professor Zhang, you're Mr. Lu, who is living in exile in Yunhai City, has not appeared for a long time. I don't know what happened. The spokesman of Dongjin City opened the door and said. Standing beside him was the current emperor of Togain Castle. He had wide cheekbones, a pointy chin, and a rather flat face that made him look like an average guy. The old man's eyes drooped, and I don't know if it was because he was listless or because he was a political puppet. Zhang Hui actually knew that these little days were somewhat gloating, but on the surface, he still said politely, unfortunately, I don't know the specifics either. I'm sure he has his own ideas and backbone for daring to go out in the cold winter months. Alas, after so many days of not being able to return home, our first explorer of the human race has, in all likelihood, passed away. We must be mentally prepared for this. A spokesman for the third branch of humanity, Old Delhi, said. This person was named D-Demon, an old man with white hair, of medium build, usually wearing traditional ethnic clothing, and was the leader of the third branch, which was quite prestigious. Friends, in the future, we must rely on ourselves and explore the Pango continent. Any information that is explored is expected to be shared, which can effectively improve our chances of survival. Zhang Hui frowned. The subtext of this statement is that Lu Yuan on your side of the fence did contribute a lot, and people are missing out. But in the future, Yunhai City will no longer be a maverick existence, so let's communicate as equals. He sighed slightly. This thing called politics was indeed cold and cruel. Of course, this request from the other side is not too much to ask. Lu Yuan is dead. Why are you still the human boss in Yunhai City? This gentleman was buried in Pango continent like this. It is really regrettable. The leaders of many cities sent their condolences. Even an Eskimo can't bear it when it's freezing and you haven't returned for 10 days. May his soul return to God. Amen. How much of it is genuine is anyone's guess. After all, human beings as creatures do have diversity. The same human civilization, ethnicity also has different. But the surface work, we still do a lot of work. My friends, the information that Mr. Lu has provided us with is indeed of high value. He is a credit to all of our humanity. A spokesman for the 15th branch of civilization, Bui Sao Paulo, gave a piece of advice. It is our common loss to die so suddenly as a credit to humanity's pioneering efforts. I move that we all, as a group, observe 3 minutes of silence in his honor. This city from South America has a few universities, but being an agricultural country, the industrial capacity is just not there, and the social organization is even worse. At this moment, the black crowd is crowded in the middle of the city square, holding the national flag, is demonstrating. Although the demonstration is placed in this era, there is no meaning. Well, these cities that aren't up and down really want Lu Yuan to live to provide more free information. Now Lu Yuan suddenly died. They stand in a neutral occasion, or very sorry. This proposal was widely endorsed. The scene was still very much in everyone's favor, so the leaders of all the cities, in silence, offered their condolences. Professor Zhang, should we notify his parents? For the time being, don't use it. There's no certainty in this kind of thing. It's better to keep it under wraps. The young people behind Professor Zhang Hui, their eyes were suddenly a little moist. The bright future of Yunhai City has just begun. Yunhai City completed a milestone the next day. As a result, this human pioneer who provided the information suddenly died a violent death, donating his life for the sake of all mankind. 3 days in the safe zone, put in Pango continent is 300 days. This feeling of white clouds and the impermanence of the world made them feel a shocking sense of powerlessness. These young people, after all, grew up in peaceful times and hadn't experienced too much life and death. And one by one, they all fell silent. Gentlemen, A moment of silence has not been observed for our worthy servant. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, percent and asterisk percent and, suddenly, a fast-forward-like sound came from one of the large orb's crystal screens. What? Everyone looked up. Professor Zhang's face was frozen, as if he had seen a ghost after seeing that image. His face was green for a while and red for a while. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Slow the screen down to 1%. Don't fast-forward it. Rewind it to see what he said." The voice that just came out was actually, "Old Wolf, we found a good treasure. Let's have a good meal today. Oh, God, he's alive. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This amazing young man, where did he go? I really thought he was dead." Voices rose and fell on the contact. "I was just praying. Did God hear my prayer?" A couple of the old men's beards were fluttering as fast as the eye could see, and I could tell that they were really excited. And they kept going, "OMG. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Should I send an alert? No, take it easy." After a period of silence, laughter suddenly erupted from the conference room in Yunhai City. Ha ha ha. Even Comrade Zhang Hui, who had always been steady, couldn't help but laugh. Shit, this guy's not dead. It came out of nowhere at a critical moment, as if it was purposely intended to slap these leaders of civilization in the face. "Old Wolf, we found a good treasure. Let's have a good meal today," the young man on the screen said excitedly. "Damn, you can't eat a good treasure after digging in the snow for so long in your life. It's still up to me. Old Lu, how long do humans have to be cultivated? Is 1,000 years enough?" Ow 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 ow. The old wolf was extremely excited. That wolf face had an evil and impetuous look, and his tail was up in the air. It is also celebrating the return of its master. Professor Zhang came back to his senses. He felt his heart beating fast and his whole body was indescribably soothed. Look at the shock and dismay on the faces of those old guys. It's like they're standing still for you to gloat. He asked to the graduate student who specialized in the matter, "Is this real-time video? It's supposed to be real-time, right?" This graduate student was also confused. "No, it's definitely real-time." So Zhang Hui cleared his throat. "Everyone, let me just say, he dared to go out in the cold winter months, with his own ideas and backbone. You guys have to be in a hurry to offer condolences. Mr. Zhang, we are only here to show our respect and regret. Nothing else." The spokesperson of Bai St. Paul hurriedly expressed his identity clearly. Jokingly, now Yunhai City had become the hidden boss again. They even thought that if Yunhai City opened a safe zone, they could simply follow suit and defect. After all, this big brother, in its history of eating, is not too bad. And the other big brother's eating is not really a good look. Those who don't understand are often fooled, but those who do understand understand. As for the 15th civilization branch of humanity, there were ancient civilizations in South America, the Inca, Aztec and Mayan civilizations, but those have long since lost their heritage, so they don't really think too highly of their own. The people in the contact room are hooking up. The people in the screen were in turn joyful and unusual. After all, it was such a great harvest that the joy overflowed the screen. "Don't be in a hurry. First find my pot. Buddy, make a honey barbecued pork today, so you can have a great meal." Lu Yuan started rummaging through the garbage. After accumulating hundreds of days of garbage, that amount was not covered. There were some of all sorts of messy things. "Fine honey, I'm sure you've never had it. Right, those bears must like honey too, right? I'll get a few honey buns in a couple days and seduce them. I want to jerk the bears off. That little bear is growing really fat." After a while, the man on the screen finally found what he was looking for, and then glanced at the time on the large iron ball. "I can't believe it's been out there for 10 whole days. It's been a long time since this thing has been out in the sun, hasn't it? Why don't we just move it out to get some sun and recharge it, and then try to contact human civilization? Maybe one day it suddenly gets better?" The third civilization, Mr. Dimo, the spokesman of Old Delhi, froze for a long time, followed by a smiling face. "Bravo! Our human explorers are back. This is truly a blessing for all of our humanity." He did not die, but won a great victory in the battle. He also carried this one machine. So let us see what spoils he got. Sango lived up to her reputation of being as thick-skinned as a city wall, as if nothing had happened, and added at the end of the day, "Any information that is explored, it is hoped that we can all share it, as this can effectively improve our chances of survival." The words are still the same, but the subtext is a little different again. The subtext of this statement is, your side of Lu Yuan is alive again, and you are still mavericks. Any information you want, make us an offer and we can sell it cheap. In the future, when the safe zone is lifted, you'll be the bosses too, so don't attack us. Zhang Hui frowned slightly, listening to this old man's meaning. It seemed like he really had important information that he wanted to exchange. But Yunhai City's side also had an important bargaining chip, a condition for reaching a civilization milestone, a bargaining chip that would be enough to trade many more. The next second, a private contact came from the 11th branch of civilization, New Vietnam City. The 3rd branch of civilization, Old Delhi, has also passed on a private contact. Smart people always make the same choices. Professor Zhang, we want to make a deal. All the supernatural knowledge from the Earth period. Which ones you want? We can exchange, Professor Edward of New U City said. After all, it is a former superpower, able to monopolize resources from the world. Supernatural science. It is normal to be one step ahead of others. We also wanted to make a deal. And our chips were a civilization milestone. And we reached a civilization milestone. The old white-haired man in the old derriere said the same. Zhang Hui was shocked in his heart. It seemed that every city should not be underestimated. We've also reached a civilization milestone. So let's exchange information. The 3rd branch, the milestone reached by Old Delhi, was the domestication of transcendent beings. That's right. They actually domesticated a transcendent being, a temple cow. To be exact, that suddenly mutated and became a transcendent being. The bull still identified with the monks in the temple and did not run away. So the city somehow reached a milestone, the domestication of transcendent life. As for the rewards they received, well, not willing to reveal that for now. This isn't right, Professor Edward exclaimed with a stunned, reddened face. How is it that we haven't reached this milestone when we also have living mutant life in our labs? This is the same mutant lion that used to be caught from the African savannah. D-Devil said. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the transcendent level is not enough. It has to be at least a level 1 transcendent creature. Ordinary experimental specimens. There should be no level 1. You should also have people with appraisal ability on your side, right? A few indeed. The second is that it has to be domesticated. And if it's just simply caged, it doesn't count as domestication. Kind of makes sense. Edward nodded. Thanks for the information. We'll deal in good faith. And we'll provide any papers you want. Zhang Hui seemed to have thought of something and asked again. Professor, can you divulge your ranking for that milestone? After a moment of silence, the other replied. More than 50. 000. Zhang Hui was a bit puzzled. There were actually more than 50. 000 civilizations that had domesticated transcendent beings as soon as they came out. What kind of luck was all this? Why don't we have this luck in Yunhai City? Where's the reward? That question is confidential to our side and is not part of this transaction, but I can tell you that these rewards, they do help civilization. Well, actually, I suspect that the higher the ranking, the better the reward you get. Professor Zhang picked up a rice seed with tweezers and showed it in front of the camera. This is, after all, a private transaction, and the more information given, the more the other party has to give back. Integrity is still important, especially if there is a lot of collaboration ahead. The heads of the other 2 cities couldn't help but hold their breath, because there is a very slight transcendental interference phenomenon when the picture of that patty is enlarged. The leader of the 3rd branch said, we have likewise gotten plants. One of those plants can make curry. How many plant mutations do you have? 4, mutated levels, much stronger than on Earth. We have 13 species on our side. On the side of the side listening to Professor Edward, do not mention how depressed in the heart, they are not a milestone. Even the words cannot be picked up. Behind, completely behind, especially being overtaken by Sango made him very hard in his heart. Now that New Vietnam is lagging behind, it's going to be the 4th oldest city if it doesn't get a little more aggressive. After all, there are other cities that haven't had social upheavals. And the information wasn't heard for nothing. A lot of information chips had to be provided or he wouldn't even be taken next time. There's rice over in Cloudhaven. There's curry in the old derriere. We've got nothing. Alas, let the consortium move faster. Don't count on that wealth. Send out what needs to be sent out. The city must be stabilized, otherwise it will all be too late. In an instant, the conversation stopped, as if there was something that had captured everyone's attention. Edward looked at Lu Yuan's side of the screen again and was even more dumbfounded. Oh God, what is he eating? He really is the son of God. This corn is so big, just looks a little old. I don't know if it's good. These are quite tender, taste the flavor. Nice sunshine today. Lu Yuan moved out the large metal ball and put it on the snow to recharge. He raised the flame with great gusto, cut off a fifth of a large corn, scraped off the kernels with a small knife with nimble hands and feet, added a small amount of oil and salt, and began to pop the kernels. Open 2 more bird eggs that you touched from a tree. There is a soft clatter as the bird's egg meets the corn in the pan, and they blend well in the hot oil, while retaining each other's characteristics. In just a moment, the aroma of coarse grains fills the entire pot, at which point a handful of tiny green onions are sprinkled on top. adding not only color to the dish, but also a touch of sobering aroma. With a gentle flip of the pan, the entire dish of corn was dumped onto the plate. Taking the chopsticks, he picked one and bit into his mouth. This bird egg tastes good. Corn kernels, General. Indeed a little old. We'll eat it. Lu Yuan's mouth is getting more and more picky, because every kernel of corn, it's like a peanut. It tastes really kind of old. The old wolf, however, was eating happily on the side and couldn't stop at all. A faint warmth arose from the stomach and rushed to every part of the body, meaning that the corn also contained a small amount of transcendental elements. Combine that with its huge yield, feeding a few bears and having leftover corn, and you really should be content. Grind some cornmeal when you have time. Then comes the highlight of the meal, the honey barbecued pork. Lu Yuan only ate 30% full and took out half of a skinned small boar from his storage space. Well, these were animal pups that the wolves had hunted in before hibernation and kept in their storage space. This little boar had not yet grown up, and the meat was tender, without that distinctive tart flavor of wild animals. Lu Yuan was so amazed when he started eating it that he almost swallowed his tongue. It tasted so much like pork castrated by human civilization that the half of the little boar was specially preserved until now. Anyway, the storage space comes with a preservation function, so even if it's placed for 100 years, it won't spoil. What? Lizard meat? That stuff is high in muscle fiber and to be honest, not very tasty. Humans, I'm live streaming dinner right now. Is there anyone watching? Bam 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 bam. Lu Yuan hummed a little tune in his mouth and slapped at the metal ball for a while. The screen still didn't light up, but he didn't care. It was just a relaxing social ritual. First, a strip of pancetta was carefully selected, placed on a cutting board, cut into small pieces, and marinated with a small amount of seasoning, including salt, green onions, ginger, and garlic. In fact, by today, Lu Yuan was no longer lacking in food, but seasonings are still scarce, especially in winter when there's no way to grow them, and onions, ginger, and garlic are used even more sparingly. Lu Yuan could only look for some flavorful tree barks and grass roots and make substitutions, not to mention, the solution was always better than the difficulty, and he really found quite a few. After marinating, they waited a while longer for these chunks of meat to be frozen into hard lumps and swabbed with a thin layer of honey, finally wrapped in leaves and placed over a flame for roasting. Well, the process cut some corners, but now the ingredients are good. Honey is a superb ingredient. Inferior grade dash, followed by 2 minus signs. Even if a fool were to cook it, it wouldn't end up tasting too bad. Not long after, a white mist emanated from the leaves, forming a colorful rainbow under the refraction of the sunlight. This is not just water vapor, but something like life force. All transcendental ingredients have more or less similar phenomena. See more and get used to it. Ow! The old wolf swung left and right, unable to wait. Before long, the leaves gave off the aroma of honey mixed with pork. It's open. It's open. Gently peeling away the piping hot leaves, the honey barbecue pork is red in color and emits a tantalizing aroma that is mouth-watering. With each bite, you can feel the sweetness of the honey sauce intertwined with the savory aroma of the barbecued pork, the fat and the lean. Each bite is juicy and rich in flavor, making it hard to resist taking one bite after another. Delicious. Want. The old wolf howled sadly from the side. It was in pain and had just had so much corn that it was a little too much to eat. Is there any way it can be digested quickly? The old wolf is annoyed. Lu Yuan laughed and threw it a few pieces of meat. The old wolf struggled on the ground for a long time, fighting for his life to swallow these pieces of meat. With a satisfied expression on his face, even if he ate and vomited, the wolf would still eat. Cloud Sea City. Inside the paranormal laboratory, everyone gulped hard, and even Professor Zhang Hui, who was exchanging information with his foreign friends, stopped discussing for a moment, because they saw that in the screen, the steaming white mist blossomed into a faint light. Just like the immortal energy in the legendary Heavenly Palace. Even if they were separated by an unknown number of kilometers, the people in the monitoring room couldn't help but start drooling. This is actually also a materialistic interference phenomenon. Some unique materialistic elements that cause a trace amount of interference with the light, causing this mist to look like a rainbow. An old professor murmured there. That big peach tree in our lab gives off an odor that can cause a similar phenomenon. Professor, it can only cause 1%. So faint that it's almost invisible. Right? The doctor under him spoke weakly. Don't be presumptuous. If we cook the whole peach, we can also make it look like a rainbow. The old professor said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking that Yunhai City should simply revoke the safety zone earlier. The outside world is indeed littered with heavenly treasures. Unfortunately, the idea is unrealistic. Civilization and individuality, after all, are not the same. A life like Lu Yuan's, where one person had enough to eat and the whole family didn't worry, was indeed very cool. But death is also a matter of the next minute. Maybe a disease, a sneak attack by a wild monster, and hang. For civilization, one has to consider the worst-case scenario. Humans really don't know much about the Pangia continent. The withdrawal of the security zone will be irreversible in the event of a crisis. A normal civilization would have to think long and hard before even considering revoking the safe zone. What's more, Yunhai City hasn't even resumed its industrial production yet, and it can't even get through such bad weather as torrential rain and snowfall. So how can it have this kind of guts? The army is also short on guns and ammo, and no one can even fight the monsters in case they sneak into the city and eat people. It will be years at least before order is fully restored. Alas, it's not over. There's better. After a bowl of honey barbecued pork went down, Lu Yuan patted his stomach in satisfaction. He felt his whole body on fire and full of power. The transcendent fire in his mind, beaming, produced a sign of a breakthrough. Yes, he was not far away from the transcendent rank of level 2. Here comes the grand finale. From his storage space, he took out a mysterious fruit like a fire dragon fruit with a hard surface like a crystal shell. This stuff sells really superbly, like large crystals that sparkle in the sunlight. All at once, the old wolf, who was lying on the ground, was in high spirits, and surrounded this fruit, his tail wagging left and right. 2 more sneaky nibbles nearly chipped my own teeth. This shell is very hard, and after cutting it open, it can still be used as 2 bowls. Lu Yuan muttered to himself and picked up the deadless skin cutter. Something amazing happened. Dissecting with the excellence grade dagger actually felt a strong resistance. That's a first. How much do you not want to be eaten by others? Isn't fruit meant to be eaten? Lu Yuan was a bit reluctant to let his dagger wear out, so he took a hacksaw and slowly sawed the large crystal apart. An indescribable fragrance, not vitality, rushed into the nostrils, refreshing and indescribably soothing. The old wolf was rolling on the ground. This one-eyed wolf was going crazy. His stomach was so bulging, he couldn't eat it all. Why did I just eat that piece of meat? The old wolf nearly shed a bitter tear. You don't have the transcendent fire seed. Why are you eating so much? Do you still want to evolve? You old dog is probably out of the question. Your offspring is somewhat possible. Lu Yuan laughed coldly, and with a push of his hands, he completely dissected this shell. Surprisingly, the fruit inside was actually a single one, like a ruby, extremely full. Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the essence of the cannibal flower is a pomegranate tree? Picking up a pomegranate, I tasted it as if a strong life force flowed directly into my mouth. Lu Yuan's entire mind soared along with him. He had never eaten anything so delicious, and it was almost too much to describe it as an agaric nectar. It's no wonder the scent has seduced you for so long. Wang Wang Wang, the old wolf barked in aggravation. It wasn't even a transcendent creature. Still, it had eaten 2 pomegranates and its entire stomach was about to explode. So it kept running around on one side, with plum footprints all over the snow. Lu Yuan was enjoying the delicacy alone, and after eating just 1/5 of it, he felt full, and the massive amount of life force gathered in his body was like a huge volcano that could explode at any time. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Yuan patted his stomach with satisfaction, deeply lamenting his small appetite. Any more gluttony is counterproductive. The human brain, it is said, automatically recognizes food as good or bad. There are times when one particularly wants to eat a certain food, then without any doubt, go for it immediately. The reason for this is most likely that the body is deficient in a particular micronutrient. Lu Yuan suddenly developed a mysterious sense of epiphany. His entire body was incomparably on fire. The transcendent rank breakthrough was likely to be today. When he thought of this, he went back to the house and started practicing. In the meantime, he also rolled the metal ball back to the garbage room. This thing has been played with by the fire lizard for so long but not broken. The skin is thick. Lu Yuan does not care much. Pushed hard, accompanied by a grunt sound, it rolled back to its own corner. Take another look at your personal status. Vitality enrichment state. Because of ingesting high-grade transcendental food, life energy fills the whole body. All attributes increased by 10 to 20%. Stamina recovery speed increased dramatically. Good lord. There's a positive buff for eating so much food. It looks like in the future, you'll have to take a bite of pomegranate before fighting monsters. After quieting down, Lu Yuan sensed the transcendental fire burning in his mind. After such a long time of exercise, it was still just a small flame the size of a fingertip, and it hadn't increased in size too much. However, the color had changed from the original red to the current golden color, and the energy emitted was several times stronger than at the beginning. Today, the small flame appeared a kind of inexplicable mania. The fire jumped as high as 200 times per minute, which is the sign of breakthrough. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply a few times, picked up the fiery red spirit crystal, and channeled out the mind energy in it. Over 300 years of development time for the meta-civilization. The transcendent fire spread to all civilians, with a total population of hundreds of millions. But there are only 50,000 or so people who have achieved level 2 transcendent power. There are only a handful of 105 people who have achieved the third level of transcendence. I'll soon be one of the 50,000. The psychic energy from the spirit crystal entered the body, and the moment it came into contact with the transcendental fire, a marvelous chemical reaction was created. The fire absorbed and came into contact with this stream of energy and grew, dissipating another portion of its life force, running through the body through the flow of blood. Lu Yuan finally understood why the experts of the meta-civilization had to attribute the attribute of qi to the intangible things in the human body, because he had truly sensed that part of the life energy had actually transformed into something like qi and blood. Qi and blood flowed throughout the body, and the muscles, internal organs, 5 senses, and nerves wherever they went were all strengthened. His control over his body was improving drastically. Originally his sense of each organ was kinda vague, but nowadays, the beating of his heart and lungs, the flow of blood in his bloodstream, the contraction of his muscles, and the peristalsis of his intestines and stomach that he could realistically perceive. Every minute, his body was getting stronger. It had been more than 3 hours before the growth of the transcendent fire slowly came to a halt. At this moment, the transcendent fire was like a solid ball. Its light had dimmed somewhat in turn, but the energy from the outside world was still being replenished. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth and continuously impacted this solid ball. Suddenly, he heard a boom in his head. The invisible barrier on the outer layer of the fire was broken. The original shackles of life were opened, and he was freed from his chains. The transcendent fire that broke through the ground and was reborn at this moment was finally no longer the size of a finger. Its diameter swelled more than double, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, and its color once again changed from gold to red. Lu Yuan was already sweating profusely as he sensed the upgraded fire, his heart indescribably excited. Success! According to the thesis of the meta-civilization, transcendental fires of the first level must be focused on meditation to have some healing, curing, or expelling effect. However, second-level fires have some passive healing effect even without concentration due to the greater amount of energy they give off. It's a gap at an essential level. It's not too much to say that it's the evolution of life. No wonder that fire lizard's vitality is so strong, because its transcendent fire seed is of a high grade, and its passive healing ability is too strong. As long as the injury isn't too serious, it can immediately recover, even if it's a fatal wound. If you focus on healing, you might be able to force your way back to life. Take another look at the personal attributes. Shape, originally yes. Gas, originally. God, originally. Transcendental level, 2. Innate abilities, otherworldly space. Pathfinder's eye. Explorer's eye. Storage space, eternal body. Transcendent fire. Artisan talent. Comment, this person has finally taken a small step on the road to transcendence, evolving from the bottom of the jungle into a small shrimp in the jungle, but possessing the innate ability of 7. Which is really rare in the world and only found in the world. Could it be that he is God's own son? It's been a long time since I had a new ability. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air from his chest. After a single breakthrough, the full attributes were raised by more than 2 points, which could be really gratifying. If placed in the past, these 2 attributes could take months of hard work. Ugh, it would be so nice if I could break through every day. Well, it's really daydreaming now. Not everyone's level breakthrough actually increases their attributes that much. Like most of the geniuses of the meta-civilization, breaking through from level 1 to level 2 would have exhausted them long ago. Where would they have the ability to increase their attributes? It would be good if they didn't fail. Only Lu Yuan had a large amount of resources. He had enjoyed high-level transcendent food beforehand. His life energy was extremely abundant, and he had the energy supplement from the fiery red spirit crystal. So he took advantage of the momentum of the breakthrough and increased his full attributes by 2 points in one breath like a bolt from the blue, clenching his fists and slightly bending his arms. The sudden increase in power made Lu Yuan a bit overwhelmed. Increasing 2 points of full attributes at once was really a bit much. Crouching slightly and jumping upwards, his head easily hit the ceiling with a thud. The ability to perceive externally, which he had never experienced before, was more than he could say what it was like. The outside world became noisy at once, and the sound of rustling snowflakes became very clear to his ears, as if the entire world had changed in a different way. Lu Yuan's eyesight and hearing had been drastically enhanced, and even this included a meditative sixth sense. In other words, his qi attribute was now higher than the old wolf's. You've got to step up your game, old wolf. Your master is getting stronger again. He patted the dog lying on his sleeping bag. The old wolf was slapped and yelped, looking fierce and showing his teeth. Lu Yuan then realized that he had just failed to control the force and slapped it painfully. He hastily took out some pomegranates and coaxed the old wolf. Looks like we'll have to get used to the new power soon. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with today's harvest and flew out of the room, walking out in a series of footsteps in the snow. Then started working out hard, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and a 10-kilometer run. He wanted to familiarize himself with a stronger body as soon as possible. And then, challenge the female bear near the corn tree. Of course, it's not wise to compete directly with a mother bear for strength. The growth rate of the human species is relatively balanced, with form, chi, and God, the three attributes, growing almost evenly. This is not the case for beasts. For example, the growth rate of that bear is mostly in the form attribute, and the chi is relatively low. The growth rate of wolves is mostly based on shape and chi. The growth rate of cannibals should also be based on the two aspects of shape. That is, none of the beasts have a high growth rate for their God attribute, which is highly skewed. Only the God attribute of intelligent beings can keep up with the other two attributes, and this is a very special attribute. But no matter what, he was now a level 2 transcendent being, and that mother bear was only level 1. In a few days, I'm going to rob the bear. For this great goal, Lu Yuan worked out hard. For the 17 human cities within the security zone, this scene that Lu Yuan sent over was another scene, especially when he took out the crystal-like fruit. The whole lab, straight away, fell silent. The voices in the contact, too, disappeared in unison. The question that arises in everyone's mind is, what is that? To be honest, like what corn, honey, these two transcendent ingredients, the laboratory, although few, but a little effort, can also do. It really can be done. It's just a matter of how much it costs. It's been a full decade since the appearance of paranormal phenomena on Earth, and it's not as if the people of Earth have accumulated nothing. In particular, some wealthy Western laboratories extracted the blood of superpowered people every day and used it to cultivate all kinds of mutant plants. Superpowered people are also mutated creatures, with all sorts of mind-only ingredients in their blood, cultivating more robust plants, the kind of biological research that once sparked a worldwide capitalization frenzy. World-class tycoons like Joel Gage, Nyo Fit, Nyo Kess, Nyo Yoon, etc., have all made large investments in order to live longer, and the total global investment over 10 years has even amounted to trillions of dollars. But this crystal-like mysterious fruit was really with beyond their knowledge. The lab couldn't have done it any harder. I don't know. What's this? A jewel? A fruit you can eat. Then next, Lu Yuan took great pains to saw through the shell with a saw. I could tell that the shell was very hard, and every crunch made everyone's heart skip a beat. No one's saying waste or anything like that anymore. People just want to see what's going on. Just get it out of the way. In the very next instant, the crystal fruit was sawed away. The dense aura that surged out in a flash was like a faint stream of light, like a colorful haze that flowed up in the air. Then, Lu Yuan picked up a red pomegranate and enjoyed a mouthful of it beautifully. Ah, said Professor Edward of New Vietnam, sitting on his butt as his heart began to cramp, pulling out the nitroglycerin in his pocket and holding it in his mouth. It was as if he had witnessed the highest quest of his life, to cultivate transcendental plants that could cure all diseases. Life energy. It must be life energy. Yes, that supreme quest did exist, and he witnessed it, and how wonderful was the result. Professor, you wake up. Numerous fellows seized the old professor, who had suffered a heart attack, and put him on a stretcher. On the Yunhai city side, it was the same. Is this fruit? The old professor blushed and felt like he was going crazy. Even if he was more brazen, he couldn't say. That peach can have such aura even if it's boiled for a while. If we have to say it, in 300 years, we'll have peaches that might do just that. Not in 300 years, but after 1,000 years, surely. Even Professor Zhang Hui's whole body was trembling, and the thought of, can we immediately revoke the safety zone, arose in his heart. There's treasure all over, out there. We just got mutated rice and mutated peach trees, but compared to Lu Yuan, we are as poor as primitive people. What's the point of researching this? There's no motivation at all. An academician-level bigwig grumbled bitterly. Another commerce soldier hurriedly said, No, you've all got it wrong. Don't think the outside world is full of treasures. It's because he got the legacy of the meta-civilization that there's an illusion that Pango continent is full of treasures. This crystal-like fruit is definitely left over from the meta-civilization. Now that the meta-civilization is extinct, that great fruit tree is not, and after so many years have passed, it has naturally become a great tonic, like our big peach tree. Let it grow for 1,000 years, and doesn't it become a treasure? Once again, the crowd was silent. Yes, teachers, please remain calm. Treasure is scarce around the safe zone. At the very least, it's impossible to find this kind of transcendent fruit for hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers around. Even if we revoke the safety zone, it's impossible to go deeper into the Pangia continent with the current state of the city. We don't even have a production line for guns and ammo open right now. Unless we find the remains of other civilizations, only then can we find the corresponding treasures. Without the relics, we are still headless even if we revoke the safety zone. It took a few soldiers a long time to talk the frenzied professors down. Yes, that's also true. 17 cities have corresponded with each other. Where are the supernatural treasures around? In addition to what human face black clouds, white hair monsters, infectious dandelions, these inexplicable paranormal phenomena, I do not know if it is considered a treasure. Anyway, it is very bad to mess with the look. But regardless, the guys really wanted a pomegranate to savor. No, research. Especially when they saw Lu Yuan throw a few of them to feed his wolf. The hearts of the people were even more severely seized even though they knew that Lu Yuan and the wolf were dependent on each other, and that the wolf was like a relative. They still couldn't help but think, this guy deserves to die. Eventually, Professor Zhang Hui came back to his senses and didn't even want to look at the image. Ugh, we have to speed up the process and leave the safe zone. If we want to grow, we must leave our comfort zone. Even if you complete the milestone, this reward is just a drop in the bucket compared to the resources in the outside world. Make sure you get out of the safe zone as soon as possible. Every researcher, such thoughts arose in their minds. The impact of this scene is very far-reaching, directly affecting the historical process of many human cities. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that the people in the safe zone were envious and jealous. He just spent a month honestly familiarizing himself with the powerful body brought by Transcendent Level 2. He also seriously practiced the transcendental fire method left behind by the meta-civilization. This was the advantage of having a civilization's heritage. There was no need to study it yourself. It could be used directly even though the physical structure of metas and humans were very different. Many of the principles were actually the same. For better or worse, meta-civilization has developed for more than 300 years, and has a perfect education system and scientific research system for human resources. This information was enough for Lu Yuan to study for a long time. The level 2 transcendental fire, on the other hand, is much more powerful and can release the only mind energy externally to a certain extent, so more techniques of utilizing it have evolved. Lu Yuan realized that his talent for cultivation was mediocre, but his learning and application of techniques was simply at the level of an absolute genius. Most of the simple tips can be learned in a few hours. Some of the more complicated ones can be learned in 3 to 5 days. This could be the effect of the eternal body. The potential benefits of the ability to not regress are too great. The memory has increased dramatically, and muscle memory has also increased with it. Light curtain. The flame in Lu Yuan's mind jumped slightly. A thin layer of light rises from the surface of the skin. This is a combat technique called light curtain. Its general principle is to temporarily strengthen the muscle and bone strength of the radiant area with the power of transcendental fire, increasing strength as well as resistance to blows. Pa! The punch hit a large tree hard, and with a crash, large flakes of snow fell. Ow! The old wolf looked on in awe. Doesn't that punch hurt? It took a bite out of the trunk with its teeth and realized that its teeth were chipping off. Lu Yuan laughed. He only felt some numbness in his fists, but there was really not much pain. This was the benefit of the significant increase in resistance to blows after the temporary reinforcement. Prancing flying kick. In a flash, Lu Yuan bounced 10 meters from the snow. His body incomparably light and fast, like a big bird skimming across the sky. The scene took the old wolf by surprise, and the saliva on his tongue, dripping on the snow. In fact, his 12-point shape attribute could not jump 10 meters, but with the temporary increase of the extraordinary fire, he was able to burst out beyond the original attribute of power, exhausting the mountains and seas. Lu Yuan practiced and roared again, propelling a large rock weighing several tons. The boulder was overturned and there was a small snake hibernating underneath. In the cold winter months, the little snake just couldn't keep its eyes open, so Lu Yuan added a meal today. Jackpot! Lu Yuan stretched out his hand again, wanting this one stone to be lifted up, but this time it failed. He hadn't cultivated to that level yet, and that big stone almost crushed himself. All in all, this kind of temporary reinforcement skill is not a superpower, but it is better than a superpower. This also made him secretly sigh. The power of a civilization was really strong, playing out the transcendent fire, attacking and defending. It was simply an all-round ability. The only way to be qualified to explore the Pangia continent is to popularize the transcendental fire and everyone learns the skills. Right, if the Earthlings and the Metis meet once, the Earthlings will definitely be mercilessly slaughtered, especially in a street fight. Even if the Metis used cold weapons and the Terrans used hot weapons, the Terrans would still lose miserably. The fighting level of both sides was too different. Just like this thought, Lu Yuan suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance. He stopped practicing in a hurry, ran to the kitchen, and opened the lid of the steamer. The dense mist drifted and converged into a thin sea of fog. A pot of corn and honey buns. Steamed. Especially in these cold winter months, hot steamed buns are particularly attractive. Gently bite, steamed bread texture soft, mixed in the honey, but also to bring people like clouds of lightness. Next year the wolves are guaranteed a reward. He had gone to great lengths for the buns. Corn and honey are fine. They are snatched from other animals, and when they run out, they just go back for more. But the most troublesome thing is to extract the yeast. Without yeast fermentation, the steamed bread will only become a solid lump of dough. It is difficult to swallow. As for yeast extraction, well, it is very simple. Mix the flour and water together and place the flour dough in a place with the right temperature. After a period of time, some flour doughs develop a floury mold on their surface. These were failures and had to be thrown away. There are also white or gray membrane-like substances that appear on the surface of some flour doughs, and these substances are the famous yeast. If you can smell alcohol when you break it open, you're more than completely sure it's yeast. After all, only the anaerobic respiration of yeast can metabolize alcohol, other microorganisms cannot produce it. Lu Yuan wouldn't say that his Pathfinders I can directly identify whether yeast is present or not. These flours can then be used as yeast powder for steamed buns. Also, brewing? Lu Yuan was somewhat moved. Yes, brewing wine. Rare grade natural fruits. Brewed wine. I wonder what it tastes like. It's a luxury, but it's too cold now to wait until next spring. After such a busy time, Lu Yuan collected his steamed buns, took his fire lizard shield, and set off majestically. The old wolf hurriedly followed, scurrying to the front for a while, and wagging his tail a little. Are you going to steal the corn again? I thought the corn was not finished yet. Lu Yuan squeezed 2 words out of his teeth with a frenzied expression. Fight the bear. I've wanted to beat up that one she-bear for a long time. The transcendent fire in his mind blazed, radiating his own aura and majesty. Level 2 transcendent creatures sure aren't quite the same as they used to be. He was going to compete with that one bear, and incidentally increase his experience in real combat. It didn't take long for the destination to arrive. Winter has not yet passed, and the mother bear's trio still slumbers near the giant corn tree, their loud purrs shaking the sky. Because of Lu Yuan's unbridled emanation of firepower, the mother bear was awakened from a long distance away. It burrowed out of its lair and stood upright, facing Lu Yuan with a growl. Roar. Pangu grizzly. Shape. Gas. God. Ability, monstrous power technique. Short-term dramatic increase in strength. Roar. The bear was angry, its hairs standing up one by one. It's you kid again. Annoying or not? Coming every other day? Sparring with me will reward you with food. Lu Yuan had an arrogant face and was not afraid. He held a shield in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand. Step by step, he slowly approached. Excellent level daggers are not used. It's just too much of a bear bully to use that thing. He didn't want to kill the bear. The mother bear seemed to be intimidated by Lu Yuan's aura and actually took a step backward, her beastly intuition sensing the risk that guy posed. Seeing that Lu Yuan kept moving towards his territory, it roared in anger, and a pair of bear paws viciously slapped towards Lu Yuan's head. Almost immediately, Lu Yuan beckoned the shield with his left hand and fiercely greeted him with the wooden stick in his right hand. Splat! The wooden stick hit the mother bear in the waist, lots of wood shavings flying around. At the same time, the mother bear's pair of fleshy paws viciously struck the top of the shield with a dull crash. That's a lot of strength for this guy, Lu Yuan cursed, and with his feet planted in a good horse stance, as if they were rooted in the ground, he unloaded this force, and struck another wooden stick, hitting the mother bear's shoulder. The mother bear took 2 consecutive hits, and although her skin was thick, she was also in pain, and her eyes radiated anger. It was tall and condescending. Its thick bear paw slashed at Lu Yuan like a storm, followed by its head stretching out, wanting to bite. Hitting is okay, biting is not. Lu Yuan hastily moved his shield upwards, and the mother bear viciously bit down on the leather shield. Taking advantage of his opponent's opening in the attack, Lu Yuan's legs and waist lashed out, bouncing high and using a flying kick. This flying kick, using the technique of flying leg in the air, was so powerful that the leather boot directly hit the mother bear's chin. The mother bear shook her head heavily and took a few steps back, somewhat blindsided, a hiss escaping her lips. The old wolf, who had been watching from a short distance away, was also howling excitedly. Ow! Both sides confronted each other, trying that much every now and then. As it turned out, with the defensive ability of the shield, Lu Yuan had been able to fight the discordant bear head-on. For example, Tyson's punches can reach up to 800 pounds of force, and not many ordinary people can resist. But what if that heavy punch had landed on top of a shield? Most normal people would be able to deflect it. Lu Yuan, as a level 2 transcendent being, his strength was still not as strong as this giant bear, But with the temporary increase of the transcendent fire, coupled with the shield's defensive ability, it was still easy to move around 1 or 2 times. On the other hand, the eyeball pattern on the shield kept terrorizing the giant bear. After only 10 or so rounds, the mother bear was so nervous that she thought she might not be able to compete with her opponent, and even forgot to activate her strange power ability, and turned around and started to run away. It escaped. Only 2 cubs remain, hiding in their den, looking at their fleeing mom with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Those eyes were full of clear stupidity. Immediately after the bear was shocked, Mom ran away. What are we going to do? Roar! Ow! The bears hissed sadly and watched as Uncle Odd rushed into the hole and curled up in a ball. Finally Jack the bear ha ha, Uncle Strong give you some good food. Lu Yuan quickly rushed over, and while the bears didn't react, he ruthlessly jerked their fur and slapped their asses. He'd been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The bear was really chubby. This tiny one was dozens of pounds. The hair color is also full, oily, shiny, fluffy and soft, not bad for growing up on mutant corn. What's more, he had civilization milestones on his mind. Domestication of extraordinary beings is definitely one of the milestones of civilization. Fixing his eyes, Discordian grizzly bear cubs, slightly stronger than other grizzly bear cubs because of their high-quality diet, but still only cubs. Shape, gas, god, transcendental rank, 0. How's that for a 0? Lu Yuan was immediately embarrassed, daring these 2 little guys to not be transcendent beings. Since this is the case, even after domesticating these 2 bears, they still won't get the civilization milestone. Pitting me Lu Yuan. Can't transcendent traits be inherited? Or is there just a small chance of it being inherited? Or, wait until they grow up to be transcendental beings? The 2 little chubby bears became even more nervous as they saw the unknown creature in front of them turn pale. Although that bun really smells good, it might not save your little life. The 2 little chubby bears clumped together, next to each other in the corner, trying to squeeze their brother to the outside. Lu Yuan was only embarrassed for a moment before his mood picked up again, a derisive smile on his face. This oily fur is so beautiful. It's really a pity not to make a bearskin coat. This bear paw, it looks really delicious. The bear's entire body stiffened, suppressed by the superior creature, without the slightest bit of courage to resist. Or 2 little male bears. Bear big. Bear 2. Look at your bear whips. They'd be very nourishing in wine. Lu Yuan turned the bears over, gave them a good petting, and popped their balls. He was in a good mood, did not want to kill them, but also to prevent them from biting. Transcendental fire broad light curtain defense has been covered in the hand. Ow ow ow. On the contrary, the old wolf on the side howled madly on the side, not knowing whether it wanted to eat the cub or was jealous. Lu Yuan hastily jerked the old wolf's dog's head and mumbled, "This wolf's skin is so beautiful. It's a pity not to make a wolf's skin coat. This dog meat, so fragrant. This dog leg, this dog whip, so beautiful." The old wolf was pampered and satisfied, and his harumphs were running down his face. Immediately after that, the chicken-thieving wolf sensed the crisis and immediately escaped from the hole. Roar! And the she-bear finally recovered from her state of panic and came running back. It was anxious when it saw Lu Yuan playing with its child's whip, and once again, it stormed forward with fury and slapped it hard. This one used weird power. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he keenly sensed that a powerful chi had appeared in the bear's body, leaping up to the area of the bear's paw. Knowing that his opponent had used his ability, he didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly rolled on his donkey, dodging the giant bear's furious strike. Roar! Pa! The mother bear's pair of meaty paws viciously hit the wall, and a large amount of stone splashed. Ow! The old wolf, who had been spectating outside the cave, was getting a little anxious and was calling to his master to hurry up and escape. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Placed in the past, he could only use his other dimension to dodge this furious strike, but now he dodged it through his combat skills. This is proof that he's getting stronger. Whether it's reaction time, fighting skills, or courage and confidence, there is a huge improvement. Only then could he cross that almost endless journey back to his homeland. The brown bear was so powerful that he slapped himself on the wall and put himself in a state of rigor mortis. Lu Yuan would not miss the opportunity. Violently bounced up from the ground. His left foot took a big step forward, and his right foot, like a spring, fiercely stomped towards the ground, once again pouncing towards the giant bear. The giant bear had just turned around, only to find that opponent charging straight towards him. Shield strike. The leather shield hit the mother bear squarely in the head, knocking her neck back and sending a stream of warm blood spurting from her nose. Even with the discordant grizzly bear's ability to resist blows, being so frontal to come a bit, for a moment there was also some delirium. Sitting softly on the ground, the mother bear struggled and tried to get up many times in a row, but the immense pain made her eyes bleed and she just couldn't get up. Lu Yuan saw the good. No longer difficult for this mother bear, but instead threw out a few steamed buns. Fighting hard work and buying your food. Roar! The mother bear growled in color and suddenly realized that there was a bun in her mouth. Took 2 bites and it was quite tasty. It's so fragrant. There's a different flavor that brews in your mouth, and happiness rises up from your heart. The mother bear's ebony eyes wide, frozen in place. This is not the legendary. A bear's favorite food? What's it called? The mother bear, who had never eaten honey in her life, was immersed in an ocean of happiness. Only 2 cubs remained, clear-eyed with a hint of disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't there a fight just now? What's mom eating? We have to eat too. Lu Yuan fought and his muscles and bones were stretched out. He was in a soothing mood and flew away from the old wolf with him. In a couple of days, I'll come back to fight you again. The bear's memory seems to be only 7 seconds. The mother bear has been completely conquered by the honey buns. She doesn't even bother with the nosebleed on her nose. She is grabbing the food with her 2 cubs. When he finished eating, he couldn't get enough of looking at the footprints in the snow. It's delicious. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan came to the big corn tree on time to fight with the mother bear. Roar! The mother bear burst into a rage, but didn't charge straight at her. With no other choice, Lu Yuan could only charge up and physically fight with it. Another big win. This time the victory was even a little easier, because he had learned the mother bear's moves: a lunge, a slap, and a bite. These 3 moves are sufficient against most animals, but for Lu Yuan, it was just too straightforward and easy to predict. In addition, Lu Yuan's sensitivity far exceeded that of the bear, so as long as she paid attention to dodging this strange power strike, it would be very difficult for the mother bear to beat Lu Yuan. But this time Lu Yuan didn't hit its head either. It was weirdly embarrassing to beat people over the head every day. He just kept using his shield and attacking his opponent in a position where he wouldn't be easily hurt. After hours of fighting with the mother bear, it was just so good that my whole body was stretched out. It ended with the mother bear abandoning her cubs and running away. You guys eat some buns and rest. I'll come back tomorrow. The mother bear had a complicated look in her eyes and lowered her head to enjoy her bun treat. It savored it and actually smelled like corn. It smelled so good. Did this guy really not steal the corn? It looked at the drifting snowflakes again, its eyes shining, and it wanted to eat this big bun again. On the 3rd day, Lu Yuan doubled back to fight. There was no way. The only one suitable for fighting in the surrounding area was this bear. The others either couldn't fight or were just too weak and ran straight away when they saw him. The animals living in the Pangia continent had their own set of lifestyles. As a result, halfway through the fight, this female bear cowered and just started waiting for food. It doesn't attack either. It just sits on the ground, dripping and staring. Lu Yuan punched it with his shield, and it simply turned around and ran away. It just doesn't attack anyway. Just run away. Who can take a beating every day? The 2 little bears rushed up and circled around him too, pouting and pouting. There was no other way. Lu Yuan could only take out the steamed buns that he had prepared long ago and share them with these 3 bears. Damn! They're all slick. Lu Yuan's level was already higher than the mother bear's, plus the learning ability brought by his eternal body allowed him to quickly adapt to the fight with the bear, and his combat experience soared. Woof woof! The old wolf howled from the side. He once thought that by taming this female bear, he should be able to accomplish the milestone of domesticating an extraordinary creature. Mother bears are truly transcendent beings, but apparently, she-bears and old wolves are not quite the same. It's highly feral and not on the verge of extinction. It just prefers that one bite of honey bun. With its appetite, this little bit of bun would be a snack. It wouldn't completely submit to Lu Yuan just because of a mouthful of food. And bears, as solitary creatures, have no social division of labor. The option of obedience does not exist in its innate mind. The cubs will live with their mom for another 2 to 3 years before they basically have to go out and survive on their own. Because of these reasons, it is undoubtedly a little more difficult to domesticate a mother bear, and it may take months, if not years. What's more, Lu Yuan seriously suspected that the milestone of domesticating extraordinary beings had already been accomplished by other civilizations. With so many civilizations and so many safe zones, there are always some captive creatures that have mutated after entering the Pangia continent. After these animals have mutated, they should be in a domesticated state as well, as long as their temperament doesn't change drastically. Therefore, the domestication of transcendent life is likely to be a relatively simple milestone that has long been accomplished by civilizations. Maybe one of Earth's 17 civilizations is finished? Therefore, Lu Yuan was just holding on to a casual state of mind. Even if he couldn't tame the mother bear and couldn't complete the milestone, he had nothing to lose as all. He's even less narcissistic to the point of contracting all the milestones of civilization. Not to mention that beating and cutting up with a mother bear provides valuable emotional value. So why not? Just like that, time passed day by day. And this winter, Lu Yuan practiced diligently every single day. The transcendent flame after the breakthrough was indeed different from the small flame at level 1, with very many techniques that could be practiced, like what strengthening, healing, and detoxification, all of which belong to the category of techniques. And he also discovered a key point. As the level increased, other abilities were also enhanced by a small margin. For example, the isospace can be maintained for a longer period of time. The original sustained for 3 hours before passing out. Nowadays, it is able to last 12 hours. And if you eat pomegranates while maintaining the isospace, it can last up to 30 hours. You can't activate the other space while sleeping. The diameter of the storage space, on the other hand, opened up to 2 meters. That's 8 cubic meters. Originally it was only 1 cubic meter. 8 cubic meters is a pretty big volume, as big as a small utility room, and capable of cramming in a lot of supplies. Lu Yuan neatly placed the key resources, like the transcendent food and deadless toolset, into the middle of the storage space. As for the other abilities, Explorer's Eye, Pathfinder's Eye, nothing much seems to have changed. In my spare time, I'm still trying to figure out how to make new dresses, pants, and shoes. After all, with his additional ability of artisan talent, sewing became a breeze. However, the activation of this ability required the so-called inspiration, and Lu Yuan never knew where the inspiration came from. All in all, it has been a dashing and enjoyable winter indeed. In contrast, time flows much slower on the human side. 2 months had passed here in Lu Yuan, and the safe zone was less than a day old. And the scientists were still there frantically discussing a scene that had been transmitted over from the video. In the world of the supernatural, anything is possible. Yeah, but we can't presume to reach the sky in one step. After all, there are no remnants of civilization around us. Adventurism will only bring risks. Any new developments on Lu Yuan's side? No more. What drove the scientists crazy was that Lu Yuan had thrown the metal ball into the utility room again, and the scene that could be observed turned out to be that mess of gold. It was only by a chance glimpse that Lu Yuan came to this miscellaneous room to get a very small amount of information. He's back picking up trash again. It's so windy and snowy. Sticking to the principle of picking up trash without wavering. When I used to visit poor areas, I saw that some of the grandmothers' and grandfathers' houses were full of garbage, even in the corridors. Getting them to clear out is like killing them. It's called hoarding. Or it could be OCD, a psychological phenomenon produced by drastic changes in the environment. And, have you guys noticed that he's gotten a lot stronger? Knock knock knock. There was a knock at the door, and Li Chunhong, as well as several officers from the military department, arrived at the scene. Because of the great rewards that came with the achievement of a civilization milestone, the group was in a good mood, talking and laughing, discussing what the next possible milestone would be. These rewards might not be of much use to Lu Yuan, but for a rookie civilization, especially one that was new to the Pango continent, they were too useful. After thinking about it for half a day, the group discussed that the easiest milestone to reach was crafting equipment. Inferior grade materials are still available in the lab, but how to activate the intrinsic ability of inferior materials is another difficult problem that scientists worry about. Li Chunhong smiled and said, "Teachers, the discussion is so fervent. Is there any significant discovery? Ha ha, we're just talking casually. Look at him. He's stronger than an ox. And that sack of metal he's carrying on his back, it's several hundred kilograms, isn't it?" Professor Zhang Hui broadcast some images on the screen. Impressive indeed. Is it because of the food? A colonel scat in admiration at the sight of his tendon flesh. The effects of those transcendent foods are indeed very good, but not to the extent of increasing strength by several times. Professor Zhang patted a strong man by his side named Guo Weiqiang, who innately possessed the ability of giant strength. Guo Weiqiang, do you have his strength? The burly man and, there is, but there's no way such heavy physical labor can be sustained over the long haul. Zhang Hui explained, the life force brought by transcendental food is equivalent to nutrients, and if consumed in large quantities without scientific training, it doesn't necessarily bring benefits. All that life force will just pile up as useless fat or just be lost. Now he's like Superman, a man who can storm a company by himself. Odds are he has some sort of practicable ability. Zhang Hui was very puzzled, but had no answer and was puzzled. The officers, too, were intent. If the soldiers in Yunhai City all possessed such strength, the revocation of the safe zone would be guaranteed. All in all, the top priority now was to contact Lu Yuan. All difficulties are solved if you can make contact, but how do you get in touch? That screen on the other side is broken. Ah, and the other side speakers are also broken. Is it possible to use the alarm vibration again? But what could Lu Yuan do if he misunderstood once again and turned off the communication function of the metal ball? As soon as that happens, they don't even have that video anymore. This was a common dilemma for all mankind. And not only Yunhai City, but even experts from other cities, were trying to think of solutions to deal with it. Suddenly there was a roar from the next room, and a couple of young PhDs yelled and screamed as if they'd come up with some amazingly good idea. Ha ha, we figured it out. We found a good way to contact Pango continent, the ruins of the meta-civilization. Winter and spring, everything is revived. The sleeping earth with the temperature gradually exudes vitality and vigor. A winter passed quietly with hard work and study. The hibernating wolves also awoke from the snow, each one probing their heads and wagging their big tails to greet Lu Yuan. Yo, awake? Good spring. You've lost a bunch of weight. Woof woof. A coyote launched a fierce attack, kissing and hugging Lu Yuan's thighs, his buttocks twisting and making indecent gestures. Lu Yuan was shocked. Could this be a teddy cast? There was also a coyote, jumping up and down, rolling over and showing his belly with a come and pet me expression. Could this be a husky? There was also a large pack of coyotes, running wildly through the ruins of the city with their feet spread out, stomping a series of small footprints in what remained of the snow. For these little friends, Lu Yuan was not stingy and shared all of his loot from this winter. Like what honey bread magic pomegranate. He cannot eat all alone. A little sharing is good, but not much is given. It's just shallow. On the one hand, right, there was too much life energy in the transcendental food, and the coyotes ate too much of it, and the deficiency was not enough. On the other hand, he couldn't let these wolves lose their wildness. Most of the food had to be found by the wolves themselves, because he was going to have to leave someday, and once he let them get into the habit of laziness, the day he left might be the end of the world for this pack of wolves. Lu Yuan looked at the hot and bustling courtyard and suddenly felt some inexplicable sadness when he thought that he had to leave. He knew where the faint sadness came from, but it was all he could do to force himself not to think about it too much. Cultivate. Practice makes you happy. Form, originally. Gas, original. God, original. The rate of improvement over the last month or so has been quite good. With the aid of a large amount of resources, Lu Yuan's growth rate far exceeded that of the strongest geniuses of the meta-civilization. The meat of a fire lizard increases the growth rate of the form attribute. Honey increases the growth rate of chi. And the mysterious pomegranate fruit can even increase the growth rate of all attributes. There's plenty of food left for all of this. Enough for years. These superb ingredients, together with the mountain delicacies offered by the wolves from time to time, and the potatoes and vegetables grown in the botanical gardens, the diversity of food is fully satisfied. Can't really think of anything worth trying other than a divine milestone. But what are the milestones of God? And what else? Can't think of any. Lu Yuan, who had nothing to do, was quite content at the moment. He sat on a large rock, shining the sun and yawning. God's milestones? Can't think of any more than that. And don't bother. The pace of life slows down all of a sudden. A cup of hot tea, a book on alien civilizations, and read it slowly for an afternoon. Although most of these books are academic papers and boring to death, they can always pass the boring time. The Great Fleet of Deep Space, and He Livered Properties in Pangia, the only other novels written by the Metasites, and not to mention, they're pretty good. One more look at the author, the Eternal Patch, supposedly some civil servant working in a data center, who took his masterpiece and secretly hid it here. Lu Yuan seriously remembered this puffball author who had provided himself with spiritual food. He suddenly felt as if he had accomplished his short-term goals, and the days began to settle down. There's food to eat, clothes to wear, pets to jerk off to, and bear hunting for itchy hands. Not even a harsh winter can take itself away in one wave. Watching the cubs grow day by day, watching them nibble around and play with each other was quite a joyous feeling of growth and abundance. One of the coyotes had lost a fight and came running over in a huff to seek comfort and ask for a snack in the process. Lu Yuan showed his teeth and chided. Are you a wolf? Kid, you can't really become a dog in this place. He pulled out his lizard shield and shocked his opponent. When the little wolf cub saw the pattern on the shield, he was so scared shitless that he almost even peed. Ow! It spread its legs and fled. Lu Yuan laughed out loud, his heart becoming more and more pleasurable. He called this law, the law of conservation of smiles. There is a finite number of smiles in the world that will only move from one animal to another. Lu Yuan looked up and saw the rustling sunlight, through the layers of leaves, hitting his face like copper. Just if, let him live here forever until the day he dies of old age. Will he? As if, and a little reluctant, he will always miss the steel jungle of traffic. Miss the cassoulet downstairs, missing the busy subway with the grumpy leader. Well, he could punch the leader right now and snatch the smile off his face. Miss mom's dinners, remembering the sister who made herself pop gold coins. Nostalgia for that matchmaking girl with garlic breath in her mouth? That blind date girl. Now that I think about it, it's pretty smooth. It's just too much garlic and too much breath. It's really a bit unbearable. Speaking of the matter of blind dates, Lu Yuan's thoughts became even more complicated, and he simply lay down on a rock and looked at the white clouds drifting across the sky. His parents were both doctors in the hospital and did know a lot of people, so he started dating at 23, right out of college. To be honest, there really was a girl with a compatible personality who was still okay, and he was still quite willing to do it. But I don't know what's going on. But the girl's mom and dad introduced me to her kind of magical. The first girl who was crazy about eating garlic, without much explanation. The second girl, a lesbian, said she was going to have some kind of marriage. When you're married you can go your own way and not interfere with each other. Lu Yuan completely confused. Shape marriage, what the hell? The first time I heard, the city said deep. I want to go back to the countryside. The third girl, an elementary school teacher, probably busy with her career. This girl is quite authoritative and speaks her mind. As soon as she refuted her, she crossed her eyes, and treated Lu Yuan as her student. Now that I think about it, if God gives me another chance, I choose. Still single. Ugh. Ow. Ow. The old wolf suddenly ran over, waking up the daydreamer philosopher Lu Yuan, and tugging at his pants leg. Doing what? It's a day off. Not going to hunt bears. Lu Yuan gave it a kick without any good humor. Uluru. Ow. The old wolf made an odd sound in his throat. It has made significant discoveries. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he ran after it for 8 kilometers and stood on top of a high slope. He was surprised to find a gray haze within what was once the Fire Lizard Canyon. And as he looked into this layer of mist, a vague feeling of heart-stopping actually arose within him. This odd sixth sense was so disturbing that it seemed to drag him from a lake of ease and peace into a sea of crisis. In just an instant, cold sweat broke out from Lu Yuan's body. Shrugging his nose slightly, he caught a whiff of decay. Uluru, uluru, said the old wolf, jumping twice among the yellowish grasses, and then, with a little step, leaping onto a large rock, grinning viciously with his teeth. It seems to express that there are unimaginable risks there. What is this stuff? A miasma from that donkey-headed monster? What's it doing here? Of the 5 mini-bosses in a 50-kilometer radius, Lu Yuan had only crushed one fire lizard. The big boss, Cannibal Flower, is still not an object that can be defeated. It's also just a matter of stealing chickens and getting some fruit while it's cold. In addition, the King Snake, Scorpion, and Poison Bee Emperor. These 3 small bosses are all swarming creatures, and that bewildering number of minions. Lu Yuan really can't afford to mess with them, and killing these monsters wouldn't do him much good personally. It's too risky if it's just for some meat. There was still a lone donkey head monster left, which was also considered a mini-boss as recognized by Lu Yuan. But this guy is just weird and not quite like normal life. It is somewhat like the incomprehensible supernatural phenomenon described in the paper of the meta-civilization, coupled with the distance. So Lu Yuan has not investigated. As a result, I didn't expect that this time the donkey-headed monster would actually migrate long distances and break into the territory of the fire lizard. A trace of inexplicable vigilance rose in Lu Yuan's heart, and a sixth sense of uneasiness slowly began to brew. The Fire Lizard Valley, which was only about 10 kilometers away from his refuge, was only half an hour away by trotting. It was still quite dangerous in case the other side launched a sudden sneak attack. If it keeps migrating my way, it might have to pass by my sanctuary. After Lu Yuan had made up his mind, he climbed up a big tree with skillful hands and quietly surveyed the scene inside the valley. With the significant improvement of his chi and spirit, his eyesight was quite excellent. It is said that on the African savanna, the Maasai can see up to 20 times better than normal people. I wonder if they are bragging. Lu Yuan estimated that his own eyesight was no better than that of the Maasai. It was also a great day with excellent air clarity. Only the valley was shrouded in black mist, and it was quiet to the extreme. Not even the cries of insects. The early spring sunlight slanted in the middle of the quiet canyon. He saw a strange darkness. It was obviously a very bright environment, but Lu Yuan always felt that he was somewhat unable to see. This mysterious darkness is not in a physical sense, but on a psychic level. Squinting, he saw another humanoid creature standing in front of the dead bones of the fire lizard. It was rotting all over, bone after bone, exposed. The uneasiness in his heart strengthened once again. Lu Yuan focused the energy of the transcendent flame on his eyes and strengthened his vision. He saw masses of maggots, burrowing out of the rotting flesh and dying with great speed. A blob of sticky liquid that dripped from the surface of the skin, like snot, clogged the small holes where the bugs had burrowed. Is this a fucking creature? Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Hint after hint of black gas arose from the donkey-headed monster's rotting flesh, creating a thick, mercury-like darkness that continued to spread outward. I'd like to see what you are. Lu Yuan suppressed his thick uneasiness and activated the Pathfinder's eye. Soon after, A disturbing message came from the eyes, corrupted creatures tentatively awakening from their slumber, suspected to be a type of demon. Most of the civilizations that encountered them probably perished, and only the extremely powerful ones survived. No one knows how they came into being, they just exist on the Pango continent. Fortunately, this demon is only in its early stages of awakening, and its current strength is not too strong. The rest of the information is unknown. Attributes? Magic? Something? Lu Yuan frowned and hid in the grass, gripping his excellence grade dagger. His knowledge of the Pango continent was limited to information about the meta-civilization. But the meta-civilization doesn't really know much about the Pangia continent. After all, the meta-civilization is just a rookie civilization that has never left the safe zone. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Only the humanoid creature slowly turned its body, its entire head, and rotated 180 degrees. Gray, dead, unfocused eyes looked towards where Lu Yuan was. In that instant, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly sped up. It noticed me? An unintentional meeting with those eyes caused an extreme wave of fear to leap up along the tailbone, straight to the sky. Nameless ravings that burrowed into the mind. The mouth of this donkey-headed monster split open a little. It's laughing. It seems to be a superpower for spreading panic. The transcendental flame pulsed wildly, suppressing the emotion. Lu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and stopped staring at the damn donkey-headed monster. He gulped and quietly surveyed the donkey-headed monster's perimeter through a gap in the grass. Only the perimeter of the humanoid creature was dim, and the nearby turf was withering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This wilting is not so much that the moisture is being vaporized, but that the life force is draining away. The buds of early spring are at their most vigorous, but now they are all withered. A dark and decaying atmosphere was spreading through the valley. Lu Yuan's whole body muscles subconsciously tightened up. This was indeed a supernatural phenomenon beyond imagination, something beyond his cognizance. He suddenly realized that the worldview of the Pango continent was likely more sinister than he had imagined. Would there really be any fools who thought that the Pango continent, where civilization relics were all over the place, was some kind of place where wealth was everywhere? Why did the meta-civilization, observing the outside world for more than 300 years, hesitate to revoke the safety zone? The meta-civilization, are they all fools? Obviously not. They're just scared and think they'll die if they revoke the safe zone. That's why they're not withdrawing. The damn thing found me. Gotta retreat first. Lu Yuan descended the tree with great speed, no longer fighting with this ghostly thing. The transcendent flame kept pulsing as if it were an enemy. This is the first time since he got the transcendental fire that he had such a terrible feeling. The fire was trembling, and a strong source of uneasiness surged to his heart. Lu Yuan stabilized his mind and thought as he walked. Could it be that the fire lizard was its natural enemy? Now that the fire lizard is dead, this thing just went straight to bigger? He didn't understand what it meant to be a corrupted creature or a demon. The information on the meta-civilization, apparently, does not exist for these terms. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down, picked up a branch, and drew a horizontal line across the edge of the perceived crisis. He wanted to figure out if the monster's territory was spreading. If you dare to spread to me, I'll just have to be impolite and kill you. Lu Yuan took a few deep breaths to inspire himself. Anyway, you only just woke up. He decided to go back and look up the information before he thought of anything else. Incidentally, it raised it from a small boss level to a big boss level. On the return to base camp, many possibilities were thought of along the way. To hedge my bets, I'll have to relocate the camp to a more distant location. The Pango continent is so big, there will always be a place for me. However, Lu Yuan had not yet tapped into the knowledge left behind by the meta-civilization, and tapped it cleanly, leaving aside all those miscellaneous scientific papers. The ability of extraordinary fire alone has a lot of application techniques. Hundreds, even thousands. How long would it take for one man's intellect to develop these skills? On the other hand, just because he was able to search for the remains of one civilization didn't mean that, in the short term, he would be able to search for a second one. Sky City, 10,000 kilometers from here. This distance is not close. Leaving the refuge, his future quality of life would be drastically reduced, and the wolves will obviously suffer from the ordeal. Wolves have their own territories and comfort zones, and relocating elsewhere would be in direct competition with native organisms. On the migration trail, those coyote pups, I wonder how many will survive. Also, can he really brave the world with a mere second transcendent level? Lu Yuan didn't have that kind of confidence. Maybe we'll meet another one of these demons on the way? He can't keep running away. One has to be exposed to it to perceive it accordingly. The system left over from the meta-civilization is capable of stacking the transcendent levels up to at least level 3. Level 3 and now level 2. Again, are two different realms. It's not that I choose to be comfortable, but it's really all I can do to stay here now. There's still a lot of wealth here. Honey, corn, Pomegranate fruit. I'm not ready for that yet. Moreover, the other party is also only in a preliminary awakened state. If I escape, it may be difficult to encounter these things in the future. Having made up his mind, the whole thing relaxed in turn. His brain was highly active, thinking about the possibilities. If the fire lizard is really the natural enemy of this donkey-headed monster, what should I do now that the fire lizard is dead? The first is that the ability, transcendental fire, and donkey head monster are mutually restrained. The fire lizard is at least a level 6 transcendent creature, so it was able to suppress this monster, and I'm only a level 2, so it's obviously not enough. The second possibility, the fire lizard's fire-breathing ability to kill a donkey-headed monster with one blow. I still have fuel crystals left in my hand, as well as a superior grade skin slasher, so as long as I'm prepared, I may not be unable to fight. It's obviously an early spring setting, with birds and flowers, and it's like being back in the cold winter months. This might be the so-called inverted spring cold. Lu Yuan always felt cold all over his body. He just wanted to hurry home and roast around the fire. He noticed that he was out of place and laughed kindly. Contentment and laziness are indeed the enemies of civilization. The strongest civilization of my human race, the 18th civilization, took less than a year to degenerate from the terrifying upright ape that single-handedly killed a fire lizard to a bereaved dog that trembles at the sight of monsters. Everyone laughs at meta-civilization. Everyone is meta-civilization. Lu Yuan was a little scared and vaguely excited, his heart beating powerfully. He was scared by the creature's stare. It sent his adrenaline surging wildly. Not knowing out of what state of mind, Lu Yuan laughed lowly. He himself didn't know why he laughed. He couldn't describe this state of mind. The old wolf, following behind, sniffed and realized that his master had changed inexplicably. This state of mind, which was somewhat similar to the master's original hunt for fire lizards, made it feel inexplicably intimidated. The old wolf shook the fur from his body and nibbled on the spring turf. He was always carefree. Lu Yuan laughed while playing with the dagger of excellence. The gravel under his feet clattered, and the daggers were in the air, and the daggers were in the air. Just in the middle of all this thinking, the shelter finally arrived. Pile the firewood that you have picked up on the go and stacked it in the utility room. Even with some of the risks he encountered, he subconsciously picked up a lot of trash. I can't help it. I'm used to it. It's not my style to go home empty-handed. Buzzed just the moment he turned around and was about to leave. The large iron ball actually vibrated. Ha! Sick again? In fact, after such a long time, Lu Yuan had slowly lost interest in this large metal ball, and was only using it as a clock. He still needed to know what time it really was. Just as I tried to turn it off, the big iron ball actually made a very odd alarm sound. Dung! Lu Yuan froze for a moment. That's a strange sound. It's really weird. It's like the sound of the villain jumping in a Super Mario game, because the voice was too peculiar. Lu Yuan's hand, which was halfway to turning off the phone, froze in place. He frowned and waited. Hope, which had been lost long ago, slowly surfaced again from the heart. What's going on? After about 10 minutes, the big metal ball once again made the bell sound. It's kind of crisp, kind of like a phone ringing, but not quite standard. He waited a long time again, looking left and right at the metal ball. About half an hour. The metal ball made a sound like the sound of eating gold coins in a Super Mario game. If once, it's a coincidence. Twice, it could be a coincidence, but 3 times, it's a certainty. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, thinking of a possibility. His body began to heat up. What's the situation? Human, really contacted me? He finally knows what we're trying to say. He didn't shut down. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not close the large iron ball, everyone in the institute let out a surprised cheer. The essence of sound is, in fact, waves. The alarm vibration channel, on the other hand, is limited in the waveforms it can emit, with only triangle and square waves that can be fitted to the sound. The frequency of the vibration is also limited. Only 1 to 2 syllables can be sent, so want to send music and so on, are unlikely to be realistic. Scientists have made hundreds and thousands of attempts to create a Super Mario jumping sound using these 2 types of sound waves. After all, that sound is so classic. A ding, a butt lift, and the villain is jumping up and down on the TV. It's a great picture. It's something a 21st century youngster has heard, and it's definitely human-made. Man-made sounds. It hardly exists in nature. What's more, the staff of Yunhai City had even deliberately investigated that Lu Yuan's home had a game console with a Mario game in it, absolutely guaranteeing that Lu Yuan had heard it. And the message that this voice is sending is that it's a human being signaling that you mustn't turn it off. Using a single voice to convey so much information, coupled with the fact that the hardware of the alien civilization's device was different from that of humans, it really took quite a bit of effort to try to make that sound. Next, the ringing of a telephone and the sound of gold coins being eaten are transmitted. again reinforcing the message of signals from humans. In this way, it would let Lu Yuan know the fact that he had connected with humans. Why are there these metal orbs on the human side too? How is that possible? Why is there this sound? Is it really contacting me? Lu Yuan was skeptical and felt around at the metal ball. His heart was on fire, and when it came down to it, he was instead a bit afflicted because he had experienced too many difficulties. Lowering some expectations was not a bad thing, and expecting too much was instead easy to lose. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly had a flash of light and thought of a document he had once read. Since the meteorite fell from the sky 8 years ago, 8 years before the meta-civilization came to the Pangia continent, the meta-civilization has opened the supernatural era, and there are similar news reports on Earth. But the Earth was 10 years ago. Meteorites fell from the sky, opening up the supernatural era. All kinds of superpowered people, as if springing up. At the beginning, Lu Yuan did not think too much, and thought that the meteorites falling from the sky was an inevitable phenomenon before the opening of the Pangia continent. Now electrifyingly, all these clues were strung together in his mind. What meteorite from the sky? Skyfall is actually this big metal orb. It's just that the government is hiding the news and secretly researching it. After all, what country would publicize something like the existence of aliens? Even if there is some talk on the internet, it's just treated as a rumor. No one's going to believe it. So the human side, in fact, has these metal orbs, and the humans are actually contacting themselves. That makes it right. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Yuan was so shocked that he bounced up from the ground, his heart beating frantically. His entire body shivered with sweat, and in a fiery mood he stood in front of a crystal screen and yelled out, "Humans, can you not see? Hurry up and contact the human civilization. The number is," what is the number? 7812 HSKKJ1 to 7812 HSKKJ17. If ye can hear, make that gold coin-like sound once more. Breathe, breathe. The wait is anxious, time passes slowly on the human side and one must wait. The ups and downs of the mood are more likely to trigger a person's agitated state of mind. Lu Yuan feels that his mood at this moment is like the second before the results of the college entrance examination. Always thinking to be able to play exceedingly well, but the actual results, well. Lu's college entrance examination results are not too ideal. It's acceptable even if you can't get in touch. Please don't ever contact it. It was supposed to be a piece of junk that could only tell time. All other functions have been scrapped. It must be lying to me. Yuan kept filling himself with poisoned milk. The minutes ticked by. Expectations begin to lower. And there is always an unspoken expectation before the dust settles. After 10 minutes or so, suddenly the big metal ball once again gave out a bell sound. Lu Yuan stood in place, somewhat incredibly listening to the sound, somewhat crisp and bringing a whole new hope. It really is the sound of eating gold coins. Humans are really reaching out to me. On the human side, it does pick up my signal. It's just that the screen on my side is broken. After a few seconds of stagnation, Lu Yuan flushed red and felt his heart jumping out of his throat, as if there were flames burning in his veins. Deep inside he is rejoicing. Oh my God, today is a big miracle day. God, I am your faithful devotee today. Ow, ow. The lapdog howled frantically from side to side as he saw his master excited. One more time. The sound of Mario jumping. You guys, one more time. Lu Yuan kept determining this fact, and viciously bit his tongue again. Damn. It hurts. It's not a dream. His mind at the moment, like the tide, was in a state of back and forth between high and low tide, fearing that he was rejoicing in vain. Stop. 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 Stop acting like a crazy person. Shame on you. Lu Yuan at least possessed a level 2 transcendent fire, and while he waited, the transcendent fire suppressed his raging thoughts, allowing him to slowly become calm. Subconsciously, he began to think about whether he had been in front of the camera, showing a bad image, whether he had made indecent gestures. In the months since I picked up the big orb, I've been making leather dresses and pants. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. The latter months, a bewildering winter, are not too big a problem. It's also about being in front of the camera, cooking and showing off my ingredients. The rest of the time, this metal ball, it's been left in the middle of the garbage room, and it hasn't captured anything. As for his toilet, it's also a long way away and definitely hasn't made a bad move in front of the camera. It's good that I didn't make a fool of myself. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, satisfied with his performance. As for the once spoken middle-aged lines, no big deal. My old Lu is only 24. No, 25. Still a kid. Moreover, after making the shield, it did give the message milestone of civilization, so it's definitely a credit to mankind, isn't it? The large orb made a sound and then no sound. Trying to pass the Morse code was almost impossible. Both sides had different ratios of time passing. 1 second in the safe zone and 100 seconds on Lu Yuan's side. This resulted in Lu Yuan having to wait a long time for a response, and communication between the two sides was inconvenient. And what are the humans in the safe zone doing? Maybe at a shootout? At a $0 purchase? Or in completing civilization milestones? But it's all hot and heavy regardless. At least there are fellow citizens. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was alone on his side. All he could hear and receive was the sound of Mario eating gold coins. On the human side, it's hard to convey a more complex voice, but it was just a sound that gave him a heartfelt sense of satisfaction. It's like a dream, not quite real, and yet it's really happening. Lu Yuan was suddenly a little heartbroken and a little aggravated, so he turned his head and squeezed the flesh on the back of his hand hard to suppress the tears in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see him down and out. He should, and must, be a strong man. He's the 18th branch of human civilization. Maybe, he's still the strongest of the humans. The transcendent flame in his mind jumped slightly, directly suppressing this part of the complex emotion. This was also considered a little technique of using the transcendental flame, which could suppress emotions very well and allow one to remain calm in various circumstances. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the metal ball and said slowly, "Ahem. I don't know exactly who contacted me, but it must be someone high up in the human civilization. If you guys can get in touch with my mom and dad, give them a peace of mind for me. Just tell them I'm alive. I'm okay with my life right now, and since time passes at a different rate anyway, consider me out of town. If you can't get in touch, so be it." After a long wait, the metal ball once again made a ding sound, probably meaning yes. Lu Yuan took a few deep breaths, having 1,000 words weighing on his heart, but not knowing where to start. He was silent, his mind a little scrambled. I don't think the safe zone has been revoked yet, has it? Only a few days have passed? My parents are doctors and have a place to live in whatever environment they are in. My sister is still in school and doesn't need me. As for grandparents, they are not in Yunhai City. Hi, it is not necessary for me to worry too much. I hope the government will take care of it, seeing as I provided some information. How does this one-sided exchange feel? It's like sending a friend circle. In fact, one of their own friends do not have. Only that the legendary internet police can see this one friend circle. Well, cybercops are people too. It's kind of a bit of an exchange. Lu Yuan wondered what kind of people were listening to him. Were they scientists? A government official? Or was it some kind of soldier? What do they look like and what are their thoughts? But is the other person really their only communication? Can at least make a ring? The equivalent of a like to the circle of friends? Well, it's not impossible to nod to the fellowship. In the end, Lu Yuan chose to carry this large orb from the utility room to the middle of a relatively large room. With great speed, he shaved off his beard, cut off that messy mess of hair, and changed into a set of clothes that he had just worn when he crossed over to the Pango continent. People rely on clothes. Buddha relies on gold. Grab a small bench and sit in front of the camera. Ahem. You should have observed a lot, and probably have a lot to ask. Let me think about what is important enough to share with you. He paused for a moment and said in one breath, the first piece of content, which is about what the god or the great being who created the Pango continent actually wants to do. I actually don't know the answer. All I know is that I am located on the remains of a civilization. This civilization is called the meta-civilization. The meta-civilization did leave a lot of papers speculating on this aspect. This civilization stayed in the safe zone for more than 300 years and observed the surrounding area for at least 30,000 years. They found many weird paranormal things. If they had to describe it, they believe that the worldview of the Pango continent may be on the side of Chinese Cthulhu. Very scary and infested with unfathomable monsters. Yes, I'm not wrong. It's very scary. If you don't encounter it, forget it. If you encounter it, you may be completely annihilated. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan was actually a bit nervous. Don't look at him these past few months. He's been living it up, hunting bears every day, jacking dogs, pulling out honey, and eating corn. But realize that it's only the beginning of the 9th era. Come, that's normal. And the ruins of the meta-civilization where he lives are just a small, insignificant corner. What's more, he met a newly awakened demon. What the hell to do with this thing is still an open question. Fly red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Lu Yuan sighed softly. If you guys want to know the contents of this piece, within half an hour, just ding it once. Don't ding it more than that. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend revoking the safe zone unprepared. He took a deep breath, and his speech flowed as his desire to express himself gradually rose. Damn, talking to a human is just so much more enjoyable than talking to a dog. The old wolf looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled look on his face. You've been talking to a lump of iron for half a day. Crazy, right? Lu Yuan tried to maintain his image as a high achiever and did not kick it. The second piece of content is superpowers. What is the most important capability for a civilization? Of course, transcendental fire. A small red flame suddenly appeared at the palm of Lu Yuan's right hand, which was his transcendent fire. Of course, it's only about 1/2 of the total. He couldn't have taken out all the fires. This small flame, constantly bouncing, bloomed with gentle light and heat. The thing emanates mind-only energy, and doesn't set items directly on fire, instead acting mostly on itself. With a thought from Lu Yuan's mind, it turned into a thin curtain of light that covered the surface of the human body. This layer of skin was instantly and dramatically strengthened. As tough as lizard skin. Pick up a small knife and slash it hard. Ordinary metal knife. Not a dagger of excellence. Just a white scratch. No bleeding. The main use of transcendental fire is to increase attributes and enhance physical fitness and longevity. Form, chi, and God. These 3 attributes. There should be someone of you who is able to appraise these attributes. And the power of the transcendent fire lies in the spreadability. Like the small flame of mine, it can be passed on to many people, so that all are able to have this ability. This is something that can't be said in a moment. You want to know this piece of content? Just ding twice. Lu Yuan punched out, and his clothes rubbed against the air with a crisp sound. With another soft jump, as nimble as a gecko, he flew along the ceiling, flying in a circle. Lu Yuan estimated that the most gifted and strongest man among the human race, without supernatural powers, could achieve a shape of about 8 points through exercise. The crushing of attributes is not a cover. 13 points to beat 8 points. Do not even need any combat skills. Directly crushed through is. The third important piece is the civilization milestones. Oh, I think I demonstrated that directly? There should be many ordinary milestones other than the soul milestone. I remember, the meta-civilization once completed a few ordinary milestones, and it seems like they were rewarded with some mutated plants or something. But in any case, there should be a quota limit for regular milestones as well. I don't know which of the 17 cities is Yunhai City. Anyway, I hope that everyone can be well. Standing on the position of the human race, the milestone that can be fought for, as far as possible, one step ahead of the game. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, always feeling that he was overly expressive, just like an old woman who was verbose. But it's a really good feeling to explore this with your fellow man. Not at all like talking to yourself, and not like the old wolf's conversation. The other person was a human being who could understand what he was saying, and he was able to let out a ding to show his approval. So it was actually such a pleasure to talk. If it wasn't for image concerns, he would literally want to talk all day and all night. Lu Yuan performed his stance and shrugged again. I know it's hard. However, if one fears the danger and stays in the safe zone for a long time, perhaps one can only exist for more than 300 years. It is unlikely to exceed 400 years anyway. After 400 years, there may be nothing left but ruins. Site notice, dear readers and friends. If you think this site is okay, in order to avoid the transfer of the horse lost content, please download the Love to Read free small app download address. For a civilization, 400 years is short, as if it went by in the blink of an eye. If you leave the safe zone and zoom out to 40,000 years, that's a long time. So this is something that needs to be taken by everyone. The world outside is terrifying, and when you encounter powerful monsters, you can perish at any time. But choose comfort and you will eventually perish. Lu Yuan sighed in his heart as he recalled the final end of the meta-civilization. Civilization is made up of individuals. Since there are individuals, there is selfishness. There are many times when the interests of the individual are in conflict with the interests of civilization. Therefore, it is difficult to step in many directions, knowing that they are correct. This feeling of having a heart is like the cyclical rhythm of a dynasty. Did the ancients know about the periodic law? Obviously aware of that. Were the ancients smart? Who is not smart enough to be at the top of the pyramid? Who wasn't a genius? But even the best of men could not control the course of civilization, and the dynasty eventually died, and one by one the shrewdest of the best of men were dragged out and beheaded. Therefore, civilization is not the same as the individual, it is not rational, and its development has its own laws. But for Lu Yuan, he had taken the moral high ground. He had done all he could, and it was not for him to decide what happened to the human race. And even if it perished, it was not his pot to piss in. It's called the great spirit of internationalism. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, always wondering if he was being overly moral. It's not a problem to win this year's Nobel Peace Prize for this speech, is it? Though the prize is no longer available. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, there's a fourth option. The various technological materials left behind by the meta-civilization. Lots and lots of them, maybe 100,000 or so. They're not considered a particularly powerful civilization, and since coming to the Pangia continent, physical research has almost come to a standstill, but there's still quite a bit of accumulation in supernatural science. but my level of learning is limited and I can't figure out which papers are important and which are not. Most of the knowledge is unreadable, so I'll just have to put the paper in front of the camera and let you guys translate it for yourselves. So fellow humans, this 1, 2, 3, 4, which one do you prioritize? I, as the 18th branch of human civilization, give it away for free. You're welcome. Lu Yuan finished his sentence in one breath, very much looking forward to the humans' reaction. He felt like the amiable river god. Boys, which one do you want? The gold axe, the silver axe, the copper axe, the iron axe? What? All of them? In person. If I have nothing to do, I can consider it, but I have to deal with that devil. First, damn, there is a donkey head monster eyeing the tiger. Lu Yuan felt a hint of annoyance at once. Cloud Sea City, Paranormal Laboratory. Hundreds of people in the large conference room. All the experts are excitedly discussing. The large room is as lively as a food market. 4 options are on the table. This is the benefit of contacting Lu Yuan. Other cities also exploded. Lu Yuan just introduced a little bit of only words, enough to bring far-reaching reverie. Even the transcendental fire has an explanation for what it really is. This information can be really important. Transcendental fire, an ability that can be practiced and spread. With this information, we're ahead of the rest of the civilization. Quickly look in the database. Has anyone reported a similar ability? Yunhai City's hand. Li Chunhong. His face reddened as he pounded on the table. Ha ha ha, there's no need to look. I know who possesses the transcendent fire. A colonel's face overflowed with a rich smile as he heavily hammered the table. Just 3 days ago, just after entering the Pango continent, a youngster from the 7th company awakened an ability similar to a small flame. This small flame is hidden in his mind. It seems to be of no use. The only way to see the original transcendental fire is to concentrate on meditation. Li Chunhong immediately said, protect him, and at the same time think of a way to spread the fire. There are other seedlings of transcendent fire. Look for them immediately as well. This is something that is important and has to be the first priority. That's right. I have a hunch that there is a relationship between a certain civilization milestone and the number of transcendent fires spreading. The head of the lab, Professor Zhang Hui, nodded and said, for example, spreading 100, 000, spreading 200, 000, and so on, exponentially, is actually quite fast. This colonel frowned slightly. Maybe it can't be so fast. At least we have to cultivate the fire to a certain level before we can spread it. The fire of that 7th company lad is a bit weak now. Compared to Lu Yuan's fire, it's 100,000 miles away. How is he going to spread it? Li Chunhong froze. Then provide some additional resources. The lab should still have some supernatural resources. Right. To accelerate his cultivation, can't we either give him a peach? Professor Zhang Hui immediately looked worried. Mr. Li, even the resources that the lab possesses are not much. After using these up, we won't do the experiment? Mr. Li, no way. The first peach, isn't it used for medicine? Li Chunhong is caught in the middle of a dilemma. Which is more important? The popularization of transcendental fire, or supernatural experiments, and the lives of patients? A very tough call indeed. Not only in Yunhai City, but also the leaders of other cities have discussed the magical ability of the transcendental fire, an ability that can be practiced to spread to each other and make people stronger while also increasing longevity. Who doesn't want it? Genius is the most important ability of a civilization. It's just a shame that every city has a different level of control over their populace. There are some cities where the people do come forward and report it. There are also many cities where riots are taking place. And even if someone has awakened the transcendent spark, they will only hide it. And these people are all hiding in their homes. Others are more privacy-oriented and don't trust the government at all. They are more descriptive of the guns in their hands. In this case, trying to sift the transcendental fire from the general civilian population is not an easy task. Fly Red Chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. The 3rd branch of human civilization. The city of Old Delhi. The Akshardham Temple. A temple that can accommodate 100,000 devotees a day, has increased to as many as 1 million in the last few days. Countless believers were prostrating themselves on the ground like a swarm of blackened ants. They recited the scriptures and listened to the prayers of the high priest. With the drastic changes in the external environment, the panic-stricken population is in dire need of a spiritual level of support. Religion, at this moment, exerts a powerful force. Native officials, plutocrats, and religious forces were quick to embrace and provide a steady diet of food to settle the believers. Old Delhi is not one of those industrialized megacities, but there is quite a lot of good land. And the local rulers are not stupid. The only way to have stability is to have a future. Site announcement, dear readers and friends. If you think this site is okay, In order to avoid the transfer of the horse lost content, please download the Love of Reading free small app download address. Even Mahatma Gandhi statue, placed in the middle of the temple. Anything that provides a stable anchor of faith is good anyway. High Priestess. New news has come from the side of the university. There was a young man in the distance, riding a rumbling motorcycle hurriedly coming, and it was obvious that his face was very anxious. Old Delhi has not yet restored basic communications, but only through telegrams and city radio. But the telegraph, a machine of which there were not many in this day and age, was basically owned by the army, which didn't have enough for itself. So you have to rely on the motorcycle to deliver the message. There's no way. When it comes to infrastructure, not many cities compare to Yunhai City. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. The high priest, with white hair, wore a white cloth robe, and his rough and thick beard was like a sheer scroll. As a woman of distinguished birth, Luo, Gate, this look of immortality sells itself extremely well indeed. Professor Amir Khan at the university has asked us to look for an ability called transcendental fire. It's important. Extremely important. This transcendental spark is roughly like this. The young man stumbled, describing it. I see. That's really quite important. The high priest went before the crowd and sang and danced. I am a poet. My father is a doctor. My mother is busy pushing the mill. And all of us toil like oxen for happiness. Oh Soma wine, quickly flow out for Indra. The horse wishes to pull the easy vehicle. The fastidious man laughs and shouts. The man wants the woman to come beside him. The frog brings the great water to hope. Oh Soma wine, quickly flow out for Indra. After attracting the attention of all the devotees, he suddenly drew a change in style and exclaimed, the transcendental fire is the gift of Indra. It is a miraculous fire, hidden in our hearts, but capable of burning a blazing fire and blooming with bright sparks. Child of the gods, hide no more. Oh Soma wine, quickly flow out for Indra. Children of the gods, don't be afraid. Join the sacred cows, toil for happiness, and light the way ahead. Behind the high priest, followed the large, mutated yellow ox, majestic and extraordinary in appearance. Its size is more than double that of an ordinary large buffalo. This big buffalo, even if it had mutated, still had a docile character. And the tail on its buttocks wagged, driving away the flies in the surrounding area. It has the power that blood can detoxify. Its oxalis, moreover, is able to detoxify all poisons. This is indeed a very powerful ability. A drop of cow's blood, comparable to the best antibiotics, provided ample facilities for the temple to pacify the poor. The black crowd prostrated themselves on the ground, wondering what the high priest was saying. Instead, they saw a yellow-faced child who stood up blankly from the ground. He, the possessor of the transcendent flame, the city of Niu, the sixth branch of mankind. There is a clear distinction between the ghetto and the rich neighborhood. The rich neighborhoods have largely stabilized, though the riots in the ghetto continue, with various gun battles going on for who knows how long. An emergency call was made to Professor Edward at the paranormal lab. The two sides talked closely. The old professor conveyed the importance of the matter in earnest phrases. Transcendental fire can increase lifespan? Professor, find the person who has the transcendent fire, as soon as possible. Edward didn't dare to slow down, as he was dealing with the biggest plutocrat in the city, the controller of the army, and the true ruler of the city today. But he was in great difficulty. Sir, how should we look for it? Now that the outside world is so chaotic, what can I do? The voice on the other side of the phone, slightly grim, put it on the radio, give him the best treatment, and he'll come out on his own. Edward frowned and said, in this situation now, even if we give the best treatment, it is difficult for him to show up. That transcendent spark? Why should he trust us? Sir, you must consider this issue objectively and factually. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while. We'll send the army and stabilize the city as soon as possible so that the poor can have a bite to eat. But it's not enough. Not by a long shot. Edward sighed. The opposite side of the phone added. And then, make him a real city hero. The city of New Vietnam now needs superheroes. Yes, the superhero program. What do you think? We can start by making other superpowered people superheroes, giving them superior treatment and claiming that they have the transcendental flame. Special rights for as long as they have the transcendental flame. Then, fish out the true holder of the transcendental fire. Like a fish. Edward fell silent. The scenario, did seem feasible. Politics, indeed, is a dark drama. The fourth branch of human civilization, the city of Rome. Dear Abba Father, dear God, living God, Jehovah God, dear Lord, the power of religion soothes the heart. I have to admit that many cities with a strong religious atmosphere are stabilizing a bit faster instead. The gods of the Discordian continent are ruthless and neutral, but the multitudes, who don't think about that, just think they witnessed a miracle and are convinced. In one church, a cardinal archbishop, listening to the Pope's bull. In the square, crowded with believers. How can I say this? Because more people are educated, not as pious as the old Delhi, but always a little useful. After all, faith is a way of life. I will cry out to God. May He bless you. Transcendental fire. It's a gift from God. May the bounty of the Lord governor pour into you equally as a river. Amen. Every city has a different culture, different fundamentals, and a different state. However, in the face of the huge benefits brought by the transcendental fire, they still acted as quickly as possible. The 14th civilized branch of humanity, the city of Cape Town, what was once the richest civilization in the land of Africa, has been plagued with controversy in recent years. With industries withering and the economy plummeting, the city of Cape Town has not had a good time over the years. Gang culture is even more prevalent. And this time, the violent upheaval of the environment naturally threw the city of Cape Town into serious turmoil, with vandalism and other crimes. At this very moment, several of the city's great warlords were sitting in a conference room for a meeting. Next to the round table were several professors from the university, as well as several former heads of government. Find him and I will marry my daughter to him. The largest warlord, smoking a cigar, shook the smoke gently. He's important. The future of all of us is at stake. What if that one is a woman? If it's a girl, I'll recognize her as a daughter and give her my all. Anyway, find the person as soon as possible. Several professors in the university trembled. Your Excellency, even if you say so, it's still not easy to find. We currently don't even have a way to recognize supernatural abilities. There has to be a stable urban environment for that possessor of the transcendent flame to trust us. Otherwise, you even shoot me. I really have no choice. These warlords are all silent. We're in big trouble. This is where the diversity of civilizations comes into play. From those that can rely on luck to those that can rely on strong organizational skills to find the holders of the transcendent flame. There are many more civilizations that, even if they knew of the existence of the transcendental flame, would not be able to find him. Of course, there are civilizations that have good luck, and there are civilizations that have very bad luck. As they learn this truth, they find the possessor of the transcendental flame dead. Baka, transcendent spark, how did you die? Human civilization, 11th branch, East Kingstown. A group of soldiers and a large wave of leaders in suits are facing a student's corpse in unison and skepticism. It's almost worse than losing your life. Truth be told, compared to Western cities, the social unrest in East Kingstown wasn't that great. The three East Asian countries were influenced by Confucianism, and the populations were generally conservative and obedient to authority, and would not go on a collective doomsday binge like Westerners. But their transcendental fire suddenly died, dead, displayed on the screen of the large orb, number of transcendental fires, 0. Yes, it was a 1 just now, and in the last hour, it suddenly became a 0. How did it die? Tell me. This officer moodily grabbed his subordinate's collar and directly picked the other up. The subordinate hastened to report. This student is suffering from chronic school violence, just got bullied by delinquents again and jumped to her death. Something like a small flame was seen coming out of his body. The small flame was on the surface of his skin, burned for a minute, and then disappeared. Silence and anger filled the air. Those delinquents. What animals? Arrest them. Bunch of assholes. No matter whether it is an officer or a government chief, they are all white and gray. But no matter how they scream and curse, people can't be brought back from the dead, and their transcendental fires are gone. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. The clouds in the sky are still serene. The mountains are still lofty, and the lake is still tranquil. The Pango continent never lacked civilization. Just as this piece of land had witnessed the life and death of countless civilizations, it with them never cared. Fly red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Yunhai City, first time to find out who the transcendental spark is. The room is filled with a joyful atmosphere. The most troublesome thing in the institute is 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one to choose? Mr. Lee, we all want to know what to do. Alas, just pick anyone. The minute we hesitate here, Lu Yuan has to wait 100 minutes there. Li Chunhong smiled and said, he should be in desperate need of communication. Anyway, just pick whichever one you want and fulfill his desire to communicate. Communication across time and space is indeed troublesome. Human decision-making, as usual, is inkless. Are you guys going to have a seminar and make me wait a year? Damn. A bunch of straw men. Lu Yuan waited for a long time and didn't get a reply. He was really bored and casually took a file and read it. Statistical report on the superpowered people of the Medan civilization. The probability of a superpowered person from the meta civilization appearing is around 1 in 10. Most superpowered people are pretty much rookies, which translates to a slightly higher level than the average person. However, it is worth noting that the ability that looks like food can be developed in some cases, such as huge strength, eagle eyes, rapid reaction and other physical abilities. There is a lot of room for development. So, what kinds of abilities can be developed and what kinds of abilities are difficult to develop? What kinds of competencies are powerful? In response, the experts of the meta-civilization divided superpowers into 3 categories. The first type of ability is based on the attribute of form, and is called a form skill, mega strength, eagle eye, regeneration. These kinds of abilities that rely on the physical body are basically shape techniques. The strange power of the Pangu bear is one of the techniques of form. The second type of ability is based on the attribute of chi, which is called chi techniques, and enables one to strengthen the immune system and perception system. Typical abilities are rapid reaction, sixth sense and so on. Typical abilities are rapid response, sixth sense, and so on. Techniques of form and techniques of chi are both theoretically developable. It's just that everyone's swarming to develop the transcendent flame that they can pass on to each other. After all, it's a much tougher thing to grow than most of the abilities. There was no way to teach other abilities to each other. And how could one person develop them as well as an entire civilization developing them together? Since there are techniques of form and techniques of air, there are also techniques of God. God's techniques were extremely rare and basically undevelopable, and could only be enhanced a bit along with the growth of their attributes. However, the various functions of God's skill are extremely powerful, such as detection and identification, and the detection ability that can see the attribute panel is a kind of God's skill. There are also spatial abilities, precognitive abilities, and so on, all of which belong to the category of God's technique. These people, they are the true jewels of a civilization. The value of the skill of God is much higher than that of the skill of form or the skill of air. After the internal statistics of the meta-civilization, the population of the first generation, the longer the history of the civilization, the highest probability of the emergence of the technique of God, even as high as 1 in 10,000. The meta-civilization, which also has 13 branches, naturally has internal contacts. The conclusion, it seems, is amazing. In the following generations, the number decreased year by year, and in the end, there was not a single God skill possessor among the 10 million newborns. We believe that even in the event of a clash of civilizations, the possessors of the skill of God can still be granted amnesty. This is because the number of such people is too small, and a civilization may be able to give birth to only a limited number of God skills. Love to read free novels app is the fastest update. No ads, the old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. These papers made Lu Yuan's mind dizzy, and he had a feeling of a knife in the ass, an eye-opener. All of my abilities, except for transcendental fire, are God's techniques, but why is the number limited? It's really weird. But the next second, he saw the next sentence. All the weird creatures that can destroy civilizations are suspected of possessing the technique of God. Judging exactly what their God's technique is and finding ways to circumvent it is the key to defeating them. Meta-civilization, which has never fought a bizarre creature, but boasts quite a bit. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose and felt, again, that there was so much truth in it. As he read, he made a point of putting the paper in front of the camera and shaking it so twice. Humans can't read the writing of the meta-civilization anyway. Are you guys in a hurry? If you're in a hurry, translate it yourself. Damn, how long have you kept me waiting here? The decipherment of the scripts was not easy. It is said that there are still a number of characters in the oracle bones, which cannot be translated, and the decipherment of the cuneiform script took 300 years. The writing of the meta-civilization would take at least a few decades without the help of some superpower, right? I waited for a long time before I heard the big metal ball make 3 clinks. Clinks and clinks. A smile appeared on his face. The human side really wanted to prioritize the knowledge about the transcendent flame and expected result. This piece of content, he's the best at it. Instead, he came to be a little more efficient by teaching by word than by reading a paper. After a moment of contemplation, his finger released a small flame that kept changing in the air. Since everyone wants to know about the transcendent seed, I'll make it simple. This ability is important and is a top priority for the development of civilization. The cultivation method of the transcendent fire is still very delicate. The first thing I want to teach you is the ignite style, that is, the communication technique that meta-civilization spent 10 years developing. Transcendent fire is an ability that can be passed on to each other, but the process of passing it on will inevitably result in some energy loss, and if the loss is too great, it will bring about a decrease in one's own strength. Especially in the early stages of cultivation, the power of the fire is not enough to begin with, and once there is a small loss, it may be that weeks or a month of hard cultivation will be wasted. Therefore, This ignition style is able to reduce the energy loss to an extremely low level and increase the spread of the transcendental fire extremely quickly. In fact, Lu Yuan had never seriously practiced the ignition style. He's alone, there's no point in fixing this. However, with his level 2 transcendent spark, plus more than 10 points of triple attributes, as well as innate abilities such as artisan's talent and eternal body, he easily reproduced this technique. The ignition pose, also known as the lotus ignition method, begins with us visualizing and outlining, in our mind's eye, a detailed and exquisite lotus flower. It's not very easy to do this. It requires a higher level of mental strength and concentration, and you have to practice a lot. But all it takes to spread that capability with less attrition is care and focus. When we are able to outline the lotus flower in its entirety, we will separate a tiny piece of the petal. This small petal will have the purpose of transmitting fire. The small flame at the tip of Lu Yuan's finger changed in a complex form, quickly forming a beautiful red lotus flower. This lotus blossomed with a faint light, spinning continuously at his fingertips. He thought for a moment and continued. According to the research of the meta-civilization, stripping a petal a day will not do much damage to oneself. However, humans are not meta-people, and the two sides may have differences in physique, so you will have to do your own research on what exactly is going on. It's almost this pattern. You study it yourself. There is no need to copy it completely. The meta-civilization controls is not the ultimate truth. Humans can improve it themselves. He peeled off a petal and threw it at the old wolf's head. Ow! The old wolf felt some burning, and stared, stretching his tongue to lick it, as if he had eaten a cloud of warm air. Lu Yuan had tried many times to pass on the old wolf's transcendent flame. Unfortunately, the old wolf wasn't an intelligent being, and it couldn't learn this ability in any way. The essence of the transcendent flame is actually a technique of qi, not a technique of God. There is a limit to the number of God's techniques that can be born in a civilization. So everyone make sure to pay attention to this and don't let these people die. Lu Yuan cleared his throat. In addition, there is a certain success rate in passing fire. According to the research of the meta-civilization, adults in good health have a higher chance of passing the fire, with a success rate of even more than 80%, and the success rate of the old and sick is lower, but with a few more passes, it always works. Yunhai City. A soldier in military uniform as well as an urban white-collar worker were in front of the screen learning the skills taught by Lu Yuan. This is also too hard. I can only draw one petal. I just can't do it anymore. The soldier's name is Wang Zhenhao, an ordinary engineer, suddenly taking on the heavy responsibility of passing the fire. That's not a lot of pressure in your heart. Less talk and more work. The brothers are counting on you to pass the fire. The company commander scolded nonchalantly. Don't you drag your feet. Company commander. This teacher. What's his name? Can I ask him some questions? There are a few steps that are so hard. I don't know how to do them. Wang Zhenhao kept scratching his scalp. He had just tried again. And the transcendent flame in his mind couldn't sustain itself after drawing 2 petals at most. And the raiders require at least 1 full lotus flower. Is fire too weak? Learn from you. Can't ask. It's just a video. Company commander. What does he mean by this? I don't understand. How the fuck should I know? Hurry up and practice. Another urban white-collar worker, a common programmer, was even more confused. The guy on the screen was playing with the lotus flower in his hand like magic. Could transcendent sparks really be used like this? Seriously, could it be that humans actually have a backstage? Don't think about it. It's confidential. This one on the screen. Consider him a preaching teacher. His name is Lu. The two grabbed their hands and meditated, trying to make the fire change into more shapes. As for the third transcendental fire, owned by Yunhai City, it's a pity that it can't be found for a while. But 2 people were enough, and as long as they could learn how to pass the fire, soon the number of people who possess transcendent fire would grow exponentially. Fly Red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Apart from Yunhai City, there weren't many people who followed Lu Yuan to learn in real time. Even if the major cities moved quickly, it would still take a good while to find the possessor of the transcendent fire seed. Only the third branch of civilization, Old Delhi, with its luck against the odds, kept up the pace. In the brightly lit inner hall, beside the golden and majestic statues of various gods and Buddhas, there were curls of smoky incense rising up, and the square outside the great hall was filled with millions of believers worshipping. A brown-skinned young man was squatting in front of the screen, following Lu Yuan to learn the appropriate lessons. This young man had dropped out of high school and was working in the neighboring handicraft factories. Suddenly, he had become the son of God, and he was terrified and at the same time a little bit flustered. His name was Charu, and he was not well educated, and very puzzled. He asked, "High priest, if I am a child of God, who is he? Why should I learn from him?" After thinking for half a day, the high priestess could not think of a reasonable explanation. and could only say in a pretentious manner, "Charu, even a child of God does not know everything, and needs to humbly learn all kinds of knowledge. What's more, this one before you is the God-appointed guide. Love to read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, stale old bookworm customer service to help you find the books you want to read. It's a blessing to learn from a guide. Understand? Oh guide. Understand. 11th Human Branch. A small group of days were watching Lu Yuan's impartation with wide eyes. The room was filled with the sound of baka baka. Their transcendental fire is gone, but with a hint of luck, they still documented the method. Especially after hearing Lu Yuan say, hunting and killing some powerful transcendent creatures has the probability of obtaining transcendent fire seeds. The idea of radicalism is taking root in the minds of this group. Sir, we don't have transcendent flame. Should we revoke the safe zone earlier? Otherwise, our development will get weaker and weaker afterward. How do you undo a safe zone with a bunch of Heisei wastrels in hiding? Order and pseudo motherfuckers? Bow. And it's all said and done. It's dangerous out there. Bow. Each city that listened to the course had its own reaction. However, Lu Yuan didn't know about this and took a sip of water after explaining the lotus ignition method. Some more techniques to accelerate cultivation were explained. This method is called the method of acupoint resonance. Transcendental fire is a very important ability, but it takes psychic energy for the fire to grow. As long as we humans are alive, what we think, love and hate, we generate psychic energy. This is something unique, not quite the same as energy in the physical world, but the amount of psychic energy produced by one person is so small that the reinforcement it brings each day is quite limited. Normally, only 10% of the psychic energy that is absorbed by the fire is utilized. The rest is all lost. The utilization rate of the gifted and talented is around 20%. The higher the utilization rate, the faster the attributes grow. In order to maximize the absorption of precious psychic energy, the meta-civilization has developed a method called acupoint resonance, which can increase the energy utilization rate dramatically, up to about 90% for those with the highest talent. Those with the lowest talent also have some use for it. Here's exactly how. Use fire to stimulate these areas. This method, Lu Yuan had also practiced it carefully. Eventually, I realized that my qualifications were, indeed, not very good. No matter how much he resonated the acupoints, a large amount of psychic energy still escaped. Middleman qualifications, that is. Fortunately, he has the red crystal, mind energy to eat every day to the full. No cultivation qualification worries. The stone had been used for a little over half a year now, and the red energy had only faded slightly, and could still be supplied for a long time. You should also see this stone. This is the alien psychic energy. I picked up this stone from the remains of the meta-civilization. According to the information from the meta-civilization, it automatically absorbs the free psychic energy in the air. It just absorbs it very slowly. A few hundred years to be full of energy. I guess, if there is something similar in your cities, please also make good use of it. It may be a resource initially used for cultivation. The way to tell the difference is simple. There is some warmth in the hand, just like jade, and it can resonate with transcendental fire. The color doesn't have to be red. If a faint glow appears, it means the quality is higher. If there is no glow, the quality will be lower. Do we have this kind of crystals? In Yunhai City, Li Chunhong couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. The information Lu Yuan had revealed was indeed a bit much. Ha. There are a few small pieces that are in the museum or a few pieces of jade that transformed. We never knew what was used for. Zhang Hui hurriedly turned around and took out a box from a safe, in which several pieces of milky white jade were hidden. Take it to those two talents who possess the transcendent seed and recognize it. The results are coming in quickly. It does contain a small amount of psychic energy. Professor Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a possibility. Isn't the so-called mutation in transcendence very much related to history and culture? Those jade pendants just now. A famous historical general once used a tiger talisman, as well as the emperor's jade seal, and the third branch of civilization, mutated a cow, had the great good fortune to complete a civilization milestone. As you know, they were originally a civilization that revered the cow, and the general public regarded the cow as a sacred object, and the cow was so highly regarded that it was able to run loose in the streets, whereas we don't have that tradition on our side, so the cattle didn't mutate. That's a pretty good guess. Li Chunhong froze for a moment inside. It's a pity that we are not the capital here, and there are not many artifacts in custody. Of course, there is so little evidence for this statement that it can only be conjecture. The crowd sighed and realized that there was no way to pursue the matter, so they had to let it go. These things are, indeed, resources for snowballing and must be utilized. Lu Yuan said so much in one breath that his desire to express himself gradually decayed, and when he looked at the time, He had already been talking nonsense for hours. He was going to go get something to eat and feed his spirit. Okay, did you get what I said? Ding if you received it. I'm going to take a break. Come back and talk again sometime. Soon. The large iron ball vibrated and made a soft ding sound. The sun gradually went down. The Pangia continent. An uneventful day passed like this again. But for Lu Yuan, it was an epic, memorable day. He actually contacted human civilization and shared his knowledge. The thought of it gave him a sense of spiritual fulfillment. Even because of the connection to human civilization, he thought he couldn't be as crazy as he used to be, and said righteously to the old wolf, "Be a civilized person from today onwards, and live a good life with a sense of ceremony." Ow! The old wolf ran out, picked up a small fish, offered it to the mother wolf, and then once more began the great harmony of life. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I just made up my mind and you're in heat to stimulate me, right? Rituals? What an important thing. The important distinction between animals and humans lies in ritual. Human beings make sacrifices. They remember and commemorate significant days. And these rituals form religions. They form beliefs. And moreover, they bring with them the ability to organize. Lu Yuan, humanity's 18th civilization. Although there is only one person, but the unique sense of ceremony belonging to human beings, he still wants to pursue it. For example, you must draw 2 sheets of paper. If it's one, it creates a sense of uneasiness. Another example is to look at your cell phone before you go to bed and after you wake up. You can't unplug the charge when it's charged to 99%. It must be charged to 100%. Or, before the schoolteacher's sister takes the test, routinely belittling her a few times, pretending to be dead if she does well, if she doesn't do well, immediately gloating, "I knew you didn't put in the effort to study, so let's make you study hard." Also, when you talk to your mom or dad, be prepared for a blind date as soon as keywords such as so-and-so's daughter or dad is getting older appear. Lu Yuan shook his head heavily. What the hell is all this? But there was nothing he could do to make up for his regrets at the moment, and his thoughts were brought back to reality by the crackling of the fire. The ritual thing? How do you say it? Ugh. That's it. Lu Yuan suddenly lost that enthusiasm. Time really does wear away a lot, and in just under a year's work, he realized he'd already forgotten a lot, especially the details of life. Families eat at the table in a feverish manner. It's hard to squeeze into the subway when you have to go to work in the morning and get off in the evening. And it's hard to squeeze in that crowded scene. Living almost the same life every day was the first half of his life. Those days, like a colorful old photo, are washed out and bring a sense of passing years. They are like a red maple leaf, fading from the tree and slowly rotting in the dirt. It has to be recalled, or it can be recalled. But the habits of the past, the various details of the past, are becoming blurred. It wasn't a good thing. Yet it wasn't a bad thing either, meaning that Lu Yuan was adapting to life on the Pangia continent. When I return to the human world, will others look at me as they would a caveman? Look at that guy, he's so rustic. Then the leader of civilization salutes me. Comrade Lu Yuan, welcome home. Fire the salute, play the salute. Roadrunner shock, complete with a nice wave of mounted punches to the face, provided it gets back alive. Humans still exist too. Lu Yuan laughed and entertained himself with fantasies for a while. After eating their fill, it was off to the various file rooms in the data center to rummage through the information. He remembered something very important. That donkey-headed monster is a potential threat. We can't take it lightly just because we contacted a human. Maybe the donkey head monster will attack tomorrow and he'll just die. Fly red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Look for it. Really can't only run away. Lu Yuan rummaged through the box and pulled out a bunch of aged-old documents. Nothing can withstand the ravages of time. And the lifespan of acid-free paper is, well, only 200 years. The lower the file, the more susceptible it is to moisture. And there is a lot of writing that is blurred. He could only pick out some barely watchable ones. Incomprehensible paranormal phenomena, meta-civilization, top secret file number 109709. Author, Hirokazu. Month *. Mass serial disappearances. People continue to go missing on the edge of the city. Suspected to be the result of the interference of unknown superpowers from outside. Final missing persons at 44. Lu Yuan's eyes would help translate, so the reading speed was not bad. File 1. Post by the first missing person. The specifics of the post are as follows. Hello everyone. I am a farmer on the periphery of the city. I've been farming on a farm on the edge of the city to provide food for all of you. As you all know, outside the safe zone, there are always monsters on the prowl. Some of the guys are oddly shaped and scary. The safe zone seems to be hidden in the middle of space, so as long as we don't bother with them, they can't do anything to us. But these days something extremely frightening is happening. I have noticed that part of the soil is oozing red liquid, like blood, forming a small bloody pit. Photo. A bunch of netizens comments. The photo is blurry, probably with special processing. In fact, this kind of thing often happens. You are not farmers. You simply do not know. In our circle there is a kind of lingo that is not open to the public. It is called raw sacrifice. The Pangia continent sometimes wants to devour flesh and blood, so just buy some livestock and bury them in it to satisfy this piece of land. And the coming year's harvest will be extraordinarily bountiful. This is common knowledge recognized in the industry. So don't make a fuss about it. Recently there are more and more blood pits that need raw sacrifices. If you don't give birth to a sacrifice, these pits will get bigger. Lu Yuan frowned when he saw this. He double-checked several times that this was indeed a top-secret file and not some folktale. In some of the comments below, most of the mid-Asians are calling the farmer feudalistic and superstitious, and some are questioning the fact that their food is actually being given to people when it's grown from this kind of soil. All in all, I bought some meat and threw it into the middle of the little red pit. A strange thing happened. That lump of flesh slowly turned into my face. Photo. This photo has once again been specially processed, and only 2 eyes are clear, hollow, unfocused, and carry a cold deadness. Those eyes stared dead at themselves. Nothing gory or scary about the scene, but it made one's scalp tingle and cold sweat. It took a flash of transcendent fire in Lu Yuan's mind to suppress this inexplicable wave of panic. But the post ends here, followed by text added on by the investigators themselves. Investigation after the fact, the poster was found buried in a mound, with a look and movement identical to that photo. Meanwhile, all 43 forumites who saw that photo were buried among the soil nearby, and according to surveillance, they buried themselves and then lost their lives. Only one person with level 2 transcendental fire resisted this fear and was spared. Post-mortem analysis, the unknown ability, suspected to have been disseminated through photographs, and possessing the ability to mentally manipulate the farm owner into publishing the post. Follow-up, all soil on the farm was burned at high temperatures and covered with concrete, and the phenomenon of raw sacrifices was strictly prohibited. The original photographs have been destroyed and the remaining copies have been processed and are no longer capable of dissemination. Midas civilization didn't end up figuring out what was going on with the case. That's why it's categorized as an incomprehensible mystery. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be shocked, which meant that there were some abilities that could actually transcend the safety zone. Of course, the monster's body still couldn't get in. The overcoming of this ability can be quite difficult, otherwise it would not be possible to cauterize it and pour a little concrete to clean it up. Damn, just looking at the photos could be spread. It looks like the papers here can't be read indiscriminately. What made him feel even more suspicious was that the water in the Pangia continent was indeed deeper than imagined. Safe zones don't seem to be absolutely safe. Of course, God doesn't seem to guarantee absolute safety. It's just a name. Whoever believes in it is a fool. Lu Yuan gathered his courage again and read the next few reports. Incomprehensible paranormal phenomena, meta-civilization, top secret file number 109711. Author, Hirokazu. Month. Cat-faced old lady incident, in a residential building. An elderly man, transformed into a cat-faced old lady, with a total loss of sanity, attacked single males at night. Final missing persons at 2. Details are as follows. Cause of formation, unknown. Disposal, capture it and then physically destroy it through the light curtain in the security zone. What is this inexplicable file? There were also various cases of the dead coming back to life and cases of giant rats in the underground tunnels, which made him furious. Luckily, most of these weird things happened in the middle to late part of the 8th era. 10,000 years later. It doesn't really happen that often in the early stages. Or, hardly at all. Hey, I still haven't found any information on the donkey-headed monster just by finding some ghost stories. Lu Yuan simply took the papers from several cabinets and transferred them into the storage space, then went to the room where the large metal ball was located and slowly watched it. Each paper viewed was passed in front of the camera, which was equivalent to the human side picking it up. Hello everyone. These things are the special events that the meta-civilization is experiencing, and it's making me a little nervous. Lu Yuan took the photo of what dead man's eyes and purposely showed it in front of the camera. For a while longer. Side announcement, dear readers and friends. If you think this site is okay, in order to avoid the transfer of the horse lost content, please download the Love of Reading free small app download address. Stay with me everyone. It's all valid information. It's valuable. According to the law of conservation of smiles, countless smiles have disappeared from faces. These smiles were clearly transferred to Lu Yuan's face. He was indeed pleasurable as all. The writing system of the meta-civilization was not the same as the mainstream languages of human beings such as Chinese, English, and Spanish, so Lu Yuan had specially used Chinese to translate a certain number of these papers, but also limited to this, the number of articles here, at least 100,000 copies. Let him all translate once may have to dozens of centuries. so he doesn't translate the rest. And it's nice to be able to go through it in front of the camera. Humans would have to decipher the writing system of the meta-civilization based on the translation he had just made, and then read the texts by playing back the video. As for being decipherable, this was not something Lu Yuan should worry about. Come on, I can handle the translation problem all by myself. You won't be able to do it, will you? Just like this has been busy until the middle of the night. Lu Yuan yawned. Ghost stories are read a lot, but still did not find the content they want. No information on donkey-headed monsters or magic-related information. Alas, the meta-civilization has not fought the creatures of the outside world after all. Perhaps they have observed demons but could not distinguish them. In essence, all ghost stories are just the powers of a powerful being. The later the epoch, the more powerful the existence, the more ghost stories naturally. Thinking like this, Lu Yuan had nothing to worry about. The most frightening thing in the world was the unknown. Now that it had been transformed into the known, there was nothing to fear. If he could survive until the late era, he might be even stronger than those ghosts. So he waved at the big metal ball. Good night, sleep, talk to you tomorrow. Back in the middle of his bedroom, he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan customarily woke up with the sun. Today, however, there was one more thing. A hello to the big metal ball. Good morning, new day. The leisure was gone, and he went out early in the morning. Lu Yuan still had his own business. It's the time of year when he has to get those potatoes sown, as well as the onions, ginger, garlic and other seasonings. He even planted a couple of pomegranate boys to try to grow a new pomegranate tree out. Well, it did get a little greedy. Incidentally, he also wanted to build a fence near his farmland to save his crops from being photo-spoiled by wild animals. The planting gene of the people of the Great Eastern Kingdom allows him to enjoy and have fun in the process of planting. What could be better to look forward to than a steady harvest after putting in the labor? There was also another more important thing that Lu Yuan had to patrol around. The Discordian gray wolf was not considered a powerful species, yet it had its own territorial boundaries. Beware of footprints, scents, and droppings of unknown creatures. Many wild animals launch nighttime attacks and must be prevented before it's too late. But something very strange happened today, when he climbed a large tree and saw the migration of an army of scorpions. Looking down from above the high slopes, the largest one, the Scorpion King, had a body length of 20 meters. Moving like a large armored tank, the entire body armor took on a purple color, and the tail barbs, which harbored a highly toxic poison, bloomed with a lavender light. Scorpion, a mutated scorpion that has lived for at least 400 years, possessing an abundance of fighting ability and probably a bit smarter than the others due to years and years of evolution, prefers soft-bodied, juicy insects and occasionally ingests some plants. Note, the barb on its tail harbors a powerful poison. Shape, gas, god, ability, transcendental level, probability is 4. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. Good lord, nearly 30 points of form attributes and only 2 points of divine attributes. This distribution of 3D attributes is way too parochial. This vast army, a legion of tens of thousands of scorpions, traveled all the way towards the south, not knowing where their final destination would be. That's it for today's update. 5 more. Fly red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Watching these animals leave en masse, Lu Yuan developed a not-so-fabulous premonition. The valley where the scorpion lives is overgrown with acacia trees. The trees are densely covered with dudun, a greenworm, which is the scorpion's main food. Wild animals are not highly intelligent but often have their own survival instincts. Why do scorpions migrate? Where do they find so many bugs to eat when they abandon their territory? Lu Yuan gathered his courage and came to the scorpion's lair to search for a while and touched a piece of black ore that was more than 200 pounds. Black iron ore has a small probability of turning into black iron in certain unknown environments, and the material properties are dramatically increased. Inferior grade, natural curiosity, ability, fixed, relatively stable in its materialistic nature, capable of isolating the rest of the materialistic abilities to a certain extent. Garbage man Lu Yuan, I don't know if I should be excited or annoyed. He didn't have to fight monsters to get the treasure here. Obviously trying to get a copy and realizing the boss is out of town? Another 20 or so kilometers of trotting brought us to another mini-boss, the land of the king snake. It was a huge cave and the sound of gurgling water could be heard from a distance. The geography of the caves is sinuous and complex, with fast-flowing water leading to a dark underground world. Lu Yuan was a bit allergic to snakes and just peered from afar. Sentimentally, the huge king snake, along with its large number of descendants, had also long since left the area, leaving only snake molts and snake feces all over the ground. Lu Yuan was not in a wonderful mood, then couldn't control my hands and picked up this cave-in trash. Snake shed of a king snake, the remains of a giant python after it has changed its skin. When used as medicine, It has the effect of boosting immunity and enhancing cellular activity. Crafted into clothing, its innate smell repels mosquito bites. Inferior grade, natural curiosity. This thick snake molt is a real treat. The most terrifying creatures in the forest are not jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, nor are they cannibalistic flowers, but the ubiquitous poisonous insects. Although the transcendent flame has a therapeutic use, it can't help but be bitten by insects all the time. And some of the bugs, maybe superpowered bugs, are a bull-sized bag in one bite. Viper's tooth, a tooth shed by a king snake. Very hard and a good material for bone knives. Inferior grade, natural curiosity. Ability, sturdy, which is harder than normal matter. But Lu Yuan couldn't be happy when he picked up the treasure for nothing. They sense a crisis and choose to leave. Right, the answer is obvious. It's the donkey-headed monster that's scaring these animals away. The big stone in his heart slowly dangled, and Lu Yuan's mood was a bit heavy. Shit. Returning for another look, the mother bear and her two cubs, on the contrary, had not left. The clumsy she-bear, still guarding her corn tree, saw Lu Yuan with a wary face. Roar! Seeing that the stupid bear didn't leave made him feel better instead. It's a busy day and I don't have the leisure to fight with it. Drop a piece of bun and leave. Hurriedly, again, I came to the territory of the bees. That swarm of bees didn't leave either. However, the honeybee swarm was clearly even more agitated than it was originally, and many of the worker bees didn't know what kind of medicine they had taken wrong, and flapped their wings and launched an attack before Lu Yuan could even get close. As for the cannibal, well, this guy doesn't have the ability to leave even if he wanted to. Only the stupid bear didn't react. Its transcendent level is still too low. Only level 1. Or maybe, it sensed the crisis and just couldn't part with its corn tree. This mountainous and frantic posture caused Lu Yuan's confidence to be shaken once again. He may have encountered what Midas civilization describes as an unfathomable supernatural catastrophe, and it's not too late to escape. But where did he run to? A city in the sky 10,000 kilometers away? What if that place, too, had similar monsters? At that time, what should be done? It was back to their campsite for more information. The meta-civilization has been observing the outside world for 30,000 years. There has to be just a word on it. I just haven't looked it up. Even the contact with humans didn't smell good anymore. And he kept the metal ball by his side, looking at whatever he accessed. The contact occasionally dinged, as if in thanks. After searching for a long time, I actually found something useful. Incomprehensible paranormal phenomena, inductive integration investigation report. Investigator, Hirokazu. There are too many strange and unfathomable bizarre lifeforms in the Pango continent. They are preoccupied with wanting to enter the safe zone and hover around the perimeter for a long time. We do not think it is appropriate to describe them as life because they do not seem to need energy on the material plane. Only psychic energy. That is, these species do not require normal feeding. Where does mind-only energy come from? It's simple. The higher the God attribute, the higher the amount of mind-only energy that erupts in extreme emotion in a species. At the same time, the transcendental fire, a natural collection of mind-only energies. They hunt civilizations. Hunting ordinary creatures doesn't make much sense to them. Lu Yuan cursed in his heart. Why does it feel like the transcendent fire has turned into a trap? We have observed many similar mind-only lifeforms, and the most powerful ones tend to share a common trait, the ability to generate supersized, field-like abilities. We don't know, for the moment, what kind of changes will happen in the field. Photo. Some experts believe that mind-only creatures also possess physical entities. Without entities, it would be much more difficult for them to interfere with physical reality. Therefore, as long as their entities are blown up with heavy weapons, the mind-only creatures will likewise weaken and even die. For this argument, we believe it is justified, because most of the unknown paranormal events that occur within the safety zone can be resolved with high temperatures, high pressures, physical isolation, and nuclear radiation. This also proves that supernatural forces have their own limits. They absolutely cannot be invincible. Otherwise civilizations operating in the outside world would have been hunted clean by them long ago. Lu Yuan's heart settled down a little and patted himself on the head. It's good to have a solution. Looking closely at these photos, one monster after another. What black figures, sphinxes, chicken heads and snake tails. The most typical feature is that the light around them is drastically distorted, like a black hole. In addition, these photos create a special fear on a psychological level. The transcendental fire in his mind pulsed uncontrollably, either cowering or filled with fighting spirit, depending only on the holder's whim. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the monster captured by the meta-civilization was, again, much stronger than the one donkey-headed monster he had encountered. Love reading free novels app without ads. Fastest update. In order to avoid turning the horse to lose the content download, please come to experience the ad-free reading app. Love reading free novels app. That one black domain is simply impermeable, so that people look at the heartbeat, breathless. As for the donkey-headed monster, although Lu Yuan's sixth sense was a bit alarmed, he also felt that he had a chance to overcome as long as he planned well. This was an innate intuition. That donkey-headed monster only just woke up after all. His whole body is rotten and he doesn't even have any strength. And these monsters in the photos, all of them are imposing and show no signs of decay. The rules of materialism are complex and vast, but the laws of physics govern the world just as well. A loose, decayed bone is certainly no stronger than a healthy, fresh bone. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that the donkey-headed monster squatting near the remains of the fire lizard was trying to do. Could it be that it was using the skeleton of the fire lizard to perform surgery on itself? Let's see if there's any more information. He flicked the page. Paranormal phenomena beyond comprehension. Top secret file number 112397. Investigator, Hirokazu. In Pangia, it's not just the mind-only monsters that are dangerous. It could be civilization that's more dangerous. We have observed, on more than one occasion, outside civilizations at war with each other. A huge explosion, most likely from a nuclear weapon, was generated at an extremely distant location. According to our scientists' speculation, the benefits of two civilizations meeting each other, exchanging on an equal footing, and trading with each other, outweigh the benefits of looting each other. War, after all, is risky. Civilization war, you die and I live. Once the war is on, it's hard to stay back. There may be reasons for this that we don't know about. Of course, it is also possible that the gap between the two sides is simply too great, resulting in a strong civilization being able to easily plunder a weak one. And we've been in the safe zone for so long that we're obviously the weakest type of civilization. What should we do? This investigator, named Broad Fork, also included some personal information in his report, calling for the withdrawal of the safety zone as soon as possible to enter the Pango continent. Lu Yuan took a look at the time when Comrade Wide Fork wrote his report. About the 150th year since the meta-civilization entered the Pango continent? That is, 10,000 years in Pangia time. But what the Comrade Hirokazu must not have expected is that even after another 200 years, the Medan civilization has not withdrawn the safety zone. Tragic. However, Lu Yuan did understand why the meta-civilization was so cautious, because the outside world is really dangerous. Luckily the wars of civilization are 10,000 years away. What I need to think about now is, do I run, or do I fight? Killing the donkey-headed monster would definitely be a huge civilization milestone, and nip that danger in the bud. As long as we slaughter it, there shouldn't be too much risk around the meta-civilization. But the information of the meta-civilization was still too barren. They had never fought these mind-only beings and had only some simple speculations. There are no clear criteria for exactly how to kill and to what extent you need to do it, and you need to make your own choices. Risk, too, at your own risk. As the night grew thicker, Lu Yuan relied on the window and looked at the distant stars, feeling the greatness of the universe, the pride of life, the preciousness of time, and the proximity of death. Old wolf, I'm starting to fear death, which is good and bad. A lot of opportunities would have just slipped away if I'd gotten comfortable. Fly red chase for the fastest updates on the latest chapters. Lu Yuan said softly, if I have my mind set on avoiding risks, there's even less of a way for me to cross the Pango continent and return to my homeland. Everyone laughs at the meta-civilization. But who is not a meta-civilization? The old wolf lay leisurely on the ground, watching his master fall into a faint sorrow. It's always carefree. He's a survivalist, pull it all over. Very old wolf who just wants to pick up beautiful women. However, he wouldn't object too much if his master wanted to do something dangerous. Anyway, Lu Yuan followed suit and laid down on the ground, stroking the dog's head. Life or dog life. That's really what it's all about. Gotta get used to the ups and downs of life. No matter what the circumstances are, one's destiny is always in one's own hands. With that thought, a faint bit of inspiration arose in his mind, out of the blue. This bit of inspiration came from nowhere, as if a warm current had traveled all the way up the spine and completely stuffed the entire brain. It was as if his mind was clogged with something that needed to be released to the fullest in some way. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Strange feeling. What happened? Lu Yuan rubbed his temples with his fingers and opened his eyes once more, realizing that everything in his field of vision had become extraordinarily clear. Unable to figure out what was going on for a moment, he hastily appraised himself and found an additional positive buff. Inspiration explosion. Because of the stress in your life, you are currently in a state of inspiration explosion. So hurry up and craft a piece of equipment. It's almost 100% possible to make a good outfit. It's hard to describe this feeling of bursting inspiration, as if his entire nerve endings grew outside his brain and hooked up with everything in the universe and everything in the world, as if something like a pulse was beating. Lu Yuan was speechless. He remembered a talent he got the other day. Artisan talent. Artisan talent, your spatial imagination has increased dramatically, and you are comfortable with the use of any tool. Occasionally, inspiration will break out to find a hint of order in that endless world of the supernatural. He never knew what a burst of inspiration was. Now, finally gets it. Turns out he's a breakdown artist who gets inspired whenever he's under pressure. Am I actually such a person? Lu Yuan was shocked and delighted, but he didn't have too many good transcendent materials left on hand. The fire lizard skin, the snake molt of the king snake, and the black iron ore were all inferior natural wonders. The king snake's molt, which had not yet been tanned, and the black iron ore had not been smelted. Only the fire lizard skins are left, which are able to be used. Old wolf, watch the gate and call out to me directly if anything happens. Ow. Taking a deep breath, he lit an oil lamp and sat down at the table, focusing most of his attention on the leathers. Then he pulled out the sewing tools of Daedalus. He felt the pulse and heartbeat of the leather. It's a strange feeling that most of the chakras are disorganized, interacting and neutralizing each other. These things have to be sorted out if you want to stimulate the inherent abilities of leather. And this glimmer of inspiration from Lu Yuan lies in combing these veins. His fingers blossomed with a faint glow, the ironing of the transcendental fire and the necessary process of re-energizing his abilities. Immersed in a state of inspiration, he was confronted with that originally nebulous vein, which suddenly became traceable, so much so that you completely lose track of time and the risks. Addicted to it and can't help it. His fingers were rough, his knuckles and palms were calloused, but they were unusually flexible, and every needle and thread was inserted between the veins, trying not to destroy the original properties. In this way, it is not possible with traditional industry. A night passed and Lu Yuan sewed a pair of pants, a leather coat, and a pair of shoes. That wonderful outburst of inspiration also left him completely, as if he had fallen from the heavenly palace back down to the mortal world, and he couldn't feel those veins again. Lu Yuan came back to his senses, his boiling brain gradually regaining its calm. He was a little tired but extremely excited. Lu Yuan's fire lizard set, inferior grade artificial transcendent item, ++++, a man-made curiosity made by the master sewer, Lu Yuan, who has gathered Lu Yuan's inspiration and efforts. It must be admitted that La Croche's leather tanning skills dragged this item down. The equipment is able to resonate with your transcendental fire, thus activating the inner abilities. Ability 1, High Temperature Resistance. This outfit can briefly resist temperatures of at least 2000 degrees Celsius, with excellent thermal insulation. Ability 2, Sturdy. It's much stronger than normal leather, and the durability is greatly increased. This is the real equipment. What stinkers those were before. He excitedly put the outfit on and looked at it in front of the mirror. A kind of ancient luxury aristocratic sense of welcome. Its color is brownish red. Beautiful texture. Soft color, but also with a hint of deep oriental flavor. Daxia civilization of the ancient Yellow Emperor period. People because of the reverence for tigers and leopards will be peeled off the skin made of coveralls. Xia Shangzhou period of leather cannot be worn at will, mainly for the army to make armor, boots and so on. The current set made by Lu Yuan was the clothes for combat. Flexible and lightweight, slightly activating the transcendent fire. The equipment resonated with the fire, turning a deep red color, along with high temperature resistance and sturdiness. Those dress pants I used to sew were like the ugly duckling facing the white swan. The inherent ability of these leathers is utilized almost to its fullest extent. After all, the quality of the leather itself, which was only of an inferior level, was really hard to go beyond the limit, coupled with the fact that Lu Yuan's own transcendent knowledge wasn't rich enough. Even if he was bursting with inspiration, knowledge was still important. Just as Ramanujan, the mathematical genius, had to go to Cambridge University to further his studies in order to better utilize his talents. Without a ton of knowledge, that's about as far as you can take the kit. Lu Yuan stretched and went to the bucket to wash his face. He felt crazy for concentrating and being distracted with his gear all night in what was clearly a dangerous environment. Only a pack of wolves guarding themselves. But he was extremely excited and pleasured to the core. It was like seeing a lover, admiring his creation over and over again. The word Lufthansa is a phrase that makes you proud. Even if someone else got this set of equipment, once it was appraised, there was still the term Lu Yuan's. Its naming rights. At the time of creation, Lu Yuan already knew about the naming right, which seemed to be a kind of meditative and materialistic rule. He could have chosen to give up the naming rights at that point, too, but how many artists, again, would abandon their children? The ++++ above that should be a marker for leveling up. It's pretty much the highest grade among the bad grade items. Without the state of transcendent inspiration, it was almost impossible for Lu Yuan to craft another identical piece of equipment. It looks like the artisan talent is still quite impressive, but with an extra set of equipment, Can I beat the donkey-headed monster? I will die and I need more. Give me strength. Give me inspiration. I'm about to enter a battle I can't possibly win. Lu Yuan frantically pooed himself, wanting another crash artist. But in reality he was so delighted that no amount of self-suggestion could inspire him, and the most he could do was to sigh awkwardly. The most hopeless thing in the world is to chase but not to be able to do so. The more you are a lickspill, the more you get nothing. After crafting this piece of equipment, Lu Yuan was still satisfied with the results of this bountiful harvest. He first slept for a couple hours and talked to the human Sai for a few minutes, conversing about what he'd learned about making gear. Then patrol the perimeter, thinking along the way about what might happen next in the fight. He had used up his spider venom glands and was left with a bottle of vegetable oil soaked in them. This bottle of grease still retains some spider toxins in it. Applied to a dagger, it's kind of a big killer. But whether or not the toxin would work on a donkey-headed monster is the big question. That thing's flesh is supposed to rot. In addition, he had the fuel crystals of the fire lizard, which could produce intense heat up to 3000 degrees Celsius. Lu Yuan looked at the set of equipment that had the ability to resist high temperatures and fell into deep thought. Because of the substandard tanning method, the leather is reduced from average grade to inferior grade, and the high temperature resistance is only about 2,000 degrees Celsius. Also, this protection is only for a short period of time and is not unlimited. Even with the best insulation, heat will always transfer in. With these limitations in mind, a few simple ideas came to his mind. Use fire? I don't know if it was because of the psychological factor. The quiet city ruins seemed even more silent at the moment, and only the sound of the rustling footsteps could be heard. In the early spring, all kinds of bugs are coming out, one nest after another, making people a bit irritated. Ow! The old wolf suddenly hissed and spread his feet, rushing towards the corner of a collapsed house. Tilt your neck forward, stomp your feet back, and make a motion of sniffing around in the air. What's wrong? Lu Yuan followed suit and stretched his neck, sniffing for half a day. Although he was a level 2 transcendent being, his sense of smell was still no better than that of a level 0 old wolf. Direct the energy of the transcendental fire to the tip of your nose to temporarily enhance your sense of smell. At once, the whole world's sense of smell seemed to become colorful. Having too strong a sense of smell isn't really too good of a thing, meaning being able to smell all sorts of naturally born stinks in nature. The dog in front of him, for example, was quietly releasing its own urine in the corner, and the stench that was magnified 100 times immediately made Lu Yuan's head spin, and he subconsciously stretched out his foot and kicked the defecating dog away. But gradually, Lu Yuan's heart sank. He smelled a faint putrid odor that was very distinct and obvious. Love to read free novels app without ads. The fastest update. In order to avoid turning the horse to lose the content download, please come to experience the ad-free reading app Love Reading Free Novels app. The other stenches were fresh, and this putrid one was like stale bacon, mixed in like a splash of black in a colorful mix. You can still smell it if you try to distinguish it.